Ding dong. Attention host. Third reminder. Third reminder. If 10 pounds of compressed biscuits are not sold within one day, the items consumed in the grocery store will not be replenished automatically. Chow Yuan languidly rested her chin on the counter, idly scrolling through short videos. 2 months prior, her grandfather had bestowed upon her a dilapidated courtyard in the village. While handling the paperwork for her return, she unexpectedly awakened the grocery store spatial system. By completing system tasks, all sold items could be replenished automatically. Elated, Chow Yuan promptly resigned from her job that very day, using her entire savings to renovate the old house in the village. She opened a grocery store. My goodness. A sudden exclamation erupted from the entrance. Engrossed in her video, Chow Yuan casually said, "Snacks are in the first row, kitchen condiments in the second. Daily necessities in the third after choosing. Please settle the payment at the counter." On a summer afternoon, the store's air conditioning was set to a brisk 26 degrees. "How is it so cool? Do you actually have electricity here?" A deep, melodious voice, tinged with astonishment, broke through the air, a tone unfamiliar in the village. Chow Yuan looked up, only to meet a pair of profound eyes. Her mind momentarily blanked. The voice was enchanting, and the man strikingly handsome. However, his attire was exceedingly dirty and ragged. "Are you a beggar?" Ning Ju glanced down at himself. His coat, stained with sweat and grime, emitted an odd odor, and his pants had long lost their original hue. Raising his gaze back toward the girl before him, he noted her pristine white t-shirt, light blue jeans, and a high ponytail. Her hair was not greasy, and her skin bore no marks of acid rain. Not only was the individual intriguing, but the store itself was peculiar. It was stocked with a myriad of goods. Moreover, the room was equipped with electricity and air conditioning. The temperature was not only low, but the air was cool and dry, making every breath feel effortless. Ning Ju began to question whether he was experiencing an illusion. 3 months of relentless rain had submerged the entire city. The apocalypse had officially commenced. He had paddled to the nearest supermarket, hoping to find something to eat. Yet, he had been swept through a side door into the museum by an undercurrent. Hiding from thugs on the third floor of the museum, he had inadvertently opened an exhibition room, leading him here. Something was amiss. Ning Ju turned to observe the woman at the counter, who was curiously appraising him, her eyes brimming with sympathy and pity. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the law had become obsolete, and the moral fabric had unraveled. He had narrowly escaped death on several occasions. His instinct told him that this woman was not malevolent. At that moment, Chow Yuan was also scrutinizing him. Despite the man's handsome features, prominent bone structure, and bright, deep-set eyes, he bore a scar at the brow. Yet overall, he was undeniably attractive. Alas, he seemed a tad gaunt, his cheeks sunken. How could such a handsome man find himself reduced to a beggar? Even if he were to rely on others for sustenance, his striking appearance could surely attract wealth and prosperity. Perhaps he is, indeed, a man of dignity. At that moment, Ning Ju was unaware that Chow Yuan was indulging in fanciful speculations about his background. "I'm not a beggar. I simply wish to purchase some food." Chow Yuan was taken aback. With such an unkempt appearance, how could he even contemplate buying food? Why not just ask for alms without hesitation? Nevertheless, a kind deed is still a deed worth performing. Just as Chow Yuan was about to offer him some bread, a thought struck him. His system had mentioned 10 pounds of compressed biscuits. It only required him to sell 10 pounds. There was no stipulation on the price. Even accepting a single coin would count as a sale. With this revelation, Chow Yuan slapped his forehead. He crouched down and retrieved a cardboard box from beneath his feet. "Here are 5 packs each of scallion-flavored, sesame-flavored, and meat-flavored compressed biscuits. Just pace yourself. 1 a day will suffice to stave off hunger." Chow Yuan observed Ning Ju's frail frame. "With your build, you should be able to last a month." Ning Ju struggled to swallow, his eyes gleaming with desire. His remaining decorum urged him to refrain from tearing open the packaging immediately to maintain his composure. Yet, these were compressed biscuits. Over the past 3 months, Ning Ju had endured raw meat, gnawed on leather, and even climbed trees to chew on leaves. He was utterly famished. Noticing the desperate expression on Ning Ju's face, accentuated by his bobbing Adam's apple, Chow Yuan recognized his hunger. After all, he was handsome. "I shall extend my kindness to the fullest." Chow Yuan retrieved a piece of bread from the shelf and handed it to Ning Ju, saying, "Here, take something to eat." As Ning Ju trembled while unwrapping the outer packaging, the aroma of the bread enveloped him, almost causing him to swoon with joy. The palm-sized piece of bread disappeared within 3 seconds. It was dry, and Ning Ju nearly choked, but as he regained his composure, his gaze fixated hungrily on the box of compressed biscuits, resembling a famished wolf. "There are many biscuits. How much do they cost?" "I will buy them," he asked nervously. Xiao Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. "You still have the audacity to maintain your pride, even reduced to beggary." With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Xiao Yuan replied, casually, "You could decide the price." Ning Ju fumbled in his pocket. Oh no, money had long become worthless, and he had left the house without a single coin. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, anyone engaging in such a trade would hardly accept paper currency. After contemplating his options, Ning Ju clenched his teeth and reached for his neck. Would this suffice? He placed the jade pendant he wore around his neck onto the counter. Seeing Xiao Yuan's skeptical expression, he quickly added, "I understand that these items are considered worthless now, but this is the most valuable possession I have today." Ning Ju looked at Xiao Yuan with embarrassment. Before the apocalypse, he had been a pioneer of innovation. Residing in a penthouse with a panoramic view, indulging in 1982 Lafite, and surrounded by an array of Orange Herms bags, gold bars, jewels, and luxury watches that could form a small mountain. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, these possessions have become naught but worthless debris. Each day, he fights tooth and nail for a morsel of food. In this very moment, Ning Ju is drenched in cold sweat, her nerves fraying. Xiao Yuan picks up a jade token, inspecting it under the light. Translucent, luminous, and smooth, it still bears the warmth of a human touch. Though she possesses little knowledge of jade and precious stones, she estimates its worth to be several hundred, at least. In any case, trading for food means she has successfully sold her compressed biscuits. She has not come out at a loss. Deal. Ning Ju exhales in relief, clutching the paper box as he strides towards the exit. Just as he reaches the door, he suddenly halts. May I ask if this can be exchanged for food using gold bars?" "What?" Xiao Yuan digs at her ears, bewildered. "Did I hear that correctly? Just now, a beggar inquired if I accepted gold bars. I affirmed, but do you actually possess any?" To avoid dampening the beggar's enthusiasm, Xiao Yuan forces a smile and nods. Ning Ju bursts into laughter, then opens the door and bolts away. Holding the jade token, Xiao Yuan feels an unsettling sense of wrongness. After a few seconds, realization strikes her. Which door did that man just push open? Xiao Yuan rushes over, gripping the doorknob tightly. Click, the wooden door swings open, revealing an empty warehouse. This is the storeroom of the general store, and this door is the sole exit of the warehouse. Xiao Yuan stands there, dazed. Where's everyone gone? Am I seeing ghosts? Chapter 2. Sudden Wealth. Not a dream. Ding. The first task has been completed. Reward: 100 square meters of space, a row of medicine shelves. Now issuing the second task. Please sell 10 boxes of gastrointestinal medicine, 10 boxes of anti-malarial medicine, and 10 boxes of any other medicines within 5 days. The system notification suddenly chimed. Xiao Yuan was astonished to discover that her humble grocery store, which previously housed only 3 rows of shelves, had magically expanded to include an additional row filled with an array of pharmaceuticals. Her store had widened by 2 meters. Rushing outside, Xiao Yuan confirmed that the width of the building remained unchanged. It was truly surreal. As for the space, she closed her eyes and sensed an empty void. Approximately 100 square meters, devoid of any items. Experimenting, she attempted to place a lollipop from the counter into the space. With a mere thought, the lollipop vanished, only to reappear in the void a moment later. But what use was this space to her? Retrieving the lollipop, she unwrapped it and took a lick. In the novels, those who possess such spaces were often reborn in apocalyptic scenarios. Here she was, with a grocery store that never required restocking, pondering the purpose of this peculiar ability. Suddenly, her phone buzzed incessantly. Xiao Yuan answered. "Where have you been? Why haven't you returned home? I raised you, only to have you turn into an ungrateful wretch. You better come back today, do you hear me?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yuan hung up without uttering a word. Return? To what? To cook and clean for them like a maid? Moments later, her phone buzzed again, prompting her to block the number. They only bullied her because they knew she was broke and homeless. With that thought in mind, Qiao Yuan reached into her pocket and retrieved the jade pendant. Perhaps she could pawn it. A few hundred could still be of use. After cycling for over an hour, she arrived at the Qinshan pawn shop in the city. Approaching the counter with a hint of trepidation, she said, "Hello? I would like to pawn this jade pendant." Wang Xian was on his first day at work. Clad in a blue uniform, displaying an enthusiastic smile with 8 gleaming teeth. However, the girl before him hardly exuded an air of affluence. Her attire was distinctly budget-friendly. Nevertheless, adhering to his professional ethics, Wang Xian donned white gloves, presented a velvet tray, and gestured for Qiao Yuan to place the pendant upon it. The moment she set the jade pendant down, Wang Xian's expression shifted dramatically, a subtle change that did not escape Qiao Yuan's notice. Could the pendant be a fake? Oh no, this would be utterly humiliating. Just as Qiao Yuan contemplated fleeing, Wang Xian cautiously picked up the pendant, examining it earnestly. "Miss, are you certain you wish to pawn this? Would you prefer a live pawn or a dead pawn?" Qiao Yuan was taken aback. Did this imply that the jade pendant was authentic? "Dead pawn," she replied, nodding. "How much will it be?" Half an hour later, Qiao Yuan emerged from the pawn shop. Still grappling with the surreal nature of the events that had just unfolded, it felt like a dream. Qiao Yuan twisted her thigh with considerable force. "Ouch, that hurts." She glanced again at the bank message. 540,000. The young man, uncertain, had sought the manager's opinion and ultimately offered a firm price of 540,000. This jade pendant was not only genuine, but also of exceptional quality and texture. As Qiao Yuan cycled home, her mind was consumed by thoughts of that beggar from the morning. How could someone with such a valuable jade pendant be reduced to begging? 10 pounds of compressed biscuits traded for 540,000. It was an unimaginable notion. Could it be true that the beggar had suggested using gold bars to purchase food? Gold bars. With this thought, Qiao Yuan pedaled furiously, as if sparks were flying from her tires. She had to remain vigilant at the grocery store. For who knew when a Navi benefactor might appear with gold bars in hand? In the eerily silent museum, Ning Zhu turned back. In the third exhibition hall, the display of ancient treasures awaited. He glanced at the box of compressed biscuits in his hands. It was no dream. He had indeed procured 10 pounds of biscuits with a mere piece of broken jade. Ning Zhu swiftly divided the biscuits among his backpack, inner pockets, outer coat pockets, and trouser pockets. The survivors had become ravenous, and although the government had established relief points, the wait could stretch to 10 days, long enough for many to perish from hunger. He needed to be cautious, guarding against potential thieves coveting his precious biscuits. Navigating with his paddle, Ning Zhu skillfully avoided those venturing out in search of food, taking over an hour to return to the 10th floor of Zhenghui International. Although the rain had ceased, the heat was oppressive. With the thermometer at home having shattered from the soaring temperatures, the floodwaters had receded from the 15th to the 10th floor. And as Ning Zhu stood at the hallway entrance, he stowed his paddle away. He looked at the various corpses of animals and humans floating in the water, feeling a wave of concern wash over him. After a great disaster, plagues are sure to follow. It took him 5 breaks to finally reach the 33rd floor where he now resided. After the flood, he had descended from the top floor, seeking refuge on a level closer to the water yet relatively safe. "Xiaolin, I'm back." Ning Lin looked at her exhausted brother with a pang of guilt, quickly assisting him in stowing the paddle and removing the backpack from his back. Since the apocalypse began, the girl's situation had grown perilous, especially for someone as beautiful as Ning Lin. "Xiaolin, today, your brother acquired some food." As he spoke, he produced 10 packets of compressed biscuits from his backpack, pockets, and waistband. "Brother, you bought food? Can we still purchase compressed biscuits now?" "Yes, I traded it for that piece of jade." Ning Lin opened a packet of scallion-flavored biscuits, inhaling their scent. These are indeed compressed biscuits. With a choked voice, she took a hearty bite, tears streaming down her face. It had been a month since she had last eaten a proper meal. Ning Zhu tenderly ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Rest easy." The shopkeeper mentioned that food could be purchased with gold bars. Just then, the sound of 2 short knocks followed by 3 long knocks echoed ominously through the door. "Xian and Qi Zheng have returned." Ning Zhu opened the door, and 2 emaciated men entered, setting aside their deflated kayak. They then collapsed onto the ground, their expressions devoid of hope. "We ventured to the elevated supermarket, only to find that all the food had been snatched away, leaving only items that had been soaked in water and were no longer edible." Xian struck the ground in frustration, declaring that if all else failed, He would storm the military district in the mountains, with so many starving they could not simply turn a blind eye. Ning Lin stepped forward, offering him a packet of open compressed biscuits. Xian and Qi Jing were momentarily taken aback by the enticing aroma. Biscuits. They each took a share, dividing it between them. One piece sufficed, as these were compressed biscuits, and overeating could lead to dire consequences. Ningju hurriedly handed them 2 cups of filtered water. Xian struggled to wash the biscuits down, inquiring about the source of such compressed biscuits. Indeed, with this provision, they could endure a few more days. Yet, he soon hung his head. What would it matter to survive another 2 days if death still awaited them? As the living room descended into an eerie silence, Ningju suddenly smiled. After a hearty meal today, you two shall accompany me to the top floor tomorrow to retrieve gold bars. We will buy food. Buy? Xian and Qi Zheng exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. At such a juncture, food was far more precious than gold. Who would be foolish enough to trade sustenance for gold bars? Ningju, have you lost your mind? In response to her friend's concern, Ningju lifted the biscuit. Truly, I procured it from the ancient treasures exhibit at the museum. Chapter 3, The Merchant's Burden. Let us not wait until tomorrow. Let it be today. What if by tomorrow all the food is gone? Qi Zheng, feeling an unfamiliar fullness, posed the question. Ningju pondered this and realized the logic in it. While they could still use money, they ought to buy as much food as possible. The 3 of them would go together, carrying the kayak and multiple bags. 2 hours later, they arrived at the 3rd floor of the museum. The entrance to the ancient treasures exhibit stood quietly closed. Ningju pushed the door open and turned back to say, "This is it. Inside lies the grocery store." With that, he vanished before Xian and Qi Sheng's eyes. Upon seeing the familiar grocery store, he noticed that his 2 friends had not followed him inside. Xie Zheng and Xian were in a state of panic. What is happening? Ningju stepped into the treasure exhibit, and in the next moment, he simply disappeared. They searched the empty exhibit twice but found no trace of him. Ningju took a few steps back, and the air around him began to thicken as the surroundings transformed into the darkened treasure exhibit once more. Hey, where did you 2 run off to? Xian and Qi Zheng rushed back to the entrance. What the heck? Is it haunted? You just vanished. They had searched for him for quite some time. Ningju suddenly realized that the mysterious grocery store could only be accessed by him. Hand over the gold bars. I am going to purchase supplies. Ningju stuffed the gold bars from both their hands into his clothing pockets. He re-entered the treasure exhibition and then vanished. Xiao Yuan had just heard the sound of the warehouse door, thinking it might be a beggar returning, but upon looking up, there was nothing. Boss. Ningju suddenly appeared at the counter. Oh my, you startled me, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, instinctively standing up and taking 2 steps back. Apologies for my abrupt entrance. I forgot to knock. I've brought gold bars, Ningju explained, pulling the gold bars from his pocket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Xiao Yuan gasped in astonishment. Those are gold bars. Bright yellow, resplendent, pure gold. She endeavored to compose herself. What would you like to purchase? Ningju glanced at the shelves behind him, furrowing his brow. There had only been 3 rows of shelves when he arrived earlier that morning, yet now, a new one had materialized within just a few hours. Moreover, it was filled with medicine. Remembering the floating corpses he had seen along the way, he concluded that in addition to food, he needed to procure some medicine as well. I would like to buy another 50 pounds of compressed biscuits, 50 pounds of other storable food, and 100 bottles of drinking water. He pointed to the 4th row of shelves, which also contained medicine. After a moment, Ningju suddenly recalled something, timidly inquiring, are 20 gold bars sufficient? If not, I can return to retrieve more. Besides gold bars, I possess many valuable pieces of jewelry and designer bags. 20 gold bars are enough to purchase 10 grocery stores. Xiao Yuan replied, surveying the gold bars on the counter, each as thick as a finger. She prided herself on not being a swindler and felt a pang of conscience at the thought of deceiving beggars. Noticing her hesitation, Ningju offered a wry smile. I apologize. I understand that the duration of this apocalypse is uncertain, and your willingness to accept gold bars is already quite generous. Apocalypse? What apocalypse? Xiao Yuan asked, perplexed. As they exchanged words, it became apparent that something was amiss. Hasn't there been 3 consecutive months of torrential rain? No. Aren't tens of thousands starving to death? No. Xiao Yuan handed Ningju an ice cream, which he savored slowly. So behind this door to my warehouse is the museum in your city? Xiao Yuan gestured towards the warehouse. That's the door to my warehouse, and inside are 4 walls. You've emerged from there twice now. This is the main entrance. Ningju glanced towards the glass door on the left, through which he could see several ladies chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds by the roadside. He approached, intending to push the door open. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The moment he grasped the doorknob, he found himself back at the counter. After several attempts, he realized he was unable to exit the grocery store. I hesitated just now because gold bars hold great value in my world. 2 gold bars could purchase my entire grocery store. Xiao Yuan shrugged. I'm contemplating whether or not to become a swindler. Ning Ju was amused, momentarily taken aback. After months of worrying about food and drink, he had not genuinely laughed in a long time. You may continue your unscrupulous dealings. I possess ample wealth. Even amidst this apocalyptic world, should my money run out, I can simply acquire gold and jewels from the marketplace in exchange for sustenance from you. Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that truly feasible? If so, I shall not hold back. In addition to 50 kilograms of compressed biscuits and 100 bottles of drinking water, Xiao Yuan also procured 100 bags of crispy noodles, 50 boxes of self-heating rice, and 50 boxes of self-heating hot pot. Ning Ju made 6 trips back and forth before finally clearing the goods. He then returned to the grocery store and approached the medicine shelf. Lacking knowledge about medications, he was uncertain about what to purchase. My grandfather is a doctor. Perhaps I can offer you some advice, Ning Ju mentioned, sharing the current apocalyptic conditions with Xiao Yuan, who contemplated for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. The tasks assigned by the system seemed overly directed, almost as if they were specifically tailored for Ning Ju. Consequently, she selected 10 boxes of intestinal medicine, 10 boxes of antimalarial drugs, and for the remaining 10 boxes, she chose Huaxiang Zhengqi water. Based on what you said, the temperature is continuously rising. Be cautious of heat stroke. Remember to wear sun protective clothing and carry Huaxiang Zhengqi water when you go outside, she advised. Ningju nodded appreciatively, thinking the proprietor was quite professional and genuinely considerate. I still don't know your name. We might need to collaborate long-term, and I cannot keep calling you vendor, Xiao Yuan remarked. Indeed, it was my oversight, Ningju replied with a smile that revealed his white teeth. I am Ningju. He extended his hand, then abruptly retracted it to wipe it carefully with his shirt. Xiao Yuan reciprocated, I am Xiao Yuan. May our collaboration be fruitful. I will accept 20 gold bars, considering them as your advance payment for a month's worth of provisions. How does that sound? Xiao Yuan suggested, seeking a compromise. No need. I have 3 others at home, so you need not feel obliged, Ningju responded. Given this assurance, Xiao Yuan felt justified in accepting the gold bars. They agreed that Ningju would return the next day. He harbored a lingering feeling that the apocalypse was not as manageable as portrayed on the broadcasts. Though the flood receded swiftly, the temperature felt unsettling. Stockpiling supplies was undoubtedly imperative. Tomorrow, I must purchase additional water. It's too hot, and the water is depleting rapidly. Ningju glanced at the empty shelves for mineral water and said, please ensure to stock more. Xiao Yuan nodded, no problem. I will have as much as you require. Once Ningju departed, Xiao Yuan promptly summoned a taxi via a mobile application and made her way back to the city. Most banks only accepted their own brand of gold bars for redemption, which posed a challenge. Jewelry stores required appointments for transactions, and she could not afford to wait. Ultimately, she found herself at a pawn shop. Although the price was lower, the procedures were straightforward, and most importantly, she could receive cash immediately. She arrived at the Qinshan pawn shop, where Wang Xin's eyes lit up upon seeing her. Could it be more valuable items? When he beheld the 20 gold bars, he fell into a state of speechlessness. This month's performance has been completed in a single day. Chapter 4. Where does the warehouse door lead? Wang Xin once again summoned the boss. With a swift motion, he presented 20 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams. The manager pondered for a considerable time before ultimately offering a price that was 100 yuan below the market value for the gold bars. Xiao Yuan felt indifferent, as the acquisition of the gold bars required no effort on her part. After signing the documents a few minutes later, her account swelled by over 1 million. Adding the funds from the jade pendant, the total reached 1.6 million. Instead of returning to the village that evening, Xiao Yuan ventured to a shopping mall. She purchased clothing she had never been able to afford before, along with several pairs of designer shoes. Finally, she dined alone at a Japanese buffet restaurant frequently visited by her adoptive parents and younger brother. Seated in a private booth, she leisurely savored sashimi when suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind her. That little brat has blocked me. When she returns, I will make her pay. Xiao Yuan narrowed her eyes. It was Qiao Jinyun's voice. Why are you so aggressive on the phone? As long as we coax her back home. We have plenty of ways to ensure she marries Wang Tianqi. Wang Tianqi's father has promised 800,000 yuan as a bride price if Qiao Yuan agrees to the union. Mom and Dad, what is so special about Qiao Yuan that she is worth 800,000? The disdainful voice belonged to Qiao Qiu, Qiao Yuan's younger brother. 2 years her junior, he had always received preferential treatment from their adoptive parents. Throughout their childhood, he had been given the best food. And the most enjoyable toys were only passed to Qiao Yuan after Qiao Qiu had broken them. Whenever Qiao Qiu misbehaved, it was she who bore the brunt of the punishment, the justification being that she, as the elder sister, had failed to educate her brother properly. After enduring this for years, she finally managed to enter university and escape the stifling environment of her home. However, she never anticipated that they would begin to scheme over her marriage. Wang Tianqi was somewhat mentally challenged, and his father sought a more intelligent girl to ensure their offspring would be clever. After all, Qiao Yuan was a graduate of a prestigious university, was she not? Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan lost her appetite. She had been working at a design company in the city, and she had no idea how her parents managed to find her, repeatedly urging her to return for blind dates. After years of interaction, Qiao Yuan was well aware of their true nature. Thus, upon discovering her possession of a general store system, she promptly retreated to her rural hometown. Her parents would never suspect she had returned to the countryside. Yet, this was not a long-term solution. Eventually, she would be discovered. Fortunately, every booth in this Japanese restaurant was equipped with bamboo curtains, preventing her family from seeing her. Once they departed, Qiao Yuan left the restaurant and took a taxi back to the village, arriving just past 10 o'clock at night. Before heading to her bedroom, she made a trip to the side room of her general store. Upon switching on the light, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the items purchased by Ningju earlier that day had automatically restocked the shelves. She walked around the shelves a few times, noting that the variety of goods remained rather limited. Ding dong. The second task has been completed. Reward, 100 square meters of space, a row of clothing racks. Perhaps it was because Qiao Yuan had taken the gold bars and left in a hurry, resulting in the system only now issuing the reward. At the back of the grocery store, a new row of shelves had appeared, laden with garments. Alas, all this seems futile. The villagers prefer to buy clothes in the city. Who would take an interest in a grocery store? Qiao Yuan ran her fingers over the fabric of the clothes. The quality was indeed commendable. Tomorrow, Ningju had arranged to come at 5 a.m. to collect the goods. Although it was early, Qiao Yuan understood. In this apocalyptic world, one must look out for oneself, and carrying so many supplies could easily provoke envy. With a yawn, Qiao Yuan turned to close the door, preparing to retreat to her bedroom for some sleep. Just after she left, a sudden white light illuminated the warehouse door of the grocery store, flickering briefly, unnoticed by anyone. To avoid oversleeping, Qiao Yuan set an alarm. At 4:30 a.m., she rubbed her face and turned on the lights in the store. Ding dong. The grocery store system has met the upgrade conditions. Is the host ready to upgrade? Yes or no? Qiao Yuan glanced at the two words before her and decisively chose yes. She waited silently for a few seconds, yet there was no response from the system. The grocery store remained unchanged as well. Is this a jest? Time ticked away, and Qiao Yuan ultimately confirmed that something was amiss with the system. She leaned on the counter, idly scrolling through her phone. 5 o'clock, 5:15, 5:30. By 6 o'clock, daylight had broken, but Ningju had not appeared. Qiao Yuan checked the time again. Could something have happened on the way? She paced back and forth in the grocery store until she finally stood at the warehouse door. What was going on? Although they had only known each other for a day, she had formed a favorable impression of Ningju. He was humble and polite. And from his words, it was evident that even if he were starving enough to eat leaves, he would never entertain the thought of resorting to robbery. All in all, he was a good person. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Qiao Yuan grasped the handle of the warehouse door. She knew that beyond it lay the same empty space. Ningju would not appear simply because she opened the door. Yet, in that moment, she still proceeded. The instant she stepped through the threshold, an overwhelming heat surged through her body. Subsequently, she was rendered speechless. Before her lay an expansive hall, illuminated by the soft morning light. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, she beheld countless glass domes. Inside the domes were porcelain, bronze artifacts, and even ancient gold treasures. Qiao Yuan took a moment to steady her racing heart. The door. My warehouse door. She whipped around, only to find that the dilapidated wooden door had vanished. Behind her stood a grand, 4-meter-tall vintage camphor wood door, inscribed with exhibition of ancient treasures. Xiao Yuan's first instinct was to believe that she had traversed into another realm. It is evident that this is a grand museum. However, why does it appear so desolate? Even though it is not yet operating hours, there should at least be one staff member present. Is anyone there? Xiao Yuan called out. A few seconds passed, and the only response was her own echo. She aimlessly wandered through the museum. Not a soul was in sight. Approaching the window, she was struck with terror as she gazed outside. From the third floor of the museum, Xiao Yuan could clearly see the murky yellow floodwaters. In the distance, the towering buildings loomed dark and lifeless, devoid of any lights. What was most horrifying was the sight of human corpses, resembling giants, drifting amidst the flood. Could this be Ning Zhu's world? She recalled Ning Zhu's mention of the apocalypse, which mirrored what lay before her. Fortunately, the floodwaters had not yet risen high, only reaching the first floor of the museum. After some contemplation, Xiao Yuan decided it was best to return to the grocery store. This place was far too perilous. She sprinted back to the entrance of the Ancient Treasures exhibit and, without hesitation, pushed the door open. However, the familiar grocery store did not greet her. Instead, she was met with the vast exhibition hall. What was happening? Ning Zhu had said that opening the exhibit door would lead her to the grocery store. Xiao Yuan felt a wave of despair. No. Is this a joke? She stubbornly tried several more times, ultimately concluding that she truly could not return. As Xiao Yuan slowly processed her emotions, the electronic voice of the system suddenly erupted in her mind. Ding. Grocery store system upgrade activated. Items required for upgrade. 5 rare minerals. Chapter 5. Zombies. No way, I can't even return home. And you choose this moment to throw me a task. What a wretched system. Xiao Yuan plopped down on the ground, meticulously recalling the sequence of events. Could it be that the system upgrade task could only be completed in the apocalypse? Thus, when she was in the grocery store, the system had refrained from issuing tasks. Rare minerals? What qualifies as a rare mineral? Upon this realization, Xiao Yuan sprang to her feet, beginning to examine the exhibits around her with newfound seriousness. She slapped her forehead. The path had narrowed. Were these not all rare minerals? Approaching a glass case, she found a jade bowl within. With a thought, the bowl vanished, only to reappear in her space a moment later. Checking the system, she saw that the progress for the upgrade task was at 15. Perfect. Agate cup. Acquire. Gemstone necklace. Jade ring. Gold furnace. Acquire. Ding. Congratulations, host. The grocery store system has successfully upgraded to a level 2 supermarket system. Unlocking upgrade gift pack. Daily blind box. Every morning at 6 a.m., 1 blind box can be drawn. Space doubling. Current space expanded by double. A cacophony of sounds crackled in Xiao Yuan's ears. Indeed, it had upgraded. Could she return now? She had no desire to linger even a moment longer in this place. Xiao Yuan dashed out of the exhibition hall, shutting the door behind her. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to push open the main door. Suddenly, an eerie cry echoed through the quiet museum. Who is it? She exclaimed. Not far off. A figure trembled as it approached her. Could it be Ning Zhu? Xiao Yuan quickened her pace, but after traversing about 10 meters, she sensed something was amiss. The figure remained silent, advancing slowly in a bizarre, contorted manner. A foul stench of decaying flesh wafted towards her. As she raised her gaze, her pupils dilated and a cold shiver coursed through her body. That could hardly be called a human. The flesh had long since rotted away, and pus oozed from the sores with each of its movements. Its eye sockets were hollow, sunken grayish eyes bulged, and most of the skin on its face had sloughed off, revealing a ghastly white skull beneath. A zombie. Xiao Yuan gasped in horror. The once listless zombie snapped its head up at the sound, its sluggish movements suddenly transforming into alarming speed. Dragging its flayed limbs, it sprinted towards Xiao Yuan. Hey! Xiao Yuan bolted, the thunderous beat of her heart echoing in her chest. Perhaps overwhelmed by fear, just as she neared the treasure exhibition hall, her legs gave way, and she tumbled forward. The zombie, hot on her heels, lunged at her. In an instinctive reaction, she rolled to the left several times. Thud! The zombie crashed to the ground with a resounding thump. The fall disoriented it, causing it to struggle on the floor, its speed diminishing. Crouched down, Xiao Yuan eyed the entrance to the treasure exhibition hall, now just 3 meters away, with the zombie blocking her path. 3 meters, she could cover that distance in 4 seconds at most. But upon seeing the zombie between her and the door, hesitation gripped her. No. She couldn't take that risk. In every film and novel, Zombies were perilous. A single bite could spell doom. Kill. Kill it. Xiao Yuan steadied herself and began searching for a weapon. To her side, within a glass case, lay a dark Tang sword. She reached out. The sword vanished into her spatial pocket, only to reappear in her hand. She could not die. Absolutely not. She had just started to earn money and was on the cusp of a better life. She must survive, even as her shoulders trembled. Xiao Yuan's grip on the hilt of the sword remained firm. The zombie began to rise, strands of viscous pus connecting its chest to the floor. The key to slaying a zombie was to sever the head. Yes, sever the head. From a young age, Xiao Yuan had never killed even a chicken. She swallowed hard, positioning the Tang knife before her chest. The zombie, its body askew, emitted a wheezing sound reminiscent of a broken bellows. 1 step, 2 steps. This was it. Xiao Yuan let out a fierce roar, raising the dark blade high before striking down. Alas, fate played a cruel joke on her. She had aimed for the creature's head. Yet at the precise moment of her strike, the zombie's head tilted to one side, causing her blade to cleave into its collarbone instead. Why such a miscalculation? The decayed flesh had rendered the zombie's neck incapable of supporting its head, resulting in this unfortunate turn of events. But now, I cannot withdraw the blade. Xiao Yuan was drenched in sweat, desperately trying to pull the knife free, but it was lodged firmly in the zombie's collarbone, resisting her every effort. The zombie pressed forward with the knife still embedded, its gaping maw producing a crunching sound. Xiao Yuan could vividly see its tongue, resembling rotting flesh, and its grotesque yellowed teeth. What should I do? Am I truly destined to perish here? She stumbled backward, realizing she was straying further from the entrance. Crouch down. A voice suddenly erupted from the empty exhibition hall. Instinctively, Xiao Yuan crouched. In the next moment, an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses. She witnessed a figure wielding an axe, severing the zombie's head. A loud thud echoed as dark, putrid blood splattered both of them. Ningju. Without hesitation, Ningju grabbed Xiao Yuan and dashed into the treasure exhibition hall. The sudden coolness and the shelves brimming with goods reminded Xiao Yuan that she was safe. With a dull thud, Ningju collapsed onto the ground, curling up as his body began to convulse, muscles spasming uncontrollably. Ningju, what is wrong with you? Xiao Yuan's hand touched Ningju's body, feeling waves of intense heat. Could he be burning with fever? There was no time for contemplation. She immediately dragged him to the medicine shelf. Finding some antipyretics, she forced them into his mouth, following with a couple of sips of water. Cough, cough, Ningju grimaced, each cough accompanied by painful groans. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath, palms pressed together. I apologize. My apologies. In a flurry, she stripped Ningju down to his bare skin, then soaked a towel in white liquor. With his fever rising, physical cooling was imperative, and the only remedy she could think of was using the liquor to wipe his body down. Minutes later, a man reeking of alcohol lay before her. After dressing him in fresh clothes, she noticed his temperature beginning to drop, and as his tense body relaxed, he slumped beside her. After a while, Xiao Yuan hid behind a clothes rack and changed into a fresh outfit herself. Xiao Yuan. At the sound of her name, she hurried to the medicine shelf. You're awake? Ningju struggled to prop himself up, leaning against the wall, barely managing to sit upright. He glanced down at his clothes, a flush of crimson creeping over his ears. My clothes at this moment. Ningju's expression shifted dramatically. No, 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 I must leave at once. With all his strength, he stood up unsteadily and staggered towards the warehouse door. What are you doing? Your fever has just subsided. Xiao Yuan grasped his arm. Yet Ningju abruptly shook her off. Stay away from me. Xiao Yuan froze in place. Brother, although you saved my life, I saved yours as well. Why turn your back on me now? Observing Xiao Yuan's furious demeanor, Ningju offered a grim smile, slowly extending his palm. Xiao Yuan's breath caught in her throat, her mouth slightly agape, pausing for a moment. Upon his palm rested 2 rows of horrifying crimson bite marks. Chapter 6. What have I rescued? Xiao Yuan understood. She instinctively took 2 steps back. Those who had perished were suddenly transformed into zombies, Ningju murmured. I became separated from my companions. His voice was hoarse and rough. I was bitten by a zombie. What shall we do? As Xiao Yuan retreated, she began to search for a weapon, though it seemed somewhat heartless. I do not wish to become a zombie either. Ningju discerned the fear and trepidation in her eyes. I will leave now. Do not be afraid. With that, Ningju pushed open the warehouse door. Yet the next moment, Xiao Yuan found herself not only fearful, but her molars were chattering uncontrollably. For Ningju had not vanished. He had returned. Equally baffled was Ningju, for although he had stepped through the warehouse door in the blink of an eye, he stood once more at the entrance of the grocery store's warehouse. I'm sorry, it seems I cannot go back. Oh heavens! A sharp clamor erupted within Qiao Yuan's thoughts. Should I call the police? No. How could I explain Ningju's sudden appearance at the grocery store? Or perhaps eliminate him? In mere seconds, Qiao Yuan concocted several methods of murder and corpse disposal. Ultimately, she sighed deeply. Damn it, one last act of kindness. Under Ningju's bewildered gaze, Qiao Yuan retrieved a length of cord from the household supplies. She bound Ningju securely, then took 2 knives from the shelf, tucking one at her waist and wielding the other in her hand. How long does it take for someone bitten by a zombie to mutate? Qiao Yuan settled onto a small stool. On the road, we observed those who had been bitten. It seemed they mutated in less than 2 minutes. When were you bitten? Ningju furrowed his brow, recalling for a few seconds. It seemed nearly an hour ago. Could he be immune to the zombie virus? Clearly. Ningju began to contemplate this question as well. No, what if he is deceiving me? Determined, Qiao Yuan resolved that after today, if Ningju did not transform into a zombie, she would release him. However, if he succumbed to the change, she would have no choice but to apologize. Ningju, resigned to his fate, nodded, believing that if he truly became a zombie, it would be better to perish. Thus, the two remained seated from dawn until dusk. At noon, Qiao Yuan even fed Ningju a meal. As the crescent moon ascended and the distant sounds of barking dogs echoed, Qiao Yuan stirred from the counter, her eyes heavy with sleep. Beside the warehouse door, Ningju, bound like a rice dumpling, was dozing off. Ningju. Qiao Yuan approached slowly, clutching her knife. Ningju gradually opened his eyes and shook his head. I'm hungry. Zombies don't speak. It seems all is well. Qiao Yuan fed him a box of biscuits. How do you feel now? Ningju wriggled like a worm and replied, I feel quite good. Hey. Qiao Yuan raised his hand. Don't move. What's wrong? Ningju asked, puzzled. Just then, Qiao Yuan made a shocking discovery. The bite marks on Ningju's palm had vanished, leaving only faint white imprints. Your injury has healed. What is going on? Ding. Target recognized. Scanning complete. Talent awakened. Ruler. Ability, can control all zombies. Level 1. The voice of the ghost system startled Qiao Yuan, yet the term ruler sounded rather impressive. Thus, not only had Ningju avoided infection, but he had also awakened a talent known as ruler. Qiao Yuan severed the bindings with her knife. Should we observe a bit longer? Ningju tested his limbs. Still somewhat anxious. No need. Qiao Yuan forcefully cut the bindings. In her fervor, the knife tip veered uncontrollably toward Ningju. But in that fleeting moment, Ningju reacted with astonishing speed, tilting his head back by 30 degrees just in time. The blade grazed past his eyes. Both were momentarily stunned. Such reflexes were far beyond those of an ordinary person. Ningju rose, fingers curling into a fist, and struck the warehouse wall with a powerful punch. Bang! The solid wall crumbled, creating a dent from which jagged cracks radiated, dust cascading down. I've awakened. Ningju exclaimed with exhilaration. Through his explanation, Qiao Yuan learned that following the torrential rain, individuals had begun to awaken, acquiring various extraordinary abilities. Is my awakening merely an enhancement of strength? Ningju pondered aloud, gazing at his fist. You can control zombies, my friend. Qiao Yuan internally screamed in excitement. Ningju attempted to walk into the warehouse again and, to his astonishment, vanished. Moments later, he re-entered through the door. I can traverse through now. Ningju opened his backpack. I need to hurry back home. I've delayed too long. And I fear my sister may come looking for me. Wait a moment. After speaking those words, Qiao Yuan dashed into her yard. Upon her return, she was pushing a shopping cart. Take this. It allows you to carry more. Ningju expressed his gratitude towards Qiao Yuan, while simultaneously busying himself. He filled the cart with bottled water, instant noodles, biscuits, energy bars, dried meat, and self-heating meals, anything that could be stored on the shelves. Qiao Yuan organized the cardboard boxes, trying to maximize the amount of supplies. Before long, the cart was stacked higher than a person. Ningju pulled out several gemstone necklaces from the inner pocket of his backpack and handed them to Qiao Yuan. These necklaces are worth more than gold bars. Sell them. Concerned for his sister, he uttered not a single superfluous word as he departed from the grocery store. After seeing Ningju off, Qiao Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Having been on edge all day, her back now damp with sweat. Returning to her bedroom to rest, her phone suddenly rang. It was Uncle Mai from next door. Uncle Mai, Did my parents send you to inquire about my whereabouts? Qiao Yuan assumed it was her adoptive parents who had asked him to call. Uncle Mai's tone was urgent as he spoke. Qiao Jinyun and his wife are truly despicable. Your grandfather, at such an advanced age, is still made to sweep the floors and cook. If the food is bland, he is scolded. If it's too salty, he is berated as well. Uncle Mai cursed in frustration. I can't bear to watch this any longer. Qiao Yuan, although I am an outsider, I must say this, if it is convenient for you, please take your grandfather away. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan clenched her fists in fury, the pressure digging painfully into her palms. She had been adopted by Qiao Jinyun and his wife, who had treated her decently in her childhood. However, ever since Qiao Qiu's birth, she had become a burden in their eyes. They had even abandoned her on the streets several times. If it weren't for her grandfather finding her, she might have ended up begging for a living. Fearing she would contest the inheritance, Qiao Jinyun had hastily drafted a will, bequeathing all the property and money to Qiao Qiu. Unable to bear it, her grandfather had secretly given her the old family home in his village. After hanging up, Qiao Yuan lay on her bed, tossing and turning. Her grandfather was aging, and Qiao Jinyun was unfilial. Since she had earned a considerable amount of money through the system, perhaps it would be wise to find her grandfather a good nursing home. This would not only ensure he could enjoy his twilight years peacefully, but also spare him the discomfort of being caught between her and her adoptive parents. Chapter 7. Family like malevolent spirits. The crowing of a rooster added a touch of vitality to the silent village. Qiao Yuan reluctantly rose, still unable to sleep. Stepping outside, she noticed a sliver of dawn. Daybreak was imminent. With nothing else to do, Qiao Yuan headed to the grocery store, where the shelves had been fully restocked. At 6 o'clock, her system panel suddenly appeared before her. Ding! Daily blind box. She looked up to see 3 identical boxes on the panel. Oh right. One of the perks from yesterday's system upgrade was the daily blind box draw at 6 in the morning. She had almost forgotten about it. Qiao Yuan casually reached out and selected the box on the far right. The box on the right gradually expanded, and its lid suddenly burst open, revealing a pair of gossamer gloves before Qiao Yuan. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item hand in hand. Walk together. Usage, do you have someone you despise? Would you like them to vanish? Then don the gloves, touch any part of the target's body, and utter the words leave, thereby sending them to a parallel world. Note, this can be used only 3 times a day. Startled, Qiao Yuan held the pale blue gloves in her hands. To send someone into a post-apocalyptic world was akin to murder. She had yet to contemplate anyone she deemed worthy of such a fate. She stowed the gloves away in her space. After breakfast, she left a note on the warehouse door, stating that if Ningju arrived, she could take supplies at her discretion. At the Qingshan pawn shop, since completing a month's performance 2 days prior, Wang Xian approached work with a buoyant step. After changing into his work attire, he hummed a tune as he made his way to the counter. Upon seeing a woman standing in the hall, Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback. Qiao Yuan timed her arrival at the pawn shop, and upon spotting an old acquaintance, she rushed over with a smile. Miss Qiao, are you here to pawn something again today? Wang Xian, though well acquainted with various individuals, found Qiao Yuan to be a unique case. Yes, I'm here to pawn a necklace. The necklace Qiao Yuan intended to pawn was certainly not an ordinary piece. Wang Xian promptly retrieved a velvet tray and donned his gloves. Why don't you greet the boss as well? Let him come and take a look. As he spoke, Qiao Yuan produced a string of gemstone necklaces from her pocket. Wang Xian blinked in astonishment. The blood red. Without hesitation, he pressed the call bell. 10 minutes later, Su Qiuyan's gaze shifted from the ruby necklace. The 2 men exchanged looks of shock. Miss Qiao, where did you acquire this necklace? Su Qiuyun inquired. The jade pendant and gold bars were of lesser concern to him, but the dove blood ruby was a rarity possessed by only a select few. It was a gift from a friend, Qiao Yuan explained. Su Qiuyun's first thought was that it was a present from a boyfriend. He scrutinized Qiao Yuan, wondering which wealthy heir could be behind such a gift. After much deliberation, Su Qiuyun finally produced a calculator. This piece, though not large, is indeed a top-quality dove blood red. I can offer you. He turned the calculator around for Qiao Yuan to see. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Million, 10 million, 10 million. I've struck it rich. Qiao Yuan suppressed the elation bubbling within her, maintaining a facade of composure. All right, let us settle on that amount. After exiting the pawn shop, Qiao Yuan hailed a taxi, oblivious to the fact that Qiao Qiu was passing by at that moment. Once the taxi departed, he entered the pawn shop. Xiao Yuan felt as though she were still dreaming. 24 million, fresh and warm. With this money, I can afford to place my grandfather in a care facility. Throughout the morning, Xiao Yuan diligently familiarized herself with the West Suburban Hot Spring Sanatorium, though the attendant assigned to her seemed rather indifferent. It was only after she paid a deposit of 2 million that the attendant's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. After listening to his introduction, Xiao Yuan nodded in satisfaction. She could certainly afford the annual fee of 600,000. It was Wednesday afternoon, and the Qiao couple should have been at work, while Qiao Qiu was in his third year of university in the city, seldom returning home. This presented the perfect opportunity to discreetly take her grandfather away while the house was empty. Hailing a taxi to Happiness Garden, she purchased a hat and mask on her way back to avoid being recognized by neighbors. Unit 1101, Building 7. Wasn't he had said that Xiao Qiu would return home tonight, craving braised pork? Just look at what you've bought, you old fool. Li Hua stood in the kitchen with her hands on her hips, her voice sharp and grating. The elderly man, stooped and weary, picked up the vegetables from the floor. Not daring to breathe. I'll go buy some now, he said, clutching the basket as he prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Chao Zhenyan, sitting on the sofa and watching television. Didn't he even lift his eyelids at the reprimand? Sighing, he opened the door, his eyes brightening momentarily, followed by a surge of tension. Xiao Yuan, you're back? Standing at the door was indeed Xiao Yuan, who hadn't expected anyone to be home today. Just as she contemplated leaving, her grandfather opened the door. Oh, it's Xiao Yuan. Where have you been these days? Come in. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, Li Hua immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Zhenyan. She pulled Xiao Yuan into the living room, while Xiao Zhenyan discreetly shut and double-locked the security door. I'm here to take Grandpa away, Xiao Yuan stated directly. What? Xiao Zhenyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't you all think he was useless? I'll take him with me and provide for him, she asserted. Li Hua regarded Xiao Yuan with a penetrating glance. This little minx, adorned in designer labels, truly has struck it rich. It seemed that what Xiao Qiu had said over the phone in the morning was indeed true. Just as Xiao Zhenyan was about to unleash a tirade, Li Hua unexpectedly grabbed him, then smiled sweetly at Xiao Yuan. Very well. Even if you wish to take Grandpa away, we must discuss this properly, don't you think? Li Hua's sudden change in attitude left Xiao Yuan somewhat perplexed. However, upon reflection, she surmised that Li Hua might recognize that with Grandpa aging, it would be more practical to pass the responsibility onto Xiao Yuan rather than continuing to bear the financial burden at home. Seated on the sofa, Xiao Yuan watched as Li Hua ushered Xiao Zhenyan into the kitchen, whispering about something unknown. Grandpa looked at her nervously and quietly said, Xiao Yuan, Zhenyan wants you to marry his boss's son. You must absolutely refuse. That man is a fool. Xiao Yuan grasped his hand reassuringly. Grandpa, rest assured, I will not marry. Let us leave this place and no longer endure this suffering. Tears streamed down Grandpa's weathered face, each drop warm against Xiao Yuan's hand. Xiao Yuan, if you wish to take Grandpa away, we will agree, but there is one condition. Li Hua handed her a glass of water. TCH, I dare not drink your water. What if you've poisoned it again? Xiao Yuan placed the cup on the coffee table, and upon seeing this, Li Hua's lips twitched slightly. What conditions? Give us 10 million, and grandfather can leave with you. Have you lost your mind? Xiao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, Xiao Zhenyan spoke up. Xiao Qiu mentioned that you pawned a heap of treasures. You must have at least 10 million on you. We raised you. It's not just a matter of effort but also hardship. Now that you've struck it rich, you only think of grandfather and have no regard for your parents? Xiao Zhenyan's words seemed to imply that their investment in Xiao Yuan had indeed been substantial. Xiao Yuan was no fool. She was aware that her visit to the pawn shop might have been seen by Xiao Qiu. I was pawning items for a friend. The money has long been transferred to her. With a quick thought, she added, I have no money. Since you don't want grandfather to leave, then let us provide for him. With that, Xiao Yuan stood up, feigning an intent to depart. You little wretch. How dare you? Thud. Xiao Yuan was suddenly pushed forward, a sharp pain striking down from the crown of her head. Her vision began to blur, ultimately succumbing to darkness. Chapter 8. A complete family an indeterminate time later. Xiao Yuan slowly regained consciousness. The pain at the back of her head jolted her into clarity. Yes, that vile woman had knocked me unconscious. Xiao Yuan surveyed her surroundings. This was the storage room, which had once been her bedroom. The dim space was illuminated by a solitary yellow bulb. Ouch, that old woman really packs a punch, she muttered, gently massaging her head. Thankfully, they hadn't T-bound her, Otherwise, her situation would be dire. Earlier, while opening mystery boxes, she had thought the gloves useless, only to be proven wrong later that day. She retrieved the gloves from her space and donned them. Anyone who dared to touch her today would find themselves swiftly dealt with. After a while, voices emerged from outside the door. It was Qiao Jinyun and Li Hua. Xiao Yuan pressed herself against the door, straining to listen. What now? Should we just tie her up and send her to the Wang family? No. She has so much money on her. I want to be satisfied until we get our hands on it. Darling, didn't your friend trick us into buying insurance a couple of years ago? Didn't he also purchase an accident policy for Qiao Yuan? Why not go all the way? This way, we can inherit her estate and receive a hefty compensation. Mom, what about the body? I have a meat grinder in my shop. Xiao Yuan suddenly froze. They intend to kill me. Good. Good. A calmness enveloped her as she had never felt so lucid before. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. She began to pound frantically on the storage room door. Mom and Dad, I was wrong. Let me out. I'll give you the money. Hearing her pleas, the door swung open. The harsh light momentarily blinded her, and as her eyes adjusted, she found Xiao Jinyun and Xiao Qiu standing before her like an impenetrable wall. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened her arms and lunged towards them, her hands firmly grasping their thighs. Father, I have given you all my money. I shall marry Wang Tianqi and be obedient. Observing Xiao Yuan's trembling demeanor, Xiao Jinyun chuckled softly. If you had been this compliant from the start, you wouldn't have had to endure this. Father, I am hungry. May I have a bite to eat before we head to the bank together? Xiao Jinyun glanced back at Li Hua. If we can obtain the money without resorting to violence, then that would certainly be preferable. Li Hua nodded in agreement. Do not attempt any tricks with me, or you shall regret it. Xiao Yuan nodded vigorously. Wife, please hand her a steamed bun. Xiao Jinyun grasped Xiao Yuan and tossed her onto the sofa. Li Hua emerged from the kitchen, presenting a bun. Eat up. Once you finish, we shall depart. As Xiao Yuan took the bun, her hand brushed against Li Hua's, prompting a slight frown from her, though she dismissed it. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yuan erupted into laughter, her mirth growing increasingly loud until tears streamed down her face. What madness is this? Xiao Jinyun felt a chill run down his spine at the sound of her laughter. He raised his hand and swung it down. Leave. Xiao Yuan regarded him, calmly uttering 2 words. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jinyun vanished. Ah, Li Hua gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Xiao Qiu stood frozen. What did you do to father? Where is he? Do you wish to know? Go and keep him company. Xiao Yuan replied, a smirk of glee gracing her lips. Leave. Xiao Qiu too disappeared. No. Husband, Xiao Qiu. Panic enveloped Li Hua as she found herself disoriented. Her husband and son inexplicably gone before her eyes. She understood that Xiao Yuan was behind this, yet it surpassed the realm of science. And the unknown filled her with dread. Xiao Yuan, please, do not harm my mother. She does not wish to die. Is it not better for a family of 3 to remain whole? Xiao Yuan fixed her gaze on Li Hua, a sinister smile playing upon her lips. Leave. Within moments, all 3 had vanished. Xiao Yuan clapped her hands, removing her gloves and storing them away. As for your fates, may you 3 seek your own fortunes. Grandfather? Xiao Yuan pushed open the door to the small bedroom, discovering her grandfather in a deep slumber. She quickly dialed for an ambulance, ensuring he was taken to the hospital. The doctor informed her that he had been administered a mild sedative, but fortunately, the dosage was not severe. She stayed by his side throughout the night. As dawn broke, Xiao Yuan dragged her weary body back to the grocery store. What a harrowing day it had been. Approaching the shelves, she sought iodine to disinfect the wound on her head when she heard the door open. Turning, she saw Ningju emerging from the storeroom. You are injured? Ningju exclaimed, her nose twitching as she hurried towards her. Xiao Yuan's injury remained hidden beneath her hair, unnoticed even by the hospital staff. Let me assist you. He picked up the iodine tincture and a cotton swab, gently parting the hair at Xiao Yuan's nape. Hiss, was this inflicted by someone? Yes, my adoptive mother did this. Xiao Yuan's voice sounded somewhat muffled. Ningju fell into silence, refraining from further inquiries. After tending to the wound, Ningju pushed the shopping cart, continuing to scour the grocery store. Ding dong. The 3rd task has been issued. Please sell any 10 household items within 3 days. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Yuan felt troubled. In recent days, Ningju had only purchased food and medicine, and he hadn't even glanced at the household goods aisle. How was he to sell anything? Ningju, do you need toothbrushes, toothpaste, towels, or anything of that sort. Ningju paused, contemplating for 2 seconds before decisively shaking his head. We have plenty at home for now. Although my sister is particular about cleanliness, we have enough towels. Is your sister in any danger? Xiao Yuan inquired. Fortunately, she listens well and hasn't ventured outside. Otherwise, I would be extremely worried. By the way, there is something I forgot to tell you. Ningju's eyes sparkled with excitement. I can control the zombies. They won't attack me and can even follow my commands. It's truly astonishing. Xiao Yuan feigned surprise, offering a few perfunctory remarks. Brother, you've really figured it out. After chatting for a while longer, Ningju shared both good and bad news. The good news was that his 2 companions were fortunate enough to encounter military personnel while fleeing, thus saving their lives. The bad news was that zombies had erupted en masse. The government was on the brink of collapse, and with the increasing number of awakened individuals, the military could no longer maintain order, leading to the rise of numerous malevolent gangs. In the face of the apocalypse, when humanity is liberated from the constraints of law, they can become frightful. Ningju then gifted Xiao Yuan several exquisite gemstone necklaces, which were evidently of considerable value. My sister is waiting for me at home. I must take my leave. Ah yes, you have a sister. Wait. Xiao Yuan halted Ningju. Your sister surely needs this. He picked up a pack of sanitary pads from the household goods shelf. Ningju's face instantly flushed. However, he quickly began to chastise himself for his oversight. How could he have forgotten to buy this essential item for his sister? Thank you. Ningju approached the shelf, somewhat awkwardly, staring at the brightly colored packaging, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. I'll get it for you. Xiao Yuan snatched a plastic bag. 20 packs for day use. 10 packs for night, and 10 packs of panty liners. Just in case, I'll also grab 4 boxes of tampons. Rest assured, these sanitary pads are medical grade, meet length standards, are made of safe cotton, and contain no fluorescent agents. You can use them with complete peace of mind. Ningju cleared his throat. I truly appreciate your help. After saying this, he clutched the sanitary pads and dashed out. Ding dong. The 3rd task has been completed. Reward, 100 square meters of space. A shelf of outdoor supplies. Chapter 9. The terrifying nature of humanity. A flood descended overnight, and the disordered streets were strewn with foul-smelling refuse and corpses. Ningju, Xian, and Shi Zheng, each wearing masks and carrying a 75-liter backpack, trudged forward with great difficulty, their steps uneven. A horde of zombies was clustered together, seemingly feasting upon a man sprawled on the ground. Upon hearing their footsteps, the undead turned in unison. Ningju's Adam's apple bobbed as he emitted a hissing roar, his vocal cords resonating in his nasal cavity. Instantly, the zombies scattered like startled birds. Your ability is truly remarkable, Xian remarked with envy. I wonder if we will awaken. Shi Zheng gazed at the fleeing zombies and added, I heard the military is currently tallying the awakened individuals. Those who awaken can take refuge in the military district. Unbeknownst to others, Ningju would never register. In this apocalypse, where zombies roamed freely, survival was a struggle, and people would resort to violence for a mere can of food. Yet, his supplies overflowed his entire bedroom, sufficient to sustain 3 lives. The building lacked an elevator, compelling the trio to ascend the stairs to their home. Ningju's physical prowess was astonishing. He ascended 33 flights without a hint of fatigue. Brother, Ning Lin obediently tugged at her backpack. Is everything all right? Ningju inquired. Upon hearing this, Ning Lin lowered her head in guilt. Brother, I was a bit hungry this morning, so I cooked a pack of instant noodles. Someone caught the scent and began knocking on doors. I opened it. Noticing the surprise in Ningju's eyes, she shrank back. Brother, it was just a woman on the verge of fainting from hunger, and she had a child with her. I felt a bit sorry for them, so I gave them 2 packs of biscuits and some bottles of water. The feared situation had indeed arrived. As the floodwaters receded, the zombies encircled the city. Although venturing outside was perilous, if they coordinated in groups, they could still manage it. High-rise buildings had become the primary targets for scavenging supplies. Today, they had merely asked for some food out of courtesy. Tomorrow, if hunger took hold, they would likely break down doors. Half an hour later, Shi Zheng and Xian burst through the door, panting heavily. Ningju discussed with them the urgency of relocating, given that their current location had already drawn attention. Let us eat something to replenish our strength, and then we shall prepare to move. Brother, where shall we relocate? To the hillside villa, Ningju decided after much contemplation. The villa's elevated position and sparse population made it an ideal choice. Moreover, it was a mere 2 kilometers from the museum. After their meal, Ning Lin sat at the table, sketching and writing, while the others went to the top floor to retrieve Ning Ju's original collectibles. These seemingly useless treasures of gold, silver, and jewels now represented a lifeline for them. Ning Lin wrote a shopping list and handed it to Ning Ju, covering nearly all their necessities. Although Qiao Yuan's grocery store was small and lacked many items, it did not imply that Ning Lin's world was devoid of them. Suddenly, a loud banging echoed from the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Open the door. Ning Ju carefully tucked away the list, shielding her sister behind her. Hand over the food. Otherwise, I will kill you. Xian and Qi Jin gripped their kitchen knives, anxiously glancing towards the door. Ning Ju, what should we do? There are more than one voice outside. Brother, I'm scared. Ning Lin's pale face clung tightly to Ning Ju's arm. Suddenly, the anti-theft door was violently forced open, revealing 4 men and 1 woman outside. The woman pointed at Ning Lin, shouting, "Their home is filled with food. If we take it, we can survive. We're all neighbors. Can you really bear to watch us starve to death? Hand over the food." The speaker was a muscular bald man, standing like a small mountain. He turned his head and noticed the woman hiding behind Ning Ju, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "And there's a lovely lady here. If she spends a few days with me, I'll spare your lives." Ning Ju's eyes narrowed, her muscles tensed. "You can have the food, but my sister will not go with you." This was the utmost concession Ning Ju could make. The bald man raised his axe, his bulging muscles straining. "Not leaving? Then I'll kill all 3 of you and have my fun with her. Ha ha ha." He swung the axe down towards Ning Ju's head. However, the gruesome scene he envisioned did not unfold. In the instant the axe descended, Ning Ju reached out. Her left hand clamped onto the bald man's arm like a vice. Seizing the moment of his surprise, she struck mercilessly with her knife, her angle precise and her force unrestrained. With a sickening sound, the bald man felt a chill at his chest. Looking down, he saw the blade embedded in his torso, with less than 10 centimeters of the hilt remaining. Without hesitation, Ning Ju withdrew her knife and stepped past him. The blade fell again, her eyes betraying no hint of mercy. Blood splattered like blossoms in the wind. Moments later, the 4 men collapsed to the ground, trembling and groaning in despair. "No, please don't kill me. I was forced by them." The woman trembled, drenched in her companion's blood. A trickle of pale liquid streamed down her legs, releasing a foul stench. The cacophony of battle and the scent of blood attracted the attention of the zombies, and several staggering figures began approaching from around the corner of the stairs. Unarmed, the woman anxiously observed the encroaching zombies and clasped her hands together, bowing to Ning Ju. "Please, let me in to hide, I beg you." "What is your name?" Ning Ju asked coolly. The woman hesitated, believing she had found salvation. I am Hua Ling. If you save me, I will sleep with you every day. I'm very skilled." Ning Ju's throat tightened with revulsion. The zombies in the corridor, having heard the commotion, lifted their heads, their grayish eyes locking onto Hua Ling. "Hua Ling, you should die." With that, Ning Ju slammed the anti-theft door shut with great force. "No." The chilling sounds of screams blended with the crunching of food. After dinner, Qiao Yuan was organizing the outdoor supply shelf, a newly added rack filled with items she had never encountered before. While she was examining a folding table, Ning Ju pushed open the warehouse door. "What do we need to buy today?" Qiao Yuan immediately inquired upon seeing him, having spent the afternoon moving. Ning Ju's clothes were stained with a mix of blood and sweat, emanating a strong metallic odor. He maintained a respectful distance from her. "We have quite a list this time. I would appreciate your help in preparing it." With that, Ning Ju placed a list on the counter and stepped back a couple of paces. Qiao Yuan unfolded the paper, revealing neatly written lines of small characters. The list meticulously categorized numerous supplies, ranging from adhesive bandages to solar generators. The person who compiled it exhibited great thoughtfulness. "No problem, but I will need a few days to procure these items in the city." No sooner had she spoken than Ning Ju retrieved a silver metal box from his backpack, reminiscent of those in movies where payment and goods exchange hands. Could it be money? That seemed unlikely. After all, hadn't Ning Ju mentioned that the currencies of their worlds were incompatible? Perhaps it was gold bars? Qiao Yuan curiously focused on the metal box on the counter. Ning Ju entered a password, opened the box, and pushed it toward her. "My goodness, this is even more extravagant than in the dramas." Inside were sapphires, rubies, emerald necklaces, jade bracelets, and a variety of gold ornaments. Just the blood-red items alone numbered 2 or 3, and those 10 or so jade bracelets she had only ever seen on television. "Are all these yours?" Yes, I used to enjoy collecting, so I acquired quite a few. This time, I've brought them all for you. Xiao Yuan scrutinized Ning Ju closely and noticed a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Observing the dried blood stains on his clothing, she began to understand. The survival rule of the apocalypse was the law of the jungle. If actions were taken for self-preservation, there was no need for guilt. Ning Ju nodded. Thank you. I have come to terms with it. By the way, I forgot to ask you last time. How did you end up at the museum? This question puzzled Xiao Yuan as well. She had tried several times, but had never succeeded again. Ultimately, she could only conclude that one could traverse to the apocalypse only when the system required an upgrade. However, she could not share this with Ning Ju. I do not know. Ning Ju's expression darkened. Do not approach that door lightly. Our world has ended. Xiao Yuan quickly changed the subject. So, how will you transport all these supplies? Do you need me to prepare a tricycle for you? She glanced at the warehouse door. A tricycle? Ning Ju's eyes brightened. With a vehicle, there would be no need to carry everything back and forth on foot. They agreed to meet again in 3 days, and Ning Ju prepared to leave. He paused as he walked past the clothing rack. Most of Xiaolan's attire consists of skirts, which render her mobility inconvenient and often attract unwarranted attention. In her haste to relocate, she failed to bring along a few essential garments, necessitating frequent visits to the grocery store. The odor that clung to her was less than flattering. Primarily, it was for Xiaolan that Ning Ju felt compelled to make a purchase. I wish to acquire some clothing and perhaps a hat, he mused. With a grand gesture, Xiao Yuan declared, all clothing and hats are on me. He continued, furthermore, feel free to peruse the outdoor supplies, sunglasses, sunscreen, hiking shoes, take your pick. What would an old man like me need with sunscreen? Ning Ju chuckled. Xiao Yuan shot him a quizzical glance, retorting, it's not for you. It's for your sister. Understanding dawned on Ning Ju in an instant. He filled a hiking backpack to the brim and carried 2 cases of water. After scheduling his next visit, he stepped into the warehouse. The hillside villa is situated in the northeastern part of Qingzhou City. As its name implies, the villa is perched upon a hill, inhabited by the affluent and elite. Just a short while after the torrential rain commenced, these wealthy individuals hastily fled with their possessions. Consequently, the villas on the mountain now stand mostly vacant. Ning Ju opened his backpack and began to retrieve the garments. Are these all quick-dry sportswear? Xian remarked, astonished as he felt the fabric. That female proprietor truly is our benefactor. Qi Zheng seized a set of clothing and retreated to the restroom. Ning Ju handed clothes and shoes to Ning Lin, saying, you should change as well. Skirts are quite impractical. He then proceeded to the small bedroom with his own attire. As the 4 of them emerged once more, they exchanged glances. After Ning Ju's decisive actions, the oppressive atmosphere of the afternoon dissipated at that moment. The 4 friends looked at each other and burst into laughter. Realizing that Ning Ju had selected the same style of clothing for all, resulting in their identical appearances, an unsuspecting observer might mistake them for a gang. All right. Let us eat. We still have work to do afterward. After moving into the villa, Ning Ju and Xian had procured a considerable amount of wire mesh and tools from the hardware store at the foot of the mountain. The villa lacked a yard, making it all too easy for intruders to enter. Thus, they needed to promptly reinforce the doors and windows. Welcome. The wind chimes at the grocery store's entrance jingled unexpectedly, signaling the arrival of a customer. Xiao Yuan shuddered slightly, promptly slamming the metal box shut and placing it beneath the counter. Xiao Yuan, the visitor is the village chief. Shenwei. Xiao Yuan held a poor opinion of this village chief. When she returned to establish the grocery store, he had not hesitated to place obstacles in her path. This visit surely held ill intentions. Uncle Chun, what brings you here? Shenwei entered, his eyes darting about, just as his wife had suggested. This grocery store indeed harbored secrets. Under his insinuation, no one from the village had dared to shop here. Yet Xiao Yuan had managed to keep the store afloat for over 2 months, even adding 2 additional rows of shelves. Moreover, her son, who worked at the hospital, had mentioned that Xiao Yuan's grandfather occupied a private room. The crux of the matter was that it was Xiao Yuan who footed the bill. Laughter echoed in the air. A light-hearted exchange punctuated by concern. Ah, it's nothing. Just came to check on you, he remarked, a hint of insincerity in his tone. In her heart, Xiao Yuan cursed the lecherous old man repeatedly, yet she maintained the facade of respect that was expected. As the saying goes, a troublesome spirit. Feel free to take anything you fancy. Don't hold back, he added. Shenwei circled the grocery store before finally halting at the warehouse door. Xiao Yuan patted her chest in relief. grateful that Ning Ju had arranged to meet in 3 days. Otherwise, if Chun Wei had suddenly encountered someone unexpected, it would have been difficult to explain. "Ah, what a sizable warehouse we have here," Chun Wei exclaimed, opening the door without permission. Xiao Yuan smirked. Business was poor. The warehouse was empty, and she had no intention of restocking. "Little Yuan, our village is planning to renovate the ancestral hall, and each household must contribute either labor or funds. As a young lady, Uncle Chen surely wouldn't want you to toil away." Now it became clear. He was here to solicit funds. Xiao Yuan settled behind the counter and began to trim her nails. "Uncle Chen, as you mentioned, it involves each household. In that case, you can just approach Xiao Xinyan directly. He is the head of our family." Chun Wei paused, his expression darkening. Who didn't he know that Xiao Yuan was an adopted child of the Qiao family, unloved by both father and mother? As for Xiao Xinyan, Chen had indeed sought him out, yet for reasons unknown, the entire family had vanished without a trace. "Little Yuan, think carefully. Renovating the ancestral hall is a matter of merit. If you contribute nothing, your ancestors may not be able to bless your grocery store," Chun Wei said, leaving the shop with an air of arrogance. His words, though veiled, were unmistakably clear. Without financial support, he would ensure her store could not continue. "Humph. Do you think I still need your trifling contributions?" Xiao Yuan locked the grocery store's door, placed the metal box into her storage space, and fell into a deep slumber. Ding. Daily mystery box. The system's voice resonated punctually. Xiao Yuan knew without glancing at the clock that it was 6 a.m. Once again, she faced 3 mystery boxes and, squinting, casually selected one. "Congratulations, host has received a nail clipper." Upon opening the box, a pink cartoon nail clipper fell into her hand. After waiting a few minutes, the system failed to provide any instructions regarding the item's use. Xiao Yuan examined the nail clipper, ultimately concluding that it was merely an ordinary tool. Insanity. What a ridiculous item, she muttered, rising to prepare breakfast. These treasures were too conspicuous when pawned all at once. The Qingshan pawn shop had visited 3 times, offering fair prices and displaying a reasonable trustworthiness. Clutching a jade bracelet, Xiao Yuan returned to the pawn shop once more. Upon seeing her again, Wang Xian maintained a calm demeanor. "Miss Qiao, good morning." With that, he donned gloves and presented a velvet tray, his movements fluid as water. 2 bracelets, Xiao Yuan stated, retrieving her treasures from her pocket and casually placing them on the tray. "Must we still call the boss?" Wang Xian cast a fleeting glance before pressing the call button. Su Qiuyun gingerly picked up the jade bangle, rotating it in all directions. The twisted jade bangle. Observe its quality, admire its translucence. Truly exceptional. "Xiao Wang, today we are in for a treat. Now, let us examine this safety bangle. It is a rare and exquisite glass variety, though not entirely green. The hue within this bracelet resembles ethereal mist, becoming increasingly captivating with each glance." Xiao Yuan, unable to comprehend the terminology, was nonetheless certain that the value of the 2 bangles was substantial. Su Qiuyun swallowed hard. "Miss Qiao, is this still a firm decision?" Miss Qiao. Where did these items originate?" Xiao Yuan appeared to be an ordinary girl, yet her purchases grew increasingly astonishing, prompting Su Qiuyun to harbor doubts. "If you are not willing to buy, I shall seek elsewhere." Xiao Yuan feigned the intent to depart. "Hey, wait. Hold on. We will buy," Su Qiuyun hastily called out. Realizing that such jade bangles were of auction caliber, failing to acquire them would lead to lifelong regret. "Miss Qiao, the firm price for the 2 bangles stands at 70 million. What do you say?" 70 million. Xiao Yuan was once again struck with astonishment. She feigned composure and nodded. Transferring such a large sum posed some complications, yet by noon, her card balance had nearly reached 100 million. Clinging tightly to Ning Ju's leg, "I shall become wealthy." Su Qiuyun watched as Xiao Yuan's figure vanished around the corner before pulling out her phone to make a call. "Hello, boss. Yes, she came again today indeed." Chapter 11. Recruiting for big profits. Upon exiting the pawnshop, Xiao Yuan did not rush to procure the items on her list. Lately, her frequent comings and goings from the village had become rather conspicuous, making taxis inconvenient. She arrived at a local shop, where, mindful of the village's bustling activity, she refrained from purchasing an extravagant sports car. Instead, she expended over 200,000 on a domestically produced, reasonably priced SUV. Even this purchase required a firm resolve as, despite her newfound wealth, she had yet to reconcile her identity. Alas, Over 20 years of impoverished thinking runs deep. The supplies Ningju requested were numerous, and Xiao Yuan could not transport them back to the village without drawing unwanted attention. Thus, she sought out a broker and directly rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse in the suburbs. Miss Qiao, what business requires such a large warehouse? The broker, noting Xiao Yuan's youth, fresh from university, inquired curiously. Oh, my family collects recyclables. I need a warehouse for storage. Upon hearing this, the broker displayed a look of disdain. Surely, this warehouse won't become a junkyard? Yet, Xiao Yuan offered a generous price, transferring the annual rent without hesitation. The broker left with a cheerful demeanor. Xiao Yuan meticulously inspected the warehouse, relieved to find no surveillance cameras, and then departed. Driving her new vehicle, she made her way to the Susan Zhai in Nanyuan City. Though not a vegetarian, she visited this establishment today to engage in business discussions. After reserving a private room, she made a phone call. Hello, old friend, do you have some time? I would like to treat you to a meal. Laughter erupted from the other end of the line. Xiao Yuan, what brings you to mind? I was just about to ask what you've been up to lately. You Haven Tea even attended our class reunions. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Yuan sent over a location. An hour later, a tall figure appeared at the door of the private room. Xiao Yuan, looking good. Have you struck it rich to book such a fine restaurant? The voice belonged to Su Lian, Xiao Yuan's university classmate, and one of her few congenial friends. He was dressed in a well-tailored gray casual suit, complemented by a pair of stylish white sneakers, exuding both fashion and the aura of a business elite. Su Lian had a slightly darker complexion, but his features were well-defined. During school, he was a key player on the basketball team, which contributed to his broad shoulders and slender waist. However, his meticulously styled hair and gold-rimmed glasses momentarily captivated Xiao Yuan's gaze. I remember you weren't nearsighted. How come you're wearing glasses so soon after graduation? Oh, I'm just helping my dad with his business. He said wearing glasses makes one look more refined. As he spoke, Su Lian removed his glasses, revealing two oval-shaped indentations on his nose. See, these are just plain lenses, no prescription, he chuckled. Xiao Yuan handed over the menu. I know you love vegetarian dishes, so feel free to order whatever you like. With a playful wink, she added, I'm financially comfortable now. Su Lian paused in surprise, then burst into laughter. Well, since you put it that way, I won't hold back. He took the menu and ordered 8 dishes. Xiao Yuan, you invited me out today. What is the occasion? Su Lian inquired curiously once the server closed the door to the private room. I want to go into business with you, Xiao Yuan stated plainly. You? Su Lian scrutinized her. It wasn't that he doubted her. It was just hard to imagine that Xiao Yuan, who had financed her tuition with loans and supported herself through part-time work, could have any capital for business so soon after graduation. Rest assured, money is not an issue. I can pay you a deposit. You didn't win the lottery, did you? Su Lian leaned in to ask quietly. Yes, exactly that. Xiao Yuan replied with a smile, pulling out a procurement list, not the one from Ningju, but her own compilation of materials she needed Su Lian to help acquire. This many? Su Lian's reaction mirrored her shock. That's why I need you. I can't manage this alone. Xiao Yuan picked up her phone and entered Su Lian's number into the payment app, promptly transferring 200,000 as a deposit. Hearing the notification chime, Su Lian glanced at his phone and finally believed that Xiao Yuan was indeed serious about starting a business. This is the deposit, Xiao Yuan indicated the list, pointing out the gasoline, diesel, and crossbows. Purchasing these in bulk will attract attention, so be cautious. Goodness. Su Lian gasped. You're saying you need 10 tons of gasoline? Xiao Yuan nodded. The buyer is making a substantial order, and I know I can't handle this alone, which is why I'm bringing you on board. Moreover, these goods will be purchased for the long term, and together we shall reap substantial profits. At that moment, the waiter knocked on the door to serve the dishes. Su Lian swiftly folded the paper and tucked it into the inner pocket of his suit. This was Xiao Yuan's first experience with vegetarian cuisine. Initially, she thought that ordering 8 dishes for 2 people was excessive, only to realize upon their arrival that Su Lian had indeed been conservative in his selections. In the end, they ordered 4 more dishes to satiate their hunger. After the meal, Xiao Yuan sent the warehouse address to Su Lian, instructing him to store the purchased items there. After dining, Su Lian took the list and departed. He was not fond of managing the family supermarket. Should he and Xiao Yuan succeed in their business venture, he would have the capital to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey in the future. Xiao Yuan lingered in the private room for a while longer. searching for large hardware stores in Nanyuan City. Ningju's list included not only diesel generators, but also solar power generators, all of which were absent from her humble grocery store. Upon arriving at the Yusheng hardware wholesale market in the afternoon, Xiao Yuan felt overwhelmed by the array of choices. Ultimately, she purchased 2 units of each type of generator. She arranged for the generators to be delivered to the warehouse, and once the workers had left, she discreetly concealed the generators within her space. After a day filled with bustling activities, Xiao Yuan returned to the village just as dusk fell. As she drove into the village entrance, the elderly men and women basking in the sun on the small square began to point at her car. Upon parking in front of her courtyard, Xiao Yuan exited and opened the door. The regulars at her grocery store could not resist inquiring, "Xiao Yuan, have you struck it rich? Able to afford a big car now?" They remarked with incredulity, noting how seldom patrons frequented her store, questioning the source of her newfound wealth. Xiao Yuan found no inclination to explain. Among the village's gossipy matrons, no matter how meticulously crafted her reasoning might be, rumors would soon circulate that she was being supported by a wealthy businessman from the city. She turned and drove into the yard. Among the onlookers was a woman donned in a red floral cardigan, who gazed intently at Xiao Yuan's retreating figure before silently moving her stool away. In the western part of Yongla village, a spacious compound of 2 acres housed a brightly lit 3-story building. "Did you see her drive in through that gate?" Chen Wei, puffing on a cigarette, remarked with a grimace. "Not just me. The women from the Liu, Zhang, and Wang families all witnessed it." Shen Xiao, removing her red cardigan, lowered the air conditioning by 2 degrees. She then animatedly recounted how Xiao Yuan had been quite the spectacle today, flaunting her success and confidence. That young lady, wealthy enough to buy a car, but not to repair the ancestral hall, Chen Wei exclaimed, tossing away his cigarette, but vigorously grinding it underfoot. "I thought you were looking for Xiao Jinyun. Why have you set your sights on that young girl?" Chen Wei lifted his gaze, sneering coldly. "Her parents are unreachable, and her grandfather is now residing in the finest nursing home in the city. Xiao Jinyun and his wife are not so benevolent. Thus, it must be Xiao Yuan. So tell me, who else could she possibly ask for money?" Shen Xiao suddenly realized, her eyes darting around as inspiration struck her. "Old man, we can then." Chapter 12. Is someone seeking trouble? A day had passed, and Villa number 18 at the Half Mountain was tidied up by Ningju and her companions. For months after the apocalypse, the temperature had surged to a scorching 48 degrees. Whether it was due to her awakened abilities, Ningju remained unperturbed by the heat. However, Ninglin, Qizheng, and Xian had already consumed 3 bottles of herbal essence. The slightest movement caused beads of sweat to cascade down their brows. Additionally, some of the supplies procured from the grocery store had spoiled due to the extreme heat and were rendered inedible. In the 3-story villa, they could only seclude themselves in the basement, which felt utterly stifling. Xian, dejectedly waving a fan he had picked up from the street, lamented, "If the temperature continues to rise, we might." But the 3 in the basement understood the unspoken truth. Without their own awakening, prolonged exposure to such heat would spell their demise. Meanwhile, Ningju was busy fastening barbed wire to the walls of the villa. The barbed wire, equipped with thorns every few centimeters, was affixed to the wall to deter looters from breaching their sanctuary amidst the chaos. An urgent announcement blared from the foot of the mountain, yet Ningju remained oblivious. For the past few days, broadcasts had echoed from the mountain's base every 3 or 4 hours. The first time he heard it, he had rushed down to investigate, only to discover it was an armored vehicle relaying messages from the military, gathering refugees. Stationed in Fengxiu City was a historically renowned unit, which had diligently maintained order since the onset of the apocalypse. Thus, Fengxiu City had not descended into the turmoil witnessed in other cities. However, the situation had changed. With the emergence of awakened individuals, a distinct hierarchy among people had formed. While Ningju admired the military's resolve, he hesitated to risk the safety of his friends and family during such precarious times. After completing his task, he looked up at the sun, its intense rays blinding him. The thought of the cool grocery store owned by Xiao Yuan spurred him to consider an early visit. At 6 a.m., Xiao Yuan was promptly awakened by the notification sound of her daily mystery box system. Squinting, she casually tapped on one. Fortune smiled upon her today. She drew a green cartoon frog whistle. Honest child. Usage: good children do not tell lies. When you wish to elicit the truth from someone, simply envision their appearance and blow the whistle. For the next 10 minutes, the user will answer any questions posed. Note: can only be used once per day. The frog whistle came with a loop of string, which Xiao Yuan decided to wear around her neck. After breakfast, she headed to the grocery store to begin gathering the medications and food items listed by Ningju. Though small, the grocery store was well stocked with rice, flour, oils, and various essentials. Her grocery store typically sees no customers, but this morning, remarkably, an elderly woman arrived, purchasing several bags of pickled vegetables and ham sausages. By noon, Xiao Yuan, with a slice of bread clenched between her teeth, had meticulously packed antibiotics, pain relievers, anti-heat stroke medication, and hemostatic drugs into her shopping cart, labeling each item accordingly. Just as she straightened her back, preparing to take a brief respite, a deafening wail erupted from outside the grocery store. "Oh no, this is a black shop. Xiao Yuan. You heartless one, my stomach. It hurts terribly." Upon opening the door, Xiao Yuan found the same elderly woman rolling on the ground in front of her store, while a crowd of neighbors had already gathered outside. Looking up, she spotted Qinwei in the distance, leisurely making his way over with a cigarette in his mouth. "Humph, that old fool, trying to extort me? What is going on here? It's quite the commotion at midday." Qinwei stepped into the throng. The woman on the ground, upon seeing him, immediately launched into her dramatic performance. "Village chief, you must stand up for me. This morning, I bought 2 bags of pickled vegetables and a pack of sausages from Xiao Yuan's grocery store, and now my stomach hurts. The goods she sold must be faulty." Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow. This woman was notorious in the village for her brazen antics, having scammed a driver out of 20,000 yuan just last month in the city. Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Qinwei turned to her with a grave expression. "Xiao Yuan, the villagers allowed you to open this grocery store because they saw you as an honest child. Look at what has transpired now. Aunt Wang is in poor health. If she consumed any expired goods from you, it could lead to a serious incident." Xiao Yuan shrugged her shoulders. "I'll call 120. Hearing her mention the ambulance, Aunt Wang immediately straightened up. "I'm not going to the hospital. If I go, I'll have to undergo a stomach wash and be tubed. My body can't withstand that." "What do you want then?" Xiao Yuan inquired. "Compensation. You owe me 3. Qinwei gave a subtle signal to Aunt Wang, and she instantly understood. 50,000. You pay me 50,000, and this matter will be settled." Xiao Yuan knew this was Qinwei's ploy. Today was merely a test. If she acquiesced to this demand of 50,000 yuan, tomorrow it could escalate to 100,000 or 200,000. Regardless, she needed to navigate through this ordeal today. Amid the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, she grasped the whistle at her chest and gently blew into it. "Aunt Wang, why does your stomach hurt?" Aunt Wang's mind was in a fog. She stared blankly at Xiao Yuan. "My stomach doesn't hurt." "Then why are you causing a scene here?" Aunt Wang pondered for 2 seconds before turning to Qinwei. "The village chief paid me 1,000 yuan to come here. He told me to buy food from your store and then pretend to have a stomach ache to extort your money. That's nonsense. You vile woman. What are you babbling about?" Qinwei exclaimed, visibly startled. "I'm not talking nonsense. Your wife summoned me to your home yesterday. You said Xiao Yuan has recently come into wealth and wished to extract some funds from her under the pretext of repairing the ancestral hall. You also mentioned she was inconsiderate, failing to honor the elders of the village, and that this would serve as a lesson for her." "Enough." Qinwei, in a fit of rage, removed his hat and flung it at Aunt Wang's face, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! Who gave you the audacity to frame me?" He seized a broom from the ground and raised it menacingly towards her. The onlookers hurriedly intervened, managing to restrain Qinwei just in time. Meanwhile, 10 minutes had elapsed. Suddenly, Aunt Wang regained her senses. "What have I just said? How could I have divulged such a confidential matter?" Faced with Qinwei's fierce and predatory glare, she was rendered speechless with fear. Xiao Yuan raised her phone, grinning. "I recorded everything, and there are witnesses here." In a panic, Aunt Wang scrambled to her feet, the pain in her stomach dissipating. Qinwei shot a furious glance at Xiao Yuan before storming off. The crowd dispersed, some leaving, some lingering. It was only then that Xiao Yuan turned around. As she pushed open the door of the grocery store, she collided with someone. "Oh, you, what are you doing here?" Looking up, she was surprised to find Ningju. He frowned at the recently dispersed crowd, commenting, "They dared to bully you like this." "Bully?" Xiao Yuan pondered. "I suppose so." However, knowing Qinwei's treacherous nature, she realized that this encounter would not be the last, and he would undoubtedly lay more traps for her in the future. Just as she thought, at that moment, Qinwei was at home, smashing cups in frustration. "Damn it, that little rascal outsmarted me." Shen Xiu cautiously picked up a porcelain cup and asked, "Old man, Did you fail to accomplish your task? The sight of Shinshio only fueled Chun Wei's anger further. That Wang Chuiying you found is utterly useless. She spilled everything after just a few questions from Qiao Yuan. Now everyone knows I paid her to scheme against her. Dad, why are you so angry? It's not difficult to deal with that little girl. Chen Wei and Shinshio turned towards the bedroom door simultaneously. Chapter 13. Water and power cut off. The speaker was Chen Wei's son, Chen. With hair dyed in vibrant colors resembling a parrot, he leaned casually against the doorframe, exuding a lazy demeanor. It was hot, and he wore a tank top that revealed large tattoos on his neck and arms. What is your plan? Chen yawned. If she doesn't comply, cut off her water. If she still resists, cut off her power. If she continues to defy us, we can claim her grocery store is non-compliant and shut it down. Hey, I didn't know you had such clever ideas. Chen Wei's eyes brightened. In the grocery store, Qiao Yuan locked the front door securely. What brings you here today? We haven't reached the agreed time yet. Ning Ju glanced at the neatly arranged medicines and food in the corner and replied softly. The temperature has soared to 48 degrees today. While I can withstand it, my sister and 2 friends are struggling. Could you help me buy an air conditioner? A fan would suffice. I need to go to the city for an air conditioner, but we have fans here in the store. With that, Qiao Yuan hurried to the household goods section to retrieve a standing fan. Subsequently, she retreated to the yard, concealing herself in a corner where Ning Ju could not see her. From her spatial inventory, she retrieved a solar power generator and placed it onto a cart designated for transporting items. Qiao Yuan pushed the cart into the grocery store. Take a few more of the charging lamps from the outdoor supplies shelf. My friend is currently assisting me in procuring a diesel generator, which has yet to arrive. But this should suffice for the time being. As she spoke, Qiao Yuan maneuvered the shopping cart closer. The medical supplies had been organized, with the anti-heat stroke medication contained within a blue bag. Thank you, Ning Ju replied. She made 2 trips to transport the supplies, while Xian and Qi Zheng stood guard at the entrance, dividing the goods. Meanwhile, she returned to the grocery store. Noting that the old man inside did not appear to be of good character, he might cause trouble. Qiao Yuan scoffed, with you as my major patron, I can easily sustain this small shop. If it comes to it, I can simply close down. By the way, with so much gasoline, how do you plan to transport it? Qiao Yuan inquired. Ning Ju offered a wry smile. There are only 3 of us. We'll have to work like ants moving a mountain. After exchanging a few words, Ning Ju departed. Qiao Yuan returned to her task of organizing the inventory. Ding. The 4th task has been issued. Please fill the space within 1 day. 1 day? To fill the space? Qiao Yuan assessed her spatial area, which spanned 500 square meters. This was disastrous. Without a second thought, she began to collect every item from her grocery store into her spatial inventory. Even with this effort, she had only filled 200 square meters. Fortunately, the grocery store had an automatic restocking feature, just as she contemplated repeating her actions. She discovered that the restocked goods remained unchanged. Ding. Items from the grocery store cannot be used as task completion props. Why was it permissible the first time? Because of a system anomaly. The system provided an unprecedented explanation. However, Qiao Yuan had no time to marvel at this revelation. She quickly changed into a clean outfit and drove swiftly towards the city. Shortly after her departure, several repairmen began to circle her small yard before ultimately climbing a nearby utility pole. To fill the space, she realized she needed to purchase items that would occupy room. She recalled the last system upgrade that had trapped her in the apocalypse. It was prudent to prepare supplies suitable for such a scenario. Qiao Yuan arrived at the RV trading market and purchased 3 new, second-hand Mercedes-Benz 99 RVs, with staff assisting her in filling the tanks and delivering them to the warehouse. At noon, she hastily consumed a light meal before heading to the water station in the city, where she bought 5 tons of bottled water at wholesale prices. Finally, she visited the largest wholesale market in Nanyuan City and acquired 10,000 portions of pre-prepared meals. All supplies were delivered to the warehouse, and Qiao Yuan meticulously stored each item in her space. By nightfall, the warehouse was completely empty. Ding. The 4th task has been completed. Reward: 100 square meters of space, 1 shared space key. The initial 500 square meter space had expanded to 600 square meters. And just as Qiao Yuan was momentarily lost in thought, a bronze key materialized before her. The instant she touched the key, the system's notification tone echoed once more. Space sharing key. The host can bind 1 person to wear the key, and the keyholder can share the space usage rights with the host. Qiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. If she handed the key to Ning Ju, He would no longer need to laboriously haul goods every day. Moreover, this arrangement would simplify transactions for both parties. He could simply deposit treasures into the space, and she would retrieve them effortlessly. Qiao Yuan let out an excited shout. After dining in the city, she confirmed the delivery time with Su Lian before returning home. Upon arriving, she stared in astonishment at the grocery store's window. It had been illuminated when she left. Why was it now enveloped in darkness? Upon entering her home, she quickly realized there was a power outage. Both electricity and water were unavailable. Peering outside at her neighbors, she concluded that only her household was affected. It was obvious that Chen Wei was behind this. However, she still had a generator in her space. With a flick of her wrist, a diesel generator appeared in the yard, and she studied the manual for a moment. 20 minutes later, the grocery store was brightly lit. As for the water issue, she decided to place a camper in the yard to serve as a makeshift bathroom. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. She needed to deal with Chen Wei once and for all. Unlike her foster parents, Chen Wei was not a malevolent villain, nor had he threatened her life. Sending him to the apocalypse seemed excessively cruel. As Qiao Yuan pondered her plans, she eventually drifted into a dreamless sleep, lulled by the sounds of cicadas. At 6 in the morning, she awoke promptly, eager to see what useful items today's blind box might yield. Holding a disposable paper cup, she fell into contemplation. The blind box endeavor was indeed unreliable. Su Lian had arranged to deliver goods that evening, allowing her to rest throughout the day. The space contained enough supplies from the entire grocery store to sustain Ning Ju and his companions. Additionally, through her experiments over the past day, she discovered that time flowed differently in her space. Frozen dumplings remained unchanged, regardless of how long they were stored. This meant Ning Ju no longer needed to worry about food spoilage. Ning Ju, it's already 50 degrees, Qi Zheng said anxiously, glancing at the thermometer. The basement was slightly cooler, but still above 40 degrees. The three of them fanned themselves with the electric fan Ning Ju had brought back, sweat pouring down their bodies. Ning Ju looked worriedly at Ning Lin and her two friends. Due to the weather, she had lost her appetite, and her face visibly appeared thinner. Tomorrow is the agreed time for me to pick up the goods from Qiao Yuan. As long as she prepares the supplies, the air conditioning here will be operational. However, brother, how can we transport the goods when we can't go outside during the day? Ning Lin raised her head, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Qi Jing gritted his teeth, suggesting that if things continued to deteriorate, they might have to seek refuge with the military. Otherwise, he feared there would always be a burden to him. Brother Qi Jing makes a valid point, Ning Lin replied. Her voice tinged with concern as the oppressive heat increased day by day, making it impossible for them to venture outside. It's all on you, and I cannot bear the thought of it. With reddened eyes, she turned her head away, unwilling for Ning Ju to witness her distress. Heatstroke was no trivial matter. Just that day, Ning Ju had descended the mountain in search of supplies and had witnessed several unfortunate souls succumb to the sweltering heat. At that moment, the newly fortified iron gate of the villa began to rattle violently. There are people here. Please help us, shouted a voice. We are soldiers from Fengxiu City. Chapter 14. Intruders in the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion, Ning Ju sprang to his feet. You three stay here and do not move. I'll go and see. Ning Lin, anxious, clutched at his sleeve. Brother, please be careful. Do not worry, Ning Ju reassured her, grabbing a spade as he descended the stairs to the first floor. Upon opening the door, he beheld several soldiers clad in green uniforms waiting outside. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies surged forth in the distance. A sudden gust of wind carried with it a nauseating stench. As the temperature rose, the flesh of the zombies decayed at an alarming rate, some even hosting clusters of wriggling maggots. Holding the spade tightly, Ning Ju cautiously stepped into the courtyard. He then discerned that 3 soldiers stood at the gate, armed but evidently devoid of ammunition. One soldier knocked on the door while the other 2 faced the approaching zombies, gripping their rifles in a defensive stance. Comrade, please help us. We've become separated from our main unit. May we seek refuge inside for a brief respite? The officer, noticing the wariness in Ning Ju's eyes, hastily explained. It was not surprising that Ning Ju was distrustful. Just days prior, someone had attempted to kill him over a morsel of food and a woman. He found it hard to trust these 3 soldiers. I understand this is difficult, but we lack the strength to run any longer. Ning Ju remained motionless, his gaze fixed warily upon them. The officer bowed his head, revealing a bitter smile. I apologize for the intrusion, he said dejectedly before turning away. Come on, brothers. Let us go. The other 2 soldiers didn't look back, but instinctively shielded the officer with their bodies. For a few seconds, Ning Ju was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such humanity amidst the apocalypse. The three soldiers could have easily forced their way through the villa's entrance. Yet they refrained from doing so. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Ju finally spoke, "Do not move." Upon hearing his words, the officer's expression brightened. Hope was rekindled. However, when Ning Ju stepped out and subsequently closed the door behind him, positioning his body against it, the officer was left bewildered by his intentions. Then, Ning Ju's throat moved as he emitted a series of guttural sounds. The zombies, now less than 10 meters away, turned and fled upon hearing the noise. Minutes later, the horde vanished without a trace. Ning Ju sighed softly. "I cannot allow you to enter. The zombies have retreated, so you should leave as well." The officer asked tremulously, "Are you an awakened one?" Ning Ju remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the inquiry. "Colonel Xiao is currently recruiting awakened individuals, should you feel inclined. You are welcome to join us at our base in the Shuanghe District shelter," he continued. The officer's face was obscured by camouflage paint, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet when he smiled, two prominent canine teeth were revealed. "I am Gao Yuan. I hope to see you again." With a wave, Gao Yuan and his soldiers vanished along the winding mountain road. After this tense standoff, Ning Ju found his back soaked with perspiration. This time, fortune favored him with a rational soldier. It appeared that the villa was not safe either. Returning to the basement, he discovered Qi Zheng and Xian, one wielding a pickaxe and the other a shovel. "It's fine now. It was just 3 soldiers, and they have left," he reassured them. Frowning slightly, he feigned calmness. "Tomorrow, I will retrieve supplies from the grocery store myself. If I am unable to bring back the diesel generator and fuel, I will escort you to the shelter in Shuanghe District." "No, brother, I do not want to leave you," Ning Lin exclaimed, rushing into Ning Ju's embrace. His voice was hoarse, as if shrouded in dust. "I must ensure that all of you survive." At 8 p.m., in the western suburbs of Nanyuan City, Xiao Yuan arrived early at the parking lot outside the warehouse. She took a brief nap, only to be startled awake by the sound of honking horns. Illuminated by the streetlights, she noticed 3 trucks approaching in the distance, with a black sedan leading the way. Soon, all 4 vehicles came to a halt in the empty parking lot, standing out conspicuously. "Xiao Yuan, right on time," Su Lian shouted as he exited the vehicle. Xiao Yuan gazed at the 3 trucks piled high with goods, her eyes widening in astonishment. Her former classmate was quite impressive. While the workers unloaded the cargo, Su Lian leaned against the car door, smoking a cigarette. "Xiao Yuan, do you need my help transporting this batch? I have a fleet at home, and we can offer a 30% discount." Xiao Yuan chuckled lightly. The big boss insisted on handling it himself. "We need not concern ourselves with him." "Very well," Su Lian replied, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "In business, some matters need not be scrutinized too closely." "How much is it in total?" Xiao Yuan inquired. "The procurement cost is 800,000, Su Lian stated without inflating the price. In truth, this was also a test of Xiao Yuan. She understood perfectly, and with a soft laugh, she replied, "The deposit is merely the commission, 800,000. Please remember to check your account." As she spoke, the transfer interface gleamed prominently before Su Lian's eyes. "A commission of 200,000? Su Lian asked hurriedly. "What? Is that not enough?" Xiao Yuan teased. Su Lian quickly shook his head, realizing he was merely rambling. "It's just a purchase. Earning 200,000 in 3 days feels a bit unsettling, doesn't it? Do not fret. You will become accustomed to it in time." After unloading the cargo, Xiao Yuan pretended to drive away with them. However, after parting ways with Su Lian at the intersection, she circled the streets a few times before returning to the warehouse. Upon completing the 4th task, an additional 200 square meters of space emerged. Sitting in her vehicle, Xiao Yuan's consciousness entered the space. It was shrouded in a gray haze, with supplies strewn about chaotically like a junkyard. She mused that it would be splendid if the space could be divided into functional areas. For example, a garage could be designated here. Just then, with a series of dull thuds, a vast garage rose from the ground, perfectly accommodating 3 motorhomes. Could it be that the space can transform at my whim? A thought sparked within Xiao Yuan. Here is the food area. This is the reservoir. This is the daily necessities section. The pharmaceuticals area. The outdoor survival zone. The tools for living zone. Xiao Yuan silently contemplated, then envisioned the layout of the rooms she desired. Before long, the 700 square meters of space was partitioned into several large sections, each designated as a square metallic room. The supplies she had stored were also neatly categorized. As a result, half of the space was now free. Xiao Yuan exited the space, gathering all the supplies Su Lian had purchased. Perfect. With a snap of her fingers, she contentedly closed the warehouse door. Today, due to a power outage, Yongla village was enveloped in darkness. Yet, amidst the pitch-black night, a small courtyard shone with light, appearing somewhat solitary. How could this be? I distinctly ordered the power to be cut off at their home. Chen Wei, after finishing a game of poker, noticed the illuminated grocery store on his way home. Damn it, I must see what peculiarity she possesses today. Having had a few drinks, he, emboldened by the alcohol, climbed over the courtyard wall. At that moment, Xiao Yuan was enjoying a shower in her motorhome. I love showering. It makes my skin feel so good. Upon returning home, Xiao Yuan discovered that there was still no water in the pipes, so she parked the motorhome in the yard and relished her shower. What a magnificent motorhome. Chen Wei leapt down from the wall, crouching as he approached. Illuminated by the indoor light, he gazed at the several-meter-tall, gray motorhome before him. He had seen such motorhomes on television. They were said to cost over $1 million. Chen Wei swallowed hard, greed gleaming in his eyes. Damn it! How does this unremarkable little wretch possess so much money? Chapter 15. Welcome to my space. After finishing her shower, Xiao Yuan, wrapped in a towel, was drying her hair inside the vehicle. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a shadow appearing beside the vehicle. A thief. Xiao Yuan's first instinct was that an intruder had entered her home. She swiftly donned her clothes and put on her blind box prop gloves. Moments later, a series of clattering noises emanated from the car door. Click. The door swung open. Xiao Yuan crouched behind the door, ready to confront the intruder. A dark figure ascended the steps, illuminated by the faint glow from within the vehicle. She discerned that the individual was clad in an olive-green jacket and black athletic pants, exuding an acrid scent of smoke. It was none other than Chen Wei. Without uttering a word, Xiao Yuan reached out and tapped him on the shoulder. Ouch! Chen Wei flinched in surprise, turning around to see Xiao Yuan standing behind the passenger seat, brandishing a military shovel. You little scoundrel. Can you afford such an expensive RV, but not repair the ancestral hall? Xiao Yuan remarked with a cryptic smile. Village chief, what you are doing is robbery. Do you understand? Chen Wei disdainfully spat on the ground. If you can't produce 100,000 or even 200,000 today, don't blame me for being rude. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't give it to a shameless old fool like you. Upon hearing the lack of funds, Chen Wei's demeanor darkened, a glint of menace flashing in his murky eyes. You filthy whore, today I'll just tie you up. No one in this village would dare to say a word. Aren't Xiao Jinyan and his wife neglecting you? Our Chen family will take you in. Once my son has you, and you both pull a certificate, your money will naturally become ours. Xiao Yuan had anticipated that Chen Wei would resort to all manner of underhanded tactics to extort money. Yet, she never imagined he could be so shameless. Ordinarily, Chen Wei merely employed petty tricks. However, intoxicated today, his emotions had clouded his judgment. Seeing Xiao Yuan motionless, he assumed she was frozen in fear. Rolling up his sleeves, he lunged toward her. Here I come. Xiao Yuan, with a stoic expression, uttered 2 words. Just as Chen Wei was about to chuckle, he was horrified to realize his body was gradually fading away. What are you doing? Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished before Xiao Yuan's eyes. Thud! Xiao Yuan collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Chen Wei was not like the Qiao family. They had severed ties with their relatives, and no one would report their disappearance. But Chen Wei was different. What if the police came knocking? A flicker of panic surged within Xiao Yuan. She quickly tidied up and stored the RV in her space. Circling the yard, she deduced that Chen Wei must have scaled the wall to enter. There were no surveillance cameras in the village. Who would have guessed that Chen Wei would come to her home? With this thought, her anxiety diminished significantly. Xiao Yuan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep until the dawn broke, allowing her a brief moment of rest. At 6 o'clock, the system, punctual as an alarm clock, roused her from slumber. Groggily, she opened a box at random. Infinite pistol. Usage: what to do in case of danger. Escape is not an option. The infinite pistol offers limitless ammunition, leaving the enemy with no escape. Note: the infinite pistol can be upgraded alongside the system. A sleek, ebony pistol fell into her hands, its cold touch and heavy weight jolting Xiao Yuan into full awareness. My goodness. In this law-abiding society, why are you giving me a gun? Are we still talking about unlimited bullets? Do you expect me to become a ruthless bandit? Xiao Yuan held the handgun as if it were a scalding hot potato. She stowed the weapon away in her space, glancing at her watch. Ning Ju should be arriving soon. Just as Xiao Yuan stepped into the grocery store, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! The fifth task has been issued. The supermarket needs to expand its premises. The host must select a new location within 3 days. Requirements. 1. The supermarket's address must be street-facing. 2. The supermarket must occupy an area of over 300 square meters. 3. The supermarket must include a warehouse. Upon hearing the fifth task, Xiao Yuan paused briefly. The first 2 requirements posed no concern. Yet the third, the necessity for a warehouse, implied a possibility for her and Ning Ju to traverse dimensions, didn't it? Yes. The portal for interdimensional travel remains the warehouse door. The system's response was succinct and clear, allowing Xiao Yuan to release her doubts. This wretched village. She had no desire to linger for even a minute longer. Seated behind the counter, Xiao Yuan toyed with a bronze key. From the drawer, she extracted a length of brown cord and threaded the key onto it. With deft fingers, she wove it into a simple necklace. Suddenly, the warehouse door swung open, and Ning Ju appeared at the threshold. Everything is ready. Xiao Yuan began to rise. Before she could finish her sentence, Ning Ju rushed to the medicine shelf, frantically rummaging through the items. What is the matter? Ning Ju, his expression frantic, caught sight of Xiao Yuan and, with an air of desperation, exclaimed, "My sister has been burning with fever all night. What should I do?" Burning with fever? Xiao Yuan crouched down to inquire more closely. What other symptoms does she have? As she gazed into Xiao Yuan's clear eyes, Ning Ju gradually calmed down and began to reflect. She had a mild fever during the day, but it spiked at night. She complained of body aches. I gave her some fever-reducing medicine, and she drank a lot of water before finally falling asleep. From your description, it sounds like a viral fever. Ning Ju's eyes lit up. That's right. Didn't you mention that your grandfather was a doctor? Surely you understand something about this. What should I do now? Don't panic. A viral fever typically lasts 2 to 3 days. Administer ibuprofen to alleviate her pain and ensure she drinks plenty of water. If the fever persists after 3 days, then a shot will be necessary. As she spoke, Xiao Yuan retrieved 2 vials of injection and a disposable syringe, placing them into Ning Ju's hands. Her calm and measured words seemed to possess a magical quality, gradually soothing Ning Ju's anxious heart. He felt the warmth of Xiao Yuan's concerned gaze and reverted to his usual polite demeanor. I apologize for my distress. I was simply overly worried about my sister. It is only natural to be concerned. I envy her for having such a caring relative like you. Xiao Yuan replied sincerely. Indeed, I have prepared all the supplies you requested. The current dilemma lies in the sweltering heat, which prevents my 2 friends from accompanying me outside. Consequently, I may need to trouble you frequently. Aside from meals and sleep, I shall not rest, striving to transport all the supplies within a week. No, not 10 days. Just a week. Xiao Yuan let out a chuckle, while Ning Ju stared at her in bewilderment, unable to comprehend. Just the gasoline and diesel amount to 10 tons. Do you intend to transport it all by yourself? Xiao Yuan raised an eyebrow, as if considering herself a superhero. She extended her hand, revealing a brown cord adorned with an antique copper key, reminiscent of a necklace. Put it on. There's a surprise, she urged. Ning Ju curiously observed the key and obediently donned the cord around her neck. There's nothing special about it, she muttered softly. At that moment, Xiao Yuan accessed the system. Confirm space sharing partner. Ning Ju, yes or no? Xiao Yuan clicked yes. In the next instant, a golden light flashed from the key around Ning Ju's neck, ushering her into a realm of newfound wonder. Welcome to my space, Xiao Yuan beamed, standing within the ethereal surroundings. Chapter 16. The chaos of the apocalypse. Ning Ju was momentarily blinded by a brilliant light. Upon reopening her eyes, she discovered herself in an expanse of nothingness, confronted by a neat row of houses. Where am I? Ning Ju swallowed hard. This is my space. Allow me to show you around. Half an hour later, Ning Ju stood frozen in astonishment. So, you mean to say, I also possess the right to use this space? Provided I wear this key? Bingo! Xiao Yuan exclaimed joyfully, snapping her fingers. Surveying the 700 square meter space, which technically amounted to a mere acre, Xiao Yuan found it rather modest. Does your world also have awakened individuals? Ning Ju inquired as they exited the space. Currently, it appears there are none. Ning Ju spent a few more minutes familiarizing herself with the operational methods of the space. Placing her backpack on the counter. I'm out of money. I scavenged this from other villas. It should suffice for you. Xiao Yuan opened the bag, and as she did, a clattering sound emerged from within. Gold watches, gold bars, gold trinkets, jade necklaces, emerald rings, and jade bowls. Xiao Yuan chuckled heartily, her avaricious demeanor bringing a smile to Ning Ju's face. Has that old man been bothering you again? Ning Ju glanced toward the door, noticing no one gathered outside for conversation. I've dealt with him, Xiao Yuan replied, still engrossed in examining the treasures within the bag. Dealt with him? Ning Ju pondered the meaning, though it seemed all was well. With these supplies, you'll have enough to survive in the apocalypse. But remember, a tall tree attracts the wind, so be cautious not to draw too much attention. Xiao Yuan had recently come to understand this phrase deeply. Thus her earnest caution to Ning Ju. Yes, I understand. Ning Ju departed from the museum with an unprecedented sense of ease. On his journey back to the half-mountain villa, he encountered a group of individuals engaged in a fierce altercation over a box of instant noodles. The cacophony attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Just as Ning Ju intended to stealthily navigate the narrow path to escape this tumultuous scene, a gust of wind whistled past his ear, sending a shiver through his earlobe. Upon touching it, he felt a dampness. Who lurks there? Come out, I command you. Ning Ju, having inadvertently revealed his position, had no choice but to step forward. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief that he possessed Xiao Yuan's spatial abilities today. For the abundance of resources within was more than sufficient to incite these individuals into a frenzy. Who the hell are you? Why are you sneaking around? Demanded a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, clad in vibrant beach shorts and a shirt even more flamboyant than his trousers. If not for the incongruity of the setting, one might assume he was on vacation by the seaside. I'm merely passing through in search of food, Ning Ju replied, noting the 5 individuals on the main road, unbothered by the scorching sun, lacking any signs of sweat or discomfort. They seemed unperturbed by the presence of zombies. Awakened ones. Ning Ju's senses heightened. It was his first encounter with awakened individuals in the city. Their powers and identities were unknown, and he dared not act recklessly. Whatever your business is, that box of instant noodles belongs to me. Best not to harbor any ill intentions, Ning Ju retorted, momentarily taken aback. So, all this bravado was merely for a box of instant noodles? In my space, instant noodles are the least valuable commodity. All right, go ahead with your business. I will take my leave now. With that, Ning Ju hastily departed. However, the next moment, a shrill scream, accompanied by a rush of wind, sliced through the air behind him. In a fleeting instant, Ning Ju twisted his body to the right at a sharp angle of 45 degrees. Whoosh! A sharp dagger whizzed past his face, embedding itself into a nearby withered poplar tree. The tree splintered and collapsed under the force. Such immense strength. Ning Ju turned to face the buzzcut man. Brothers, cease your quarrel. Did you notice? He showed no reaction to the instant noodles, and clearly doesn't he appear to be starving. He must have provisions at home. Ning Ju cursed inwardly. A bunch of fools. The buzzcut man, named Li Chong, had awakened 2 weeks prior. Though his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person, along with the ability to manipulate metal, he had yet to enjoy a full meal until today. Li Chong had gathered a few lackeys and sought refuge with a military outpost, but the strict regulations proved unbearable. On one occasion, he had unleashed his powers to seize a womaness bred, only to be expelled by a female colonel from the military. Since then, he had turned to robbery throughout Nanyuan City until he crossed paths with Ning Ju. Observing Ning Ju's well-groomed appearance and plump physique ignited a glimmer of desire within Li Chong. Hey, we don't need to fight to the death over a box of instant noodles. Instead, let us bind him and head to his residence to find food. What do you all think? The 2 men standing opposite Li Chang swallowed hard. Sounds good. Ning Ju instinctively gazed towards the distant hillside villa, partially concealed within the desolate thicket 2 kilometers away. I cannot return home. Hiss. Ning Ju emitted a couple of strange cries. Nearby, a horde of zombies charged towards Li Chang and his companions. Damn, he can control the zombies. Li Chang bellowed, and 10 knives of various forms hovered around him. Whoosh. The knives glimmered with a ghastly pale light as they plunged into the throng of zombies. Heads flew and bodies fell. Moments later, crimson mist erupted from the mass of zombies, while the ground became a pool of foul blood, sizzling under the intense heat. The other 4 were not to be outdone. Among them, one sprouted 4 blades from the back of his hand, akin to Wolverine. Another had his eyes covered, yet moved with the swiftness of lightning. The remaining 2 appeared to have only modestly awakened abilities, possessing merely enhanced strength. They swung their long knives, relentlessly cleaving at the zombies' heads. Seizing the moment while they were besieged by the undead, Ningju did not flee. He recalled the item that Xiao Yuan had entrusted to him in the grocery store. With a mere thought, a cold, dark handgun materialized in his grasp. As Li Chong fought off the zombies, he caught a glimpse of Ningju out of the corner of his eye. Bang! The resounding gunshot stunned everyone, even causing the zombies to momentarily pause. The four men suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over their faces. They turned simultaneously, their hair standing on end, their scalps tingling. Li Chong stood rigidly a short distance away, his head grotesquely deformed, white brain matter mingling with blood, splattering in all directions. The eyeball of his left eye had exploded. His nose vanished, leaving only a row of yellowed teeth and a vacant right eye. He would never have imagined that he would meet his end with a single bullet to the head. In Nanyuan City, still under military control, where would an ordinary person acquire a gun? Li Chong toppled backward, collapsing into the horde of zombies. The crunching sounds of gnawing were enough to make one's teeth ache. Brother, remain calm. It cannot be this dire. Zhao Long raised his hands. The blades on the back of his hands retracting in an instant. With Li Chong dead, the strongest among the four was now him. Cannot be. Ningju shook his tingling right hand. The recoil of the gun was quite substantial. Just now, the intent to kill was clear in your eyes. Did you think I was oblivious? With that, he raised the gun, aiming it at Zhao Long. Zhao Long clenched his teeth, the muscles in his cheeks tightening. He could see that Ningju had no intention of letting them off. Damn! Zhao Long suddenly sidestepped, shielding the two weaker awakeners behind him with his body. Without hesitation, Ningju squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 After several gunshots, the two men used as shields were riddled with bullets. His handgun held only 10 rounds. Zhao Long mentally counted the gunfire, turning to his companions and shouting, "Let us charge him. We must kill him." Ningju smiled slightly. "I'm afraid not." Xiao Yuan's handgun. Infinite ammunition. Chapter 17. Someone is following. Xiao Yuan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. More precisely, she could feel it whenever Ningju retrieved something from the space. Just moments ago, she had noticed Ningju taking out a firearm. Were they perhaps in peril? However, with an infinite bullet handgun in her possession, Ningju should be safe. With this thought, Xiao Yuan resumed her light humming while scrolling through her phone. Rather than indulging in short videos, she logged on to a local website to browse for new storefronts. Welcome. The cheerful chime of the wind bell jingled at the entrance. Xiao Yuan looked up, surprised that anyone dared to visit her shop. A figure with a riot of colorful hair promptly caught her attention. Where did that macaw come from? Xiao Yuan. Chen Shun strode directly to the front desk, towering over her. Did you see my father yesterday? Oh right. This person was Chun Wei's son, Chen Shun. After graduating high school, he had chosen to linger at home, living off his parents while wreaking havoc in the village, a quintessential local bully. Village chieftain? I haven't seen him, Xiao Yuan replied, shaking her head. Chen Shun narrowed his eyes, his expression menacing. Let me tell you. If you saw him and don't speak up, I want to let you off easily. Xiao Yuan raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Instead of questioning me, why not report it to the police? After all, Chen Wei is already in another world. Not even the police or the emperor could find him. Should I be afraid of you? Recently, my father had a falling out with you, so it's best if his disappearance has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, I swear I will end you. Chen Shun scanned the surroundings before leaving with a harsh remark. He slammed the door behind him, and Xiao Yuan patted her chest, relieved that she was moving away and would no longer have to endure such bullies in the village. Xiao Yuan arranged appointments with several landlords online and dedicated a day to scout for storefronts in the city. The first location, although facing the street, was inconveniently situated. The second was suitable in every aspect, yet the landlord was a burly, bald man with a leering gaze, definitely not appropriate. She pressed the navigation on her phone, eager to reach the third location before nightfall. Xiao Yuan glanced at the rearview mirror. That black sedan with the license plate ending in 627 had seemingly been trailing her for quite some time. Given that her birthday was on the 27th, she couldn't help but take a closer look when she first noticed the car. If she remembered correctly, the last time she had seen that vehicle was at 11 a.m. Xiao Yuan started her SUV and followed the navigation. The black sedan promptly followed her onto the road, closely tailing her vehicle. This was certainly no coincidence. Xiao Yuan's mind began to race. The Qiao family had been dealt with, and no one would discover it. Chen Wei had been resolved last night in the camper, so that too should remain undiscovered. Moreover, his vehicle was a white BMW, ruling out Chen Shun as the follower, who then was fixated on her. Was it for money, or perhaps something more sinister? Xiao Yuan racked her brain but could not deduce the reason, since they had followed her throughout the day. It seemed unlikely they would act in the bustling city center. Xiao Yuan drove to number 22 Zhongxing Street, where the landlord was already waiting at the entrance. When Liang Hui saw a young girl stepping down from the imposing SUV, he felt a tinge of curiosity but politely inquired, "Are you Mr. Qiao?" Xiao Yuan turned to glance at the black sedan parked a short distance away and responded to Liang Hui with a sweet smile. No need for such formality. "I am Xiao Yuan, here to view the property, as arranged." "Oh, all right. Please follow me," Liang Hui replied, unlocking the glass door. As Xiao Yuan entered the storefront, she noticed it was quite empty. "What is the area?" she asked. 380 square meters, Liang Hui responded. "It's over 300 square meters, and the store is street-facing, directly across from a school, making it a prime location. I saw on your website that there's a warehouse, correct?" Xiao Yuan inquired. Liang Hui nodded. "The warehouse is right here." Xiao Yuan quickened her pace to catch up with Liang Hui. The previous tenant didn't use the warehouse and found the door unappealing. "So they covered it with wallpaper," Liang Hui explained, extending his hands to press against the wall adorned with blue wallpaper. With a forceful push, he moved the wall to the right, revealing that it was a sliding door. Behind it lay a 30 square meter small warehouse. This store meets all three of the System S requirements. Great. What is the rent?" Xiao Yuan asked. Liang Hui was taken aback. "Is that a decision already? Aren't you going to think it over?" "The monthly rent is 20,000, with a deposit of 20,000, and the rent is paid annually," he stated. Xiao Yuan clapped her hands. "All right. Do you have the contract?" "No. Aren't you going to take another look?" Liang Hui kindly reminded her. "No need. I've made my choice." 30 minutes later, Liang Hui handed the key and locked to Xiao Yuan, who, somewhat dazed, walked out of the store after glancing at the bank information in the text message. Such a wealthy young lady, 260,000, just like that. Liang Hui mused as he departed. Xiao Yuan stood by the window, gazing at the street. The black sedan remained quietly parked 10 meters behind her vehicle. Not leaving? Let us see who can outlast whom. She drew down all the curtains in the store. Ding. Task 5 completed. Reward, 200 square meters of space. Fast food sales area. Shall the supermarket be relocated entirely? Yes, she clicked yes. In an instant, as if in a single breath, 6 rows of shelves suddenly appeared in the previously empty room. In addition to the 5 rows of shelves from the original grocery store, another row of heated cabinets was added by the window. Xiao Yuan approached to inspect them, finding the heated cabinets contained meals indistinguishable from those in convenience stores. Dishes such as fish-flavored shredded pork, 3 delicacies, kung pao chicken, stir-fried shredded potatoes, spicy hot pot, eggplant and fish sauce, dry-fried green beans, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes were all steaming, while beside the heated cabinets sat a colossal rice cooker, filling the air with the delightful aroma of freshly cooked rice. Beside the warming cabinet stood a glass display case nearly as tall as a person. Inside, it housed roasted sweet potatoes, sausages, fried chicken, grilled meatballs, and several skewers of meat whose names eluded her. The outermost section of the case featured classic convenience store snacks, Odin. As the savory aroma wafted through the air, Xiao Yuan felt a pang of hunger. She took a food container from the counter, filled it with a serving of shredded potato rice, and added a few pieces of radish and bamboo shoots from the Odin. Sitting behind the counter, she indulged in her meal with great delight. How delicious! The flavors surpassed those found in convenience stores. After finishing her meal, an inexplicable thought of Ning Ju crossed her mind. It seemed he had been subsisting on instant noodles and canned food for days. With the rising temperatures, those self-heating meals had likely spoiled. Xiao Yuan sighed inwardly. How benevolent I am. She then retrieved 20 food containers, filled them generously, sealed the lids, and placed the meals into the food section of her spatial storage. If all went as expected, Ning Ju should sense them imminently. Finally, after tidying the shelves, Xiao Yuan positioned herself by the window and drew back the curtains. Through the gap, she glimpsed the black sedan that lingered like a ghost. Still there? No, it was already 10 p.m., and the road back to Yongla village was isolated and deserted. If anything were to happen, she would have no means to escape. After careful contemplation, Xiao Yuan donned a hand-in-hand. You walked together, charm, yet still felt a twinge of unease. She re-entered the armory within her spatial realm. Opting against the infinite pistol due to its potential noise, this was not the apocalypse. Surveying her surroundings, she ultimately chose a compact crossbow. 10 arrows would suffice. Chapter 18. I ask, you answer, brother, do you think this woman will sleep here tonight? The speaker was a man clad in black. With closely cropped hair at his temples and the back of his head, the excess tied into a small braid. A closer inspection would reveal a vividly inked scorpion behind his ear. Coincidentally, his nickname was Scorpion. Scorpion sat in the driver's seat, yawning repeatedly. The front passenger was a robust man, his hands clasped behind his head as he dozed off. In the back seat, the man addressed as brother was slightly older. Do Long, his gaze fixed intently on the illuminated storefront a mere 10 meters away. Brother, should we go in now? Scorpion inquired again. Are you stupid? Can't you see there's a police station right next to the school? Do Long reprimanded, tapping Scorpion's head with his hand in annoyance. Scorpion winced, his nose tingling from the impact, and replied somewhat defensively, Brother, we've been tailing her all day. How much longer do we have to wait? Do Long clenched his teeth. Orders from above mandate that we ascertain the origins of her treasures. Then let us just grab her. She's just a little girl, scare her a bit. And she'll spill everything, Scorpion scoffed. Observe for a few more days. If we can't uncover anything, then we'll take her. Understood? As you say, brother. After a long day of exertion, Scorpion felt an overwhelming hunger. He opened the car door, intending to purchase a few baskets of buns from the nearby shop next to Qiao Yuan. However, as he passed by the Qiao Yuan storefront, he suddenly halted, captivated by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. What could that delightful scent be? He glanced at the bare storefront, its windows obscured by curtains, rendering the interior indistinct. Yet, the savory fragrance undeniably emanated from the cracks of the door. How peculiar. Upon acquiring the buns, Scorpion hurried back to the car. Brother, there's an unusual scent of food coming from that place, he remarked. Are you so famished that you're imagining things? Do Long retorted, irritation evident in his tone. After the three of them relished the buns, they began to take turns resting. At that moment, Qiao Yuan, sated and content, lounged across the counter. What shall I name the supermarket? Tomorrow, I need to find an advertising agency to design a sign. Why not call it Lin Yuan Supermarket? Qiao Yuan snapped her fingers. Lin Yuan was her online alias, sounding profound and enigmatic. Having settled on a name for the supermarket, Qiao Yuan began to tally her finances. With 54 million in hand, she had only spent 1 million on supplies for Ningzhu. Additionally, she had prepaid 20 years of care for her grandfather at a nursing home, totaling 20 million. Thus, she was left with 33 million. There were also numerous gold and silver treasures still in her possession. To sell or not to sell? Suddenly, Qiao Yuan was struck by an important realization. She had pawned 54 million worth of items at the Qingshan pawn shop. Could it be that the pawnbroker had set their sights on her? Possessing such wealth could indeed incite greed. Her suspicions immediately fell upon Su Chuyun. She would never return to Yongla village. Since the grocery store had completed its relocation, it was evident that the village's store would be devoid of goods. With a black car blocking the entrance and a local bully lurking nearby, Qiao Yuan felt the weight of life's difficulties for the first time. Having spent the night in the supermarket, Qiao Yuan was roused by the tingling and soreness in her arms. As she stretched, she heard a notification from the mystery box. Luck was not on her side today, as she had drawn a notebook, an actual notebook, not a laptop. Hey, why is there suddenly a man's voice in the supermarket? Qiao Yuan turned to her left to see Ning Zhu standing bewildered at the sliding door. Your store seems to have changed. What brings you here today? Didn't you just leave yesterday? With so many supplies in the space, it should last him for several months. Ning Zhu slapped his forehead and hurriedly explained his purpose. Do you have any insect repellent? Insect repellent? Qiao Yuan shook her head. Can you help me buy some? The more, the better, as long as it can deter insects. I'll take insecticides too. Of course, Qiao Yuan replied, handing Ning Zhu a cup of water. Are there cockroaches where you live? Upon hearing the word cockroach, Qiao Yuan clearly noticed a change in Ning Zhu's demeanor, his expression darkening. Unbeknownst to many, the undead began to host parasites, and after the hatching of the larvae, an overwhelming infestation of cockroaches plagued the city, leaving a trail of skeletal remains in their wake. Cockroaches consume humans? Zhou Yuan gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Indeed, we have sealed the doors, windows, and every possible crevice. Yet, it proved futile, for the cockroaches still managed to infiltrate through various fissures. Ningzhu recalled the harrowing scene from yesterday, still shivering at the memory. Thankfully, her sister had awakened and unleashed flames that incinerated the swarm surrounding their villa. Your sister has awakened? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment. Could a high fever be a harbinger of awakening? Upon receiving a look of admiration from Ningju, Zhou Yuan realized she had guessed correctly. I shall procure insecticide and pest deterrents for you. If memory serves, there's a veterinary pharmacy across the street. You should return home. I will place the medicine in my storage. With that, Zhou Yuan wiped her face and stepped outside. Big brother, that girl has emerged. Dou Long rubbed his eyes and focused. Clad in a white blouse and denim jeans, with cascading hair, a fair complexion, rosy lips, and a delicately shaped nose, goodness. That's not her. Dou Long coughed lightly. Scorpion, follow her and ascertain her destination. Understood. Scorpion opened the car door and swiftly walked behind Zhou Yuan. Maintaining a distance of about 2 meters, Zhou Yuan had long noticed him. Spreading her fingers, she felt the softness of her gloves, which provided her with a sense of reassurance. The veterinary pharmacy opened at 7, and Zhou Yuan was the first customer. Boss, I need cockroach bait. How large is your residence? Let me see what you require. The proprietor, a middle-aged man, swallowed a mouthful of pancake and inquired. Boss, I need as much as you have. Huh. Zhou Yuan pressed her hands against the glass counter. Please hurry, I'm in a rush. Seeing the seriousness in Zhou Yuan's demeanor, the boss placed his pancake back in the bag and turned to enter the storage room. Shortly after, he emerged with a bulging bag made of snake skin. A total of 30 pounds, priced at $20.48. Do you have insecticide? I need 20, not 50 bottles. The boss paused for a moment before re-entering the storage. Adding 50 bottles of potent insecticide, that will be 3,500. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan scanned the payment. Young lady, this is quite heavy. You should find someone to assist you. Hiss. The boss gasped, astonished, as he observed Zhou Yuan effortlessly carrying the snake skin bag in her left hand while gripping a cardboard box in her right. As she exited the veterinary pharmacy, Zhou Yuan crossed the street, followed closely by Scorpion. From the day the awakening system manifested, Zhou Yuan had discovered her strength had significantly increased. With each system upgrade, the transformation of her body became increasingly pronounced. She had secretly tested her strength in the courtyard, effortlessly lifting several hundred pounds of bluestone slabs with one hand. A few dozen pounds of cockroach bait was trivial. Scorpion accompanied her to the entrance of the supermarket, preparing to turn back to the car. In the next moment, a blue, red, and white striped bag caught his eye. After a sharp whistle, Scorpion heard the melodious voice of a woman. Who sent you? Chapter 19, An Unexpected Visitor at the Supermarket. Scorpion's mind was in disarray as he stammered, Wang Qingchun. Wang Qingchun. Xiao Yuan gathered her thoughts, meticulously recalling her experiences over the past 2 decades. After several seconds, she was certain she had never heard the name Wang Qingchun before. Who is Wang Qingchun? Xiao Yuan continued to inquire. He is the brother of Wang Qingyao, the richest man in Nanyuan City, the brother of the wealthiest man. How could I possibly have entangled myself with such a figure? Xiao Yuan's curiosity deepened. Why did Wang Qingchun send you to follow me? I heard you have been pawning many dubious treasures at the Qingshan pawn shop. Wang Qingchun got wind of it and instructed us to follow you to ascertain how many treasures you possess and where they are hidden. The Qingshan pawn shop. This was in line with Xiao Yuan's conjecture. That clerk, Wang Xian, was clearly a new hire, likely sold out by the middle-aged proprietor. Oh, damn it, Scorpion suddenly realized. He stared at Xiao Yuan in terror, thinking, how did I end up revealing so much just because that girl asked a question? A faint smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Yuan's lips. Go back and tell your master. It would be wise not to set his sights on me. Otherwise, I shall ensure his disappearance from this world. Scorpion shuddered at Xiao Yuan's enigmatic gaze. His instincts warned him that this girl was not to be trifled with. Would you care to buy some breakfast at the shop? Scorpion nodded absent-mindedly and, as if compelled by some unseen force, entered the Stark store. However, the next moment, a piercing scream echoed through the establishment. Scorpion bolted back to the black sedan at nearly a sprint. Bang! The door slammed shut as he gasped for breath. What on earth? This is absolutely insane. Dou Long observed Scorpion's cowardice and immediately scolded. Stop acting like a fool. I told you to follow her, not engage in conversation. Scorpion turned, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry. Brother, there's something strange about that woman. Xiangzi in the passenger seat scoffed derisively. A little lady talks to you for a moment, and you think she's strange? What a coward. No, really. She whistled at me, then began asking who sent us, what our backers were up to, and why we were watching her. Brother, I couldn't control my mouth. Whatever she asked, I answered. She must possess some kind of sorcery. Moreover, her store. Overnight, shelves, counters, food, clothing, even steaming hot-boxed meals appeared out of nowhere. At this, Do Long's expression finally turned grave. Yesterday, you and Xiangzi observed. The shop has no back entrance, right? Scorpion's voice was hoarse. No, absolutely none. The items in the stores seemed to materialize out of thin air. It's bizarre. Let's go? We must confront her. Do Long's face darkened as he caressed the dagger concealed within his cloak. Xiao Yuan had just maneuvered the scorpion into the store. Indifferent to the fact that the supermarket appeared out of thin air. You haven't left? After the scorpion departed, Ning Ju emerged from behind the shelves. I noticed a man following you when you stepped out, so I decided to wait. Ning Ju glanced out the window, where three figures were hastily approaching Xiao Yuan's establishment. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding bang. Xiangzi, a robust figure reminiscent of a small mountain, was the first to stride into the supermarket, followed closely by Do Long, draped in a black coat. Cautiously trailing behind was the scorpion. Big brother. Look, isn't it just as I described? The scorpion tugged at Do Long's sleeve. Both Do Long and Xiangzi were momentarily taken aback. Just yesterday, they had witnessed the store utterly barren, devoid of even a single item. Yet, within a single night, the shelves were now meticulously arranged, stocked with various goods, a counter, a cash register, a refrigerator. In the meal box section the scorpion had mentioned, the aroma of grilled sausages wafted through the air, momentarily distracting Do Long. Oh, there's even a man hidden here? Xiangzi stepped forward, his fist the size of a sandbag crossed over his chest. Ning Ju instinctively shielded Xiao Yuan behind her, her gaze fixed intently on the three men before her. The intruders did not seem well-intentioned. The scorpion quietly shut the supermarket door and drew the curtains, standing guard at the entrance. Little girl, since you seem to know everything, let us speak plainly, Do Long began. Where did all your gold, silver, and jewels come from? How much do you have? Where are they hidden? In the face of Do Long's barrage of questions, Xiao Yuan remained composed, while Ning Ju found herself momentarily stunned. Her expression one of disbelief. Hesitantly, she turned and pointed a finger at herself. Xiao Yuan nodded earnestly. A sudden realization struck Ning Ju. Her conspicuous jewelry had drawn the attention of these nefarious individuals. This incident was indeed connected to her, and quite significantly at that. What concern is it of yours? Get lost. Ning Ju's dark eyes narrowed, a chilling frost enveloping her words. An icy aura of menace surged towards Do Long and his companions. Even Do Long, who prided himself on his worldly experience, was momentarily intimidated, taking a step back. His face flushed with embarrassment. He straightened his posture. Who are you trying to scare, you little brat? Xiangzi clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. With a slight shift in his shoulders, he tensed his core muscles and unleashed a powerful right hook aimed directly at Ning Ju's face. With a resounding slap, Xiangzi remained frozen in his punching stance. Ning Ju's slender fingers gripped his wrist tightly, gradually increasing the pressure. A muffled groan of pain escaped Xiangzi's lips. Yet he dared not move, for at that moment, a dark pistol was pressed against his forehead. The cold barrel resting between his brows caused his heart to skip a beat. Brother, is that a real gun? Ning Ju's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile that sent shivers down one's spine. Why not find out? Do Long sneered from behind Xiangzi. I mean, little brother. Who do you think you're scaring with a toy gun? Xinghua is a society governed by law, where the regulation of firearms and ammunition is among the strictest in the world. Not to mention someone like Ning Ju. Even I, having navigated the underworld for years, have never encountered a real firearm. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, and Xiangzi felt a sharp electric current sweep through his left ear, leaving his head buzzing. The dark muzzle was once again aimed directly at him, and he could almost smell the pungent scent of gunpowder. Do Long immediately raised his hands in surrender, and Scorpion followed suit, panting heavily, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He dared not provoke anyone wielding a handgun. He simply could not afford it. Brother, don't be impulsive. Don't do anything foolish. Murder is illegal, and it carries the death penalty. Scorpion shouted, his voice strained. Ning Ju seemed to finally grasp the gravity of the situation. What if the police arrived? He could simply leave, but how would Xiao Yuan explain the circumstances? Apologizing, he remarked, I forgot this might cause you trouble. Xiao Yuan leaned out from behind him, her voice playful. My supermarket has excellent soundproofing. People outside can't hear a thing. This statement was true. She had discovered this curious phenomenon while in the village. No matter the commotion inside her grocery store, it remained inaudible outside. Once, She had played music at a deafening 100 decibels, and upon closing the door and standing in the yard, she heard nothing at all. Thus, her supermarket should be the same. Moreover, with the police station located diagonally across, the absence of any response to such a loud gunshot affirmed her theory. Do you need me to eliminate them for you? Chapter 20. Mistaken for a deity. Ning Ju was not jesting. He had taken a life again yesterday. While the act was unpleasant, it proved effective. Do Long perceived Ning Ju's seriousness and, with a thud, fell to his knees. No, please, don't kill us. We have no grievances between us. He pleaded. My sister, you must say something. We won't dare to trouble you again. We absolutely won't. Scorpion also knelt, his voice quavering with tears. Xiao Yuan harbored no intention of killing. She pondered for a few moments. If these three were to leave, what would happen if Wang Qingchun continued to pursue her? What if he sent others to follow her? They had been fortunate this time with Ning Ju's presence, but luck might not favor them again. Relying on the gloves provided by a blind box could not be a sustainable solution. If too many individuals vanished, the police would inevitably catch on. If you wish to survive, you must agree to one condition, Xiao Yuan stated, her gaze fixed on Do Long. As Do Long lifted his gaze, his expression softened slightly, indicating that there was room for negotiation. You say, any conditions will do. In the days to come, he would continue shadowing me, regularly reporting to Wang Qingchun. Whatever he intended to do, you must inform me. With that, Xiao Yuan, donning gloves, swiftly tapped the three individuals. If you harbor any ulterior motives, the consequences will be far worse than death. A flicker of calculation crossed Do Long's mind. Perhaps the young girl had watched too much television. Her threats seemed rather naive. As long as they managed to escape, her words would mean nothing. Ning Ju, put away the gun, Xiao Yuan urged, pressing down on Ning Ju's arm. Damn it. Just as Ning Ju was retracting the firearm, Xiangzi lunged forward, attempting to use his momentum to trip Ning Ju. Go, Xiao Yuan softly uttered. Xiangzi was horrified to discover a tingling sensation creeping up his lower body. Looking down, he saw his form gradually becoming transparent. No. Xiangzi vanished, leaving no trace behind in the store. Do Long and Scorpion were utterly dumbfounded. Who exactly was this woman named Xiao Yuan? How had they entangled themselves with such a terrifying figure? The remnants of Do Long's hope evaporated completely as he quivered. I will do as you say. I will comply. Xiao Yuan opened the supermarket door and gestured with a flourish. Please, go ahead. You know what should be said and what should not. Do I need to instruct you? Do Long steadied his breath, forcing a smile. Boss, I understand. I comprehend everything. He and Scorpion stumbled out of the supermarket, hurriedly getting into the car. Once the door was closed, Xiao Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Ning Ju tilted his head. How did that person disappear? Oh no. In her haste, she had forgotten that Ning Ju had been present as well. Xiao Yuan hesitated, but Ning Ju offered a sympathetic smile. Everyone has their secrets. You need not explain anything to me. Xiao Yuan nodded. I've stored the insecticide and cockroach bait in my space. You should hurry home. Don't let your sister worry. The thought of a swarm of insects made Xiao Yuan shudder. She detested bugs, and the mere idea of them flooding in like a tide sent chills down her spine. All right, I'm off, Ning Ju replied, turning to leave. As he passed the fast food section, he licked his lips. Xiao Yuan immediately understood. Feel free to order whatever you like. I will pack it for you in my space. Ning Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement. After over 3 months, he had finally tasted freshly prepared food yesterday. Could I possibly get 10 portions of each? He inquired, his tone hopeful. Of course. Xiao Yuan pointed to the Odin and fried food section. I will package everything for you shortly. These are the available options for now. If you grow weary of them, just let me know, and I will fetch you something else. Ning Ju waved his hands in protest. No need for such trouble. I won't tire of them, I won tea. As I departed, he approached the warehouse entrance, seemingly struck by another thought. I wonder if the items I provided you are difficult to sell? I have a solution, Zhou Yuan chuckled. After Ning Ju left, Zhou Yuan commenced a day filled with activity. Although the supermarket was fully stocked, it lacked a sign. Zhou Yuan located a design company online, articulated her requirements, and after paying a deposit of 2,000 yuan, she prepared to seek out Su Lian. Ding. The grocery store system is now eligible for an upgrade. Is the host ready to upgrade? Yes or no? Another upgrade? Zhou Yuan's motion of bending down to lock the door became rigid. An upgrade would necessitate venturing into the apocalypse, but the conditions had worsened since a week ago. Zombies, swarms of insects, and extreme heat. Each element alone was enough to instill fear. In truth, simply managing this small supermarket and earning a modest income from Ningju was already commendable. I have no grand ambitions. Why should I risk my life? After persuading herself, Zhou Yuan promptly selected no. Moments later, her expression was more dramatic than one suffering from constipation. For the system uttered a phrase that made her want to curse. Apologies, that option does not exist. If no choice is made within 3 days, it will be deemed a forfeiture and the system will automatically detach, reclaiming all items acquired through the system. Do Long and Scorpion, still shaken, beheld Zhou Yuan standing at the supermarket entrance, throwing a few punches at the air before storming off, muttering curses. Goodness, could she be a celestial being? Scorpion, who often indulged in novels about immortals, immediately associated Zhou Yuan with the ethereal figures from his stories. Who knows? She is certainly not an ordinary person. Do Long gazed at the empty passenger seat, feeling a chill at the nape of his neck. Zhou Yuan ultimately chose yes. Ah, how easily one can transition from simplicity to luxury. Yet how arduous it is to revert. Without the system, it meant the supermarket, the tools, the space. And even her wealth amounting to 33 million yuan in her bank account would vanish. Moreover, Chun Wei and the Zhou Jinyun family might return to this world. At that point, she would truly be stepping into the jaws of a tiger. Zhou Yuan drove aimlessly through the city, eventually arriving at a CAF where she ordered an iced Americano and settled by the window. She appeared serene, savoring the leisurely moment, yet her mind raced with thoughts. First, the sweltering heat exceeding 50 degrees, being no awakener, her body would surely struggle. What measures could protect her from heat stroke? Next came the insect swarm. Ningju had not elaborated much. How exaggerated could this swarm be? Could it inundate an entire building in an instant? Would mere cockroach bait and insecticide suffice? Lastly, the zombies. The mere recollection of the decaying figures encountered at the museum churned her stomach with acid. She possessed an infinite pistol, capable of automatic targeting. However, its thunderous discharge could potentially draw hordes of the undead with a single shot. Were it an infinite Gatling gun, she might have stood a fighting chance. Contemplating this, she slumped over the table, her gaze vacantly fixed on a distant point outside, resembling a lifeless tree stripped of its vitality. Miss Chiao? What a coincidence! Chapter 21. The marvelous thermoregulating attire. Upon raising her head, Xiao Yuan spotted Wang Xian, who was searching for a seat while holding a cup of coffee. Miss Chiao, do you mind if I sit here? Wang Xian gestured towards the space beside her. Please, go ahead, Xiao Yuan replied, placing her bag on the table. Are you taking the day off from work today? Xiao Yuan inquired. Yes, I've taken a day off. There's a technology exhibition today that I wish to attend. Xiao Yuan felt little enthusiasm for the tech showcase. Her thoughts were consumed with survival strategies in this apocalyptic world. Wang Xian, oblivious to Xiao Yuan's mood, continued speaking animatedly about the exhibition. It's quite impressive, featuring robots and various advanced technologies, as well as newly developed smart clothing. It's resistant to low temperatures, high temperatures, waterproof, and so on. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan turned her head, her eyes widening as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. What did you just say? I said the technology exhibition is remarkable, with robots. No, the last part. Smart clothing? Yes. Did you just mention clothing that is resistant to high temperatures? Instinctively, Xiao Yuan sensed she had seized upon a pivotal piece of information. Indeed, Wang Xian was taken aback by Xiao Yuan's sudden interest in smart clothing. Where's the exhibition? Take me there. It's less than 300 meters from here, at the Nanyuan City Technology Exhibition Center. Noticing her eagerness, Wang Xian hastily finished his coffee. Shall we go now? Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan stood up at once. Let us go. It was Xiao Yuan's first visit to the Technology Exhibition Center. As she entered the exhibition hall, robotic attendants greeted them, and numerous booths were visible nearby, showcasing items she had never encountered before. She meticulously searched for the smart clothing section using the exhibition map provided by a robot. Ultimately, she discovered several booths dedicated to smart clothing in the northwest corner of the hall. Her intuition proved correct, for it was at the smart clothing booth that she laid eyes upon the nano-thermoregulating attire. This cutting-edge technology could autonomously adjust the garment's temperature in response to external conditions. In an environment of 60 degrees Celsius, it could maintain human skin at a steady 28 degrees. Likewise, in a frigid 40-degree setting, it could preserve thermal equilibrium. The shimmering silver garment appeared to be tailor-made for her. Xiao Yuan circled the model several times, and if she weren't a woman, the model might have thought her a pervert. She approached the booth staff, inquiring, "Is this clothing for sale?" Both Wang Xin and the staff were momentarily taken aback. The exhibition indeed witnessed instances of immediate purchases. However, it seemed that the young girl was unaware of the garment's true value. The staff member, a middle-aged man, curled his lip in disdain. "Young lady, please do not delay our exhibition. You cannot afford this clothing." Upon hearing this, Wang Xin could not help but shake his head. No, she can indeed afford it. He was well aware of Xiao Yuan's substantial wealth. "How much do you ask?" The middle-aged man extended 5 fingers, indicating 500. 000 per piece. "Bring me 5 pieces. The man, taken aback, asked, "What did you say?" "I said, bring me 5 pieces. I wish to purchase them." Xiao Yuan replied impatiently. Such people merely needed to be straightforward, wielding their financial prowess without unnecessary dialogue. "What is your name?" "Chiao." "Miss Chiao, please follow me." Realizing she was serious about buying 5 pieces, the middle-aged man suddenly perceived a golden opportunity. He briefly introduced the features of the temperature-regulating clothing, and Xiao Yuan was delighted to discover that the garments required no sizing. They would automatically adjust to fit the wearer. Her decision to purchase 5 pieces was also motivated by her considerations. 2 of Ningju's friends had yet to awaken. With the temperature-regulating clothing, they would be safeguarded from any life-threatening risks. The additional 2 pieces would serve as spares. An hour later, Xiao Yuan emerged from the exhibition hall, carrying 5 suitcase-like containers. Wang Xin had been trailing behind her, inquiring, "What do you intend to do with so many temperature-regulating garments?" It was then that Xiao Yuan noticed Wang Xin had followed her out. "Why don't you continue to explore the exhibition?" "My curiosity about you has surpassed my interest in the exhibition," Wang Xin replied with a smile, revealing his 2 canine teeth in an endearing manner. "Allow me to assist you." He reached out to carry 3 of the cases. "Thank you." Although Xiao Yuan had difficulty reading people, Wang Xin possessed an innate charm. He was handsome and exuded a sunny disposition, speaking with courtesy. They arrived at the garage, where Xiao Yuan placed the cases. "Where are you headed? Do you need a ride?" As Wang Xin was about to leave, he paused at her question. "I am going to 20 Dongchang Street. Thank you." Quite forward of you. But if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to procure such extraordinary technology." Xiao Yuan settled into the driver's seat, activated the navigation, and searched for 20 Dongchang Street. She gazed at Wang Xin in astonishment. "The most prestigious villa district in Nanyuan City? Don't tell me you reside there." Wang Xin appeared equally bewildered. "Huh? Is my family's villa that impressive?" "Of course. It is the most expensive villa district in Nanyuan City. I wonder, as a wealthy young master, what brings you to work as a mere clerk in a pawn shop?" Xiao Yuan remarked as she drove towards Dongchang Street, teasing Wang Xin along the way. "My father suggested I gain some experience working in the store beneath his company, so I took the clerk position." Wang Xin bears the surname Wang, as does Wang Qingshun and Wang Qingyao. Xiao Yuan hesitated for a few seconds before inquiring, "Who is your father?" "My father is Wang Qingyao." There it was, confirmation complete. He was the son of the wealthiest man in Nanyuan City. This implied that the one monitoring me was his own uncle. With this realization, a flicker of wariness arose within Xiao Yuan. "By the way, if you wish to continue engaging in such activities, refrain from visiting the Qingshan pawn shop," Wang Xin abruptly declared. "Why? Just trust me on this. If you don't mind, may I add you to my contacts?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yuan accepted Wang Xin's friend request. Having escorted him to the entrance of the villa, Xiao Yuan drove away. With the temperature-regulating clothing secured, the issue of the heat was resolved. Yet, there remained the menace of zombies and swarms of insects. Upon returning to the supermarket, she ventured once more to the veterinary pharmacy she had visited earlier in the morning. The proprietor, upon recognizing her, greeted her with a radiant smile. "Young lady, are you here to purchase more insecticide?" Xiao Yuan nodded, though this time, her intention was not to acquire ordinary insecticide. "I would like to purchase an additional 500 bottles of insecticide and 100 pounds of pesticide. Can you assist me in finding a place to modify the sprayer?" "What do you mean?" Unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, Xiao Yuan resorted to showing the owner a wearable sprayer she had found online. "Oh, you mean a device for spraying pesticides? That's quite manageable." Xiao Yuan transferred a deposit of 10,000 yuan to the owner, agreeing to collect the goods in 2 days. As she opened the supermarket door, the aroma of food wafted in, and she realized she hadn't eaten all day. She ordered herself a boxed meal and savored it leisurely. What should she do when confronted by zombies? Chapter 22. The peril facing the wealthy regardless. The presence of zombies was an unavoidable reality. The last upgrade task required 5 pieces of ore. What, then, would this next task entail? After finishing her meal, Qiao Yuan prepared dozens of takeout orders for Ningzhu, including various fried foods and Odin. Beep. The sound of a car horn echoed from outside the supermarket. Qiao Yuan glanced outside to see Do Long and Scorpion, 2 individuals sheltered within a vehicle. She gestured towards the interior of the supermarket, prompting Do Long to immediately comprehend the cue and exit the car with Scorpion. Boss. Do Long, a man in his 40s, lowered his head and adopted a humble demeanor, lacking any semblance of the imposing presence typical of a gang leader. Qiao Yuan disregarded his form of address and got straight to the point. What developments are there concerning Wang Qingchun? We will continue to keep watch over you. Do Long replied cautiously. He likely won't trouble you in the near future. Oh, why is that? Do Long exchanged a glance with Scorpion, who promptly exited the supermarket to stand guard at the entrance. Wang Qingchun's brother, Wang Qingyao, has differing opinions from him. Wang Qingyao believes that Wang Qingchun's character is lacking, often resorting to cunning schemes, and therefore intends to expel him from the Qingshan group. Yesterday, during my report, I overheard Wang Qingchun mention seeking an opportunity to send him and Wang Xian on their way. In the tumultuous world of affluent families, Qiao Yuan had not personally experienced the bloodshed and turmoil, yet he had observed plenty through the lens of television. Wait a moment, Wang Xian? Is he the tall, slender, handsome man with short brown hair and prominent canine teeth that show when he smiles? Residing at Villa number 20 on Dongchang Street. Do Long nodded affirmatively. This enigmatic woman even knew the eldest son of the Wang family. Do Long pondered the true identity of Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan fell into deep contemplation. With such a formidable background, Wang Xian's relationship with his father, Wang Qingchun, was clearly strained. This presented a perfect opportunity to divulge this information to him, potentially saving 2 lives while also paving a path for the wealth and treasures he could acquire from the apocalypse. With this thought in mind, Qiao Yuan suddenly slapped the counter. Boss? Do Long flinched slightly. Go back and find out precisely what Wang Qingchun intends to do, time and place, as accurately as possible. Boss. Do you mean to save the Wang father and son? Do Long surmised Qiao Yuan's intentions. Indeed, as long as you assist me in executing this task, I assure you that neither you nor your brothers will be neglected. Having received Qiao Yuan's affirmation, Do Long refrained from further discussion, stored Qiao Yuan's phone number in his contacts, and promptly departed. He hoped everything would unfold in time, that Wang Xian and his father would remain safe and sound. The supermarket sign had yet to be completed, thus it had not officially opened. During the 2 days of awaiting the spray equipment, she visited the nursing home to see her grandfather. She also undertook an expedition to various large supermarkets to replenish her stock. Each morning, Qiao Yuan eagerly gazed at the blind box machine within the system, hoping to extract something of value. Unfortunately, the outcome was either trivial fashion items or outright rubbish. 2 days later, she arrived at the veterinary pharmacy as promised. The owner greeted her with a broad smile upon seeing her. The items you requested are ready: 5 pressure agricultural spray devices, and the insecticides have already been filled. The pest control medicine has also been packaged according to your specifications. Upon observing the neatly arranged spray devices and pest control packages in the store, Qiao Yuan scanned the payment of 30,000 yuan. If you have more business in the future, be sure to come to me. The owner beamed, revealing a wide grin. Qiao Yuan made 3 trips to transfer the items to the supermarket. She stored these in her space, but worried that Ningzhu might use the life-saving supplies. So she constructed a separate room within the space, labeled Qiao Yuan's private use. Given Ningzhu's character, he would certainly refrain from rummaging through it. As for the zombies, she still had not determined a strategy. Enlisting Ningzhu was indeed the best course of action, given his ability to control all zombies. However, the quandary lay in the fact that Ningzhu did not frequent the supermarket, making him unreachable. After much contemplation, she concluded that the infinite handgun would serve as her means of protection. Excuse me, is this Boss Qiao? The supermarket's door swung open suddenly, and a young girl entered. Yes, it is. Your supermarket sign is complete. Shall I install it now? The girl inquired politely. Yes, please. Qiao Yuan stepped outside the store, observing the workers from the design company as they began to install a ladder. The sky was gradually darkening, and soon the sun dipped below the towering skyscrapers. The sign emitted a faint electrical hum before illuminating, with Lin Yuan's supermarket glowing vibrantly. After the workers departed, Xiao Yuan returned to the supermarket. As it was set to officially open tomorrow, suddenly, the phone on the counter rang, and upon checking, she saw 4 missed calls, all from Do Long. Hello? Boss. I've gathered the information. In 3 days, it will be Wang Xin's birthday banquet. Wang Qichun plans to cut the brake lines of Wang Qingyao's car during the celebration, orchestrating an accident to harm them. All right, I understand. If this proves true, there will be a substantial reward. Xiao Yuan mimicked the tone of a powerful figure from a drama. After hanging up, she contemplated notifying Wang Xin. However, she realized that bluntly stating, "Your uncle intends to kill you and your father," would likely be met with disbelief. It would be best to wait until the banquet, so that Wang Xin could witness the truth for himself. With 3 days remaining, there was ample time for her to venture into the apocalypse. Previously, when she inadvertently stumbled into the apocalypse, she found that only 5 minutes had elapsed upon her return to the grocery store. It appeared that time flowed significantly faster in that alternate realm compared to her own. It seemed she would have to spend another night in the supermarket. Despite the substantial funds in her account, she had yet to acquire an apartment. What a predicament. Xiao Yuan muttered, as she retrieved a military cot from behind the counter and lay down. Once the supermarket system underwent its upgrade, she vowed to purchase her own home, a place to truly call her own. As she drifted into slumber, she dreamt of residing in a grand villa, with a maid preparing meals for her. The villa boasted numerous rooms, and the walk-in closet alone spanned several dozen square meters. At 6 in the morning, her beautiful dream was abruptly shattered by the system's notification sound. Already accustomed to the abstract nature of the blind box machine, she clicked on one without much hope. Congratulations, host, you have received the item. Slow motion performance. Usage. The fast pace of life often causes us to overlook many details. Do you wish to slow down and observe? Simply wear this ring and silently wish for the person or event you wish to experience in slow motion. Note: can only be used 3 times a day, each for a duration of 20 minutes. The cheap green plastic ring fell into her palm. What a pathetic ring. Even the 2 yuan ones from the street look more exquisite, Xiao Yuan thought disdainfully, yet she reluctantly adorned it on her finger. She consumed 2 steamed buns, drank a bottle of milk, and finally donned her thermal clothing. Passing by the outdoor gear rack, she casually put on a fisherman's hat, a mask, and sunglasses. As the clock struck 7, Xiao Yuan stood at the entrance of the warehouse, taking deep breaths. I can do this. I'm not afraid. I am the best. The warehouse door creaked open, and Xiao Yuan stepped inside. A wave of heat assaulted her senses, the air thick and stifling, rendering even the act of breathing a torment. Chapter 23. I am going to kill. The distorted ripples in the atmosphere gradually settled. Xiao Yuan found herself once more at the entrance of the ancient treasure hall. It was oppressively hot, without her temperature-regulating attire. She feared she would not last long in such sweltering conditions. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yuan drew her infinite handgun and secured her pesticide sprayer. Resembling a farmer preparing to till the land, the museum was just as desolate as she had left it, having learned from her previous experience. Xiao Yuan dared not make a sound as she walked. Ding dong. Supermarket system upgrade activated. Required items for upgrade. 10 mutated cockroaches. What? The upgrade items are bugs? This is easier than searching for ores. Ningju mentioned that outside, the insect tide had become a deluge, surely. Finding 10 cockroaches would not pose a challenge. With this thought, Xiao Yuan felt a surge of confidence regarding her upgrade mission. After wandering through the museum, she encountered neither insect nor zombie. Perhaps the remote location was to blame. Resolutely, she decided that she would have to exit the museum. Upon stepping outside, Xiao Yuan observed that the trees lining the roadside had withered, their branches cracked and crumbled at a mere touch. The wide road was littered with rusting vehicles and debris. Please, let me not encounter any zombies. Miraculously, perhaps due to her fervent prayers, she had not encountered a single zombie on her journey thus far. But where was the insect tide? Where were the cockroaches? Xiao Yuan silently pondered as she moved further from the museum. She would need to return to complete her upgrade task, and encountering danger on her way back would be troublesome. Following the broad road, she arrived at the city center. In the distance, several figures, resembling desiccated corpses, staggered aimlessly in the middle of the road. Zombies. Xiao Yuan concealed herself behind the corner of a building. Peering cautiously at the street, there were approximately 20 zombies, yet the insect tide remained absent. The entire city lay in eerie silence, like a colossal carcass. At that moment, Xiao Yuan's ears perked up. She thought she heard a sound, A rustling, spine-chilling noise emanated from above her. She glanced up, and her heart raced. Her breath caught in her throat as she froze in place. Countless cockroaches surged from the exterior wall of the building behind her, resembling a tide. Under the fierce sun, their plump bodies reflected an uncanny glimmer, and as the rustling sound of the insect tide grew louder, a profound fear began to envelop Qiao Yuan's heart. An endless tide of ominous insects approached rapidly, crawling over fractured walls, some infiltrating the building. The antennae of cockroaches swayed incessantly, as if sensing the signals of their companions in the air. Cold sweat streamed down Qiao Yuan's back. Hearing about the insect tide was one thing, witnessing it was another. Moreover, no one had warned her that the cockroaches here were as large as a human palm. In a state of panic, she fled from the building's shadows, darting into an alley across the street. As Qiao Yuan's shadow flickered on the ground, the insect tide seemed to detect the scent of prey, swiftly redirecting its path like a well-trained army surging towards her. It was over. Why were there so many insects? My goodness, this is terrifying. Qiao Yuan ran wildly, her chest expanding to its limit, her lungs burning with pain. Yet, the terrifying rustling continued to trail behind her. Thud, thud, thud. Her footsteps grew heavier. She could barely run any longer. Not far ahead, a bright yellow line appeared. It must be the alley's exit. No, she had to escape. To run out for any chance of survival. A fierce instinct for survival ignited Qiao Yuan's hidden potential, propelling her to sprint at full speed, exhausting her strength. At last, she burst out of the alley. Qiao Yuan quickly scanned her surroundings. No zombies in sight. She turned, aiming her spray device at the dim alley. The rustling grew ever closer. Finally, the first cockroach emerged. Such a large cockroach. Would the pesticide even be effective? Qiao Yuan licked her parched lips and donned a gas mask from her space. This was it. Die. She pressed the nozzle. With a powerful force, the pesticide erupted like a high-pressure water jet. The first cockroach that crawled out became rigid in an instant, plummeting from the wall. It truly worked. With renewed vigor, Qiao Yuan unleashed a torrent of pesticide upon the relentless stream of cockroaches emerging from the alley, emptying the 60 liters on her back. Phew. As the white mist gradually dissipated, the alley's entrance was littered with the corpses of cockroaches. The distant tide of insects sensed danger and began to change direction. Finally, she was safe. Qiao Yuan stepped beside the carcasses of the cockroaches, suppressing her nausea as she collected 10 of them into her space. After a few seconds, the system notification failed to sound. What was going on? Were these not 10 cockroaches? Qiao Yuan decided to collect a few hundred more, yet the system remained silent. Damn it! Are you toying with me? Just then, a furious roar echoed from the street in the distance. Lu Sheng, you dare to betray me? Nan Rongcheng'an. If you must blame someone, blame the conditions set by the Ghost Society. Hearing human voices made Qiao Yuan even more fearful. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying entities were not the zombies or the insect tides, but the hearts of men. Qiao Yuan swiftly sought refuge in a pharmacy on the street. Through the slatted blinds, she observed a man sprinting rapidly in her direction, pursued by 3 others. In such weather, their vigorous movements clearly indicated they were awakened. The fleeing man let out a muffled groan and collapsed at the entrance of the pharmacy. When he raised his head, Qiao Yuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He was extraordinarily handsome, his features strikingly beautiful, akin to a mesmerizing apparition. His peach blossom eyes sparkled with fragmented light, rendering his blue irises even more enchanting. His long brown hair was neatly tied back in a high ponytail. Were it not for his tall stature and flat chest, one might easily mistake him for a woman. Nan Rongcheng'an. Once you perish, I shall ensure the brothers of the Qi Ling group are well taken care of. Ha 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 ha. Take care? You intend to offer them as sustenance to the Ghost Society, don't you? So, his name is Nan Rongcheng'an. Not only is he good-looking, but his name is also melodious. Please, do not meet your demise. Qiao Yuan, being someone who appreciates beauty, found it only natural to be captivated by handsome men. Humph. Do you wish to hypnotize us and then wreak havoc in our dreams? I shall not grant you this opportunity, brothers. Charge. After a fierce struggle, Nan Rongcheng'an clearly began to tire, forced back to the pharmacy's entrance. Qiao Yuan dared not make a sound, urging him silently to flee. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed as the pharmacy door shattered, and Nan Rongcheng'an was propelled inside, colliding with 2 rows of shelves before collapsing helplessly to the floor. At that moment, he caught sight of Qiao Yuan hiding by the wall. Their gazes locked, his pupils dilated in disbelief, while hers reflected more of resignation and despair. Oh my, I must kill someone. Chapter 24. The beautiful man being pursued. Qiao Yuan tightened her grip on the firearm in her hand. The pharmacy was eerily quiet, save for the heavy breaths of her and Nan Rongcheng. Lu Sheng, the leader, swaggered into the pharmacy, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained lust and fervor as he spotted Qiao Yuan huddled in the corner. "Brothers, come quickly. There is a woman here." Nan Rongcheng noticed the gun in Qiao Yuan's possession. However, this was Nanyuan City, reputed to still be under military jurisdiction. It was improbable that a real firearm would be in circulation. It must be a fake. He cast a reluctant glance at the man before him, whose face was twisted in a malicious grin. To perish at the hands of such a scoundrel as Lu Sheng was utterly unacceptable. There were still so many things left undone, so many grievances unavenged. How could he accept such a fate? "Do not come any closer. Otherwise, I will shoot." Qiao Yuan had never taken a life, and her hand trembled slightly around the gun. Lu Sheng grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Ha ha ha, you silly woman. Who do you think you are scaring?" He turned to his two henchmen behind him, saying, "I'll take a turn. If I don't finish her off, you two can take your shot." "All right, big brother." Lu Sheng's gaze resembled that of a cold, venomous serpent, sticky and repugnant. Nan Rongcheng struggled to rise, retrieving the last grenade from his sleeve. He did not consider himself a virtuous man, rather than witness this woman endure torment before him. He deemed it better to send them all to the afterlife with a single grenade. He could scarcely believe that Nanyuan City still had such naive women, seemingly untouched by hardship. "Little one, your brother is coming." Lu Sheng stepped forward, casually loosening his belt. Just as Nan Rongcheng prepared to remove the grenade's safety pin, a deafening explosion erupted, nearly shattering his eardrums. Qiao Yuan tightly shut her eyes, the powerful recoil of her handgun numbing her grip. The infinite pistol, equipped with targeting functionality, discharged a shot that shattered Lu Sheng's chest. Qiao Yuan could even see the contorted muscles of the face behind him through the gaping wound. The bullet had penetrated two bodies. Lu Sheng and his subordinate collapsed to the ground, confusion and bewilderment etched upon their faces. The remaining man stood frozen in terror. A real gun. It was truly a real gun. He turned to flee, but Qiao Yuan could not afford to grant anyone an escape. She pulled the trigger once more. Another shot rang out, cerebrospinal fluid and blood splattering against the wall, creating a chaotic tapestry of red dots reminiscent of an artist's creation. The two gunshots immediately drew the attention of the zombies lurking outside. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Yuan hoisted Nan Rongcheng onto her back. Fortunately, her strength had increased. Otherwise, she would have been unable to move the tall man, standing over 6 feet. Ding dong. Target recognized. Scanning complete. Dream Eater. Ability to dominate dreams, capable of killing invisibly within them. Level 1. In this urgent situation. Qiao Yuan paid little heed to the system's notification. The zombies moved swiftly, having exited the pharmacy. They had barely walked 10 meters when they found themselves surrounded by dozens of the undead. Firearms were no longer an option. The noise would undoubtedly attract an unending horde toward them. "Run to the left," Nan Rongcheng uttered before losing consciousness. The zombies, now sun-bleached and emaciated, moved at a relatively slow pace. However, they were already encircled, and with Nan Rongcheng on her back, Qiao Yuan could hardly outrun them. "How foolish," she muttered under her breath. She rotated the green ring on her finger, activating a slow-motion effect. The zombies appeared as though the play button had been pressed in reverse. Even the act of lifting a foot took 10 seconds. 20 minutes was ample time. Qiao Yuan adjusted the weight of the man on her back, utterly disoriented. Left to follow the direction Nan Rongcheng had indicated. To the left, but to where exactly? She inwardly scoffed. Her decision to save Nan Rongcheng stemmed not from his looks, but from witnessing his intent to sacrifice himself with the grenade, prompting her timely intervention. Nan Rongcheng is certainly not a wicked individual. At the very least, when he witnessed Qiao Yuan on the brink of a fate worse than death, he chose to offer her a means of liberation. Moreover, there is a crucial detail. The system specified the necessity of 10 mutated cockroaches. If the palm-sized cockroaches encountered earlier do not qualify as mutated, then what indeed does? She requires intelligence, needs the inhabitants of this world to furnish her with information. Thus, Qiao Yuan continued her journey, ultimately exhausting her physical strength. Though clad in a temperature-regulating suit, her body was on the verge of collapse after enduring the elements for so long. The buildings lining the streets were dilapidated and desolate. Xiao Yuan discovered a large underground parking lot and retrieved her RV from her spatial storage. She harbored no fear of Nan Rongqing and awakening with suspicions. For once the system's task was completed, she would return to the supermarket, and it was unlikely she would encounter this man again. After placing Nan Rongqing in the RV, the first thing Xiao Yuan did was to circle the vehicle, laying down a thick ring of insect repellent. In the stifling heat of the underground parking lot, the air was stagnant, alleviating any concerns of the repellent being blown away. She secured the RV's door and sealed all openings leading outside before turning her attention to Nan Rongqing, who lay on the sofa. He was clad in a black mountaineering outfit, seemingly unscathed. However, a trickle of blood soon stained the sofa. It appeared the injury was on his back. Xiao Yuan propped him upright and removed his shirt, her brow furrowing upon seeing the ghastly wound. A nearly 30-centimeter gash, flesh torn and bloodied, revealing bone beneath, with the edges of the wound beginning to turn pale from lack of timely treatment. Though his injury was severe, the fact that he had already awakened meant the wound was slowly healing. Yet, with such a volume of blood loss, he might succumb before healing could occur. Xiao Yuan retrieved medical supplies from her space and, employing the methods her grandfather taught her for treating wounds as a child, began to staunch the bleeding, clean the wound, and bandage it. Logically, such a significant injury should require stitches, but her supplies lacked the necessary materials, so she could only perform basic disinfection and cleaning. In the end, she placed a capsule of cephalosporin in Nan Rongqing's mouth. "I hope you can pull through this," she thought, collapsing onto the floor, her clothes soaked in perspiration. As she settled down, her gaze swept over Nan Rongqing's face, noting a scar at the corner of his brow. Truly a handsome man with an edge. Xiao Yuan's eyes grew heavy, and her head swam with fatigue. She inadvertently dozed off on the sofa. It was unclear how much time had passed when Xiao Yuan found herself aboard a luxurious cruise ship, seated in a sea view booth of a buffet restaurant. Outside the window lay an endless expanse of ocean, dazzling and beautiful like a jewel, yet fraught with unknown dangers. Why not eat? She pondered, lifting her gaze. She beheld an exceptionally handsome man with blue eyes and a hint of exotic charm before her, placing a perfectly sliced steak in front of her. Her voice was as gentle as the breeze that caresses the willow branches in March. "Dear lady, may I inquire your name?" The sound seemed to possess a magical allure that was irresistible to Xiao Yuan. "I am Xiao Yuan. Who are you?" The man continued to question. "I am the owner of the Lin Yuan supermarket." The man's charming eyes narrowed slightly, a supermarket owner, yet devoid of any extraordinary identity. "What is your intention in saving me?" Xiao Yuan gazed at the handsome man with confusion. "You do not appear to be a malicious individual, and I require information." "What information? What are mutated cockroaches?" This time, the handsome man was utterly baffled. He had entered the dreams of many, each tinged with the darkest hues of their subconscious. Yet, this girl's dream was remarkably pure, so pristine that it evoked a flicker of desire within him. "So, you will not harm me, nor will you betray my whereabouts to the Ghost Society, correct?" Xiao Yuan took a bite of steak. "Wow, cooked to perfection, juicy and fragrant. Of course, I went to great lengths to rescue you." As Xiao Yuan prepared for another bite, suddenly the world spun around her. The steak, the delectable food, the restaurant, the sea, all vanished. Struggling to open her eyes, she found herself still sprawled on the sofa of the RV. Lifting her head, she met those alluring peach blossom eyes. You are awake?" Nan Rongqing tore off the bandages from his body and redressed himself. "Thank you." He abruptly stood, swaying unsteadily before bracing himself against the wall to regain his balance. "Do not move, although your wound has healed. You have lost too much blood and your body remains weak." Xiao Yuan quickly supported him. "Rest assured, I followed your instructions to move left. This is an underground parking lot, quite secure." Nan Rongqing had to concede that in his current state, he could manage only 100 meters before fainting. He returned to the sofa, the dizziness lessening slightly. "Grr." Nan Rongqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he clutched his stomach. But the rumbling sounds continued unabated. "Are you hungry? That can be easily remedied. I have plenty of food." Xiao Yuan went to the back of the RV, pretending to retrieve something from the microwave. In reality, as her hand reached inside, a steaming box of Kung Pao chicken with rice and hot milk appeared. "Here, have some food. Finish it and drink the milk. It will be good for your health." As the aroma of Kung Pao chicken wafted through the air, Nan Rongqing's expression grew complex. He had been working tirelessly, while the brothers of the Qianling group could only survive on expired food scavenged from supermarkets and warehouses. Furthermore, With rising temperatures, most food had spoiled. Almost everyone was struggling for survival. Yet, at this moment, an unidentified woman presented him with a steaming convenience store meal and fresh milk. Ultimately, the overpowering hunger triumphed over his pride, and Nan Rongqing picked up the box and took a couple of bites. He devoured his meal with a ravenous appetite, finishing it in a whirlwind. After drinking the milk, he comfortably leaned back on the sofa. It had been so long since he last enjoyed a warm meal that he could scarcely recall when it had been. Nan Rongqing murmured to himself, "Nan Rong, I have a question for you," Qiao Yuan said, emboldened by the slight softening of his expression as he took a seat across from him. "You know my name?" Upon hearing them call him Nan Rongqing, a rare compound surname, he found it quite melodious. A faint smirk of derision crossed Nan Rongqing's lips. "What do you wish to inquire about?" In truth, he already possessed the answer in his mind, but sought confirmation nonetheless. "Do you know what a mutated cockroach is?" Qiao Yuan asked, cradling his water cup. Indeed, she was asking about cockroaches. This woman had not lied in her dreams. Nan Rongqing set down the milk bottle. "Have you witnessed the swarm of insects?" Recalling the roiling mass of cockroaches from the morning, Qiao Yuan heaved a dry retch. A smile tugged at the corners of Nan Rongqing's mouth. "What color did you see?" "Brown, just like ordinary cockroaches, only significantly larger." Mutated cockroaches are white and 3 times the size of what you observed. Their evolved fangs capable of crushing bone with a single bite. "Ah," Qiao Yuan gasped, patting her chest in relief. "I'm glad I didn't encounter the kind you described this morning. What do you seek them for?" Nan Rongqing's brow furrowed in contemplation. "Nothing, just curious as I heard a friend mention them." Qiao Yuan's eyes flickered, and she laughed awkwardly. Nan Rongqing chose not to press the issue further. He decided to rest in the vehicle before proceeding to the Qianling Group branch in Nanyuan City. Noticing his disinterest in conversation, Qiao Yuan resolved to venture outside for a stroke of luck, hoping to find a mutated cockroach. Just as she prepared to open the car door, a voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Mutated cockroaches typically hide in vast, open shopping malls. Their weakness lies in their necks. Nan Rongqing interjected with a seemingly random remark, and when Qiao Yuan turned around, she found him reclining on the sofa, feigning sleep. "Thank you. I'll apply another round of insect repellent. You must not leave before I return." After dispersing the insecticide, Qiao Yuan descended to the ground level. The shopping mall lay in disarray after the disaster, its entrance shattered by floodwaters, allowing her to step through the broken doorframe into the first floor. The disheveled counters were empty, devoid of any goods. The gold, silver, jewels, and cosmetics had likely been swept away by the deluge. Treading cautiously, she surveyed the first floor but found no trace of cockroaches. She ascended the now non-operational elevator to the second floor. The second floor, dedicated to women's apparel, remained untouched, its clothing and shelves intact. It appears that the terrain of Nanyuan City varies greatly, as she recalls Ningju mentioning that the flood once reached a height equivalent to 10 stories, while here, it only submerged 1 level. The faint sound of rustling emerged from the distant escape passage. Could it be that cockroaches were fleeing within? With a surge of courage, Qiao Yuan cautiously approached the dark, foreboding escape route. Just as she was within 5 meters of the entrance, she suddenly spotted a snow-white limb of an arthropod materializing at the doorway. Qiao Yuan held her breath, swiftly curling her body and rolling into the nearby women's clothing store, hiding behind a rack. Good heavens! A cockroach the size of a basin. To claim she wasn't terrified would be a falsehood. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Yuan raised the nozzle in her left hand. The enormous white cockroach, its forelimbs adorned with sharp barbs that swayed with its movements, was as described by Nan Rongqing, with 2 ghastly tusks protruding from its mouth. With her mask securely in place, Qiao Yuan gathered her resolve and dashed out from the clothing store, standing directly before the cockroach. She aimed at its head and pressed the trigger. The cockroach was instantly enveloped by the insecticide, its movements abruptly stilled as it collapsed to the ground. Thankfully, the insecticide proved effective. Just as Qiao Yuan prepared to collect the cockroach into her space, she noticed its legs tremble and its body swiftly scuttle across the floor. Goodness! It couldn't be killed. She pressed the nozzle again, but the cockroach appeared immune to the insecticide. It navigated through the chemical haze and locked its gaze onto Qiao Yuan. Yet, that was not the most terrifying part. Qiao Yuan observed the cockroach's antennae quivering in the air, followed by several more white mutated cockroaches emerging from the fire escape. It even summoned its companions. Qiao Yuan raised her hand, automatically targeting the cockroach's neck. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, shattering 2/3 of the white cockroach's neck. Yellow-green pus gushed forth from its wound. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away at Jianwei Department Store, a group of soldiers surrounded a tall, wheat-skinned female officer. "Colonel!" Gunfire at 10 o'clock. The stern-faced female colonel immediately turned her gaze to the 10 o'clock direction. "Go take a look. It may be outsiders." "Yes." Back in the mall. Xiao Yuan was utterly drained. Her right hand trembled incessantly. The recoil of the infinite handgun was substantial. After firing dozens of rounds, her wrist ached painfully. Observing the cockroach lying in a pool of pus, Xiao Yuan fought through her nausea to store it in her space. Ding! Congratulations, host. The supermarket system has successfully upgraded to level 3. Unlocking upgrade gift package. Ability awakening. The ability to replicate anyone's power once copied. Lasts for 10 days. During this period, if a second ability is copied, the first will become unusable. The method of usage involves touching any part of the individual's body while silently invoking the ability. Level 1. Dimensional extension. The supermarket can be accessed through commands from any location in the apocalyptic world. Xiao Yuan swiftly filtered through the system notifications. Success. Time to retreat. She stowed away the insecticide sprayer and dashed out of the mall, ultimately returning to the underground garage in a flash. Once inside her camper van, she shut the door firmly, gripping the handle and breathing heavily. My goodness, that was exhilarating. The dozens of shots turned the cockroaches into mere sieves, with their revolting pus flying everywhere. Lowering her head, she caught a whiff of a rancid odor. Upon turning around, she realized that Nan Rongqing had long since vanished. She walked to the rear of the vehicle and even opened the wardrobe to check. It appeared he had indeed left. Sinking into the sofa, she noticed a yellowed piece of paper beneath the milk bottle on the coffee table, which read, "Your life is owed to me. I shall repay it in the future." Ah, what a society this is. Yet, he seems to thrive in such an environment, doesn't he? Xiao Yuan tucked the paper into her pocket and proceeded to access the system, examining the upgrade package she had just received. Awakening of supernatural abilities? Am I now an awakened one? However, this ability seems rather trivial, as the name suggests it merely allows for replication. Yet, it requires physical contact with the individual. After some contemplation, Xiao Yuan decided to set her first replication target on Ningju, the dimensional extension, allowing entry from any location in the apocalyptic world. Resolved her most pressing dilemma, as she had lost her way and had no idea where the museum was. Surely, she could not roam the streets asking zombies for directions. System, what is the command for dimensional extension? Open sesame. How casual. The system could only engage in the most rudimentary conversations, as if implanted with code. It offered no answers beyond that. Xiao Yuan stored the camper in her space and stood in the vacant area of the underground parking lot. Open sesame. She shouted into the air. As she heard the echo a second time, she was astonished to see the surroundings begin to distort and reshape, ultimately forming a door that led directly to her supermarket. As she stepped through the threshold, the underground parking lot returned to its normal state. Colonel. The last place the odor appeared was here. Less than 5 seconds after Xiao Yuan's disappearance, a group of soldiers emerged in the underground parking area. Xiao Wei quietly switched on a powerful flashlight, crouching down to gently pinch some black powder from the ground between her fingers. She held her fingers to her nose, inhaling the insecticide. Colonel, this person has vanished, as if they disappeared into thin air. The speaker was a soldier with paint smeared across his face, slightly wrinkling his nose as he seemed to be sniffing for a scent. Perhaps it is some extraordinary ability unbeknownst to us, shaping ping. Continue the extermination of cockroaches. Xiao Weimao waved his hand, and the soldiers promptly fell in line. Colonel, some have begun to question the food we distribute. Should we clarify this with everyone? Although the energy cakes made from cockroaches are rather unpalatable, they are currently our only sustenance, and the stockpiles you have visited are already spoiled. Shaping Ping sighed. Having something to eat is indeed a blessing in these times. The sudden coolness brought relief to Xiao Yuan, who retrieved an ice cream from the freezer. With the first bite, she felt revitalized. A glance at the clock hanging on the wall revealed that only an hour had passed. Yet, she had endured a full day in this apocalyptic world. Her clothes were nearly unbearable, so she changed into a fresh outfit from the hanger before locking the supermarket door and stepping out. Xiao Yuan intended to purchase a house. For convenience, she sought out a real estate agent. Her requirements for a home were simple: a villa. This was not due to newfound wealth, but rather a precaution against being targeted by ill-intentioned individuals. much like Chun Wei from Yongla Village and Wang Qingshun from the Qingshan pawn shop. Upon hearing of Qiao Yuan's desire for a villa, the agent became exceedingly enthusiastic, taking her across 3 districts in a single day. However, the villas they visited were either embroiled in disputes or poorly designed. Thus, Qiao Yuan decided to rent a suite in a hotel near the supermarket, planning to move once she found a suitable property. The hotel offered a pleasant environment. After a refreshing shower, she luxuriated on the bed while watching television. It seems the items in her space have diminished significantly. Entering the space, Qiao Yuan discovered that her stock of diesel, generators, weapons, clothing, and various food supplies had all been halved. What had transpired? She resolved to prepare additional supplies tomorrow. As she lay on the soft bed, she drifted into slumber. After a day filled with anxiety, her taut nerves finally relaxed. It was not until her blind box reminder chimed thrice that Qiao Yuan opened her eyes. After selecting a blind box, her eyes closed once more. She received a slow-motion performance. It seemed unlikely that anything of value would emerge today. True to her expectations, the system presented her with a cup. Qiao Yuan awoke late in the day, heading to the supermarket where she enjoyed a corn. She then turned on the lights for the supermarket's photo display. Linyuan Supermarket, officially open for business. Around noon, as students from the nearby school were released, a throng of them flooded into the supermarket, chattering excitedly as they left. In a single afternoon, Qiao Yuan earned over 200 yuan, more than she had accumulated in 2 months at Yongla Village. She glanced at her phone's calendar reminder. Wang Xian's birthday was just 2 days away. According to the intelligence provided by Do Long, on the evening of Wang Xian's birthday, they planned to execute their scheme while on Wang Qingyao's car. The pressing question now was, how would she gain entry to Wang Xian's birthday celebration? Yesterday, Do Long sent a message stating that the birthday banquet would be held at the most luxurious private dining establishment, Yufu, in Nanyuan City. This restaurant, perched atop the Spring Mountains, is a private estate. It is said that the average expenditure exceeds 100,000 yuan, and typically only the affluent are permitted entry, without a reservation code. For this birthday celebration, the Wang family had reserved the entire Yufu private dining venue, which would not be open to the public that day. Attendance required an invitation. What a challenge. She discovered that even the parking lot was inaccessible. Qiao Yuan attempted to uncover any management loopholes concerning Yufu via her phone. At that moment, a notification appeared at the top of her screen. It was none other than Wang Xian. Chapter 27. A visit from the police. A sense of unease upon opening the chat window. Wang Xian's avatar popped up, depicting a cheerful puppy. May I ask if you have time to join me for a meal? Wang Xian directly extended an invitation. Had this been just a couple of days prior, Qiao Yuan would have surely suspected his intentions were less than honorable. However, now that she was aware of Wang Xian's true identity, such concerns felt utterly superfluous. The son of Nanyuan City's wealthiest man was hardly in want of money. All right, this evening? Qiao Yuan replied without hesitation, eager to inform him about Wang Qichun. Wang Xian seemed taken aback by her prompt acceptance. I'll secure a restaurant reservation and let you know. A few minutes later, Wang Xian sent another message. Shiye Luori Restaurant, 6 p.m., let us not miss it. Okay. After hanging up, Qiao Yuan pondered a perplexing question. Why would Wang Xian proactively invite her to dinner? It couldn't be for financial gain. He was above such trivialities. Was it love at first sight? Qiao Yuan casually picked up a small mirror from the counter. Her features were delicate, with an oval face that bore a hint of determination when serious. She was certainly not the type favored by wealthy heirs, fair-skinned, beautiful, and tall. Shaking her head, she found it utterly baffling. Welcome. The supermarket's doorbell chimed, prompting Qiao Yuan to sit up straight. 3 police officers entered. Displaying an innocuous smile, she greeted them. Feel free to look around. Gentlemen, everything is at a 20% discount for our grand opening. The officers surveyed the supermarket with scrutinizing eyes, ultimately approaching the counter empty-handed. Are you Qiao Yuan? Li Jingyu presented his credentials, observing her expression closely. They had received a report concerning the disappearance of Chun Wei, the village chief of Yongla Village. Upon investigation, Chun Wei's son revealed that there seemed to be a conflict between Chun Wei and Qiao Yuan, the owner of the village's grocery store. When they investigated the store, they discovered it had been vacated, heightening Qiao Yuan's suspicion. Yes, that's me. May I ask what this is regarding? Qiao Yuan wondered anxiously. It couldn't be about Chun Wei, could it? Do you know him? Yes, he is the village chief. Qiao Yuan responded cautiously. On the evening of the 19th of this month, what were you doing? Li Jingyu inquired according to the protocol. Yet he harbored doubts that the young girl before him had any connection to Chun Wei's disappearance. On the 19th, let me think, Xiao Yuan feigned a look of reminiscence. That night, after the grocery store closed, I returned to my room to watch television. Watch television? Li Jingyu seized upon the inconsistency in Xiao Yuan's words. On the 19th, the entire Yongla village experienced a power outage. How could you possibly watch television? Li Jingyu's expression was grave, his gaze sharp as a leopard's. Xiao Yuan hesitated, then hastily explained, I have a generator. This only deepened Li Jingyu's suspicion. Who in the village would be idle enough to prepare a generator? Noticing Li Jingyu's growing skepticism, Xiao Yuan continued, the village chief resented my refusal to contribute funds for repairing the ancestral hall, so he arranged for my family's water and electricity to be cut off, forcing me to purchase a generator myself. Is that even possible? Officer, if it weren't for the unbearable situation in the village, why would I spend so much to move my store to the city? Xiao Yuan further recounted how Chun Wei had sent someone to extort her and incited the villagers to ostracize her, preventing anyone from purchasing goods at her grocery store. Officer, I speak only the truth. If you doubt me, you may verify it in Yongla village. Through his investigations over the past 2 days, Li Jingyu had gained some insight into Chun Wei's character. Xiao Yuan's words did not seem like fabrications. Very well, do not leave Nanyuan City for the time being. We may need to reach out to you again. Okay, officer, has something happened to Village Chief Qin? He has gone missing. With that, Li Jingyu lifted his gaze to meet Xiao Yuan's. Missing? How could that be? Xiao Yuan expressed her disbelief, and finding no further clues, Li Jingyu departed with his team. After bidding farewell to the police, Xiao Yuan realized her palms were clammy with perspiration. After all, lying in front of the police made her somewhat anxious. Oh dear. It's nearly 6 o'clock. Glancing at the clock, Xiao Yuan quickly grabbed her keys and locked the supermarket door. She drove to the restaurant recommended by Wang Xin. The Shiye Sunset Restaurant, a trendy establishment in Nanyuan City, located within the Shiye Wetland Park. The restaurant's fame did not stem from its cuisine, but from the breathtaking sunsets reflected on the wetland waters in the evening. Xiao Yuan arrived at the restaurant 10 minutes late. Hello, do you have a reservation? The server inquired softly. My surname is Chiao, and Mr. Wang made a reservation. Miss Chiao, please follow me. The server led Xiao Yuan to a table by the window. From a distance, she spotted Wang Xin seated at the window side, smiling and waving. Wang Xin stood up, gallantly pulling out a chair for Xiao Yuan. Just in time to catch the sunset, Wang Xin pointed out the window. Xiao Yuan turned her head to look. The water surface of the wetland was painted with hues of sunset, resembling a masterpiece. In the distant sky hung a vibrant orange sun, and the horizon was adorned with billowing clouds, the soft halo casting a gentle glow upon her face. How beautiful! Xiao Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. In her previous life, she toiled daily for sustenance, seldom afforded the opportunity to revel in the opulence of a fine dining establishment, basking in the remnants of the setting sun and the hues of twilight. Let us peruse the menu. What do you fancy? Wang Xin offered, extending the menu to Xiao Yuan. I have no dietary restrictions, and this is my first visit to this restaurant, so please choose freely, Xiao Yuan replied, pushing the menu back. Very well. Wang Xin summoned the waiter and ordered several dishes with names he could hardly comprehend. What is your occupation? Wang Xin initiated the conversation. Me? I run a supermarket, Xiao Yuan responded. Ah, so you are the proprietor, Wang Xin jested. Proprietor, indeed. It is merely a modest supermarket spanning over 300 square meters, hardly comparable to your endeavors. As for me, I am nothing more than a mere clerk. Wang Xin chuckled bitterly, aware that he was the son of Wang Qingyao, the president of Qingshan Group, and not just an ordinary shop assistant. Could it be that his willingness to accept the invitation for dinner stemmed from his awareness of Wang Xion's identity? This thought momentarily dampened Wang Xion's spirits. However, he quickly regained his composure and began sharing amusing anecdotes from his work experiences. Last time, you advised me against visiting Qingshan Pawn Shop. Given that it is your family's establishment, why should I refrain? Xiao Yuan skillfully guided the conversation toward the crux of the matter. At that moment, the waiter began serving the dishes, prompting both to instinctively silence themselves. Once the table was set with the array of dishes, Wang Xin rubbed his temples and laughed wryly. The pawnshop business is managed by my uncle, Wang Qingshan. Xiao Yuan flashed a grin. He harbors ulterior motives and would likely exploit a customer like me, wouldn't he? Wang Xion's mouth dropped open in astonishment. How did you know? Your uncle has long since dispatched individuals to surveil me. What? How could he do such a thing? Has anyone threatened you? Xiao Yuan delicately sampled a piece of fish fillet. The flavor is mediocre. It seems this trendy establishment primarily emphasizes ambience. Not only does Wang Qingchun monitor my actions, but he also intends to eliminate you and your father during your birthday banquet in 2 days. Chapter 28. The Art of Survival in a Post-Apocalyptic World. Impossible. He is my uncle. Wang Xian replied in a hushed tone, wary of eavesdroppers. How do you know this? He has been watching me. But I'm also keeping an eye on him. On the night of your birthday, in the parking lot of the Yufu private banquet, the brake line on your father's car will be severed. Anyone who hears that their own uncle intends to harm them and their father would instinctively react with disbelief. However, it was not long before Wang Xian slumped back in his chair, his face pale. Actually, I believe you. He is capable of such deeds. Wang Xian did not dwell on how Xiao Yuan had come to know this secret. She was, after all, an enigmatic woman. Nonetheless, he surmised that even if his uncle were to cut the brake line, he would likely leave no evidence behind. If you trust me, I can assist you. I will attend your birthday banquet in 2 days and will ensure he is exposed for what he truly is. Xiao Yuan regarded Wang Xian earnestly, her eyes seemingly possessing a mesmerizing power that compelled trust. Wang Xian nodded. All right, I trust you. Please provide me with the address of your supermarket. I will send someone to deliver the birthday invitation tomorrow. During the meal, Wang Xian was somewhat preoccupied, while Xiao Yuan leisurely savored his food, admiring the night view outside. After finishing their meal, Wang Xian and Xiao Yuan made their way to the parking lot. As they were about to part ways, Xiao Yuan tentatively inquired. Now that this matter has been properly resolved, may I visit the Qingshan pawn shop in the future? Certainly. The items you provided are of the highest quality. We could profit significantly at the auction. Why not? It's a deal. Xiao Yuan cheerfully entered her vehicle. Upon returning to the hotel, Xiao Yuan suddenly realized an important matter. Since she was to attend Wang Xian's birthday banquet, should she not bring a gift? She retrieved a metallic box from her space. Rings, necklaces, gold bars, and gemstones, though valuable. None were particularly appealing to a man. Perhaps she should buy a gift instead? The thought of gift shopping only added to her distress. What could Wang Xian possibly not have seen? Even the most exquisite gifts might not impress him. How vexing. Before drifting off to sleep, Xiao Yuan entered her space once more. Upon seeing the nearly empty house, her brows furrowed. It was half full yesterday. How could it be gone today? Surely nothing has gone awry. Ning Zhu and her sister are both awakened beings and should be able to protect themselves at this stage. Besides, fire is the natural enemy of cockroaches. Everything should be fine. As she dozed off, she closed her eyes. When she awoke again, she glanced at the blind box machine in her system and casually selected one. Wonderful. I have acquired an ashtray. After freshening up, she headed to the supermarket to open for business, perfectly timed for students seeking breakfast. Sister, I would like a boiled corn. Sister, I want a baked sweet potato. Sister, 1 mushroom bun and 1 meat bun, please. The chorus of sister left Xiao Yuan grinning from ear to ear. She diligently prepared their orders, announcing a grand opening discount of 20. Wow. Thank you, sister. After bidding farewell to the last group of children, Xiao Yuan heard a familiar voice. This supermarket's business is far superior to your grocery store. She looked up to find Ning Zhu, who had appeared at the supermarket, seated comfortably on a high stool at the back, smiling at her. When did you arrive? I apologize for not noticing earlier. There were just too many children. Xiao Yuan hurriedly flipped the sign on the door from resting to open and secured the entrance. What has happened recently? Why has the inventory in the space suddenly diminished so much? Xiao Yuan voiced her concerns from the past few days. Ning Zhu moved closer, her thoughts drifting back to 3 days prior. Ningling has awakened. This is monumental news. Furthermore, with the shared space, I connected power to the villa, installed central air conditioning, and both Qizheng and Xian are safe now. Everything is progressing splendidly. What they did not anticipate was that the threat of zombies had not yet dissipated, and an onslaught of insects followed closely behind. Fortunately, Ning Lin possessed the ability of fire, which instinctively repelled the cockroaches, allowing their villa to narrowly escape disaster. Brother, since we have the capability and resources, should we not establish a camp? Upon hearing Ning Lin's suggestion, Ning Zhu instinctively thought to decline. He had witnessed too much ugliness in humanity over these past days. Living in the villa with just the 4 of them was quite satisfactory. Ning Zhu, I believe what Xiao Lin says holds merit. No matter how long we survive, we are merely holed up in this villa. It would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to gather some people. None can predict how this world will evolve. Instead of passively waiting, it is better to take initiative. Survival in the apocalypse is certainly not a solitary endeavor. Ning Ju was swayed. This was a world where moral systems had collapsed, and a lone wolf struggled to thrive. The four of them convened a brief meeting and then began to gather survivors. Each day, Ning Ju and Ning Lin ventured into the city center, seeking solitary awakened individuals or surviving ordinary humans. As long as they were willing to follow and adhere to the rules, they could come to the hillside villa and enjoy their protection. In just 2 days, Ning Ju managed to gather 26 survivors, 2 of whom were awakened. This explained why he had gone to the supermarket to purchase a substantial amount of insect repellent and pesticides. After succinctly recounting his experiences over the past 2 days, Qiao Yuan contemplated a term, Lord. This implied an intention to establish his own dominion. Just the other day, my sister and I were in the central district searching for survivors when we unexpectedly heard gunfire. Ning Ju hinted, as the sound of the gun was somewhat familiar, prompting him to check his space, only to find the infinite handgun missing. So you went to my world the day before yesterday? Quite perceptive. Merely by the sound of gunfire, you could deduce it was the infinite handgun, rather impressive. However, Qiao Yuan had intended to discuss this matter with him as well. Thus she nodded and shared her own experiences from that day. Qianling Group? Ghost Society? Upon hearing these 2 names, Ning Ju's alarm bells rang. It seemed that future actions would need to be approached with greater caution. I would like to ask you to continue assisting me in procuring supplies. Now that we have more people, our needs have increased. Qiao Yuan was more than eager for Ning Ju to buy more. Upon glancing at the list, she exclaimed, Goodness. I will need to ask Su Lian for help again. By the way, I need to go to Guangzhou and Shenzhen soon. The radio station you provided received a signal. Shaolin's best friend is seeking her assistance. I intend to see if I can bring her back. Wait. Qiao Yuan closed her eyes, and after a few seconds, she smiled. I bought 4 pieces of temperature-regulating clothing and placed them in the clothing room. Ordinary people can wear them to withstand high temperatures. Your friend will be able to leave the villa now. Ning Ju was taken aback. Such a thing existed. Remarkable. After chatting for a while, as Ning Ju prepared to leave, Qiao Yuan suddenly held him back. By the way, I have a question to ask. Speak. What kind of birthday gifts do men typically enjoy? After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Yuan realized that she did not know many men. Ning Ju was the most familiar and affluent among them, and his advice would undoubtedly hold great value. Your boyfriend? Ning Ju blurted out, immediately regretting the intrusive nature of his question. No, just a friend I recently met. He happens to be the son of the richest man in our city. Qiao Yuan replied, spreading her hands in exasperation. He is so wealthy that I am at a loss as to what to gift him. Ah, I see. He is not your boyfriend, Ning Ju remarked, gazing at Qiao Yuan's face, which bore an adorably dazed expression. I know exactly what to get, just wait here. With that, Ning Ju swiftly pushed open the warehouse door and vanished from sight. Qiao Yuan sat in contemplation behind the counter, pondering whether Ning Ju truly knew what to gift. Chapter 29. The Alluring Zero-Cost Purchase. Moments later, Ning Ju reappeared from the warehouse, holding a dagger in his hand. This is a dragon's head agate-wrapped dagger. Qiao Yuan accepted the dagger, feeling its weight. It certainly did not resemble anything modern. Have you forgotten where the outside of the warehouse leads? Ning Ju teased. Qiao Yuan suddenly realized the ancient treasure exhibition hall. What treasures could possibly be there? A thought struck her, if only she could gather all the artifacts from the exhibition hall. Ning Ju clearly understood her intent. Rather than allowing those treasures to languish in a dilapidated museum, they would be far better off here with you. Qiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Ning Ju stepped outside once more, and 2 hours later, another room filled with ancient treasures appeared in Qiao Yuan's space. By the way, if you head to Guangshan City and encounter any danger, you can come to the store to take refuge. I'll give you a secret code. Just envision the supermarket in your mind and say Open Sesame, and you will instantly arrive at the supermarket, no matter where you are. Really? Ning Ju's eyes sparkled with delight. With this, the supermarket would become the perfect sanctuary. Do you want to go out and try it? Ning Ju waved his hand dismissively. I trust you. What is the name of your sanctuary? Where is it located? Qiao Yuan inquired. The next upgrade for the supermarket will require a trip to the apocalypse, if danger arises. I can flee to Ning Ju's sanctuary. I haven't named it yet. Its location is on the hillside, 2 kilometers northeast of the museum. Ning Ju brushed off the question, considering there were only 30 people involved. making it hardly significant. Help me come up with a name. After all, without you, this sanctuary wouldn't exist. Ningju casually grabbed a bag of candy from beside the counter. Watching Ningju's somewhat mischievous expression, Xiao Yuan felt the urge to laugh. Yet she earnestly pondered. Eternal Fortress, may your sanctuary remain eternally safe. Perfect. That's it. Ningju exclaimed, slapping the counter. The glass instantly transformed into a spiderweb-like pattern. Sorry. No worries. I will use your money to fix it. They exchanged smiles. Just then, Xiao Yuan caught a glimpse of a man outside the supermarket, peering in. She approached the door and asked, "May I help you?" The man chuckled and inquired, "May I ask if this is Miss Xiao Yuan?" "Indeed, it is," she replied. "Greetings. I have come to deliver your birthday invitation. Mr. Wang had mentioned that today he would send the invitation. I nearly forgot." Xiao Yuan promptly opened the supermarket door, and the man entered, carrying several large bags. "Here's your invitation. These are the dresses and shoes that Mr. Wang has prepared for you." Ningju, standing nearby, felt a twinge of discomfort. Flattery without cause often conceals ulterior motives. "Please thank Wang Xin for me. His thoughtfulness is truly commendable." After smilingly bidding him farewell, Xiao Yuan opened the bags on the counter. The blue evening gown was exquisite, and its quality was evident at first touch. The other bags contained shoes. All the same style, sizes 36 to 39. It seemed that Wang Xin was uncertain of her shoe size and had opted to prepare one of each. Ningju, with a slightly brusque tone, cautioned, "You must be wary of such privileged youths. Beneath their attentiveness lies a multitude of schemes. He is quite a decent person. You need not worry," Xiao Yuan reassured her. "Worry? The fact that a wealthy heir is so kind to a mere supermarket owner is, in itself, rather suspicious. How can I not be concerned?" Ningju pondered. "No, my unease stems primarily from the fear that she might encounter trouble, leaving me without supplies." After chatting for a while longer, Ningju did not forget to remind her to be cautious of scoundrels before finally departing the supermarket. Today, Xiao Yuan had not replicated her extraordinary ability. While controlling zombies was indeed a practical skill, the replicated powers could only be retained for 10 days. Based on the previous upgrade process of the supermarket, she was certain she would not venture into the apocalypse within that time frame. It would be prudent to complete a few more system tasks. Replicating Ningju's abilities could be accomplished later. Just as she contemplated the system tasks, the familiar notification sound echoed in her ears. Ding! The 6th task has been issued. Please sell 100 servings of rice bowls within 3 days. Requirement: must be sold to humans from the same world as the host. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback as she delved into the system to scrutinize the task requirements. Humans from the same world as the host meant she could not rely on Ningju for an easy way out. Alas, why must they make things so difficult for me? Is running a business truly so arduous? With a sigh, she opened the supermarket's entrance, and at that moment, her gaze fell upon the school across the street. It was a day school, and she had overheard students complaining about the cafeteria's poor food and exorbitant prices while purchasing snacks. If that is the case, selling rice bowls to students would be quite fitting. With this thought, Xiao Yuan could not suppress her laughter. "I am indeed a little genius at making money." She proceeded to the neighboring copy shop, printed a stack of advertisements, and hired several local delivery personnel from a city website. By evening, as school let out, they distributed flyers at the school gate, which featured the menu and prices for the rice bowls from Linyuan supermarket. Xiao Yuan was a conscientious merchant. Since she intended to profit from the students, she was determined to ensure the food was safe, delicious, and reasonably priced. She ordered a meat and 2 vegetable rice bowl along with a bottle of milk, all for the price of 13 yuan, as her grocery store's system automatically restocked. The cost was never a concern for her. At 8 p.m., Xiao Yuan closed the supermarket and found a highly rated antique shop online. The dagger Ningju had brought was so precious. Thus, the box that housed it must also maintain its value. The antique shop, Boguzai, had been passed down for 3 generations, currently owned by Dong Dong Dong. Dong Dong sat in the shop reading, as running an antique store had become increasingly challenging. Genuine items were hard to procure, and he refused to sell fakes. Consequently, the shop had not opened for a month. He yawned, planning to finish his pot of tea before closing up and heading home. Suddenly, the sound of a bell jingled at the entrance, and a girl in her 20s entered the shop. "Hello, feel free to browse. Just let me know if you see something you like," Dong Dong said lethargically. He had encountered many such customers who usually wandered around, found the prices exorbitant, cursed the merchant silently, and promptly left. Just as he was dozing off, A woman's voice broke the silence. Excuse me, may I take a look at this box? Dong Dong raised his head, squinting. To his surprise, she had not left. Oh, certainly, let me get it for you. He gently retrieved the wooden box mentioned by Qiao Yuan from the shelf and placed it on the counter tray. Qiao Yuan had examined this box for quite some time. Its length was just right for the dagger, and it was intricately carved with various auspicious beasts and complex patterns, exuding elegance. This box is made of golden silk Nanmu, a relic from the Wanli era, Dong Dong remarked, glancing at Qiao Yuan. It's not cheap. Antique shops are certainly not inexpensive, and Qiao Yuan was mentally prepared for that, especially since golden silk Nanmu was well known for its high price. How much? Qiao Yuan inquired. Dong Dong's expression froze. I just said it's not cheap. Why ask again? If I tell you the price and you don't buy, it will be quite awkward for both of us. Seeing the questioning look in Qiao Yuan's eyes, Dong Dong steeled himself and stated, the lowest is 1.8 million. All items in my shop are genuine and come with authentication certificates. After all, this is an old item. All right, I'll buy it, Qiao Yuan declared. Chapter 30. Well prepared, huh? Dong Dong's mouth fell open in disbelief. You bought it? Really? Qiao Yuan chuckled. Of course it's a real purchase. I'm transferring the money to you now, as long as you confirm that this box is authentic. Absolutely. My family has been in the antique appraisal business for 3 generations. Selling fakes would bring down the wrath of heaven. Dong Dong's head shot up, his glasses flying off. Qiao Yuan found him quite amusing, and since he ran an antique shop, perhaps they could collaborate in the future. After acquiring the golden silk Nanmu box, just as Qiao Yuan was about to leave, Dong Dong called her back. Wait a moment. Here's my business card. If you have any doubts, you can take the wooden box to another institution for appraisal. If there are any issues, just come find me. Qiao Yuan accepted the business card and glanced at the name inscribed upon it. Dong Da Dong? An intriguing name indeed. Perhaps our paths shall cross again in the future. Upon returning to the hotel, Qiao Yuan placed the dagger into a wooden box. It fit perfectly, both in size and aesthetic appeal. Ever since the supermarket system underwent an upgrade, the blind box machine seemed to have developed an obsession. Yesterday, it yielded an ashtray, and today, it rather whimsically produced a lighter. Qiao Yuan felt a wave of despair. Her luck appeared to have waned recently. In the morning, as students flocked to the supermarket for breakfast, Qiao Yuan had thoughtfully hung a large promotional poster for the rice bowls in her store the day before. Sister, I will come for a rice bowl at noon. Sister, it's only 13 yuan. Won't you be at a loss? Indeed. Our school cafeteria charges 15 yuan for just one rice bowl, and I even found a bug in mine last time. The youthful minds of the middle schoolers were innocent, with some even suggesting that Qiao Yuan raise her prices. Fear not. As long as my sister's supermarket is here, the prices shall remain unchanged. As expected, with the promotional efforts and the regulars buying breakfast, a long queue formed outside Qiao Yuan's small supermarket by noon. Sister, I would like Kung Pao chicken, fish-flavored eggplant, and shredded potatoes. Sister, I want spicy hot pot, tomato and scrambled eggs, and dry-fried green beans. Qiao Yuan busied herself serving the students throughout the midday rush. After an hour, the crowd finally dissipated. She stretched her arms and approached the front desk to check the cash register system. She had sold 60 rice bowls that afternoon. Quite impressive. At this pace, she would reach her goal by tomorrow. However, selling rice bowls was a commitment that required persistence, for these children were genuinely delightful. In the afternoon, Qiao Yuan closed the store early. She drove to a high-end shopping mall, intending to locate a cosmetics counter to purchase some skincare products and perhaps have her makeup done. The gown and shoes given to her by Wang Xin were exceedingly extravagant. Without a refined makeup and hairstyle, they would undoubtedly overwhelm her. Although Qiao Yuan typically shunned elaborate adornments, such occasions called for a touch of formality. Marriott Plaza stood as the largest shopping complex in Nanyuan City. Upon entering the first floor, she was greeted by the faint fragrances of various perfumes and cosmetics. Qiao Yuan approached a light luxury cosmetics counter and meandered around it a couple of times. A few sales associates lounged at the innermost counter, neglecting her presence. Meanwhile, a girl clad in a uniform squatted on the floor, organizing products. Xiaowen, go attend to her, commanded an older woman, gazing down at the girl with an authoritative tone. All right, I'll go right away. Suwen abruptly stood up, only to feel a sudden darkness enveloping her vision, causing dizziness. Qiao Yuan swiftly stepped forward to steady her, advising her to rise slowly after squatting for too long. Thank you, Suwen replied, a touch of embarrassment evident in her voice. What type of products are you interested in? I can provide you with recommendations. Perhaps it was the girl's naivety, as she embarked on her professional journey, that elicited an inexplicable fondness in Xiao Yuan for her. Water, lotion, essence, cleanser, and sunscreen are all on my shopping list. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in crafting a makeup look suitable for a birthday soiree. Su Wan, adorned with a professional smile, led Xiao Yuan to the makeup station. Humph, it's evident she is merely here to sponge off the makeup. Su Wan is quite naive. As a newcomer, she has much to learn, and soon enough, she will understand. Alas, it amuses me how some people can be so pretentious, especially for a birthday celebration. How ridiculous. The voices of several sales associates were neither too loud nor too soft, just audible enough for both Xiao Yuan and Su Wan to overhear. Are you Su Wan? Yes, I am. Aren't you afraid I'm just here to take advantage of your makeup? Xiao Yuan sat in the chair, observing Su Wan's expression in the mirror. If the makeup I create pleases you, it would be my honor. Su Wan responded with genuine warmth, deftly preparing her tools. Xiao Yuan smiled, choosing to remain silent. Su Wan's movements were gentle and polite. An hour later, she spritzed Xiao Yuan's face with a setting spray. Miss Xiao, we're done. Xiao Yuan lifted her gaze. And in the mirror, her reflection revealed a refined and natural makeup look, where every detail was perfectly balanced, neither overly crafted nor lacking in modern elegance. You are truly talented. I adore this makeup. As Su Wan tidied up her workspace, she replied with a smile, it's mainly due to your striking features. There is a hint of nobility in your brow, which is why I opted against a traditional, overly flirtatious style. Xiao Yuan rose. Could you kindly introduce me to the products? Su Wan paused for a moment, then replied, of course. After another half hour, Xiao Yuan selected 4 sets of lotion. For cleansers, for essences, and 20 bottles of sunscreen, along with some makeup she seldom used. Finally, she lingered in the fragrance section, purchasing 5 different perfumes. In truth, she harbored a slight desire to prove those sales associates wrong. Just moments ago, they had dismissed her, and now one of them called out to Su Wan. Xiao Wan, hurry and restock. I'm processing Miss Xiao's order. Su Wan's expression paled, yet she reluctantly acquiesced. Wait, don't leave. Xiao Yuan grasped Su Wan's arm. Only you can handle my transaction today. I don't trust anyone else. Who knows what they might concoct after just claiming I was here for free makeup. The sales associates wore forced smiles, awkwardly at a loss for words. Xiao Yuan promptly led Su Wan to the checkout, watching her complete the transaction. After settling the bill, Xiao Yuan elegantly exited the counter and made her way to a renowned salon to have her hair done at a premium price. By the time she completed her transformation, it was already 5 p.m. Wang Xian's birthday banquet commenced at 6 p.m. Xiao Yuan returned to her hotel, hastily changed into her gown and shoes, and rushed out. The Spring Mountain area is located in the suburbs, and it was precisely the height of evening rush hour. Xiao Yuan drove for over an hour before arriving at the Yu Fu private banquet. At this moment, she was merely 200 meters from the estate's entrance, with hundreds of luxury cars queued in anticipation. After waiting for another half hour, Xiao Yuan's car finally arrived at the entrance of the manor. The security guard was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the domestic vehicle worth around 200,000 yuan, thinking he must have misjudged. Just then, Xiao Yuan lowered the car window, leaving the guard speechless for a moment, as if he had a chicken egg lodged in his throat. Today, the attendees of the birthday banquet were all renowned figures from various sectors, each arriving in luxury vehicles accompanied by personal drivers. The young lady, dressed in an exquisite evening gown with her flawless makeup, appeared conspicuously out of place behind the wheel. Nevertheless, she produced an invitation. May I enter, please? Once the guard verified the authenticity of the invitation, he allowed her passage. The parking attendants guided Xiao Yuan to an available parking space. After alighting from the car, she gazed around in astonishment. Good heavens, there were Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Bugattis, Porsches, Ferraris, and many other vehicles she did not recognize, all exuding opulence. Xiao Yuan? What brings you here? Chapter 31, An Unexpected Encounter with a Malicious Roommate. Upon hearing that voice, Xiao Yuan felt a sinking sensation in her heart. She turned to look. Lin Xiao, clad in a light purple mermaid gown adorned with countless shimmering diamonds, sparkled with every movement. Her fair neck and wrists were embellished with a dazzling set of sapphire jewelry, ignoring the aggressive glint in her eyes. Lin Xiao was undoubtedly a woman of ethereal elegance and natural beauty. Why are you silent? Lin Xiao approached Xiao Yuan, looking down at her from a height. Standing at 168 centimeters, Qiao Yuan felt dwarfed beside her. Humph, arriving in such a shabby car, daring to attend the birthday party of the Wang family's son? Don't tell me you snuck in, hoping to latch onto a wealthy patron? Surrounding Lin Xiao were four impeccably groomed women who scrutinized Qiao Yuan with curiosity. A girl in a white gown suddenly burst into laughter. Xiao Xiao, is this your friend? The dress and shoes are commendable, but those necklace and ring are rather pathetic, aren't they? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao finally noticed the frog whistle around Qiao Yuan's neck and the plastic ring on her finger. Humph, what a stench of poverty. Having shared a dormitory with Lin Xiao during their university years, if Lin Xiao was the proud princess, then Qiao Yuan was the ugly duckling. For 4 years, Lin Xiao had continually made things difficult for her, mocking and ridiculing her as a matter of course. After graduation, Qiao Yuan had thought she would never cross paths with Lin Xiao again. Yet, unexpectedly, they encountered each other at Wang Xian's birthday banquet. However, she was no longer the timid, abject Qiao Yuan of yore. She had personally pushed her adoptive parents and the village tyrant into the abyss of despair. And she had even taken a life. Lin Xiao's father's company was on the brink of bankruptcy, desperately in need of funding. Today, she had but one objective, Wang Xian. Thus, upon seeing Qiao Yuan, who resembled a swan, her ire flared uncontrollably. What business did such a lowly creature have in a place like this, toting a cloth bag? Utterly oblivious to her own shame, Qiao Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly before striding forward and seizing Lin Xiao's wrist. Let go. You're hurting me. Lin Xiao's complexion turned pale, the intense pain in her wrist overwhelming her. I warn you, from this moment on, if you dare to bark like a dog again, I will kill you. Qiao Yuan's gaze was unervingly calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay a chilling malice. Release me. Lin Xiao's voice dwindled, nearing a plea. The women standing beside her felt the icy aura emanating from Qiao Yuan and dared not approach. Lin Xiao, remember this well, do not overstep, or I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. With that, Qiao Yuan tightened her grip, eliciting a sickening crack from Lin Xiao's wrist. I was wrong. I was wrong. Lin Xiao cried, cold sweat streaming down her face as she begged for mercy. Qiao Yuan snorted coldly, releasing her grip and turning away without a backward glance. Lin Xiao clutched her swollen wrist, gazing at Qiao Yuan's retreating figure with a venomous glare, akin to a viper ready to strike. Upon entering the grand hall, Qiao Yuan was escorted to her seat by a waiter. The opulent venue was filled with swirling figures, elegantly dressed men and women mingling, raising their glasses in jovial conversation. Qiao Yuan settled in a corner, meticulously observing each individual. At 7 p.m., the birthday celebration commenced punctually. The guest of honor, surrounded by admirers, approached the prominent circular table. Yet, Qiao Yuan's gaze did not linger on Wang Xian. Instead, it traversed past him to two men standing behind, who bore a striking resemblance to one another. The elder, clearly Wang Qingyao, and the younger, presumably Wang Qingchun. Suddenly, the soothing music ceased. Wang Qingyao stepped before the prearranged thematic backdrop, microphone in hand, ready to address the gathering. The businessman spoke eloquently, and Qiao Yuan found herself drifting into a stupor. At that moment, her phone vibrated incessantly. Upon glancing at it, she noticed it was Do Long. Hello? Qiao Yuan lowered her voice. Boss, Wang Qingchun has sent someone to the parking lot. All right, understood. After ending the call and lifting her gaze, she met Wang Xian's searching eyes from afar. Upon seeing Qiao Yuan, adorned in her carefully chosen attire, Wang Xian's face brightened. So beautiful. Qiao Yuan signaled to Wang Xian. Though he appeared utterly bewildered, in exasperation she raised her phone. Subsequently, she sent him a text, in the parking lot, making a move. Wang Xian felt his phone vibrate, and, glancing at the message, his expression paled instantly. He whispered a few words to the person beside him, who then hurried away. After completing this exchange, Wang Xian turned to Qiao Yuan, nodding with a smile. Their interaction did not escape Lin Xiao's notice, who, at that moment, clutched her Hermes bag so tightly that it left marks on her skin. Qiao Yuan and the young master of the Wang family knew each other. They were exchanging glances. This cannot be. I absolutely cannot lose to such worthless trash. Qiao Yuan sat in her seat for a moment, feeling the urge to visit the restroom, perhaps due to the excessive beverages she had consumed earlier. After consulting with the server, she discreetly made her way to the bathroom along the edge of the hall. Lin Xiao, with her eyes fixed intently on her, seemed to muster a resolve and rose to follow in the same direction. As Qiao Yuan passed by a mirror, She caught a glimpse of her figure tightly enveloped in her gown. She admired her silhouette when suddenly, a woman appeared in the reflection, Lin Xiao, a persistent specter. Xiao Yuan turned to walk further inside, but Lin Xiao seized her arm. Xiao Yuan, I was wrong earlier. I shouldn't have said that. Can you forgive me? Huh? You're insane. Xiao Yuan forcefully shook off her hand, causing Lin Xiao to stagger back, nearly losing her balance. Rather than becoming angry, Lin Xiao repeatedly apologized. Noticing Xiao Yuan's indifference, she quickly departed with a peculiar smile. A few minutes later, Xiao Yuan emerged from the restroom. The birthday celebration was grand and opulent. Amidst the clinking of glasses, she was inundated with discussions of multi-billion-dollar projects. This visit was indeed an eye-opener. When would she, too, casually set a modest target of several billion? After the banquet, the ball commenced. Everyone ascended to the second-floor ballroom, and as usual, Xiao Yuan settled in a corner. Dancing was not her forte. As the music became lively, a procession of elegantly dressed young men and women gracefully entered the dance floor. All eyes were on Wang Xian, the male lead of the evening, while everyone eagerly anticipated the identity of the female lead. Wang Xian scanned the crowd, his gaze eventually honing in on a particular direction. He approached slowly, his eyes sparkling, and a smile revealing his signature little tiger teeth. Lin Xiao watched as he drew nearer, her heart racing uncontrollably. Xiao Xiao. Young Master Wang is coming your way. Yes, he must have fallen for you during your earlier conversation. You both look splendid today. Here he comes. Wang Xian was now within a meter of Lin Xiao. Embarrassed, she lifted her gaze and extended her right hand. Then, to her dismay, Wang Xian walked past her without a glance, his focus unwavering. Lin Xiao's hand froze midair, her face turning as red as an apple. Amidst the curious stares of those around her, she quickly withdrew her hand, pressing her fingers into her palm, the sharp sting jolting her back to reality. Turning her head, she spotted Xiao Yuan, who was engrossed in a novel about a black cat when she noticed a shadow on the floor. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to find Wang Xian standing before her, bending slightly to extend his hand. May I have the pleasure of this dance? Chapter 32. A gift that stunned the audience. Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, she murmured, I don't know how to dance. I will teach you, Wang Xian replied. As more and more people turned their attention to them, Xiao Yuan decided to grasp Wang Xian's hand. May I place my hand upon your waist, my beautiful lady? The earnest Wang Xian indeed bore a resemblance to the leading man in a romantic drama. However, Xiao Yuan remained steadfast in her mission for the day. Of course, Wang Xian replied as he led Xiao Yuan to the dance floor, guiding her through the steps of the dance with meticulous care. From a distance, Wang Qingyao observed Xiao Yuan and summoned his secretary. Whose daughter is that young lady? He inquired. The secretary furrowed her brow. I apologize, Mr. Wang. I shall investigate. Yet, Wang Qingyao did not concern himself with her lineage. What mattered to him was her character and the affection his son held for her. Xiao Yuan was quite astute. After only 2 demonstrations, she was able to follow the dance steps effortlessly. What about the parking lot? Xiao Yuan inquired in hushed tones. You were correct. Someone indeed severed the brake line. I have it on video. The culprit is a bodyguard beside my uncle, Wang Xian replied, his voice equally subdued, wary of eavesdroppers. Unable to contain her amusement, Xiao Yuan let out a soft chuckle, prompting Wang Xian to glance down at her in surprise. Do you not feel as if we are spies exchanging intelligence? He mused, recalling scenes from espionage dramas, and he too chuckled. Has Wang Qingchun's car been dealt with? Rest assured, all 4 tires have been punctured, Wang Xian said, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Excellent. We shall enjoy the spectacle together. After their dance concluded, Xiao Yuan returned to her seat. As she passed by Lin Xiao, she noticed the latter's eyes blazing with fury. Following his dance, Wang Xian refrained from inviting any other young women and returned to sit beside Wang Qingyao. That child has a pitiful background, yet she is self-reliant and resilient. You must not bully her, Wang Qingyao suddenly interjected with an unexpected remark. Huh, father, what are you saying? Our Wang family has toiled for 4 generations to accumulate this fortune. Marriage has never been a bargaining chip. Therefore, I shall not interfere in your affections. Wang Xian nearly leapt from his chair. What? In the span of a single dance, you have thoroughly investigated her? Yet, he cast another furtive glance at Xiao Yuan, contemplating how delightful life might be with a girl of such caliber. The ball continued until 10 o'clock in the evening. A waiter emerged from the side door, presenting an 8-tiered birthday cake. The lights of the ballroom dimmed, leaving only a few ambient lights aglow. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you," the crowd sang in unison. After closing his eyes to make a wish, Wang Xian extinguished the candles atop the cake. With a sudden brightness, the lights flared back to life, and fireworks erupted. Colorful ribbons and blue stars descended from above. Following this, a throng of young people gathered around Wang Xian, presenting him with their gifts, while the elders looked on with satisfied smiles. Qiao Yuan glanced at the small bag in her hand, feeling somewhat diminished in value. Just as she contemplated retrieving her wooden box, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Where's my necklace?" The shrill voice of a woman instantly captured everyone's attention. Upon looking, Qiao Yuan recognized it was Lin Xiao. Due to years of familiarity with her, Qiao Yuan immediately realized that this scene was directed at her. Reflecting on the earlier birthday banquet, the only moment she had collided with anyone was in the restroom. Qiao Yuan reached into her fabric pouch, and indeed, her fingers brushed against a rigid gemstone necklace nestled in the corner. Subsequently, she placed the necklace into her space. "This time, I shall witness what tricks you can conjure." "Necklace? You had it before going to the restroom," Lin Xiao's attendant remarked. "I took it off while retouching my makeup. It must have been left in the restroom," Lin Xiao explained. Upon hearing this, the attendant immediately went to search. Moments later, she returned at a brisk pace, shaking her head at Lin Xiao. "I'm sorry, Miss Lin, but I couldn't find it." Just as Lin Xiao was about to speak, another girl pointed at Xiao Yuan and exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao just came out. Have you seen her necklace?" This declaration thrust Xiao Yuan into the spotlight. Wang Xian was about to step in to defuse the situation when he noticed Xiao Yuan subtly shaking her head at him. "I did not see it," Xiao Yuan replied coolly. Lin Xiao approached Xiao Yuan, her tone bordering on pleading. "Xiao Yuan, please don't make a scene. You've always borrowed my things in college, and I never held it against you. But this necklace was a gift from my mother. Although it is worth just over 800,000, it's precious to me. Could you return it?" As her words faded, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Xiao Yuan smiled, recognizing this tactic. Did she truly appear so easily bullied? "What evidence do you have to prove that I took it?" Lin Xiao's gaze flickered. "There are no cameras in the restroom." Lin Xiao, you are simply too accommodating. Isn't it obvious? She must have stolen it." Before Xiao Yuan could respond, a woman beside Lin Xiao knocked her fabric pouch from her grasp. "It must be in this pouch." She emptied its contents onto the ground. Besides a wooden box, nothing else was found. "Is it in the box?" Just as she was about to open it, a middle-aged man standing next to Wang Qingyao suddenly intervened. "Do not touch that box." He stepped forward cautiously, taking the wooden box into his possession. "This is a precious gold thread Nama carved box from the Wanli period. Be careful not to damage it." His words astonished not only the woman, but also Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Yuan with suspicion, wondering how she could possess such a valuable item. "This is a birthday gift I gave to Wang Xian." Upon hearing his name, Wang Xian finally approached Xiao Yuan with rightful intent. "Uncle Fong, please hand me the gift that Xiao Yuan gave me." Wang Xian extended his hand to receive it. Fong Tianming reluctantly placed the wooden box in Wang Xian's hands. "Thank you for your gift. I truly appreciate it," Wang Xian said, caressing the box with delight. Clearly, they had all misjudged the situation. Xiao Yuan hurried to clarify, "The box is not the gift. It is what lies within that holds the true present." Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before opening the wooden box. "Goodness, this is..." As Fong Tianming caught sight of the dagger, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he spoke incoherently. "It is a dragon-headed agate-wrapped dagger," Zhao Yuan continued. Wang Xian gazed at the exquisitely crafted dagger, recognizing it as an extraordinary piece that he genuinely admired from the depths of his heart. It far surpassed those mundane and ostentatious luxury items. Fong Tianming was utterly captivated, asking, "May I take a closer look?" At that moment, Wang Qingyao approached as well. "Your uncle Fong is a relic appraisal expert in our province. Once he lays eyes on an antique, he becomes utterly spellbound. I dare say he has stumbled upon a treasure this time." Fong Tianming held the dagger carefully, examining it inch by inch, as if he were beholding a rare beauty. After a while, he adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, "A priceless treasure. A priceless treasure indeed. Although I cannot ascertain the exact era of this dagger, it undoubtedly dates back to the Mid-Tang dynasty, a royal artifact. Wang Xian, you must cherish this dagger well. Its worth transcends mere monetary value." Zhao Yuan was taken aback, realizing that a dagger casually brought by Ning Zhu was so immensely valuable. Upon reflection, he thought to himself, "I possess ample such treasures in my space." Fong Tianming's words prompted the previously composed dignitaries to rise and approach, eager to admire the dagger that he hailed as a priceless treasure. These individuals ranged from business magnates to prominent figures across various fields, all possessing a discerning eye for collectibles. Upon viewing the dagger, their expressions mirrored Fong Tianming's awe. Some even began to inquire whether Zhao Yuan had more such treasures. Their envy was palpable. Chapter 33. Rectifying the ungrateful brother of the wealthy. At this moment, Lin Xiao had lost all confidence. She had distinctly thrown the necklace into Zhao Yuan's cloth bag. Moreover, since exiting the restroom, Zhao Yuan had not once left her line of sight. How could the necklace have vanished? If she continued to insist that Zhao Yuan had stolen the necklace, it seemed that no one would believe her any longer. Wang Qingyao noticed Lin Zhao's expression and spoke earnestly. Miss Lin, I believe this incident must have been a misunderstanding. Miss Zhao is not that kind of person. The golden threaded Namu-wood carved box alone is worth several times more than your necklace. Furthermore, it is merely a box for a birthday gift. Wang Qingyao's words were measured. Yet everyone understood his implicit meaning. The subtext was clear. Someone so affluent would have no need to steal your paltry 800,000 yuan necklace. Zhao Yuan stood smiling amidst the crowd, while Lin Xiao wished she could sink into the ground. Every guest at the birthday banquet was astute. They all recognized this as Lin Xiao's self-directed farce. Unable to bear the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Lin Xiao shot Zhao Yuan a fierce glare before fleeing the estate in disgrace. Where did you acquire this treasure, young lady? Fong Tianming inquired. Zhao Yuan produced the response she had long prepared. It has been passed down through my family. Indeed, upon her utterance, Fong Tianming ceased to inquire further. Wang Xian was taken aback by the lavish gift that Zhao Yuan had presented. For the ensuing 2 hours, he clutched the wooden box tightly, reluctant to let go. As the birthday banquet concluded, the esteemed guests began to depart in succession, while Zhao Yuan intentionally lingered until the end. She trailed alongside Wang Xian, exiting the manor with the Wang family and the final wave of significant guests, making their way to the parking lot. Mr. Wang, your car has been sabotaged. All 4 tires are flat. A flustered driver from Wang Qingchun rushed over. Wang Qingchun furrowed his brows, nearly cursing aloud were it not for the multitude surrounding him. Qingchun, come, take my car instead. Upon hearing Wang Qingyao's words, Zhao Yuan and Wang Xian exchanged a knowing glance. Uncle Wang, truly a divine intervention. Indeed, upon hearing this, Wang Qingchun's eyes darted around as he quickly replied, Brother, no need, truly unnecessary. You all should leave first. It's quite late. The private banquet at the Yufu is still on the mountain. How will you descend without my car? Wang Qingchun grew increasingly anxious. Oh, just don't worry about how I'll get down the mountain. You and Wang Xian should go ahead. At this point, everyone sensed something amiss. Uncle, why don't you want to take our car? Is it that you find it unsatisfactory? Or are you afraid of a catastrophe? Wang Xian, how can you speak like that? Wang Qingyao shot him a glare. Turning back to his brother, his heart sank. Wang Qichun had grown up under his watchful eye. He was all too familiar with the expression of guilt that flickered across his face. Just as now, Wang Qingchun was evidently troubled. Uncle, you certainly dare not take our car, for I have already severed the brake lines. Everyone, save for Zhao Yuan, turned in astonishment towards Wang Qingchun. At that moment, he cast aside any pretense of decorum, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Xian, unleashing a torrent of curses. You little rascal, have I given you any reason to act like this? Why would I commit such an act? Think before you accuse me. Wang Xian grinned, opening the car door. Since you've done nothing, then come, let us take my father's car down the mountain together. At this juncture, the guests had yet to disperse, and those in the parking lot halted in their tracks, drawn by the unfolding spectacle. Wang Qichun dared not enter the vehicle. He had no desire to meet his demise. Just then, a whistle pierced the air. As Zhao Yuan prepared to speak, Wang Xian interjected. Uncle, why did you cut the brake lines? Wang Qingchun's expression turned vacant, as if entranced. I wanted both you and Wang Qingyao to perish. The revelation stunned the crowd into silence. Wang Qingyao's complexion drained of color, his lips quivering as he finally managed to utter a response. You are my own brother. How can you be so heartless? Wang Qichun seemed to be provoked by this statement. And so what? You are Mr. Wang, while I am forever the little Wang. As long as you are present, I will always be looked down upon. Is it so wrong to gather a few followers and engage in some unsavory deeds? Great deeds are not hindered by trifles. I haven't caused any fatalities. Why do you have the audacity to expel me from the Qingshan group? I shall not allow you to have your way. As long as you and Wang Xian are dead, the Qingshan group will rightfully belong to me. It is all mine. Wang Qingchun glared with bloodshot eyes, veins protruding from his forehead, resembling a madman. You beast! Wang Qingyao trembled with rage. Wang Xian hastily supported him. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, Qiao Yuan quietly raised his phone and recorded the entire scene. Initially risking exposure, now, with Wang Xian's inquiry, he had revealed everything. 10 minutes elapsed, and Wang Qingchuan's mind gradually cleared, only to be replaced by dread. Brother, I was just speaking in anger. I did not mean it. He stammered incoherently, unable to find a way to justify himself. Bang! Wang Qingchun fell to the ground, desperately pleading. Brother, I was wrong. I truly was. Please spare me this once. I beg you. Wang Qingyao, regaining his composure, looked at his brother with disappointment. Wang Xian, call the police. Upon hearing Wang Qingyao's command, Wang Qingchuan's face turned ashen. Very well. Since you were so heartless, Wang Qingchun forced a bitter smile and suddenly drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it directly at Wang Qingyao. This is bad. Before anyone could react, Qiao Yuan swiftly rotated his ring. Wang Qingchun froze, his eyes struggling to move. He found even the slightest motion to be an immense effort. To others, Wang Qingchun appeared as a clown performing. In that moment, a bodyguard rushed in from the side and seized the gun from Wang Qingchuan's grasp. It was only when the police arrived that Wang Qingchun returned to normalcy. In despair, he gazed at the handcuffs on his wrists. As he was led to the police car, he looked at Wang Xian. In an instant, the fog in his mind was swept away by the wind, and everything became clear. It was you who set me up, you little bastard. Wang Xian's expression remained impassive, a flicker of coldness and disdain flashing in his eyes. In the parking lot, Wang Qingyao's chest heaved violently, surrounded by old friends offering quiet comfort. Thank you. Wang Xian approached Qiao Yuan earnestly. Eliminating him is advantageous for me as well, Qiao Yuan replied candidly. Your vehicles are no longer usable. Let us take mine. Wang Xian glanced at his father. Very well. I will speak with him. After a while, Wang Xian assisted Wang Qingyao into her car. My apologies, Uncle Wang. My car is rather shabby. I hope you can bear with it. The richest man in Nanyuan City likely seldom has the chance to ride in such a worn vehicle. Qiao Yuan mused inwardly. Wang Qingyao looked at Qiao Yuan through the rearview mirror. Her gaze was as clear as a pristine lake, untainted and pure. As they descended the mountain, Wang Qingyao remained silent. The impact of today's birthday banquet had been profoundly overwhelming for him. It was not until the car came to a halt at No. 20, Dongchang Street that Wang Qingyao finally spoke. Miss Qiao, who exactly are you? Chapter 34. Is it unreasonable to earn 100 million? Wang Qingyao remained silent throughout the journey. Having dominated the business world for many years, he prided himself on his ability to judge people accurately. Yet, he never anticipated that his own brother would nearly lead to his demise. He meticulously replayed every detail of the birthday banquet in his mind, ultimately pinpointing the variable to Qiao Yuan. A girl devoid of any familial background had effortlessly bestowed an invaluable treasure that even Fang Tianming marveled at. Furthermore, she deliberately chose to depart at the last moment. Wang Qingchuan's car had its tires punctured. After hearing the whistle, he inexplicably spoke the truth and exhibited bizarre behavior. All these occurrences seemed inextricably linked to Qiao Yuan. Reflecting on this, Wang Qingyao recalled the frog whistle adorning Qiao Yuan's neck when they first met. Wang Xian felt a pang of anxiety as he was about to defend Qiao Yuan. To his surprise, Qiao Yuan smiled and said, Uncle Wang, have you guessed something? In light of her candor, Wang Qingyao decided to be forthright. This is a trap set by you and Wang Xian. But what puzzles me is why he would reveal the truth upon hearing the whistle and his peculiar actions afterward. Uncle Wang, I am well versed in hypnosis. This whistle serves as a hypnotic tool. As she spoke, Qiao Yuan lifted the frog whistle. He was hypnotized by me, which is why he divulged his innermost thoughts. As for his body behaving as if it were beyond his control at the end, I am uncertain. It may be a side effect of the hypnosis. Qiao Yuan's serious nonsense only convinced Wang Qingyao to a limited extent. Why would you help us? I went to the Qingshan pawn shop and acquired some treasures. But Wang Qichun sent someone to follow me, intending to seize them. However, I managed to bribe his subordinates. Qiao Yuan chuckled. I knew he intended to harm you and Wang Xian at the birthday banquet. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so I naturally chose to assist you. Wang Qingyao found the last two sentences believable. Regardless of your motives, I am grateful to you. Should there be any matters requiring the Wang family's involvement in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Xiao Yuan replied obediently. As Wang Qingyao and Wang Xian exited the car, Xiao Yuan turned and walked away. This girl is quite intriguing, Wang Qingyao mused to himself. Dad, do you believe what she said? Wang Qingyao shot him a glance. Do you? Wang Xian sighed and looked skyward. Honestly, I don't believe it either. With the rescue plan for the wealthy second generation completed, Xiao Yuan enjoyed a restful sleep, feeling no fatigue even upon rising early for business. Today, the blind box machine continued its usual trend, yielding nothing of note. After bidding farewell to the last batch of students who had come for breakfast, Xiao Yuan closed the shop. She had already notified Su Lian in advance to procure supplies. Upon arriving at the tea house Su Lian had reserved, Xiao Yuan found him already sipping on his second cup of tea. What are we buying this time? Su Lian asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Xiao Yuan produced her handwritten list. Oh dear, there seems to be even more than last time, Su Lian remarked, gazing at the densely packed text on the 4 sheets of paper. Your friend's business is quite substantial. Xiao Yuan took a sip of tea and replied. His business is thriving, which means we stand to profit as well. Indeed, that is a valid point, Su Lian acknowledged, tucking the papers into his bag. How soon do you need this? As soon as possible. Ideally, it should be completed within 4 days. No problem. Xiao Yuan then transferred 500,000 to Su Lian, adhering to their usual practice of providing a deposit. Upon receiving the funds, Su Lian hastily departed, leaving Xiao Yuan to linger in the tea room for a while longer. This time, Ning Zhu's procurement list was extensive, clearly indicating his resolute intention to establish his own sanctuary. Those steel frames, iron sheets, and high-voltage fences, was he attempting to build a city of his own? Nevertheless, this could foster a long-term partnership. Upon returning to the supermarket, Xiao Yuan coincidentally encountered the throngs of children leaving school. Today, there were even more youngsters dining than usual. After a busy afternoon, before Xiao Yuan could assess the sales of rice bowls, the system chimed in. Ding! Task 6 has been completed. Reward: 300 square meters of space, 1 row of stationary racks, and a doubling of the fast food sales area. In a moment of distraction, a row of stationary racks materialized in the supermarket. As Xiao Yuan approached the fast food section, he discovered an additional 10 dishes had been added to the menu, alongside 4 sets of tables and chairs. The supermarket now bore a resemblance to a chain convenience store, and at this rate of development, a new storefront would soon be on the horizon. Xiao Yuan quickly packed up 100 portions of rice bowls and placed them in the designated space, ensuring that Ning Zhu would not go hungry or thirsty on his journey. Once finished, Xiao Yuan settled behind the counter and scrolled through her contacts until she found Do Long's account. Please send me your bank account number. Shortly thereafter, Do Long sent a string of digits. Xiao Yuan promptly transferred 1.6 million into the account. After 2 seconds, a voice message arrived from the other end. Thank you, boss. Rest assured, I will work diligently under your guidance. But I have no intention of engaging in any underworld activities. Xiao Yuan contemplated for a moment before responding. From now on, refrain from any illegal activities and pursue a legitimate business. Yes, I will heed your advice, boss. In recent days, expenditures had been somewhat excessive. Although she still possessed over 20 million, funds were required for purchasing supplies for Ning Zhu and acquiring properties. Furthermore, the future expansion of the store necessitated financial resources. Reflecting on this, it became apparent that the funds would not suffice. Xiao Yuan proactively contacted Wang Xian and sped toward the Qingshan pawn shop. Upon arrival, she noticed that the staff behind the counter had changed. Wang Xian descended from the 2nd floor, dressed casually. My esteemed guest has arrived. Please follow me, he exclaimed with a smile. Your exclusive personal consultant is at your service. Following the birthday banquet from the previous day, their relationship had grown significantly closer. Xiao Yuan walked upstairs alongside Wang Xian with her head held high. The 2nd floor boasts numerous rooms, offering significantly better privacy than the first. Has the Qingshan pawn shop been entrusted to you? Xiao Yuan took a seat. Yes, I shall be the proprietor here from now on. Feel free to visit me at any time. Xiao Yuan was rather unceremonious as she opened her cloth bag. Wang Xian, quick-witted and nimble, retrieved several velvet trays from the drawer, 5 strands of imperial green jade beads, 3 pigeon blood red necklaces, and 2 emerald rings. Sometimes, I ponder if you might be some sort of notorious thief. Xiao Yuan smirked, stating that she possessed an entire box of such items. Their origins were undoubtedly legitimate. Otherwise, she would not dare to engage in transactions with him. Do you realize that the items you've sent are of auction quality? Particularly the pigeon blood red necklaces, which have fetched astronomical prices, with the highest at Christie's in Xiangyang City, reaching $400 million. What? A pang of anxiety gripped Xiao Yuan. She truly had latched onto a powerful ally. No worries, just collect your standard fee. The profits from the auction can serve as your commission. Wang Xian felt momentarily dazed. Considering their deep bond, requesting a commission seemed a tad presumptuous. However, upon reflection, it was his own life at stake, and it bore little relevance to others. Hey, what's wrong? Xiao Yuan waved her hand in front of him. Wang Xian snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. Still, let's adhere to the pawn price. Wang Xian punched in a series of numbers on the calculator. 100 million? If you find that insufficient, I can. Wang Xian hastily adjusted the figures. No. That's quite generous, unexpectedly so. Xiao Yuan was thoroughly pleased with this valuation. Earning 100 million. Who would have thought such fortune would grace her? The two exchanged a few more words. Are you looking to purchase a house? Chapter 35, The Grandfather's Other Son. Xiao Yuan reclined in her chair. Pondering that living in a hotel indefinitely was not feasible, Wang Xian struck upon an idea. The property at 8 Dongchong Street is vacant. Would you consider it? That villa is rather pricey. The developer is Qingshan Group. I can offer you a 50% discount, but in return, all your jewelry must be sold through me. Wang Xian proposed a condition that Xiao Yuan found impossible to decline. Excellent. To facilitate Xiao Yuan's swift relocation to her new abode, Wang Xian promptly escorted her to the villa sales office. Upon seeing Wang Xian, the manager hurriedly approached with a smile. What brings you here in person? The manager inquired with enthusiasm. My friend is purchasing a house, the villa at 8 Dongchong Street. The manager appraised Xiao Yuan from head to toe. Surprised that Wang Xiao favored this particular model. Please take a look at the layout. It's exquisitely decorated, with all soft furnishings included, allowing you to move in with just your luggage. Wang Xian took the tablet from the manager. Xiao Yuan watched the video on the screen. It was indeed the most luxurious villa in Nanyuan City. However, living alone seemed a bit extravagant. Yet residing here would at least ensure that her neighbors would not speculate on the origins of her wealth. All right, I'll take it. Just as the manager intended to pull Wang Xian aside to inquire about the billing, Xiao Yuan directly asked, where do I swipe my card? Swiping my card? Did the little girl spend her own money to buy it? Utilizing my authority, the villa number 8 is offered to this young lady at half price. Even at half price, it still amounts to 8 million. This lady is certainly not an ordinary person. The manager guided Xiao Yuan through the necessary procedures and provided her with the villa's access code. Will you not consider changing your vehicle? Wang Xian remarked as he exited the sales office, observing Xiao Yuan's SUV. Having acquired the villa, it would be only natural to purchase a car befitting such a residence. However, Xiao Yuan shook her head, expressing her fondness for the vehicle, stating, I rather like this one. I won't be changing it for now. After bidding farewell to Wang Xian, Xiao Yuan returned to the supermarket. She had not yet had the opportunity to examine the newly introduced stationery shelf in detail. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that with the system upgrade, the items on the shelves appeared to have also been enhanced. The stationery section now not only offered the essentials such as paper, pens, notebooks, and various tools for students, but also included sketch paper, watercolor paints, and brushes among others. Xiao Yuan wandered through the supermarket, observing that all the merchandise had been meticulously categorized, a stark contrast to the previous chaotic arrangement of the general store. Now, the interior of the supermarket seemed to encompass approximately 500 square meters. Ding! The 7th task has been issued. Please embark on your second venture within 4 days. Requirements. It must not be related to the supermarket and can belong to any industry. Upon hearing about the 7th task, Xiao Yuan found herself contemplating for 2 minutes. The deadlines for the system's task assignments were becoming increasingly stringent, and the nature of this task was rather absurd. Is it compelling me to become a strong woman? To initiate my second career without utilizing resources from the supermarket is indeed puzzling. However, with time pressing and the task weighty, she could not afford to deliberate extensively. Suddenly, the ringing of her phone interrupted her thoughts. Glancing at the screen, she recognized her grandfather's number. Is Grandpa missing me? She wondered. All right, I will visit you at the hospital today and make sure to spend more time with you. After hanging up, Xiao Yuan realized how busy she had been in recent days, neglecting to visit her grandfather. She placed the task aside, gathered some of her grandfather's favorite snacks from the supermarket, and picked up some daily necessities for him. After lingering for 2 hours, she finally drove to the suburban Hot Springs Rehabilitation Center. Her grandfather resided in a single room, under the care of a nurse around the clock. The facility offered numerous recreational amenities, alleviating any concerns about him feeling bored. "Miss Chiao, today the old gentleman's son has also come to visit," the nurse informed her. "Who do you mean?" Xiao Yuan halted abruptly, nearly causing the nurse behind her to bump into her. "His son? Son?" Xiao Jinyan had been cast aside by her. Who else could it be? Suddenly, the realization struck her. Her grandfather had 2 sons, the eldest, Xiao Jinyun, and the younger, Xiao Zhenhai. This Xiao Zhenhai had moved to another city a few years ago, disinterested in caring for their father due to a lack of financial resources. Due to this, the 2 brothers severed their ties. If the caregiver spoke truthfully, then it must indeed be Xiao Zhenhai who arrived today. But after all these years of absence, what purpose could he have for coming now? As Xiao Yuan pondered, he approached room 10. Standing at the door, he could hear the sounds of laughter emanating from within. Yet, there was no sign of grandfather among them. Just as the caregiver was about to push open the door, Xiao Yuan stopped her. "Father, I visited Yongla village and found the small courtyard deserted and overgrown. What use do you have for it? Give it to me. It holds no value." "Yes, father. You mentioned that you didn't know where eldest brother's family had vanished to. In the future, you will still rely on us," he continued. "Father, it only takes a word from you. I desire nothing else but the old residence in Yongla village." Listening from the doorway, Xiao Yuan finally understood the family's purpose for visiting. The old residence in Yongla village was dilapidated and worn. What had prompted their sudden interest? Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Grandfather, I have arrived." In the room, apart from grandfather, there were 2 men and a woman, Xiao Zhenhai and his wife. Jiang Weiqin were familiar faces, but the young man engrossed in a video game on the distant sofa was a stranger to him. "Oh, little Yuan, is it? You've grown so much. Just look at how beautiful the daughters of the Qiao family are," Xiao Zhenhai said, exchanging a glance with Jiang Weiqin, who promptly stood to engage in pleasantries. Xiao Yuan ignored them and placed the items he had brought on the table. "Grandfather, I brought you some snacks. All of your favorites. See, little Yuan is so filial. I heard this nursing home isn't cheap. Where did you get all this money?" Jiang Weiqin probed with her second question. "I overheard your conversation at the door. The old residence in Yongla village is now in my name. Tomorrow, we will return to the village to register the transfer." "Really?" Xiao Zhenhai jumped up, unable to conceal his excitement. "Indeed, the sooner the better," Xiao Yuan replied, sitting down to peel an apple for grandfather. Jiang Weiqin tugged at Xiao Zhenhai's sleeve, and they exchanged a knowing look. "Then let us meet at the Yongla village committee tomorrow at 9 a.m. Father, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." The young man on the sofa was pulled out of the room by Jiang Weiqin. The 3 of them could barely manage small talk, hastily departing as soon as their objective was achieved. "Little Yuan, I am sorry for all that has happened," grandfather said. Xiao Yuan placed the sliced apples into a dish. "Grandfather, do you know why they desire the old residence in Yongla village?" Seeing Xiao Yuan's mischievous smile, Xiao Fotian shook his head. They must have heard rumors of impending demolition in Yongla village. "What?" Xiao Fengtian's jaundiced eyes widened in disbelief, his anger causing him to gasp for breath. "No, tomorrow. Do not sign anything. If demolition is indeed on the horizon, you must keep the house. It will serve as a safeguard for the future." He gently ruffled Xiao Yuan's hair, speaking with heartfelt concern. "Grandfather, however, I received news today that the developer has changed their mind." Xiao Yuan scoffed. "Yongla village experiences annual flooding, and the developer deems the future maintenance costs too high, thus deciding to dismantle the elevated Kongyu village." This morning, while conversing with Wang Xian in a tea house, she spoke of her hometown, Yongla village. Coincidentally, the developer is Qingshan Group, so Wang Xian's information is undoubtedly accurate. This is why she readily agreed to the proposal from Xiao Zhenhai and his wife. We shall see if they can still manage to laugh then. Chapter 36. Midnight Refuge. Guangshan City is less than 200 kilometers away from Fengxiu City. It would take an ordinary person 3 to 4 days to walk that distance. However, Ningju is an awakened one, possessing physical capabilities several times that of an average man. He traversed the distance without rest for 2 days and nights, finally arriving in Guangshan City. During these days, whenever fatigue overcame him, He would hide in a shop along the street, armed with insect repellent. When hunger struck, he consumed the meals prepared for him by Qiao Yuan stored in his spatial pocket. The journey from Fengxiu City to Guangshan City was fraught with grotesquely contorted zombies and swarms of insects, with the occasional sighting of mutated animals. Upon entering Guangshan City, he encountered 2 men and a woman besieged by zombies. After rescuing them, Ning Ju discovered, to his surprise, that they were not awakened ones. Unable to ignore their pleas, he decided to allow them to accompany him. I still need to return to Fengxiu City. If you can endure, I will permit you to enter my camp. If not, I am afraid I cannot help you. To remain inconspicuous, Ning Ju carried a 75-liter hiking backpack, laden with over 20 pounds of compressed biscuits and energy bars, along with dozens of bottles of mineral water. After distributing rations of biscuits and water, the 3 individuals closely followed Ning Ju, as if clutching at their last hope for survival. Utilizing the map in his possession, Ning Ju located the Jinding building, where Ning Lin's friend, Xiang Qiu, was said to be. He concealed himself behind a dilapidated car at a distance, observing the entrance of the Jinding building, which was enshrouded in layers of barbed wire. Alongside armed men pacing back and forth. Something is amiss. Your contact is at the Jinding building? Sun Yuan, crouched behind Ning Ju, inquired in a hushed tone. What do you mean? Ning Ju replied without turning around. Sun Yuan edged closer, standing beside Ning Ju. The Jinding building is the tallest in Guangshan City. At the onset of the flood, everyone sought refuge there, but it has long been occupied by a group of armed individuals. Initially, they merely drove people away. But as chaos ensued, they resorted to shooting indiscriminately. If your friend claims to be at the Jinding building, she might very well be with them. With them? But Xiang Qiu mentioned in her telegram that she was in a refugee zone, temporarily working for the government due to her radio skills. Could there be something hidden beneath the surface? You take these insect repellents and retreat to that clothing store across the street. I will go in to investigate. Sun Yuan grasped his arm. Ninggu, please be cautious. They are not good people. Understood. Only when Ning Ju watched Sun Yuan, Sun Ming, and Liang Xiaoqian enter the clothing store did he turn his head. He let out a low growl, and before long, hordes of zombies appeared on the roads from all directions, their singular objective being the Golden Summit building. The man stationed at the entrance, upon noticing the approaching swarm, retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist. Captain, a sudden influx of zombies has surrounded the building. We request immediate assistance. At this moment, Ning Ju blended into the throng of zombies and stealthily approached the fire door on the side of the building. He drew his infinite pistol and fired a shot at the door lock. Just days prior, he had discovered that the gun was equipped with a silencer, making it much more manageable. A muffled thud echoed as the lock shattered, and Ning Ju deftly caught the falling key. He slowly opened the fire door and entered the Golden Summit building. When Xiao Yuan emerged from the nursing home, the night had enveloped the sky. Just as she was about to drive back to the hotel, she suddenly realized she had left her room card at the supermarket. Reluctantly, she drove back. The supermarket had closed early that day, and she remembered turning off the lights as she left. Upon parking, she noticed the lights inside the supermarket were still on. Oh no, had a thief entered? Xiao Yuan crouched against the wall, her eyes widening at the sight of the padlock on the main door. What is going on? Startled by her own thoughts, she opened the door. Just as she stepped inside, she heard a faint noise from the innermost shelf. Xiao Yuan instinctively clutched the ring on her finger. Who is there? Come out. Her gaze fixed on the shelf, ready to twist the ring and bind the intruder to present to the police at the slightest sign of a thief. It's me, came a slightly weary voice. Vaguely familiar. Ning Ju. Xiao Yuan quickly secured and locked the door before hurrying toward the innermost shelf. Ning Ju, cradling his arm, offered her a wry smile. His entire left arm was smeared with blood, and his face appeared ghostly pale. You're injured. Xiao Yuan knelt down, grabbing a pair of scissors from the shelf and carefully cutting away his clothing. Hiss. Ning Ju gasped sharply. The tearing sensation at his wound nearly made him faint. Gunshot wound. Did you encounter someone? In this apocalyptic world, those capable of wielding firearms could not possibly be zombies or cockroaches. Yes, I've arrived in Guangshan City. The location sent by Xiao Lin's friend seemed peculiar, so I intended to investigate, but I didn't expect to encounter an awakened one, armed, no less. I'll tend to your wound first. Xiao Yuan assessed the injury. It appeared the bullet was lodged in the flesh. If not removed, healing would be arduous. Having never dealt with a gunshot wound before, she quickly researched methods online. Resolute, she decided to extract the bullet from Ning Ju. Brace yourself, it will be painful. She handed him a fresh towel, gesturing for him to bite down. The tweezers stirred within the wound, and Ningju's entire being tensed like a steel rod. A howl escaping through his clenched teeth, morphing into muffled groans. It's out. Xiao Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and swiftly disinfected Ningju's injury. Breathless, Ningju felt as though he had been pulled from water, drenched in perspiration. Phew. Thank goodness for you. If I hadn't left the hotel key card at the supermarket today, how would you have endured the night? As Xiao Yuan concentrated on bandaging Ningju, he caught a whiff of the floral fragrance from her hair, causing his face to flush unexpectedly. Why does spending the night at a hotel sound so intimate? Once the wound was tended to, Xiao Yuan opened a bottle of water and offered him a couple of sips. You should sleep here tonight and leave only after you've healed. A buzzing filled Ningju's mind at the thought of sleeping here. What else would he do? Return to face death? If it weren't for his injury, Xiao Yuan would have almost given him a playful smack on the head. Xiao Yuan set up her camp bed and brought him blankets and a mattress. After helping Ningju onto the bed, she settled on the edge, leaning against the shelf. Aren't you going home? I'm worried you might develop a fever, so I'll stay here with you for the night. Ningju's face reddened further. After a while, he drifted into a light sleep. Xiao Yuan set an alarm to check on him every hour, ensuring he hadn't developed a fever. 4 hours later, Ningju awoke, looking revitalized. Xiao Yuan observed the wound, which bore only a faint scar, and couldn't help but reflect on her own situation. I too have awakened my abilities. Though they seem rather trivial, could my physical recovery be equally formidable? Upon waking, Ningju felt an urgent hunger and devoured 2 servings of rice bowls to regain his strength. Ding! Detected prolonged stay of a customer from another world. After 2 hours, automatic ejection will occur. What? Ningju noticed that Xiao Yuan appeared somewhat unsettled. You can only stay in the supermarket for 6 hours, which means you must leave within 2 hours, or else the supermarket will automatically expel you. I see. Ningju stretched his shoulders. I feel fine now. I can definitely escape from the Golden Peak building. No, we must ensure Ningju can flee. He is the benefactor, the most esteemed guest of the supermarket. My future business depends on him. With resolve, Xiao Yuan removed the ring from her finger and slipped it onto Ningju's ring finger. If you encounter unavoidable danger upon returning, simply think of the person or thing you wish to slow down, then turn the ring, and their movements will decelerate. But remember, it can only be used 3 times a day, with each use lasting 20 minutes. Ningju gazed at the plastic ring on his finger, a smile tugging at his lips, but upon meeting Xiao Yuan's earnest expression, he understood that she was not jesting. Chapter 37. Even selling rice bowls can be threatening after a night of turmoil. Only after Ningju departed did Xiao Yuan lie down on the camp bed for a brief rest. The lingering warmth of another's presence remained on the bed. Oh, dear sir, you must survive, Xiao Yuan murmured softly before drifting into slumber. Having slept for scarcely 3 hours, the system nudged her to draw from the mystery box. Xiao Yuan casually selected one. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the item creation from nothing. Usage. Have you heard of the legendary painter Ma Liang? Whatever you depict on the canvas, you shall receive. Similarly, by sketching any object on this card, that object will materialize from thin air. Upon completion of your drawing, gently flick the card 5 times while silently wishing for the item. Note, the success probability is contingent upon your artistic skill. Please use with caution. 10 blank cards, each the size of a playing card, appeared in her palm. Xiao Yuan gazed intently at the cards, pondering that the higher her artistic proficiency, the greater her chances of success in conjuring objects. Was this not a fortuitous turn of events? After all, she was a graduate of an esteemed art academy, having dedicated over a decade to the study of fine arts. Yet, what should she draw? Despite the seeming abundance of 10 cards, she found herself at a loss for what she currently desired. With a car, a home, and financial stability, she observed as students flocked to the supermarket for breakfast. Entering the school grounds, upon glancing at her watch, she realized it was nearly time to meet Xiao Zhenhai. She drove back to Yongla village, where Xiao Zhenhai's family had been waiting at the village committee's entrance. Upon her arrival, Jiang Weiqin's face lit up with a beaming smile. Xiao Yuan, I knew you would keep your word. Come, let us proceed with the formalities. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Xiao Yuan signed and stamped the documents in one fluid motion. Is there anything else? Xiao Zhenhai's eyes were fixated on the paperwork as if it were a rare treasure. No more. Jiang Weiqin playfully nudged his shoulder. Oh, I've reserved a private room at Qingfeng Restaurant. We haven't tea gathered in years. Tonight, let us bring Grandpa along for a meal. Seeing the expression on Jiang Weiqin's face, Xiao Yuan sensed that this family harbored no good intentions. However, avoiding them was not a sustainable solution. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity to sever ties completely. All right, I'll pick up Grandpa after work. As Chao Zhenhai and Jiang Weiqin climbed into their dilapidated second-hand car, she noticed the young man from yesterday, engrossed in his mobile game, completely oblivious to her presence. Upon exiting Yongla village, Xiao Yuan observed a black old Honda idling in front of her, with several men tinkering beside it. Stepping out of her vehicle to investigate, she realized it was none other than Officer Li Zhengyu, who had visited her at the supermarket a few days prior. "Officer, is your car in need of repair?" Li Zhengyu, examining the engine, looked up in surprise to find the owner of Lin Yuan's supermarket before him. "My apologies, we will move the vehicle shortly." As Xiao Yuan leaned closer, she noticed the engine was emitting white smoke, likely indicating a problem that would take some time to resolve. "If you don't mind, I can take you back to the city, and you can call for assistance to tow the vehicle away." The others turned their gazes toward Li Zhengyu, clearly recognizing him as the highest ranking among them. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zhengyu agreed. "All right, I appreciate your help." There were 4 of them in total, with Li Zhengyu occupying the passenger seat, while the other 3 officers squeezed into the back. "My name is Li Zhengyu," he introduced himself upon entering the vehicle. Xiao Yuan turned her head and caught a glimpse of his profile. Wow, what a striking profile. His angular features were sharply defined, with his eyelashes casting a gentle shadow over his eyes. "Officer Li, has village chief Chen still not been located?" Xiao Yuan inquired, feigning ignorance. "How do you know?" Li Zhengyu instinctively countered. "I just went to the village committee with my uncle to handle the transfer of the old house, and the villagers mentioned it. They've been missing for quite some time and speculated that they might never be found." Li Zhengyu exhaled a heavy sigh. "Indeed. It has been over a week since the report was filed. There are no signs of life or death. Even we, as police officers, find this perplexing." Li Zhengyu was typically reticent, and with several lives at stake, Xiao Yuan dared not speak too much. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew somewhat oppressive. After a considerable drive, Xiao Yuan turned to him and asked, "Officer Li, where do you work? I can drop you off." "The criminal investigation team in the Twin Towers district, right near your supermarket." Xiao Yuan chuckled dryly. "How convenient. Just drive us to the supermarket. We need to grab some food," Li Zhengyu suggested, prompting Xiao Yuan to head back to the supermarket. As the supermarket doors opened, the bell signaling the end of school rang from the nearby secondary school. Upon entering the supermarket, Li Zhengyu suddenly felt something was amiss. The last time he visited, the supermarket did not seem so expansive. Why did it now feel significantly larger, with several additional tables? However, as he pondered this, his mind seemed to momentarily stall. Upon regaining his focus, he wondered, what was I just thinking about? Form an orderly line. Form an orderly line. "We have new dishes today. Take your time to choose." Xiao Yuan called out to the students waiting in line for rice bowls, oblivious to Li Zhengyu and his colleagues. A group of students chattered excitedly as they selected their dishes, while Li Zhengyu and his colleagues browsed the snack shelves. "Who is the owner? Where is the owner? Come out." Xiao Yuan, engrossed in her duties, failed to notice someone shouting from the counter. "Are you deaf? I'm asking who the owner is." A loud crash resonated from the counter, and only then did Xiao Yuan notice 3 men standing at the entrance. The leader was bald, with a gruesome scar running from the corner of his mouth down to his neck. As he spoke, the scar twisted grotesquely, making it evident that he was no stranger to trouble. "I am the owner," Xiao Yuan replied, approaching from the fast food area. A boy whispered, "Sister, that man seems to be the contractor for the cafeteria. I heard he is a relative of the principal." Xiao Yuan suddenly understood, realizing the connection. She may have discerned the intentions of this group. "Greetings, I am the owner of Lin Yuan Supermarket. May I inquire what you require?" The scar-faced man cast a menacing smile at the fragile girl before him. "How dare you sell a rice bowl with milk for 13? Do you even comprehend the art of business? Our canteen offers a meat and vegetable rice bowl for 15. You, with your meat and 2 vegetables plus a bottle of milk for 13, are you intentionally trying to undermine our proprietor?" One of the scar-faced man's lackeys immediately chimed in with insults. Under normal circumstances, any girl facing such a confrontation would be utterly terrified. Yet, Li Jingyu noted that Xiao Yuan appeared unfazed. "So, will you reduce the price?" Xiao Yuan inquired earnestly, lifting her gaze. "Are you out of your mind? We are all in the business realm. While you seek profit, do not obstruct others." Just adjust your price to 20, and we can consider this matter settled. After speaking, the scar-faced man glanced at his two companions, instructing them that as long as the supermarket did not alter its prices, they would stand guard each afternoon with a loudspeaker. They would announce to passers-by, "The unscrupulous supermarket serves rotten vegetables in their rice bowls. Students have been hospitalized after eating here." Before Qiao Yuan could respond, the students within the supermarket could no longer remain silent. "Sister, the vegetables in our supermarket are far cleaner than yours. Just last week, I found a Band-Aid in the stir-fried vegetables at your canteen." "Exactly. There was a cockroach in the soup. It was revolting. The pork had a sour odor. Who knows if it was spoiled meat?" In anger, the scar-faced man spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the ground. "Are you little brats tired of living?" Chapter 38. A second career discovered. The scar-faced man positioned himself before the students, resembling an impenetrable wall. "Hey, are you the owner of the canteen at the school across the street?" Li Jingyu approached Qiao Yuan. "What is it to you?" "Get lost." Li Jingyu retrieved his identification from his pocket. Upon seeing the police badge, the scar-faced man's demeanor shifted immediately. "Officer, forgive my foul mouth. Let us not dwell on minor grievances." As he spoke, the scar-faced man sidled up to Li Jingyu, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. "What do you think you're doing?" Li Jingyu pushed his hand away. "Officer, we are merely concerned about the student's health. After all, selling a rice bowl for 13 surely raises suspicions." Qiao Yuan smiled, asserting that all the food in her supermarket was available for inspection. Would he dare? The scar-faced man hesitated, his gaze beginning to evade. At that moment, Li Jingyu took out a notebook from his bag, scribbled a few lines, tore off the page, and placed it on the counter. "Starting today, our criminal investigation team from Shuangta District will order dinner from you. It should be delivered by 7 p.m. each evening. At the bottom was my contact information. Please add it." After settling the bill, Li Jingyu and his colleague prepared to leave. As he exited the supermarket, he turned to Qiao Yuan and added, "If anyone causes trouble, just call me directly. I would like to see who has the audacity to bully others under my watch." "Thank you, Officer Li. Please take care on your way." The children still queuing to purchase rice bowls erupted into a chorus of hisses. Scarface shot a fierce glare at Qiao Yuan before turning and fleeing with his accomplices. Qiao Yuan carefully tucked away the note left by Li Jingyu and continued to pack meals for the students. With few customers in the supermarket that afternoon, she decided to close the door. She strolled to the central square of Nanyuan City, pondering how to fulfill the system's task. Before opening the supermarket, Qiao Yuan had worked as a designer. Nowadays, university graduates abound, making it nearly impossible for someone with her pure arts degree to find employment. Thus, the prospect of establishing a career seemed utterly remote. Careers, after all, are terms reserved for the successful. Painting portraits? 20 yuan each. In a corner of the square, a melodious female voice resonated. Qiao Yuan turned towards the sound. A girl, approximately her age, sat on a stool with an easel before her. On a nearby table lay a dozen oil paintings. The market event in the central square was bustling with people, yet this girl's stall had no customers. Qiao Yuan approached the table, admiring the oil paintings. The colors were rich, bold, and expressive, the brushwork soft and delicate, and the texture was handled with exceptional skill. "Do you like this painting?" The stall owner, noticing a customer, quickly rose. "Yes. Did you paint it?" Qiao Yuan inquired. "Yes, the gallery was supposed to take it, but they backed out," the girl replied shyly. Unrecognized artists, no matter how talented, struggle to find galleries willing to exhibit their work. Unless a painting catches the eye of an investor, leading to a meticulously organized exhibition, fame remains elusive. This has become an unspoken rule of the industry. "How much is it?" "I'll buy it," Qiao Yuan declared, genuinely captivated by the portrayal of the figure's silhouette, envisioning it gracing her new home. 150. The girl replied. "Such a magnificent piece sold for a mere 150? Qiao Yuan felt a pang of regret. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. Since she had the means, why not engage in a business related to her original field? "I'll open a gallery, providing opportunities for these young artists while fulfilling my system task. A win-win situation. Let us do this. Don't sell these paintings just yet. Add me on contact. I'm preparing to open a gallery, and I'd like to purchase your paintings in the future, if that is agreeable." Yen Shao assessed the girl before her, sensing she was no fraud. However, in this day and age, those capable of running a gallery were either wealthy scions or investors with disposable income. "My name is Qiao Yuan. Let us scan to add each other as friends. I'll reach out to you tomorrow or the day after," she said as she added Yen Shao. "Be sure to await my message." With that, she hurriedly departed, leaving Yin Xiao bewildered in the wind. Among her classmates, not one pursued their original profession. After much contemplation, Xiao Yuan thought of Wang Xian, who might possess the necessary connections. Upon mentioning her desire to open a gallery, Wang Xian promptly invited her to meet at a tea house. In the afternoon, the tea house was bustling with patrons, yet the soundproofing was remarkably effective. When Wang Xian entered, he carried a vintage lunchbox. "What is this?" he asked. "I brought you some desserts, lest you find drinking tea too mundane." After taking a seat, Wang Xian opened the box, revealing 3 layers filled with exquisitely crafted pastries. The afternoon tea experience was indeed delightful. Wang Xian refrained from inquiring why Xiao Yuan wished to open an art gallery. For him, any venture that proved profitable sufficed. Moreover, establishing a gallery was already part of his plans. "I will prepare the contract and meet you at the supermarket tomorrow. Then we can proceed to obtain the business license. Do you have any suggestions for the gallery's location?" Wang Xian offered Xiao Yuan a piece of plum blossom cake. "Of course. I have already secured the best studio at the Liyuan Art Center, intending to open a gallery, but I had yet to find a suitable partner. I never anticipated that you graduated from the School of Art at Nanyuan University. How fortuitous." The two struck a harmonious agreement, with Xiao Yuan holding a 49% stake and Wang Xian 51%. Xiao Yuan returned to the supermarket with the remaining pastries. Although the day had been somewhat hectic, it marked a significant step toward completing the system task. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone rang out from his pocket, an unfamiliar number. Xiao Yuan answered. "Hello. Who is this?" "Li Jingyu, why haven't you added me? It's almost 7 o'clock. Boom. Upon hearing that deep voice, Xiao Yuan felt a fleeting moment of blankness. "Oh no. How could I have forgotten this esteemed individual? I'm so sorry. How many rice bowls do you need? I'll deliver them right away." 17. All right. I'll add you as a friend." Yes. After hanging up, Xiao Yuan, like a spinning top, swiftly packed 17 rice bowls. Knowing the criminal police team would likely be working overtime, she also grabbed 17 bottles of Starbucks coffee for them. The criminal investigation unit was just over 400 meters from the supermarket. Xiao Yuan stowed the coffee in her backpack, grasped the rice bowls, and set off. She jogged her way there, arriving just in time at 7 o'clock. Li Jingyu was waiting for her at the entrance. As he watched the girl running from a distance, an unexpected pang of concern gripped him. Should he have refrained from urging her? Carrying such heavy rice bowls, was she foolishly managing it all alone? "I apologize. I promise I won't keep you waiting in the future." Xiao Yuan handed over the rice bowls and removed her backpack. "Here are 17 bottles of coffee to keep you all energized." Li Jingyu took the backpack, feeling its weight significantly. The guilt within him deepened. "How much is it all?" "I can transfer the amount to you, but I'll need you to provide me with an invoice. 221 yuan. Today's coffee is on me. Thank you for rescuing me at noon." Chapter 39. Do you wish to drain my blood? Bah. The moment she touched the back of Li Jingyu's hand, Xiao Yuan heard a voice. Ding dong. Target identification, scanning complete. Adult male, abilities, mastery in combat, proficiency in firearms, culinary expertise. The system can even scan ordinary individuals? Yet, it is quite unexpected that this seemingly perpetually stoic police captain is also adept in the culinary arts. Please select the desired ability, combat. Success. Li Jingyu observed Xiao Yuan, who appeared lost in thought, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Are you all right?" I'm fine. Xiao Yuan hastily replied, gesturing dismissively. Just moments ago, countless combat techniques surged into her mind, assimilating effortlessly. Now, her body brimmed with vigor. She felt as if she could effortlessly run a marathon. Ding ding ding. Another urgent ring, still from an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Xiao Yuan, why are you still not here?" "We've picked up Grandpa, just come directly to the restaurant." It was Jiang Weiqin's voice. They had arranged to meet at Chi Feng Restaurant at 7 o'clock. A matter she had not given much thought. "Sorry, I have something to attend to. I've left the menu in the bag." "Just let me know what you want to eat tomorrow," Xiao Yuan said, sprinting towards the supermarket. While Li Jingyu watched her retreating figure for a few seconds before turning back to the office. By the time Xiao Yuan arrived at Chi Feng Restaurant, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Upon entering the private room, she noticed Xiao Jinhai and Jiang Weiqin with forlorn expressions. "I'm late," Xiao Yuan said as she took a seat. Too weary to offer any explanation. "Is your supermarket that busy? Can you manage it alone?" Jiang Weiqin questioned, half in jest and half in probing. "It's all right," Xiao Yuan replied, glancing at the meager 4 leftover dishes on the table. unsure of what to say. 5 people ordered 4 dishes, and they had almost finished them. What a family of oddities. Your uncle and I passed by your supermarket this afternoon, and I saw it was locked. If someone could help you, you wouldn't have to close during the day, Jiang Weiqin remarked, tugging at Xiao Zhenhai. Clearing his throat, Xiao Zhenhai added, you see, managing a supermarket while taking care of Grandpa is quite demanding for you. As a girl, you really don't have to once you get married. You can enjoy a life of ease. Listening to their back and forth, Xiao Yuan felt as if they were performing a duet, circling around the main point without getting to it. If you have something to discuss, just say it. My time is precious, she interjected. Xiao Zhenhai raised an eyebrow and snorted, falling silent. Jiang Weiqin leaned closer to Xiao Yuan, saying, Xiao Yuan, as a girl running a supermarket, you certainly need a man to support you, right? How about Xiao Shua? He asked her cousin, family, a relative. Only then did Xiao Yuan cast a glance at Xiao Shua, who was engrossed in a video game on the chair. Hey, we have a guest. Xiao Shua remained motionless. Hey, a customer wants to buy water. He still did not budge. Is he deaf? Xiao Yuan turned her gaze towards Jiang Weiqin. Jiang Weiqin's face flushed with embarrassment as she swiftly slapped Xiao Shua on the arm. The sound echoed as Xiao Shua's phone clattered to the ground, and he looked up, his brows furrowed in annoyance. What are you doing? I was just about to win. Play. All you know is gaming. Your sister wants you to work at her supermarket, so be a bit more sensible. Jiang Weiqin shouted. Huh? When did I agree to let him work at the supermarket? Xiao Shua retorted, incredulous. What a self-aggrandizing claim. Xiao Yuan, as for Xiao Shua, he is a college graduate. So working as a clerk at your supermarket seems a bit beneath him, but it's fine since we're family. Regarding the salary, you can decide. Just ensure it's around 7,000 to 8,000 a month, Jiang Weiqin concluded, pouring a glass of water for Xiao Yuan. 7,000 to 8,000? Are you robbing us? Xiao Fengtian finally interjected. Father, that's an unreasonable statement. If Xiao Shua is helping out, he'll have to do heavy lifting and stocking. And even that amount would be too little, he argued. Jiang Weiqin rolled her eyes and then turned back to don a facade of false cheerfulness. Xiao Yuan, don't you agree? My supermarket doesn't support idlers, Jiang Weiqin asserted, but Xiao Yuan declined outright. Xiao Zhenhai's face turned ashen. The Xiao family has raised you. Don't be ungrateful. Intrigued, Xiao Yuan responded. Oh, you raised me? How much did that cost? Do enlighten me. You. Xiao Zhenhai slammed the table, clearly agitated. Xiao Yuan, we're doing this for your own good. With Xiao Shua assisting you, won't business be easier? Xiao Yuan crossed her legs, observing Xiao Shua, who had picked up his phone and resumed gaming. If you summon me today to discuss this, I'll give you one piece of advice. Absolutely not. Jiang Weiqin's smile faltered, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Yuan, berating her. Offering you a chance to help at the supermarket is a privilege. Don't think too highly of yourself. You, a young girl, managed to place an old man in such a fine nursing home, all thanks to the supermarket's earnings? I doubt it. Perhaps you've done something else. Xiao Yuan shrugged her right shoulder, the joints cracking audibly. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Weiqin's face. The speed was so great that others only caught a fleeting shadow. Jiang Weiqin felt a fiery sting on her face, followed by a sharp pain and swelling. As she opened her mouth to speak, she coughed up blood, revealing a yellowed tooth within. How dare you hit me? Jiang Weiqin exclaimed, her face swollen like a pig's head, as she lunged at Xiao Yuan like a shrew. In a flash, Xiao Yuan sidestepped, causing Jiang Weiqin to miss and crash her head against the wall. Damn it, I'll kill you today. Xiao Zhenhai, infuriated, grabbed a chair nearby. Instincts honed by combat surged from Xiao Yuan's brain, causing her legs to tense. As the chair swung towards her, she bent low to evade, pushing off the ground with one foot and driving her right fist squarely into Xiao Zhenhai's face. Damn. Xiao Zhenhai clutched his nose, stumbling backward in pain. Blood trickled from between his fingers. Xiao Fengtian and Xiao Shua sat in their chairs, utterly bewildered. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yuan withdrew his hand and stood upright, exhaling a heavy breath. I truly gave you face. It was my own inadequacy that made me timid. If I were to be bullied again now, what justice would remain in this world? The violent sounds of the altercation in the private room drew murmurs from outside. Moments later, the door to the room was kicked open with a loud bang. Who the hell dares to fight in my brother's establishment? Several intimidating tall men blocked the entrance. Xiao Zhenhai and Jiang Weiqin immediately wilted, for these men clearly belonged to the underworld. Xiao Zhenhai trembled as he pointed at the broken chairs on the floor. Yes, yes, it was her who attacked us. She is the one who destroyed your establishment's belongings. Yes, yes, punish her. This has nothing to do with us. At that moment, the burly men parted to reveal a middle-aged man entering. Which fool dares to smash my shop? Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yuan turned and smiled lightly. It has been a while. Chapter 40. Mistaken for the underworld. As Do Long stepped into the private room, he noticed a man and a woman covering their faces. The girl standing directly opposite him turned to face him, smiling as she greeted him. Boss. Do Long swallowed hard. What brings you here? He inquired cautiously. At this moment, aside from the scorpion standing at the entrance, everyone else stared in astonishment. Jaws agape. What is happening? Why does the leader of this gang refer to Xiao Yuan as boss? Jiang Weiqin glanced at Xiao Zhenhai, who wore a similarly perplexed expression. They reserved this private room. I had no idea this was your establishment. I will compensate for the damaged items shortly. No, it's an honor for the boss to come. I could never ask for your money over a single chair. With that, Do Long wiped the smile from his face and walked directly toward Xiao Zhenhai. Boss, shall I take care of them for you? Do Long flashed a typical underworld grin. Xiao Yuan recognized he was providing him with support, so he replied in kind. Clean it up thoroughly. Ensure the police do not catch wind of it. No sooner had Xiao Yuan's words left his lips than Scorpion promptly closed the door to the private room. 5 burly men filled the small space, making it feel cramped. Xiao Zhenhai's face turned ashen with fear. He had merely intended to intimidate Xiao Yuan today, to secure a job for Xiao Shua. How had it escalated to the point where his family of 3 might face annihilation? Xiao Zhenhai could still stand, but Jiang Weiqin had collapsed in terror, sitting on the ground. Please don't kill us. I was wrong. Jiang Weiqin repeatedly bowed in supplication. Xiao Shua, clutching his phone, remained motionless, his eyes wide with fright as he gazed at Xiao Yuan. I won't go to the supermarket anymore. Consider me as nothing. Just let us go, Xiao Zhenhai implored, disregarding his own dignity and falling to his knees. Xiao Toyota gazed at his granddaughter, whom he had painstakingly raised, and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Release you? And then wait for you to return to trouble me? Xiao Yuan casually settled into a chair, his tone nonchalant. I implore you, show some magnanimity and do not hold our transgressions against us. If you spare us today, I promise, I swear, that our family of 3 will never again set foot in Nanyuan City. Xiao Zhenhai knelt on the ground, his shoulders trembling incessantly. His bloodshot eyes filled with despair as he looked toward Xiao Toyota. Father, Xiao Yuan listens to you. Please, say something to help us. He pleaded. Dad, you cannot stand by and watch us meet our doom. Jiang Weiqin, too, realized the gravity of the situation, scrambling toward Xiao Toyota and clinging to his legs, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Toyota sighed. What have I done to deserve this? Xiao Yuan, could you possibly? He could not bear to witness the demise of his son and grandson, so he turned to plead with Xiao Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yuan had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. Otherwise, would I truly resort to killing them? I am not part of the underworld. Grandfather, are you attempting to plead for their sake? Xiao Toyota cast a troubled glance at Xiao Yuan. I understand they are as selfish as Zhen Yun, but, for the sake of your grandfather's honor, let us refrain from committing any unlawful acts, shall we? Of course. Xiao Yuan would not engage in any unlawful behavior. She approached Xiao Toyota and gently caressed his back. Grandfather, I will heed your words, provided these 3 do not appear within my sight again. Before Xiao Toyota could respond, Xiao Zhenhai nodded fervently. We want We absolutely want to come to Nanyuan City again. Satisfied at last, Xiao Yuan waved her hand at Do Long. You may leave first. Yes, boss. Do Long led the others out of the private room. The Qiao family of 3 emerged from the establishment, gasping for breath like drowning souls. Let us leave now, immediately. Xiao Zhenhai urged, pulling Jiang Weiqin and Xiao Shua along, resembling a family of lost dogs as they hurriedly exited the restaurant. Xiao Yuan, your grandfather is growing old. And my words may not be pleasant, but you must not stray from the righteous path. Xiao Toyota held Xiao Yuan's hand tightly, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, grandfather, I am well aware of my own direction, she reassured him. Xiao Toyota appeared unconvinced, yet felt powerless to alter the course of events. As this farcical drama concluded, Xiao Yuan returned to the hotel at 11 o'clock at night. After freshening up, she lay in bed, as was her custom, scrolling through her phone. To her surprise, She found several messages from Wang Xian. It turned out that the cleaning staff had finished tidying up the villa, and Wang Xian informed her that she could move in at any time. Additionally, he arranged for her to obtain a business license the following morning. Xiao Yuan replied affirmatively and tossed her phone aside. What a busy day. The next morning, after opening a blind box, Xiao Yuan discovered a blue lunchbox. She packed her belongings and checked out. After a busy morning at the supermarket until 9 o'clock, she closed the doors and proceeded to the agreed-upon location, where she and Wang Xian completed all the necessary paperwork for the gallery. I have taken a liking to a girl's painting and will invite her for a discussion tomorrow. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Xian. You could also paint at the gallery and become our contracted artist. Me? Perhaps we can discuss that later. The act of painting requires inspiration. Her mind is not currently focused on this. Thus, she cannot produce exquisite works. After returning to the supermarket, Xiao Yuan began preparing lunch. Following the intimidation from Li Jingyu yesterday, the cafeteria owner refrained from causing further trouble. The number of students coming in for lunch has even increased. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the quiet in the supermarket, Xiao Yuan sent a message to Yin Xiao. If it is convenient for you, please bring your artwork to room 1818 at the Liyuan Art Center tomorrow at 10 a.m. so we can discuss collaboration. Just as she sent the message, a strong metallic scent filled the air. She looked up to see the warehouse door ajar. Could it be? Has someone been injured again? Xiao Yuan hurried to the last row of shelves and found Ning Ju, whose upper body was drenched in blood. My goodness, what has happened to you? Hearing Xiao Yuan's exclamation, Ning Ju shook his head repeatedly, insisting, not me, not me. To convince her, he lifted his shirt. It was Sun Yuan, who accompanied me from Guangshan City. We encountered mutated cockroaches on the way, and while he was covering for me, an accident occurred. A steel bar pierced his body. Do you have any quick-acting hemostatic medication? Xiao Yuan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Where is the injury? How deep is it? Is the steel bar rusty? Shoulder. At least 5 centimeters deep. The steel bar is quite dirty, and I didn't check for rust. Is he an Awakenu? No. This complicates matters, as a normal person sustaining such an injury needs to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Xiao Yuan furrowed her brow, her mind racing. Wait here for me. After uttering those words, she dashed out of the supermarket. For this kind of metallic puncture, proper treatment is essential. She had anti-inflammatory medication and bandages, but the most critical tetanus shot was not available in the supermarket. Given that the steel bar was filthy, the risk of tetanus infection was high. Xiao Yuan rushed to the nearest hospital to procure a vial of tetanus immunoglobulin. 15 minutes later, she returned to the supermarket, sweat beading on her forehead. She gathered iodine, cotton swabs, breathable dressings, bandages, medical tape, topical anti-inflammatory medication, a syringe, and the newly acquired medication. You must return immediately, clean the wound with fresh water. Then disinfect it with iodine. Finally, apply this medication topically and dress it properly. Xiao Yuan took a deep breath. This step was of utmost importance. After preparing everything, she drew the medication into the syringe and injected it at the junction of the hip and waist. Ning Ju committed all the instructions to memory, quickly rehearsing them. Thank you. Hurry and treat his wound. The sooner, the better. Without hesitation, Ning Ju dashed into the warehouse. Xiao Yuan anticipated he would return soon, so she began to organize the shelves. At this moment, she received a reply from Yin Xiao. If all goes as planned, tomorrow, signing Yin Xiao will signify the completion of Task 7. News regarding the supplies Ning Ju sought should also arrive by then. A few minutes later, Ning Ju indeed reappeared. The wound has been treated as you instructed, and the injection has been administered. However, medication is not infallible. I have provided you with cephalexin. You should take 3 tablets daily for 7 consecutive days, with constant observation. Ning Ju glanced at her attire and asked, May I change into a different outfit? Of course, came the reply. Ning Ju selected a clean set of clothes from the rack and discreetly changed in the corner. How is your sister's friend faring? Xiao Yuan inquired casually. Ning Ju's expression darkened, her fists clenching and then relaxing. I have not encountered her friend, but from what I gathered from those individuals, they are using the radio to lure survivors, only to subsequently treat them as sustenance. Xiao Yuan frowned at this revelation. Then your sister's friend is likely in cahoots with them. However, it seems you are not returning empty-handed. Indeed, I encountered 3 individuals on my way here. Although they are not awakened once, they displayed great loyalty. Otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance. Ning Ju was quite pleased with these individuals and wished to bring them back to her camp. By the way, I return this ring to you. Thanks to it, I was able to escape from the Golden Peak building. Xiao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I do not need the ring for now. Return it to me upon your return to the camp. Speaking of the camp, Xiao Yuan continued, what is the extent of your camp? Did you purchase those steel plates and wires to deter invasions and secure your territory? Facing Xiao Yuan's barrage of questions, Ningju reflected carefully. Currently, there are people residing in 4 villas, but if possible, I would like to transform the entire mountain into a camp. I plan to enclose the hillside villa area with steel plates and erect barbed wire, though this is merely a transitional phase. To validate her thoughts, Xiao Yuan pressed further. And what about the future? I intend to construct isolation walls and watchtowers, but the scale of this project is immense. It may take 3 to 5 years to complete. Xiao Yuan produced several blank cards. I have an idea that still requires verification. If successful, there will be isolation walls and watchtowers at the Eternal Fortress. Ningju gazed at the cards. How many undisclosed abilities does Xiao Yuan possess? Where are you currently residing? Do you need to take a few tents with you? Xiao Yuan shifted the topic elsewhere. No. We are at the art museum in Guangshan City. The environment is pleasant, and the temperature has begun to drop. So there is no need for concern. The art museum? Xiao Yuan felt a spark of inspiration. There must be many paintings there, right? Ningju nodded, certainly. Guangshan City is our nation's artistic capital, where master artists love to hold exhibitions. It is a pity, though, that in this apocalypse, who still cares about those paintings? I do. Xiao Yuan exclaimed, leaning against the counter. Can you help me collect those paintings into storage? Anything that is a masterwork, paintings, sculptures, anything will suffice. Very well. Ningju found herself perplexed, yet her execution was commendable. Before long, Xiao Yuan discovered that another house had materialized within the space, filled with oil paintings and artistic treasures. I have gathered works by renowned masters for you, she declared. Ningju cautiously inquired, if you are fond of them, I can assist you in finding more when I return to Fengxiu City. That would be splendid. Xiao Yuan and Ningju arranged to meet the following day at the supermarket. After she departed, Xiao Yuan casually retrieved an oil painting from the space. Wow, the masterpiece. Undoubtedly crafted by a master from another realm. Showcased an unparalleled mastery of light and shadow and a profound understanding of character, qualities Xiao Yuan knew she could never attain in a lifetime. She drew out another painting. Goodness! The breathtaking colors, ethereal and dreamlike, with shades of pink and blue intertwining, emanated a mesmerizing glow. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yuan spent the entire afternoon captivated by the paintings Ningju had brought, oblivious to the bustle of patrons entering the supermarket. Boss. Xiao Yuan's gaze shifted from the oil painting as Do Long appeared at the supermarket, seemingly out of nowhere. What brings you here? Do Long, looking somewhat sheepish, replied. You dined at my restaurant yesterday, and I sensed the meal was less than enjoyable. I have come to present you with a membership card, allowing you to dine there at your leisure. Xiao Yuan set the painting aside, accepting the card with a smile. Excellent. I shall visit. Your restaurant's location is well chosen. Though the DCOR feels a tad antiquated, and the dishes could benefit from some refinement, I will ponder over how I might assist you, she offered. Do Long appeared taken aback. Thank you, boss. Xiao Yuan spoke with sincerity, having sampled a few dishes the previous day. She had discerned that the chef's skills were rather mediocre. At this rate, the restaurant might not endure for long. Perhaps Ningju could source some recipes from the other world. There might be a chance for revitalization. As night descended, Li Jingyu sent a message. After packaging the meal he had ordered, she retrieved 19 bottles of coffee from the beverage section. Upon locking the supermarket door, she took a few steps towards the police station, where she soon spotted Li Jingyu. Officer Li, what brings you here? He inquired, observing Xiao Yuan burdened with bags. A twinge of discomfort stirring within him. Are you once again carrying your meal alone? Fortunately, he had time today and thought to come out and greet her. If you prefer not to seek assistance, you could use a small cart, he suggested, gently taking the bags from her grasp. In truth, Xiao Yuan had intended to use a cart, but had forgotten amidst her busyness in recent days. Yes, I shall definitely remember to bring a cart next time. The two exchanged banter as they approached the police station. The coffee is complimentary, Xiao Yuan announced, removing her bag. No, you must accept payment. I cannot let you incur a loss, Li Jingyu insisted earnestly. All right, then how about adding 2 yuan to the price of each meal? Xiao Yuan replied with a playful grin. Li Jingyu, somewhat resigned, nodded in agreement. Here's yesterday's receipt. After bidding farewell to Li Jingyu, Xiao Yuan closed the store door, opting not to drive to Villa Number 8 on Dongchang Street. 2 hours later, she arrived at an abandoned dock, a desolate place she had discovered on the satellite map, devoid of any human presence for 3 kilometers in every direction, making it the perfect setting for her experiment. Xiao Yuan retrieved a card from her pocket. After much contemplation in the supermarket that afternoon, she had ultimately sketched a house and a surrounding wall on the card using a syringe pen and watercolors. Holding the card, Xiao Yuan stood amid the barren land. Her fingers gently flicking as images from her drawing danced in her mind. The house measured 300 square meters per floor. The wall stood 3 meters high and 20 centimeters wide, positioned approximately 20 meters from the house. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao Yuan counted. At the moment she uttered 5, a miracle unfolded before her eyes. Before her stood a house under construction, resembling a Lego set, stacking itself layer by layer from the ground up. In less than a minute, both the house and the wall had been completed, and the card in Xiao Yuan's hand had vanished. It worked. She stepped into the yard. The width and height of the wall, along with its distance from the house, matched her imagination perfectly. The interior of the house was empty, visibly spanning 300 square meters. It was marvelous. Although she had lost a card, her thoughts had been validated. Thus, Ningzhu would no longer need to expend human resources and materials to erect that useless metal wall. Chapter 42. The busy businessperson having accomplished all this, Xiao Yuan drove back to Nanyuan City. Today marked her first day in the new villa. The expansive residence felt rather lonely with just her in it, yet Xiao Yuan relished this feeling. In her childhood, she had been cramped in her family's storage room, and in her adolescent years, she had shared a dormitory. Now, at last, she had her own spacious home, living alone. What a thrill it was. Ding dong, ding dong. While Xiao Yuan was on the second floor inspecting the rooms, she suddenly heard the doorbell ringing. Upon reaching the door, she encountered Wang Xin, clad in quick-dry athletic wear, who quietly inquired from beyond the rustic railing, "I was just out for a run and noticed your lights were on. I wanted to check if you were settling in well. Don't stand out there. Come in," Xiao Yuan called as she opened the door. Wang Xin wiped the sweat from his face with a towel around his neck before stepping inside. "I just moved in today and haven't unpacked yet. Would you like some water?" Xiao Yuan offered. As Wang Xin surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of any signs of habitation. Just before he averted his gaze, a painting beside the television caught his attention. "Is that painting from the villa?" Xiao Yuan turned to look. It was the piece she had recently retrieved from her space. She had intended to hang it in the dining room, but had carelessly placed it on the TV cabinet instead. "I brought it with me," she replied. Wang Xin approached the oil painting to examine it closely. "It's beautiful. Although I'm not an art connoisseur, I've seen my fair share of exhibitions over the years. This oil painting is undoubtedly of an artist's caliber. Where is the artist? Could you arrange for me to meet them sometime?" Xiao Yuan handed a glass of water to Wang Xin. "The existence of this artist remains uncertain. Where could we possibly arrange a meeting?" Xiao Yuan, in a whimsical mood, fabricated a tale about a painter named Ningzhu, who was rather peculiar, never showing his face or accepting visitors. It was by mere chance that she acquired his artwork. It is not uncommon for great artists to possess eccentric habits, and Wang Xin found no strangeness in that. "Understood. Can his artworks be sold to our gallery? I believe they will be quite popular." Wang Xin had a keen instinct for commerce. Nowadays, the elite of Nanyuan City favored 2 pastimes: antique collecting and art collection. He had plans for both ventures. Xiao Yuan had initially intended to showcase these paintings in her gallery. Thus, she readily accepted Wang Xin's proposal. "Since you admire this artist's work, you may take this painting with you." Wang Xin was taken aback by Xiao Yuan's generosity, but feared she might change her mind. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, he swiftly departed with the oil painting. Had he known that Xiao Yuan possessed hundreds of oil paintings in her space, he might have fainted from excitement. Xiao Yuan had arranged to meet Ning Zhu the following morning at 5 o'clock. When the alarm rang, she was dreaming of a foreign vacation. Struggling to open her eyes, she switched off the alarm. It was still dark outside as she completed her morning routine and dressed for the day. Arriving at the supermarket precisely at 5, she found Ning Zhu already seated on a high stool, awaiting her arrival. "Did your idea from yesterday prove successful?" At the mention of this, Xiao Yuan's spirits lifted instantly. She approached the stationery shelf, extracting a syringe pen, a box of watercolors, and several brushes. "Do tell, what might your envisioned isolation wall and guard tower look like?" Ning Zhu regarded Xiao Yuan with a peculiar gaze, yet began to describe it. "Oh, for meters high, And the width? 1 meter. What should the guard tower resemble? What about the gate? A reinforced stainless steel explosion-proof door. Very well. After half an hour, Xiao Yuan pushed a card forward. What do you think? Is this acceptable? Ningzhu hesitantly picked up the card. It depicted a square wall with 2 small structures on each side, presumably the guard towers. One side of the wall featured 2 large doors, reflecting a metallic sheen. It looks fine, but what purpose does this painting serve? Ningzhu was at a loss for words. Could Xiao Yuan truly be so naive? Observing Ningzhu's hesitation, Xiao Yuan's expression hardened. Do not underestimate this card. I possess only 10, and I've already wasted 1 for the experiment. She then explained the card's usage rules to Ningzhu, emphasizing the necessity of articulating the material, height, width, and length of the isolation wall in precise terms. Initially skeptical, Ningzhu reconsidered. After all, she had a space, an infinite ammunition handgun, and a ring that could slow down people's movements. In the realm of illusions, the existence of a fabricated card seems inconsequential. Ningzhu meticulously tucked the card into the inner pocket of her coat, gently pressing against her chest. Oh, there is one matter for which I require your assistance. Xiao Yuan recalled an important task. What is it? Please help me procure some recipes from your world. Ningzhu did not inquire further, but readily acquiesced. Xiao Yuan provided some food and drinking water for the space, while Ningzhu took it upon herself to pack a meal. Henceforth, the entire fortress would depend on Xiao Yuan for sustenance. After Ningzhu departed, Xiao Yuan refrained from conducting business, as she intended to visit the gallery that day. The system had yet to notify her of task completion, and it seemed she must secure her first deal to proceed. Yan Xiao arrived punctually at the Li Yuan Art Center, armed with 8 of her oil paintings, which she deemed commendable. Upon entering, she spotted Xiao Yuan, who was accompanied by a gentleman. Yan Xiao, you've arrived. Xiao Yuan greeted her with a warm smile. An hour later, Yan Xiao stood at the entrance of the art center, still in a daze. Xiao Yuan had introduced her to Wang Xin, and the two had examined her artwork for a while. To her astonishment, she had inexplicably signed a contract, becoming a contracted artist with Weichu Gallery. The gallery would acquire 30 of her paintings annually. Today, for the 8 pieces she presented, Xiao Yuan offered a purchase price of 120,000. Yan Xiao glanced at her phone. The bank notification was crystal clear. In that moment, she realized she had encountered a benefactor. Wang Xin expressed great satisfaction with Yan Xiao's works, believing her to be a promising young artist. The gallery's forthcoming tasks included engaging critics, organizing exhibitions, and producing catalogs. Wang Xin was responsible for the gallery's renovations, while Xiao Yuan focused solely on contractual agreements with artists. By noon, Wang Xin treated her to a meal, discussing the gallery's future operations, planning, and personnel management. It was not until 5 p.m. that Xiao Yuan returned to the supermarket. Goodness, being a businessperson is exhausting, she thought, sinking into a chair, utterly drained. She pulled out her phone, intending to ask Li Jingyu about the dinner menu, when a message from him arrived stating there would be no dinner plans that evening. Wonderful. A day off. Xiao Yuan exhaled in relief, just as the familiar sound of the system notification echoed. Ding. Task 7 completed. Reward, baking area. Beverage processing area. In an instant, the counter began to extend, transforming one side into a bar, complete with a coffee machine and an array of milk tea ingredients. Opposite the fast food area, a row of wooden glass cabinets emerged, showcasing various breads and desserts. The supermarket system possessed an extraordinary magic. Anyone who entered would be influenced by it, causing even the most discerning minds to dismiss any discrepancies in the shelves or the space. At 8 p.m. that evening, Xiao Yuan was scheduled to retrieve goods from the Western Suburb warehouse. Upon her arrival at the Western Suburbs warehouse, Su Lian's convoy was in the midst of unloading goods. This shipment amounted to a total of 272 million. According to the customary arrangement, Xiao Yuan proceeded to transfer the payment, with the deposit serving as the commission. In the future, you must seek me out for such tasks, Su Lian remarked before consciously leading his convoy away from the warehouse. As the convoy's lights faded into the distance, Xiao Yuan entered the warehouse and closed the door behind her. She then spent an additional hour categorizing and storing all the materials into the designated space. Once her work was complete, Xiao Yuan approached her vehicle and stretched her limbs, finally ready to return home for some much-needed rest. Suddenly, a thunderous gunshot reverberated through the desolate parking lot. Xiao Yuan instinctively crouched down. What on earth was happening? Before she could gather her thoughts, several more gunshots rang out, accompanied by furious shouts. Good heavens! In a society governed by law, who dares to fire a weapon? Just as she contemplated discreetly opening her car door to escape, a menacing voice emerged from behind her. Stand up. A chill ran down Xiao Yuan's spine, her mind going blank for a brief moment. Before she could react, the man behind her seized her, a rough, dark hand slicing through the air before her eyes. In the next instant, her neck was firmly ensnared by his arm. Cough, cough, cough. Brother, we have no grievances between us, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, attempting to use her combat skills to execute a shoulder throw. However, a cold object pressed against her temple halted her intentions. No way. It can't be what I think it is. Xiao Yuan yearned to sneak a glance to confirm whether it was indeed a gun. Put down the weapon. Do not harm the hostage. Upon hearing this command, her heart sank completely. Xiao Yuan spotted Li Jingyu, who was approaching with several others from the front. Upon recognizing her face, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yuan forced a smile that was more painful than tears. So, they hadn't ordered food tonight because they were on a mission? Clearing her mind, she scolded herself for such thoughts at this moment. Rapidly contemplating her options, she realized that the prop hand-in-hand, you walk together could not be used in front of Li Jingyu. The honest child was utterly useless. Slow-motion performance had been lent to Ningju. Limitless handgun was the only viable option, but using it would land her in jail as well. Oh heavens! Who have I wronged? You wretched police officers. Haunting me incessantly, I swear that if I must perish today, I will take someone down with me. Xiao Yuan sensed a wave of heat wafting over her head, accompanied by the distinct odor of tobacco smoke. As long as you release the hostage, everything can be negotiated. So please remain calm. Alternatively, I can place my gun down and you can take me as a hostage in exchange for her. Would that be acceptable? With that, Li Jingyu indeed placed the gun on the ground, raised his hands, and slowly approached her direction. At that moment, the pressure at Xiao Yuan's temples dissipated. She noticed an arm extending from her right side, a gun aimed directly at Li Jingyu. Now was the time. Xiao Yuan grasped the man's wrist firmly with both hands and lifted it upwards. Bang! The gun discharged harmlessly. Before the man could react, Xiao Yuan exerted her strength, twisting her body and extending her leg to deliver a forceful kick to his groin. Ah! With a cry of agony from the man, his grip on the gun loosened. Quick as lightning, Xiao Yuan executed a sliding maneuver to kick the gun away. The entire sequence unfolded with such rapidity that Li Jingyu had barely reached Xiao Yuan's side. He flipped the man over and secured him with handcuffs. Are you all right? Li Jingyu inquired, concern etched on his face as he glanced at Xiao Yuan. I'm fine. I'm fine, Xiao Yuan replied, waving her hands dismissively. Without time for pleasantries, Li Jingyu seized the man's hair and demanded, Where are our colleagues? The man raised his eyes, filled with a horrifying madness, and laughed derisively. Wanna know? Dream on. He.S. injured. He might die any moment now, ha ha ha. Li Jingyu's eyes blazed with fury. You bastard. I want to see you squirm in desperation while he waits to die. Ha ha ha, delightful. Delightful. As Li Jingyu teetered on the brink of losing control, Xiao Yuan picked up a frog whistle, pretentiously twirling it before the man, then blew into it. Where's the injured officer? The man's eyes gradually dulled. His gaze fixated eastward, toward the dilapidated Dragon King Temple in Shangyun Village. Li Jingyu, hurry! Xiao Yuan shouted urgently. Li Jingyu hesitated. Really? Yes, go now, or it will be too late. Xiao Yuan pushed him anxiously. Li Jingyu snapped back to reality. Chen Qi, Zheng Hao, you two come with me. The rest stay here and watch him. Understood. Xiao Yuan sat on the ground, still shaken. This was her first experience with a gun pointed at her head, and it was truly harrowing. Not long after, the sky to the east of the warehouse erupted in a flurry of red and blue lights. Police cars and ambulances had arrived. Li Jingyu returned to the warehouse parking lot. Did I scare you? He asked, pulling out a square band-aid from his pocket. Yes. It was quite a shock. I felt as if I had danced with death, Xiao Yuan admitted, her heart still racing. Had she failed to subdue that man, it could have meant the end for both her and Li Jingyu. Li Jingyu took Xiao Yuan's hand and affixed the band-aid to her wrist. He had noticed her injury when she waved her hands earlier. It appeared to be a cut from the concrete floor. How could you get him to speak the truth? Li Jingyu asked, his gaze probing. Xiao Yuan raised the frog whistle and replied, I minored in psychology in college with Professor Wei Dong. In such situations, achieving hypnosis is nothing short of miraculous. The minor in psychology is indeed true, and the instructor, Wei Dong, is also genuine. However, her skills in hypnosis are truly lacking. Are you referring to the expert consultant from the Provincial Public Security Department, Wei Dong? Li Jingyu inquired with curiosity. Yes, that's him, came the reply. Li Jingyu relaxed his guard. No wonder, a master produces exceptional disciples. This night was destined to be one of thrill and trepidation. As Qiao Yuan accompanied the police to the station to provide her statement, not returning home until after 3 in the morning. Shaken and drenched in sweat, Qiao Yuan tore off the bandage while taking a shower. To her astonishment, she discovered that the injury on her wrist had healed completely, leaving no trace of harm. Comfortably nestled in her bed, the fatigued Qiao Yuan soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the criminal investigation team was ablaze with activity. As Li Jingyu had just returned from the hospital. Captain, how is Xiao Zhao? The staff in the office gathered around. No worries, the doctor said the rescue was timely. And there is no danger to life. His arms and legs are intact, and he should be back in a few months, he reassured them. That's fantastic. Chen Qi exclaimed excitedly. Thanks to the owner of Linyuan Supermarket, or else Xiao Zhao would have been in serious trouble. Speaking of the owner of Linyuan Supermarket, the officers who were at the warehouse parking lot began to chat. Did you notice that her last few moves were quite similar to the captain's? One remarked. Now that you mention it, it does seem familiar. I thought her flying kick and sliding tackle looked strikingly similar, another added. Captain, are you quite familiar with her? Li Jingyu quickly shook his head. Not at all, not at all, not at all. You ordered dinner for the team from her, didn't you? They teased. Exactly. Li Jingyu felt a flush rise to his face, just as he was about to explain. Look, the captain is blushing. Came the chorus of laughter. Is the captain shy? Captain, not only did she save you, but she also saved Xiao Zhao. Shouldn't you show some appreciation tomorrow? Indeed, Captain, this is a rare opportunity. Don't blame us for not reminding you. With his face aflame, Li Jingyu hastily left the office, the laughter behind him growing louder. However, they were partially correct. Qiao Yuan had indeed saved his life today, as well as Xiao Zhao's. It was only fitting that he express his gratitude. Chapter 44, The Police Consultant. Sounds quite impressive on the weekend. With students on break, Qiao Yuan rose naturally when she felt ready. She even ignored the sound of the blind box notification. After discarding the plastic straw she had drawn, she slowly began tidying her bed. Considering the time, Ningju should have returned to Fengxiu City by now. She wondered if he had made use of the card she had given him. Qiao Yuan arrived at the supermarket only by noon. And today there were no children coming in to buy lunch. She began to carefully study how to operate the coffee machine at the bar. As she grasped the handle, her gaze swept over her wrist. Since Li Jingyu had seen her injury yesterday, such a large abrasion would take at least a week to heal. Given that she would inevitably encounter him again in the coming days, if he noticed anything amiss, it would lead to considerable trouble. Having contemplated this, Qiao Yuan retrieved a band-aid from the medicine shelf and applied it to the injury sustained yesterday. As Li Jingyu drove past the supermarket, he inexplicably slammed on the brakes. Upon entering the store, he beheld Qiao Yuan with a loaf of bread in one hand and a bottle of water in the other. Is this your lunch? Upon hearing Li Jingyu's voice, Qiao Yuan quickly looked up. Why not indulge in a rice bowl? Qiao Yuan chuckled. I eat it every day. I've grown weary of it. Li Jingyu's gaze swept over the counter, where he spotted a blue 3-tiered lunchbox. Is this your lunchbox? Indeed. After some contemplation, Li Jingyu declared, the cafeteria prepares excellent lunches. Starting tomorrow, I shall bring you a meal. What? The esteemed captain of the criminal police is going to fetch my lunch? Qiao Yuan hesitated, reluctant to grow too close to Li Jingyu. The latter's investigative skills were astute, and Xiao Yuan feared he might uncover his secret. However, Li Jingyu interpreted Xiao Yuan's reaction as modesty. It's no trouble, it's merely a few hundred meters. Besides, you saved me and my colleague yesterday. Consider it my gratitude. With Li Jingyu's insistence, Xiao Yuan found it difficult to decline further. How is your wrist? A shiver ran through Qiao Yuan's heart. It's much better, just a bit of scraped skin. To steer the conversation away from further inquiries, Qiao Yuan suggested, would you like to try the coffee I made? Only then did Li Jingyu notice the newly added bar counter and baking area in the supermarket. The supermarket seems to be expanding. Yes. What would you like to drink? An iced Americano, please. I need a pick-me-up. As a criminal investigator, sleepless nights were a common occurrence, and Li Jingyu's dark circles betrayed that fact. Qiao Yuan prepared 2 iced Americanos and handed one to Li Jingyu. Not bad. It's quite delicious. Hearing Li Jingyu's praise, Qiao Yuan smiled. I'll make some extra for you in the evenings so your colleagues can have a taste as well. The memory of his colleagues teasing from the previous day made Li Jingyu's face flush. By the way, I have something for you. Xiao Yuan rushed to the medicine shelf and retrieved several boxes of steam eye masks. Wear these while sleeping. They're good for your eyes. Thank you. With the lunchbox in hand, Li Jingyu departed, allowing Xiao Yuan to exhale in relief. Ding. The 8th task has been released. Please invite the second otherworldly guest into the supermarket within a week and complete a transaction. Method of invitation: enter the otherworld, locate the target individual. Notify the system for marking, and the target must utter the command to enter the supermarket. Requirement: this guest must have no connection to the first guest. A second otherworldly guest? It appears the supermarket is not solely for Ningju. However, a deep furrow formed between Xiao Yuan's brows. Must I venture into the apocalypse once more? The recollection of those grotesque cockroaches still made him feel nauseous. 7 days remain. There is time to prepare. However, the second guest could not simply be ushered in without due consideration. What if it turned out to be another scoundrel like the last one? Xiao Yuan anxiously tugged at her hair. This cursed system truly afforded me no peace, not even for a day. Throughout the day, a steady stream of customers visited the supermarket, yet Xiao Yuan found herself somewhat distracted. Countless times, she glanced towards the warehouse door, hoping to catch a glimpse of Ningju. The slow-motion performance was her life-saving talisman, and it was imperative that she retrieve it, otherwise, encountering a swarm of insects in the apocalypse would surely spell her doom. Regrettably, Ningju did not make an appearance before the supermarket closed. Today, Li Jingyu had ordered 11 rice bowls, and Xiao Yuan prepared 11 iced Americanos for them. To her surprise, just as she stepped outside, she ran into Li Jingyu again. Noticing her pushing a cart this time, he nodded in satisfaction. Wasn't your wrist injured? Let me help you push, he offered. Li Jingyu believed his reasoning was quite sound. After all, she was injured, and it was only natural that he came to the supermarket to pick her up. What crime did that person commit? Xiao Yuan inquired inadvertently. Li Jingyu did not respond immediately. I apologize, you must have your protocols. I shouldn't have asked, she realized belatedly, understanding that police officers typically do not disclose case details. My apologies, and thank you for your understanding. Li Jingyu recognized that Xiao Yuan had asked out of instinct, with no ulterior motive. Nonetheless, he recalled what the director had said earlier that day and pondered whether he should inquire further with Xiao Yuan. Lost in thought, they soon arrived at the police station's entrance. Jingyu, is this the owner of the Linyuan supermarket? Xiao Jiandong peered out from the guardhouse window. Yes, this is Xiao Yuan. Li Jingyu explained, turning back to her. It turned out that Uncle Xiao was also a former police officer who had been rehired after retirement. Hello, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Yuan greeted him with a smile, standing demurely outside. Jingyu, Xiao Yuan is a benefactor to our team. Do not keep her waiting at the door. Please, go inside. Xiao Jiandong waved them in. With Uncle Xiao's endorsement, Li Jingyu nodded eagerly. This was Xiao Yuan's first time entering the Criminal Police Division's office building, and it felt quite novel. Following Li Jingyu, she entered the office where 10 plainclothes officers were seated. The moment she stepped in, she captured everyone's attention, though the peculiar smiles on their faces left her puzzled. Before long, they set aside their formalities and began to inquire animatedly. Xiao Yuan, you were quite skilled yesterday. Have you trained before? You're bold and meticulous. It's a pity you aren't a police officer. I've heard you're a student of Professor Wei Dong. That's truly impressive. How old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? Are your parents here? Will you continue to develop in Nanyuan City? What kind of boyfriend are you looking for? Xiao Yuan answered each question, but by the end, it seemed the inquiries had veered off course. Ahem. Li Jingyu cleared his throat, remarking that no amount of food could silence them. Hey, Captain, during the meeting this morning, didn't the director ask you to inquire if Xiao Yuan could assist us? Li Jingyu shot a glare at the speaker before turning his attention to Xiao Yuan. Our team is in need of a psychological consultant. You accomplished a great feat yesterday and are a student of Professor Wei. So Director Shen wanted me to ask if you would consider joining us as a consultant. In truth, Li Jingyu held little hope. The criminal investigation team typically dealt with the most vicious of offenders. They were police officers, unafraid of anything, yet Xiao Yuan was merely a recent graduate. Moreover, after the harrowing events of the previous day, he had intended to delay the conversation, but his bumbling teammate had inadvertently revealed it today. Seeing Xiao Yuan lost in thought, Li Jingyu quickly added, "It's perfectly fine if you prefer not to join us. We all understand, and you need not feel any pressure." Unfortunately, Li Jingyu was unaware that Qiao Yuan's greatest concern was him. Just as Qiao Yuan was about to politely decline, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. A young officer burst in, exclaiming, "Captain, bad news." Chapter 45. Li Jingyu becomes the deliverer of meals. Li Jingyu regained his composure, asking what had happened. "Captain, Li Yu has attempted suicide in the interrogation room and refuses to disclose the whereabouts of the abducted children. I'll go take a look." Li Jingyu dashed out of the office. Qiao Yuan watched his retreating figure, deep in contemplation. The term abduction was a thorn in her heart. She had not been kidnapped. Rather, she had been sold to traffickers by her own parents. Due to her age and being a girl, she was difficult to sell. So she could only follow her aunt around. Her childhood was marked by hunger, cold, and frequent beatings. All of this stemmed from the selfishness of her biological parents and the despicable traffickers. With this in mind, Qiao Yuan found herself unwittingly following Li Jingyu to the interrogation room. "Li Yu, what are you doing? Be honest, and you may receive a lighter sentence." "Bah. As long as I refuse to speak, you cannot convict me. Let me tell you, if the boss finds out I've been caught, none of those children will survive." Through the crack of the door, Qiao Yuan noticed the veins on Li Jingyu's temple throbbing. She understood his feelings. Had it not been for his position, he would have likely struck out. Watching Li Yu's brazen smile ignited a fury within Qiao Yuan. She suddenly pushed open the interrogation room door and removed the frog whistle. Li Yu's hands and feet were restrained to the table and chair, rendering her immobile. Qiao Yuan circled the whistle around her head a few times, speaking assertively. At that moment, as Li Yu remained bewildered, Qiao Yuan blew the whistle. Simultaneously, Li Yu's eyes began to glaze over, her focus drifting. "Now quickly ask," Qiao Yuan urged, pulling on Li Jingyu's arm. Li Jingyu understood, signaling to his colleagues to start recording the interrogation. "Speak. Where have you taken the abducted children?" 10 minutes later, the interrogation room echoed with Li Yu's reluctant wails, while Li Jingyu emerged, exhilarated, clutching the written record. "Marvelous. At last, there was a lead on the missing child." "Qiao Yuan, I am profoundly grateful." Overwhelmed with emotion, Li Jingyu could scarcely find the words to express his gratitude. "I accepted your earlier proposal, but I do not wish to receive a salary. Simply call upon me when you require assistance, if that is agreeable." Li Jingyu was taken aback. "Really? You've agreed? Splendid. I shall inform the director at once." Before Qiao Yuan could utter another word, Li Jingyu had already dashed away. Though Qiao Yuan had declined a salary, the police department had its own regulations, and thus he was eventually processed as a part-time consultant. From this moment forth, Qiao Yuan officially became the psychological advisor for the criminal investigation team of Shuangta District. On his way home, regret gnawed at Qiao Yuan. Why had he impulsively agreed? Honest child could only be utilized thrice daily. What if he had to interrogate more than 3 individuals in a day? Moreover, he had no knowledge of psychological hypnosis. With the passage of time, Li Jingyu would undoubtedly discern the flaws in his charade. Already burdened by the 8th task, he had unwittingly planted another landmine for himself. "Qiao Yuan, oh Qiao Yuan, how is it that such a fool exists in this world?" As night fell, Qiao Yuan sat vacantly in the bathtub, his mind still reeling. If only he possessed the abilities of Nan Rong Cheng'en, for Dream Eater would be exquisitely suited for hypnosis. Qiao Yuan lost himself in fanciful thoughts until the water in the tub grew cold. The following day, he began frantically stockpiling supplies in his space. Ensuring that Ning Zhu would not mistakenly take the wrong items, he meticulously placed them in the designated room for his personal belongings. Recently, he had grasped the workings of blind boxes, managing to extract 3 useful items on average each month. Before completing the 8th task, he could not rely on the blind box machine. Having prepared all necessary arrangements, it was now noon. Qiao Yuan sat anxiously awaiting Ning Zhu's arrival, not only to retrieve his items, but also to urgently replicate his abilities. However, Ning Zhu did not appear. Instead, Li Jingyu arrived, carrying an insulated lunch bag. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Li Jingyu opened the bag to reveal the meal he had taken from the supermarket the previous day. "You have a microwave here, right? Heat it up before eating. Isn't at cafeteria food? Surely it doesn't need reheating after just a short while?" But before Qiao Yuan could respond, Li Jingyu had already approached the counter to warm the meal. At this moment, students from the nearby school began to arrive to purchase meals. "You eat first. I will assist in packaging their orders." Li Jingyu placed the warmed food on the counter and turned to the fast food area to serve the students. The enticing aroma from the lunchbox ignited Qiao Yuan's appetite. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, The school cafeteria owner, who had previously caused trouble, had returned. However, this time he dared not enter, for through the glass, he saw Li Zhengyu serving the students. "My dear brother," I inquired through a contact and discovered that the officer's name is Li Zhengyu, the captain of our district's criminal investigation team. Truly not someone to be trifled with. Wang Guang took a drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt onto the ground and crushing it underfoot with force. "Damn it, I dare not provoke the police. But that wretched woman shall certainly face my wrath. If, by any chance, she is involved with Li Zhengyu, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation. You know nothing. If they were indeed a couple, that woman would have already revealed his identity." Wang Guang grumbled as he led his accomplice back to school. Meanwhile, Li Zhengyu had been occupied for nearly an hour, finally bidding farewell to the last student. Straightening his back, he felt the familiar ache and exhaustion from serving meals. "Have you finished? How was the food?" he inquired nervously at the counter. "Delicious. Especially the sweet and sour meatballs. Your cafeteria chef is truly skilled," Xiao Yuan praised sincerely. Li Zhengyu smiled proudly. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll bring you more tomorrow." "You're too kind," Xiao Yuan replied. As he cleaned his lunchbox at the bar before repacking it, Li Jingyu purchased a cup of coffee and left with his lunchbox in hand. With a satisfied burp, Xiao Yuan leaned back in his chair, dozing off. The sound of the sliding door abruptly roused him. "Ningju." Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's urgent call, Ningju hurriedly emerged from behind the shelves, asking, "What's wrong?" Upon recognizing Ningju, Xiao Yuan's face lit up with joy as he grasped Ningju's hand. "Select the desired ability, ruler." Success. Upon hearing the successful replication, Xiao Yuan released Ningju's hand. At that moment, Ningju's ears flushed slightly as he stood bewildered. What was going on with Xiao Yuan? Why had he suddenly taken his hand? After such a long separation, emotions had gotten the better of him. Xiao Yuan's explanation felt rather dismissive. "By the way, have you used that card? What was the outcome?" The spark in Ningju's eyes was unmistakable. "It's astonishing. The entire Xioshan area is now surrounded by isolation walls, and I've installed high-voltage electric fences. Not even a cockroach can get through." Hearing this news, Xiao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the remaining 8 cards needed to be used with careful consideration. That ring." Xiao Yuan hesitated, staring at the ring on Ningju's ring finger. "Oh, I came today to return your ring." Ningju quickly removed the ring and handed it back to Xiao Yuan. "I meant no other intentions. It's just that tomorrow, I must enter your world." Chapter 46. Where did the warehouse door take me? "What?" Ningju exclaimed. "You must take the infinite handgun. It is now equipped with a silencer, so you need not worry about the noise attracting zombies and swarms of insects." Ningju did not inquire why Xiao Yuan was going, but casually picked up a notebook and pen from the stationery rack, beginning to sketch something. "This is the museum. With your back to the entrance, proceed to the right for approximately 2 kilometers until you reach the isolation wall. Then, continue right for another 800 meters to arrive at the fortress gate. There will be guards on duty. Simply state your name, and they will grant you access. If you require my company," Xiao Yuan interrupted him. "No, I must undertake this journey alone. However, should the need arise, I will certainly seek you out at the fortress. Aside from the zombies and the insect swarms, you must also remain vigilant of the animals along the way." Ningju felt a slight discomfort in her heart, but continued to offer her advice. "Those surviving animals are quite peculiar. Just yesterday, during our search for supplies, we encountered a dog whose tail lacked flesh, yet its bones were as formidable as steel. Could it be mutated?" Xiao Yuan pondered the scenarios depicted in apocalyptic films. "It is highly probable, so you must exercise caution." Ningju reiterated several precautions before retrieving dozens of books from her backpack. "Didn't you mention last time that you wanted me to find you some recipes? I initially intended to place them in storage, but I feared you might not locate them." As she spoke, Ningju arranged the books neatly. Xiao Yuan opened one and exclaimed, "Goodness! These are all dishes I have never encountered before. They bear resemblance to those in this world, yet are not entirely the same. If you desire anything further, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall procure it for you." "And you as well," Ningju replied, momentarily taken aback, realizing he indeed had something he wished for. "Is that firearm available for purchase?" Upon learning of the stringent firearm regulations here, Ningju relinquished this unrealistic fantasy. But then, Xiao Yuan struck the counter with a fist, exclaiming, "How could I forget that?" With that, Xiao Yuan produced a card. While she could not assist Ningju in acquiring weaponry, she could certainly draw firearms. Though the card was small, with the finest needlepoint pen, she could illustrate 10 firearms on a single card. Without further ado, Xiao Yuan searched online for images and began to sketch. Ultimately, she utilized 2 cards to depict 10 handguns and 10 submachine guns. Upon seeing the lifelike illustrations on the cards, Ning Ju's eyes widened in astonishment. Last time, Xiao Yuan had merely sketched casually, and it had not struck him as significant. But today, gazing at the guns that matched the photographs perfectly, he was genuinely impressed. What else do you lack? Xiao Yuan inquired, producing a 3rd card. I also require temperature-regulating clothing. There are only 5 awakened individuals in the fortress, and 4 pieces of such clothing are insufficient. We lack manpower for patrolling and searching for supplies. Temperature-regulating clothing? Matters that can be resolved with money are not significant. It would be unwise to squander a card on them. How many do you wish for? I shall procure them for you. 30 pieces. 15 million. Xiao Yuan gritted her teeth. Very well. After all, the cost is borne by those who possess the means. Money can be replenished. I shall place the order today. Given the quantity, the manufacturers may not have them in stock, but I will urge them to expedite delivery. Thank you. I will collect them in 3 days. After Ning Ju departed, Xiao Yuan promptly dialed the phone number of Zhou Gang, the manager of the marketing department at Dami Technology Company, Limited. It was Zhou Gang who had handed his business card to Xiao Yuan when he purchased the temperature-regulating clothing at the technology exhibition. Little did he expect that it would come in handy today. Upon hearing that Xiao Yuan intended to order 30 sets of temperature-regulating garments, Zhou Gang began to stutter in disbelief. Only after Xiao Yuan paid a deposit of 20 did he confirm that Xiao Yuan was indeed serious. After hanging up, Zhou Gang let out a triumphant shout in his office. A colleague teased him. Wu Gang, what's got you so excited? Did you land a big order? Wu Gang, blushing with exhilaration, exclaimed, a monumental order. A staggering 15 million. With a commission rate of 10%, that means once Xiao Yuan pays the remaining balance, I will earn a commission of 150,000. Xiao Yuan was unaware of the substantial commission Wu Gang would receive, but even if he had known, it mattered little. Spending money on supplies for Ning Ju was of no concern. Xiao Yuan began to silently plan for this apocalyptic journey. Earlier, he had asked Ning Ju to sketch a map of Fengxiu City on paper. Unfortunately, his artistic skills left much to be desired. Xiao Yuan could barely decipher the general layout of the city based on Ning Ju's markings. Currently, it was known that there was a military-controlled refuge in the Shuanghe district, which was her primary objective. The refuge housed a significant number of refugees, and as Ning Ju had informed her, the current administrator was a woman whose military discipline was stringent. It was precisely because of her that Fengxiu City had not succumbed to violent conflict. Thus, this female officer seemed to be the ideal candidate among the supermarket patrons. Xiao Yuan firmly etched the location of the Shuanghe district refuge into her memory. Next, it was time to rest and prepare for departure the following afternoon. Unfortunately, just as she was about to close the door and head home, she received a call from Wang Xian. Come to the gallery, it's been renovated. Also, sign a few more artists. I plan to hold an exhibition and invite several renowned critics from the industry. All right, I'll head over now. Xiao Yuan sighed. Managing a larger enterprise was indeed exhausting. Upon arriving at the gallery, she nearly failed to recognize it. In just a few days, the 2,000 square meter gallery had been transformed, with studios, decorative rooms, lounges, reception areas, and offices all partitioned. Moreover, 5 newly hired employees were seated in the office. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, they all stood up and greeted her. Hello, General Manager Xiao. General Manager? Are you addressing me? Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback and replied somewhat awkwardly. Hello, everyone. Wang Xian led her on a tour, proudly grinning. So, what do you think? Not bad, right? Not just not bad, it's exceptionally good. However, the decorative room was still rather bare, containing only 8 oil paintings by Yin Xiao, which were insufficient for an exhibition. The artist I mentioned last time, Ning Ju, after much persuasion, has finally agreed to let us represent his works. Really? Xiao Yuan nodded without hesitation. Indeed, the artworks of that otherworldly master are all in her possession, and she can express herself as she wishes. Alas, there are only 2 painters' works, which feels somewhat meager. Wang Xian glanced at Xiao Yuan, and a sudden thought emerged in her mind. Are your original works still around? Why not bring them as well? Indeed, Xiao Yuan had painted numerous pieces, but Xiao Zhenyun had deemed them a nuisance at home and discarded them all. Now, upon Wang Xian's inquiry, she realized she had retained not a single painting. Yet, the space was filled with the creations of many unknown artists. Was it destined to remain shrouded in obscurity? However, to utilize them directly would be tantamount to theft. Although no one would be aware of this act, Xiao Yuan could not reconcile herself with such a moral dilemma. All my paintings are gone, but I have a friend whose works are with me, Xiao Yuan stated. If you believe there is potential, why not invite her to sign a contract? Wang Xian smiled, revealing her two small tiger teeth. She passed away in an accident. Xiao Yuan conceived a compromise. How about this? I will sign on her behalf, and the earnings will be given to her family. While the profits could not be delivered to the family of a post-apocalyptic artist, Xiao Yuan resolved to donate 1/3 of the earnings to schools and charitable organizations in mountainous regions. That sounds feasible. What is your friend's name? Mo Bai? After signing the contract, Xiao Yuan returned to the villa and instructed Wang Xian to send someone to retrieve the paintings the following morning. Initially intending to rest, Xiao Yuan sat in the villa's first-floor hall, beginning to select artworks. She gathered all the pieces from the master in one place and then began to choose her favorites, placing them beside the television cabinet. In total, there were over 40 pieces, which should suffice for an exhibition. The oil paintings were already framed, and she specifically reminded Wang Xian to hire a professional transportation team to ensure the artworks were not damaged. The next day, Xiao Yuan watched the workers carefully wrap each oil painting before heading to the supermarket. Today, Li Jingyu had brought her braised pork, fresh shrimp with eggplant, and garlic stir-fried lettuce. Xiao Yuan praised the chef of the police station's canteen, causing Li Jingyu to blush. After he departed the supermarket, Xiao Yuan hung a closed-for-rest sign at the entrance and locked the door behind her. She strapped on a pesticide sprayer, retrieved her infinite pistol from the space, and pushed open the warehouse door. After familiar sensations of heat and a brief dizziness, Xiao Yuan found herself engulfed in darkness, unable to see her own hand. What on earth? This isn't a museum. Chapter 47. Oh no. I've been knocked unconscious. It was afternoon. It couldn't possibly be this dark. Xiao Yuan felt a tightening in her chest, trembling slightly in the absolute blackness. Fortunately, she had brought a powerful flashlight and a headlamp. She quickly retrieved the flashlight from her space and secured the headlamp. A stark white beam illuminated the surroundings, and her wildly racing heart finally began to calm. As the light brightened, Xiao Yuan noticed many white lines resembling parking spaces. As she was engulfed in confusion, a circle of black powder emerged in the light, forming a massive rectangle. Xiao Yuan suddenly realized that this was the place of her previous traversal, the underground parking lot. Thus, wherever she had returned to the supermarket last time, she would inevitably return to that spot upon entering the apocalypse again. However, this meant she was utterly lost. She could not find the refuge of Shuanghe district, nor could she locate Ningzhu's eternal fortress. What was even more dire was that when Xiao Yuan called out "Open Sesame" several times, nothing happened. She remained stationary. A tumult of emotions surged within her. At this juncture, she had no choice but to forge ahead blindly. Exiting the underground parking lot, Xiao Yuan wandered aimlessly along the desolate streets. The temperature seemed to have dropped significantly. She reached out to confirm, and indeed, it had decreased considerably. With no incessant flow of vehicles, no pedestrians, and no cacophony of sounds, Xiao Yuan felt as though she were the only soul left in the world. Along her path, she encountered wandering zombies on more than one occasion. Yet, endowed with Ningzhu's abilities, Xiao Yuan instinctively emitted a certain sound, causing the zombies to disperse. As for the insect swarms, she dared not walk close to the walls, nor did she venture into the expansive, vacant houses. Surprisingly, she encountered none along her journey. It was not mere luck. Rather, the cockroaches had recently been decimated and were too fearful to emerge. In a bookstore, Xiao Yuan discovered a city map, yellowed from water damage. She meticulously scanned the map inch by inch until she finally located her position. Fortunately, although she was not in Shuanghe district, she was less than 10 kilometers away. Based on the position of the sun setting in the afternoon, Xiao Yuan deduced the cardinal directions. As dusk approached, she found an outdoor basketball court, retrieved her RV from her space, set up a table, and placed a camping lamp on it, preparing to eat. Surprisingly, it felt quite reminiscent of camping. Xiao Yuan took out a portion of rice and a chilled sparkling water. However, while she was thoroughly enjoying her meal, a kilometer away, 3 men were also dining. Though their meal consisted of protein cakes made from cockroaches, not only was it tasteless, but it was also dry and difficult to swallow. When would this life come to an end? I truly do not wish to consume this revolting food any longer. Yu Bing held the protein cake, unable to eat it, yet reluctant to discard it. The leader forbade them from killing anyone. Otherwise, they could simply cook a few unawakened individuals. Just the thought of meat made his mouth water. It was said that the members of the Ghost Society were all well fed, as they killed and feasted daily, without the myriad of restrictions that bound them. The last speaker, named Zhang Hao, bit down hard on his protein cake. Hey, brothers, wait. Bian Ning suddenly set down his protein cake, his nose twitching in the air like a dog. What's wrong, dog nose? Bian Ning closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the moment, and after a brief interval, he opened them wide. The tantalizing aroma of fish-flavored shredded pork wafted through the air. I could smell the deliciousness of the meal. Bian Ning, brimming with excitement, rose to his feet and gazed towards the south. Could it be? Even in Xiao Weima's sanctuary, they were limited to protein cakes. How could anyone still be feasting on fish-flavored shredded pork in these times? Zhang Hao was incredulous. My awakening abilities may not match yours, but my sense of smell is hundreds of times more acute than that of an ordinary person. My nose cannot be mistaken, Bian Ning explained. Yu Bing stuffed the protein cakes into his pocket, dismissing any concerns. Let's go see for ourselves, shall we? But what if the captain comes to inspect? The mere thought of that handsome man filled Zhang Hao with an involuntary dread. What are the odds of that happening? Let us move. If there truly is fish-flavored shredded pork, it would be worth any punishment. Yu Bing swallowed hard and pulled Zhang Hao along. The three of them stealthily made their way south, guided by Bian Ning's keen sense of smell. Xiao Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. After finishing her meal, she pulled out a plate of fruit and enjoyed it leisurely. At her current pace, she anticipated a good night's sleep. Planning to set off the next morning, ideally arriving in Shuangliu district by 8 a.m., Ning Ju mentioned that the Shuanghe district had soldiers patrolling around the clock, and once they encountered the military, they could pose as distressed civilians to blend into the sanctuary, thereby increasing their chances of meeting the female officer she had mentioned. Cautious by nature, Xiao Yuan had already controlled the surrounding zombies, encircling them outside the basketball court. This tactic proved effective, as Bian Ning and his companions now found themselves hiding behind a low wall outside the court. Damn it, that girl was just eating fruit. What now? There are zombies everywhere. How do we get in? Zhang Hao peeked out, estimating that at least 40 zombies loitered outside the basketball court. We should head back. If the captain notices we're missing. Before Zhang Hao could finish, Yu Bing delivered a punch to him. Coward. If you want to leave, then go. I must have a proper meal today. Bian Ning kept his eyes fixed on Xiao Yuan until she began packing her things and entered the RV. Before finally turning to sit down. Just one woman. Can we really be afraid of her? Bian Ning's mind raced, and 2 minutes later, he looked up, a glint of determination in his eyes. Zhang Hao, your ability is speed. You'll be responsible for luring the zombies away, and once you've shaken them off, come back. Yu Bing, you can transform. You'll handle opening her car door. We'll tie that girl up first and search for food, if there's none. Then, Bian Ning made a gesture across his throat, and those who understood knew what he meant. All right, let us get it done. Yu Bing clenched his fist. An hour later, after confirming that Xiao Yuan had turned off the lights and fallen asleep, Yu Bing's body began to visibly swell at an astonishing rate. His muscles expanded dramatically, transforming him into a figure as formidable as a bear, standing like a small mountain. Zhang Hao, go now. Zhang Hao cast a glance at the zombies before launching forward like an arrow from a bow, sprinting away. The zombies, highly sensitive to sound, perceived Zhang Hao's footsteps as thunderous drums in their ears, as Zhang Hao deliberately ran back and forth in front of the zombies. Those surrounding the basketball court soon stumbled after him, trailing away. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Bian Ning and Yu Bing bent low. Approaching the side of the RV, Yu Bing extended his robust hand and grasped the doorknob. 1, 2, 3. With a resounding crash, Yu Bing forcefully removed the entire door. The dull thud startled Xiao Yuan awake. She immediately seized her infinite pistol from the bedside, aiming it at the gaping doorway. Yu Bing was the first to board the vehicle. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan pulled the trigger. The muted gunshot echoed, and to her horror, she discovered that the man who entered was unscathed. His physique was twice that of an average person, and the bullet struck him with no apparent effect. In that fleeting moment of shock, the man unleashed a powerful punch. Instinctively, Xiao Yuan rolled beneath the bed. However, in the next instant, a sharp pain pierced the back of her head. Damn, I was careless. Subsequently, Xiao Yuan succumbed to an endless darkness. Chapter 48. Hope and Despair. Ugh, my head hurts. Xiao Yuan felt a relentless throbbing at the back of her skull, slicing through her nerves. She cracked her eyes open slightly and beheld 3 men seated on the sofa at the front of the RV, devouring food as sunlight poured in through the windows. As she subtly moved her body, she discovered her hands bound behind her back and her feet tied together. This was troublesome. Even with a slow-motion escape, she wouldn't get far in 20 minutes. "Wow, this is delicious," one of them exclaimed. "I had no idea this woman had such tasty snacks. I haven't had jerky in months. It's exquisite." The trio continued their feasting, expressing their delight. Xiao Yuan chose to close her eyes and enter her inner space, where she had prepared numerous knives before her departure. Upon reopening her eyes, a small fruit knife materialized in her hand. She squinted, attentively observing the movements of the 3 men while she slowly began to cut through the ropes binding her. "Zhang Hao, how long has it been since you've been with a woman?" Bian Ning glanced at Xiao Yuan, who lay on the bed, and chuckled. "A woman? She's nothing compared to food," Zhang Hao replied, his focus solely on the meal before him, utterly indifferent to women. Bian Ning leered. "Well, if you're not interested, don't try to snatch her from me later." "What? Are you taken with her?" Yu Bing, his mouth smeared with grease, speculated. "But she should be an awakened." "The captain said we must bring any awakened ones we find back." The captain, I've disliked him for ages," Bian Ning grumbled, glaring at his left hand, which was missing a pinky finger. "What? Still holding a grudge? Of course. I wish he were dead," Bian Ning declared vehemently. "Why don't we just skip going back and take this woman to join the Ghost Society instead, using her as proof of allegiance?" Bian Ning looked up, his gaze fierce. Xiao Yuan had heard of the Ghost Society the last time she arrived in the apocalypse, rescuing Nan Rongchenyan. She had heard them mention the Ghost Society, known for its cannibalistic tendencies. Xiao Yuan quickened her pace. After all, aligning with them was arguably preferable to joining the Ghost Society. At least she might secure a morsel of flesh. Yu Bing opened a can, greedily inhaling the aroma of meat. At that moment, Xiao Yuan felt her wrist loosen. Marvelous. The ropes had come undone. She swiftly twirled the ring on her finger, and soon the movements of Bian Ning and his companions began to slow dramatically. The 3 stared in disbelief. Before long, they realized this was likely Xiao Yuan's ability, as their peripheral vision caught her hastily cutting the ropes binding her feet. As the ropes fell away, Xiao Yuan stood and prepared to flee. However, she soon noticed a debilitating dizziness and her vision blurred. It was likely a concussion. She needed to escape immediately, gritting her teeth against the overwhelming vertigo. Xiao Yuan seized the infinite pistol from the coffee table and staggered southward. The effect of her slow-motion performance was 20 minutes, and disregarding all else, she ran with all her might. Yet, merely 2 minutes after the effect wore off, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. "Damn it! You can't escape. Zhang Hao, catch her!" Xiao Yuan heard an enraged shout from behind. This was bad. How could they have caught up so quickly? Instinctively, she twisted the ring on her finger, but before she could react, Zhang Hao, like a gust of wind, dashed in front of her and forcibly twisted her hand behind her back. Ouch! Her shoulder felt as if it were about to dislocate. Ding! Ding! Target identified. Scanning complete. Swift wind. Ability. Extraordinary speed. Level 1. Zhang Hao's touch activated the system's automatic scan, so his ability was speed. A peculiar sound escaped Xiao Yuan's throat. Soon, zombies converged from all directions, surrounding them. What the hell is going on? Is this also your ability? Bian Ning and Yu Bing panted as they arrived. The number of zombies steadily increasing, their intent unmistakable. Yu Bing let out a roar, his body transforming in a beastly manner. Meanwhile, Bian Ning's eyes glinted with cunning as he approached Xiao Yuan. "You summoned the zombies, didn't you?" Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Bian Ning drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into her thigh. Pain coursed through Xiao Yuan's body, and cold sweat broke out. "Let them go. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were never born." Bian Ning sneered, twisting the dagger mercilessly. The searing pain surged through her like an electric current. This was it. This was the end. Xiao Yuan clung to her last shred of sanity as she assessed her dire situation. If she allowed the zombies to pass, she would fall into the hands of these 3 demons, destined to be devoured as mere sustenance. If she refused to let them go, she might face an even worse fate. Damn it! Cursed apocalypse. Cursed system. In a moment of frustration, Xiao Yuan cursed quietly, ultimately deciding to momentarily retreat from the zombies. For this granted her at least a semblance of an escape. She emitted a series of fierce roars, and as if understanding her plea, the zombies gradually withdrew. Bian Ning unsheathed his dagger, and a vivid arc of crimson sliced through the air. Woman, it's better if you remain docile. You, soldier. Tear her arms from her body. Xiao Yuan found herself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of panic. It was the first time she had ever felt such despair. Hey, you three, are you truly betraying the Qianling society? A voice, laced with a hint of seduction, echoed from the street corner, prompting Xiao Yuan to look up. A tall man languidly leaned against the wall, bathed in sunlight, rendering his features indistinct. Yet, upon catching sight of his brown high ponytail, a surge of joy filled her heart. Nan Rongchengin. Upon hearing his name called, Nan Rongchengin paused momentarily. He straightened and stepped into the shadow of the building where Xiao Yuan and the others resided. His azure eyes, upon meeting Xiao Yuan's gaze, involuntarily shuddered twice. So it's you, my savior. Nan Rongchengin. Don't come any closer, or I will kill her. Bian Ning was the first to react. Placing the dagger against Xiao Yuan's neck, a smirk of irony curled at the corners of Nan Rongchengin's lips. At that moment, over a dozen men and women, clad in various attires, emerged from the alleyway, surrounding Bian Ning and his companions. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Release her, and I can ensure your immediate demise. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Are you mocking me? Yu Bing roared in fury, forcefully propelling himself towards Nan Rongchengin. His massive iron fist aimed directly at his face. Overestimating oneself, Nan Rongchengin scoffed disdainfully. With an elegant lift of his right hand, he gently brought his thumb and middle finger together and snapped. The sharp sound of the snap resonated, and suddenly, Yu Bing, Bian Ning, and Zhang Hao became rigid before collapsing to the ground. They lay there as if in slumber, yet their expressions were contorted in agony. Moments later, a torrent of blood gushed from their noses and mouths, their bodies convulsing violently. Xiao Yuan, losing her support, teetered on the brink of collapse. Just as she was about to fall, Nan Rongchengin stepped forward, grasping her hand and drawing her into his embrace. Xiao Yuan felt herself enveloped in a warm, soft hold, yet she was utterly fatigued, too exhausted to keep her eyes open. Rest for a while, Nan Rongchengin whispered in her ear. The last thought that crossed Xiao Yuan's mind before losing consciousness was, what a melodious voice. Chapter 49. The first delivery. When Xiao Yuan awoke, she felt utterly drained. The pain in her thighs and the back of her head seemed to have lessened somewhat. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she was lying in a bed. The bedding infused with a faint scent of oranges. The room was clean and bright, a typical studio apartment, offering an unobstructed view of the entire space from Xiao Yuan's perspective. Where am I? It seems that I have finally collapsed into the embrace of Nan Rongchengin. With a hiss, Xiao Yuan propped herself up, feeling a dull ache in the wound on her thigh. She lifted the blanket and discovered that the pants on her right leg had been cut up to the thigh, with a bandage wrapped around it. When she touched her head, she found it too had been bandaged. It appeared she was indeed safe. Struggling to stand, Xiao Yuan made her way slowly to the door. Just as she grasped the doorknob to open it, the door swung open abruptly. Losing her balance, she was swiftly caught by the person opposite her, who grasped her waist. Why are you up? Xiao Yuan looked up to meet Nan Rongcheng's cerulean gaze. Her heart inexplicably quickened, and she hurriedly pushed his hand away. At that moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding. Target identification. Scanning complete. Dream Eater. Abilities. 1. Can induce rapid hypnosis into dreams with mere eye contact. 2. Can enter anyone's dreams. 3. Can kill unnoticed within dreams. Level 2. Wait. Level 2? It was clearly level 1 last time. How did he level up? While Xiao Yuan was still pondering this, Nan Rongcheng effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Hey, you put me down, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, momentarily flustered. He gently set her down on the bed. Your injury isn't healed. You can't be moving about. After saying this, Nan Rongcheng placed a plastic bag he had been holding on the bedside table and began to retrieve its contents. This is canned beef. And here are 2 protein cakes. You should eat more. It's good for your health. Xiao Yuan picked up the hard, slightly yellowed cake. Protein cake? She tentatively took a bite. It was dry and gritty, with an odd taste. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to swallow a mouthful. What on earth is this made from? It's so unpalatable. At her words, a deep skepticism flickered in Nan Rongcheng's eyes. You've never had it before? Never. Xiao Yuan replied without hesitation. The protein cake is made from cockroaches. All the survivors are subsisting on it now. Cockroaches? I just ate cockroaches. Xiao Yuan's head tilted as she began to retch. It took a full minute for her complexion to return to normal. During this time, Nan Rongcheng and observed her silently, his gaze unwavering. Truth be told, it was not surprising that he harbored doubts. Qiao Yuan bore no signs of having endured a catastrophe. Her skin was fair, her figure well-proportioned, and she had evidently never tasted a protein cake. "I'm sorry. I'm just a bit unaccustomed," she said, noticing the suspicion in Nan Rongcheng's eyes, realizing she might have aroused his doubts. "Where's this?" Qiao Yuan attempted to change the subject. "The Thousand Spirits Group's branch," Nan Rongcheng replied, opening the canned beef. "After we separated last time, I came to the branch and found the surviving members. We located this apartment and gathered a portion of the refugees. The 3 individuals I encountered were also members of the Thousand Spirits Group. Indeed, they were initially assigned as perimeter observers, yet unexpectedly harbored ill intentions towards you." The two engaged in a back-and-forth dialogue, allowing Qiao Yuan to surmise that he was presently situated in the Morning Star apartment, within the territory of Nan Rongcheng. Apart from the members of the Thousand Spirits Group, the apartment was filled with survivors they had sheltered. The awakened individuals were automatically integrated into the Thousand Spirits Group, while ordinary citizens received their protection. "My injuries have nearly healed." Qiao Yuan flexed his thigh. "You are also awakened?" Nan Rongcheng inquired in astonishment. Qiao Yuan nodded, subsequently unwrapping the bandage from his leg, revealing a knife wound that, though deeply etched, now bore merely a crimson mark. "Knock, knock, knock. Leader, leader." Nan Rongcheng frowned. "Come in." The door was flung open with a bang, and a blonde youth, hands stained with blood, exclaimed in terror. "Sister Lu on the 3rd floor seems to be going into labor. What should we do? We have no doctor. I've asked around, and no one can assist." The blonde youth, in a state of panic, was at a loss as Sister Lu writhed in pain, nearly fainting. "Leader, you must think of something." Nan Rongcheng's face turned ashen. He was no midwife. Moreover, the entire city's medical system had collapsed, and the identity of the refugees in the Morning Star apartment had been accounted for. There were no doctors or nurses. Just as Nan Rongcheng found himself at a loss, Qiao Yuan weakly suggested from behind him, "Perhaps I could give it a try?" Nan Rongcheng whirled around. "Are you a doctor?" "No." "Can you deliver babies?" "No." "Then why add to the chaos?" Nan Rongcheng's voice bore a hint of irritation. "I've witnessed my grandfather assist in the birthing of our sheep, and I've lent a hand. I may not have eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run. Allow me to try. It's better than watching her languish and die." Qiao Yuan exclaimed in a rapid-fire manner. Nan Rongcheng was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Who bestowed such audacity upon this woman? Just as he was about to respond, Qiao Yuan had already approached the blonde youth. "Take me there, quickly." The blonde youth glanced at Nan Rongcheng, who nodded, and then led Qiao Yuan onward. Qiao Yuan resided on the 10th floor, while Sister Lu was on the 3rd. Descending the stairs, they reached room 301 in mere minutes. Before entering, Qiao Yuan caught a whiff of the intense scent of blood. "Blonde youth, go boil some water and bring it here," Qiao Yuan commanded directly. The blonde youth hesitated. By this time, Nan Rongcheng had also arrived at 301 and decided to follow her instructions. "Yes." The blonde youth dashed away down the corridor. Qiao Yuan pushed open the door and entered. Sister Lu lay on the bed, her belly distended, blood pooling beneath her, and amniotic fluid soaking the mattress. 2 young girls stood at her bedside, their faces stricken with confusion, sobbing and calling out. Qiao Yuan lifted the blanket, examined the situation closely, and recalled the knowledge her grandfather had imparted regarding childbirth. At that moment, she paid no heed to Nan Rongcheng's presence. She retrieved soap, 2 boxes of pure water, medical gloves, sterile gauze, and scissors from the space. Sister Lu's cheeks were sunken, her complexion pale. It appeared that prolonged malnutrition had left her devoid of strength during labor. Qiao Yuan took a few Snickers bars and 3 bottles of Red Bull, placing a Snickers in Sister Lu's mouth. "Sister Lu, consume something to regain your strength. You will need it when I give you instructions." The sweetness of the chocolate restored Sister Lu's senses. She slowly lifted her hand and began to eat. Nan Rongcheng watched her intently from behind. Her extraordinary ability was, surprisingly, space storage. "Nan Rongcheng, you step outside. You too, help me change her bedding." Upon realizing Qiao Yuan was an awakened one, the 2 girls promptly sprang into action, rummaging through the wardrobe for fresh linens and sheets. Nan Rongcheng cast a deep glance at Qiao Yuan before exiting the room. After preparing the bed, Qiao Yuan laid a sterile cloth beneath Sister Lu. "Help me open the water and pour it into my hands." Qiao Yuan washed her hands with soap and donned the medical gloves. After the girls lifted the quilt, she applied Vaseline to her gloves and inserted her hand into the birth canal to perform a cervical examination. It was fortunate that her grandfather had shared knowledge about childbirth, and she had read a relevant book. Otherwise, she would not have dared to be so audacious today. Sister Lu, the cervix is fully dilated. You can do this. Push. Push, but don't scream. Breathe deeply. Chapter 50. The second guest unexpectedly arrives. Look, the head is out. The baby is almost here. Qiao Yuan exclaimed excitedly to Sister Lu. Her lips were cracked, trembling incessantly. Follow the rhythm of my breathing. Breathe correctly and gradually push. Push. Fortunately, Sister Lu's fetus was in the correct position, and given the continuous disasters over the past few months, the baby had not absorbed much nutrition and was lighter in weight. After more than an hour, a faint cry echoed through the room. We've succeeded. We've succeeded. The two girls collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan used gauze soaked in warm water brought by Huang Mao to meticulously cleanse the newborn of any impurities, swiftly cutting the umbilical cord and tying a knot. She wrapped the infant in a clean sheet and placed her beside Sister Lu. Look, it's a girl, very beautiful. During the labor, Nan Rongqing and Huang Mao had been waiting outside the door. Upon hearing the baby's cry, both exhaled simultaneously. Captain, this woman you saved is truly remarkable. Huang Mao pressed against the glass, eager to see what the newborn looked like. Nan Rongqing thought to himself, this woman is indeed extraordinary. Sister Lu's body was extremely weak after childbirth, and despite the blood and chaos, Qiao Yuan carefully wiped her down little by little. Thank you, without you today, both my child and I might not have made it, Sister Lu choked out. I am but a novice. It is your bravery as a mother that is truly commendable. After Qiao Yuan finished cleaning her body, she instructed the two girls to dress Sister Lu in a fresh outfit. The baby cried incessantly, and Sister Lu, feeling helpless, cradled her, attempting to nurse her. However, having not consumed proper meals for months, Sister Lu was devoid of milk. After a couple of futile attempts, the infant pursed her lips and cried even more vehemently. What could be done? Tears streamed down Sister Lu's face in desperation. Although Qiao Yuan's space contained an abundance of supplies from the supermarket, her shelves lacked formula, and the other food items were unsuitable for the infant. She opened the door and spotted Nan Rongqing and Huang Mao outside. Do you have any formula? Nan Rongqing paused, his expression darkening as he replied. No. He added, not only formula, but even the canned beef I just gave you was squeezed from the last reserves. Huang Mao gestured animatedly. Without formula, the child won't survive for long. Qiao Yuan replied earnestly, we must ensure the child's survival. After a few seconds of contemplation, Nan Rongqing declared, I will go find some. The child must live. Captain, we've scoured every nearby building and mall. The food is either soaked by water or has gone bad. How could there possibly be formula? The child is the hope of this world. She cannot perish. With that, Nan Rongqing turned to leave. Qiao Yuan gritted her teeth, her mind warring with two conflicting thoughts for several moments. Wait. Nan Rongqing had reached the staircase when he paused at her voice. In this vast world, human life holds the utmost importance. Without formula, without adequate nutrition, the infant will die, and Sister Lu may not withstand the postpartum period. Qiao Yuan did not consider herself a virtuous person. However, she could not bear to watch the newborn she had just delivered perish due to a lack of milk. Huang Mao, tell Sister Lu to wait. We will find formula for her. The child will survive. With that, Qiao Yuan hurried a few steps and grasped Nan Rongqing's arm, urging him to ascend the stairs. Why go upstairs for formula? Nan Rongqing regarded her with a serious expression. Return to your room. I have something to discuss. Qiao Yuan had no time to explain. Upon reaching Nan Rongqing's room on the 10th floor, she closed her eyes. System. Requesting to mark the second guest. Target detected. Marking in progress. Marking successful. The first traversal requires physical contact between the host and the guest. What on earth do you want to say? Nan Rongqing's tone was urgent. Qiao Yuan opened her eyes, a golden light flickering within them, as she clasped his large hand. Open sesame. Nan Rongqing felt the scenery before him begin to twist and morph, and then darkness enveloped him. When light returned, he found himself standing in an intact supermarket, suffused with a gentle aroma of wheat. His eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. I cannot explain further. Wait here for me while I procure the formula. Qiao Yuan rushed out of the supermarket, following her mobile navigation to the nearest mother and baby store. Lacking experience in caring for an infant, she briefly explained the child's condition to the staff. Xiao Yuan purchased formula, bottles, a bathing tub, tiny clothes, a small blanket, diapers, and soft wipes. She also remembered to buy several bottles of talcum powder, as the oppressive heat of the post-apocalyptic world could easily lead to rashes on the child's delicate skin. With 3 large bags in hand, she returned to the supermarket. Upon opening the door, she found Nan Rongqing standing motionless at the counter. In the face of such an abundance of food, he astonishingly resisted temptation, having not tasted fresh food for several months. This is for Sister Lu's child. Everything inside is essential for infants. Additionally, I shall gather some food and drink for you, as Sister Lu's health is frail and she needs nourishment. Xiao Yuan stated as she set the bags down, preparing to fetch provisions from the shelves. However, Nan Rongqing blocked her path, raising an eyebrow. His chilling blue eyes narrowing with caution and suspicion. He advanced, demanding, I require an explanation. Simply put, we inhabit different worlds. The warehouse of my supermarket leads to yours. And I can provide you with supplies. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You must have something to offer in return. A cold smile graced Nan Rongqing's lips. Indeed, I require gold, jewelry, and all manner of valuable items. Xiao Yuan, growing impatient, interjected, enough with the chatter. Let us save the child first. For a moment, Nan Rongqing was taken aback by this woman. My supermarket has already marked you. Remember how it looks? Next time you wish to come, simply envision the supermarket and utter the words open sesame. Pushing past the obstructive Nan Rongqing, Xiao Yuan began to gather bread, milk, various foods, and medicines. Don't just stand there. Go pack some rice. She called over her shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Nan Rongqing proceeded to the fast food area. The aroma of the dishes nearly drove him to madness, yet he picked up a food container and began to pack. An hour later, 10 packages of baby supplies, 10 packages of food, 2 bags of medicine, and 30 portions of rice were all prepared. How many people are there in Qinxing apartment? Xiao Yuan asked, glancing at the rice. 134, he replied. She frowned, realizing that such a small amount of food would be insufficient. You should return now. I will continue preparing rice for you. Come back shortly to collect it. With that, Xiao Yuan prepared a small cart for him. Once the supplies were loaded, Nan Rongqing stood dazed at the warehouse entrance. Aren't you leaving soon? She urged. Slightly aggrieved, he asked. You didn't tell me how to get there. I was so focused on preparing the supplies that I forgot about that, Xiao Yuan admitted, sticking out her tongue as she helped him push the door open. You simply push open the warehouse door, walk inside, and you will return to your world. Remember to come back in an hour. With a nod, Nan Rongqing pushed the cart and entered the warehouse. In the next moment, he appeared in his room. Startled, he turned around, facing the large door of his chamber. Everything that had transpired felt as though it were merely a dream. Yet, the supplies on the small cart before him confirmed the reality of the situation. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a breathless figure with yellow hair exclaimed, Captain, Lu Jie's child is on the verge of crying his last breath. We must find milk. Chapter 51. Please accept the men's underwear, Captain. What is this? The scent of food wafted through the air, causing Huang Mao to involuntarily swallow. Huang Xing, take these 3 bags of food and supplies to Lu Jie, and then summon Lu Tan and Su Ning. Hurry. Huang Mao grabbed the bags. Goodness. Multiple buckets of milk powder and diapers for children. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, the woman the captain rescued has vanished, and the room is now filled with such provisions? With a stomach full of questions, Huang Mao delivered the milk powder to Lu Jie's room. Upon seeing the supplies, Lu Jie could no longer contain her tears. Lu Jie, quickly prepare the milk for the child, Huang Mao urged, hastily seeking out Lu Tan and Su Ning, bringing them to Nan Rongqing's room. Captain, everyone is here. Nan Rongqing pointed to the meals on the cart. There are 30 portions of boxed meals. We will distribute them from the 9th floor downward. 1 box per person. Boxed meals. And there are vegetables too? Captain, surely I am not dreaming? Lu Tan exclaimed, drooling as he touched the bags. Nan Rongqing's expression grew peculiar. All right, Lu Tan, Su Ning, you 2 go distribute the meals. And wait outside my door for the second batch once you're done. An hour later, Nan Rongqing reappeared at Xiao Yuan's supermarket. Pushing the cart once more. Xiao Yuan had already packed 110 portions of boxed meals, along with 3 boxes of milk, 3 boxes of canned meat, and 3 boxes of canned fruit. Gazing at the supplies before him, Nan Rongqing's initial shock morphed into numbness. He had not anticipated that a woman he had met only briefly possessed the ability to traverse 2 worlds. Load them onto the cart. There are too many people in the apartment, and the items to prepare are numerous. You may need to make several trips, he instructed. After 5 trips back and forth, Nin Rongcheng had finally transported the most essential food and water. The entire Morningstar apartment was enveloped in the aroma of the meals, with occasional sounds of excited sobs echoing from within the rooms. In these past few months, their diet had transitioned from instant noodles and sausages to biscuits and snacks, then to spoiled buns and rotten cucumbers, culminating in protein cakes. They had long forgotten the taste of rice and vegetables. Nan Rongcheng and ordered Huang Mao to clean out the basement of the apartment to serve as a storage room, where the temperature was lower, and food would not spoil easily. Thank you, Nan Rongcheng said, his tone flat and devoid of warmth. Xiao Yuan shot him a sidelong glance. Humph. You were once doubtful of yourself, even momentarily harboring thoughts of violence. Aware of his own shortcomings, Nan Rongcheng had fumbled in his pocket. This is the gold bar we discovered while searching for an apartment. Do you think it can be used to purchase food? Xiao Yuan gazed at the resplendent golden bar, a smile gracing her lips. Of course it can. Nan Rongcheng and looked out at the bustling street, reminiscent of Ningzhu, and after several attempts, realized he could not escape the Lin Yuan supermarket. You can only come at 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. every day. Xiao Yuan established these times, not wishing for Nan Rongcheng and Ningzhu to cross paths. Very well. There is another condition, you must agree. Xiao Yuan thought of Ningzhu. In Xiushan, there exists a sanctuary called the Eternal Fortress, led by Ningzhu. You must not come into conflict with the Eternal Fortress, otherwise, I will revoke your mark, and you will no longer be allowed to enter the supermarket. Upon hearing this, Nan Rongcheng had frowned. What kind of condition is this? What if they attack us first? I will speak with Ningzhu, and they are prohibited from provoking the Qianling group. If both parties coexist peacefully, our business can thrive. No problem, Nan Rongcheng agreed. Moreover, if you come to the store and I am not present, you may freely take items from the supermarket. Just remember to exchange them for something of value. All right, I shall return tomorrow. As Nan Rongcheng turned to leave, Xiao Yuan suddenly grasped his hand. Please select the desired ability, Dream Devourer. Success. Nan Rongcheng turned back, and Xiao Yuan awkwardly chuckled twice. Grabbing someone's hand so suddenly was indeed peculiar. Without much thought, she casually picked a box from a nearby shelf and handed it to him. By the way, congratulations on becoming the second customer of Lin Yuan Supermarket. This is a small gift from me. When the box was placed in Nan Rongcheng's hands, she realized it contained a set of men's underwear. Oh no, how utterly embarrassing. In a fluster, Xiao Yuan attempted to retract the box, only to have it firmly grasped by Nan Rongcheng. His expression was a mix of amusement. Thank you for your gift. I truly needed it. After Nan Rongcheng departed, Xiao Yuan covered her face, feeling a bit warm. Ding. Task 8 completed. Reward, 300 square meters of space. Fruit section. After arduous days, the reward for Task 8 felt somewhat meager. The space now measures 1,500 square meters, with the supermarket itself nearly 600 square meters in size. The fruit section lies behind the baking area, the mingling scents of fruit and grain more fragrant than any perfume. Once the newly revealed fruit section was organized, Li Zhengyu sent a message stating they would not be ordering food today due to their mission. After 2 harrowing days, Xiao Yuan felt physically and mentally drained. She closed the supermarket early and returned to the villa. Initially, she had intended to approach that female officer in Shuanghe district to recruit her as the second customer. But instead, she inadvertently marked Nan Rongcheng. That man, though handsome, exuded an aura of danger. If it were not for the imminent danger to the infant's life, she would never have allowed him to enter the supermarket. However, the deed was done. After taking a bath, Xiao Yuan lay on the large bed, scrolling through her phone. She stumbled upon news about the Abyss of Secrets art exhibition held at the Weiqi Gallery. At that moment, a message from Wang Xian arrived. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. The exhibition will commence with entry check-in. I have invited numerous critics and media. As a partner, your presence is essential. All right, I will be there on time. Xiao Yuan replied. After reading the message, her interest in short videos waned. Considering the formality of the occasion, the evening gown Wang Xian had prepared for her previously seemed unsuitable for an art exhibition. With the media in attendance, would it not be embarrassing for the gallery if she did not dress appropriately? Having never purchased luxury items before, Xiao Yuan began fervently researching brand information, preparing to buy a dress the following morning. Suddenly, she thought of Yin Xiao. Since Wang Xian had invited her, he must have invited Yin Xiao as well. With this in mind, she sent Yin Xiao a WeChat message. Let us meet at the mall tomorrow at 10 a.m. to shop for clothes. At that moment, Yin Xiao was still awake, rummaging through her wardrobe, troubled about what to wear for the exhibition. All her clothes were bought online, and the most expensive piece cost merely a few hundred. With so many prominent figures attending the exhibition, she felt at a loss. The 120,000 yuan her boss transferred to her had already been saved as a deposit for her brother's medical expenses. Now, she could not afford even to rent a dress, let alone buy one. When she saw Qiao Yuan's message, her heart sank. Her boss had actually invited her shopping at the mall? That was the most upscale shopping center in Nanyuan City. Reluctantly, Yin Xiao agreed, thinking she could always use her credit card tomorrow, hoping not to exceed her limit. Chapter 52. Oh no. Someone is about to jump off. After several hours of intensive research on luxury brands, Qiao Yuan discovered that the same few brands kept appearing. After a comfortable sleep, she informed Li Jingyu that he need not bring lunch that day, then changed into clean clothes and drove out for breakfast. By 10 a.m., Qiao Yuan arrived at the mall punctually, where Yin Xiao was already waiting at the entrance. President Qiao, Yin Xiao called out, waving from a distance. That sounds rather strange. Qiao Yuan replied, just call me Qiao Yuan. There is no need for formalities. It feels odd. Yin Xiao felt that addressing her by her first name would be a bit impolite. I'm 24 this year. How about you? 25. Then I shall call you Sister Yuan, Yin Xiao decided, finally finding a comfortable form of address. All right, Sister Yuan, are you here to buy an outfit for the exhibition this afternoon? Yin Xiao had already noted that Qiao Yuan was dressed in sportswear and running shoes today. Yes. Do you have any favorite brands? As Qiao Yuan stepped into the mall, she was dazzled by the various boutiques. This was, in fact, her first time visiting a mall. Previously, she had never dared to even consider entering one. Yin Xiao clutched her phone tightly, gazing at the luxury brand boutiques that appeared daily in advertisements. With a credit card limit of merely 50,000, one might wonder if it suffices to purchase an ensemble of clothing and footwear. Two individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, began to meander through the boutiques, one after another. At this juncture, Qiao Yuan was less concerned about the expenditure and more focused on the styles available. However, Yin Xiao grew increasingly alarmed as she perused the racks. A simple dress could easily exceed 40,000, and each price tag left her feeling utterly mortified. Contrary to the portrayal in television dramas, the sales associates at the luxury boutiques were not as elitist as one might expect. They did not regard Qiao Yuan and Yin Xiao with disdain for their unassuming attire. After visiting several stores without finding anything to her liking, Qiao Yuan remained resolute in her pursuit, while Yin Xiao continued her search for the most cost-effective options. Upon arriving at the boutique of Grandma Xiang, they were greeted with exceptional warmth and professionalism. The staff, taking into account Qiao Yuan and Yin Xiao's complexions, figures, and hairstyles, assisted in selecting the most suitable garments. Qiao Yuan, with her fair complexion and statuesque figure, tried on a blue and pink striped ensemble adorned with sequins, recommended by the associate. Twirling in front of the fitting mirror, she expressed her satisfaction with the outfit. This is splendid. I shall take it. The associate was taken aback, realizing that appearances can be deceiving, and was relieved she had not judged them prematurely. At that moment, Yin Xiao emerged from the fitting room. Wow, you look stunning, Qiao Yuan exclaimed, genuinely admiring Yin Xiao's appearance. Yin Xiao donned a colorful printed silk gown, the front of which fell just above her knees, while the back featured a trailing design. It perfectly embodies your artistic essence, Qiao Yuan jested. Sister Yuan, Yin Xiao responded with a hint of bitterness, as she had caught a glimpse of the price tag, which was over 50,000, beyond her credit card limit. Yet, with Qiao Yuan's praise ringing in her ears, she felt it would be inappropriate not to purchase it. As Yin Xiao found herself in a quandary, Qiao Yuan suggested to the associate, let us also take a look at shoes and handbags. The associate beamed with delight, quickly guiding them in selecting matching high-heeled shoes and handbags. Yin Xiao followed closely behind, feeling despondent. Ultimately, Qiao Yuan pointed to the shoes, handbag, and dress she had tried, instructing, wrap these up. I will pay with my card. Certainly, Miss Qiao. The associate replied. Suddenly, Yin Xiao realized what Qiao Yuan had meant by using her card. Sister Yuan, this is inappropriate. I did not bring enough money today. Let this be a loan, and I shall repay you next month, if that is acceptable, she murmured. Today marks our gallery's inaugural exhibition. As the owner, how can I allow you to pay for your own attire? Rest assured, once you achieve fame and fortune, there will be no opportunity for me to seek reimbursement. Xiao Yuan teased. Yin Zhao's face flushed deeply. Sister Yuan, please, no jesting. After Xiao Yuan completed the transaction, they left the boutique arm in arm. Following a delightful lunch, they arrived early at the gallery, where Wang Xian had arranged for a makeup artist and stylist for them. Once adorned and dressed, Xiao Yuan and Yin Zhao exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of admiration. You look truly beautiful, they uttered in unison, bursting into laughter. Such delightful young women truly radiate charm. Upon witnessing Yin Xiaowang's bare neck, Xiao Yuan retrieved a magnificent pearl and ruby necklace from her space to adorn her. With everything in place, Wang Xian sought out Xiao Yuan to traverse the red carpet together. The moment he laid eyes on her, he seemed utterly entranced, unable to shift his gaze even for a fleeting second. Xiao Yuan, you look stunning today, he remarked. She linked her arm with his, and together they stepped onto the crimson pathway. You look quite dashing yourself, Xiao Yuan replied with a soft chuckle. Flanking the red carpet were numerous reporters, their cameras flashing incessantly. Today, the Wang family's gallery was hosting an exhibition, drawing the attention of prominent figures in the art world. Wang Xian's partner had also unveiled a shroud of mystery surrounding the event, although Xiao Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety, having only witnessed such scenes on television. Wang Xian's gentle reminders kept her grounded. The signing and photographs unfolded seamlessly, and Xiao Yuan awaited Yin Xia's arrival at the entrance. Yin Xia soon approached, exclaiming, Sister Yuan, I was so nervous just now. It's my first time being photographed by so many reporters. You'll grow accustomed to it, Xiao Yuan reassured her, feigning the wisdom of experience. Though she felt just as apprehensive. At the exhibition, only 3 artists were featured, and critics and elite figures in the arts initially assumed that this was merely a playful endeavor by young Master Wang. However, upon entering the gallery, they were met with awe. The colors of this painting are simply harmonious, vibrant yet serene, a true masterpiece. They marveled. And take a look at this one. It starkly contrasts with the style of that artist Ning Zhu, employing bold strokes that pursue freedom and boundless vitality. These works, while perhaps a bit immature compared to the previous 2, focus on humanity and draw inspiration from nature. Impressive, indeed. This is the most vibrant exhibition I have ever witnessed. I shall write my review tonight. Truly astonishing. Young Master Wang has unearthed a treasure. As Xiao Yuan wandered through the exhibition, she was met with an outpouring of praise. The mysteries of the Abyss exhibition had triumphed. Before long, Wang Xian and Yin Xia were surrounded by critics, engaged in discussions about their interpretations of the artworks. Xiao Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Xian. I'm stepping outside for some fresh air. Wang Xian, suppressing a smile, nodded in agreement. Exiting the gallery while the evening was still young, she found a nearby CAF and ordered a latte. Although Wang Xian had planned a dinner gathering following the exhibition, Xiao Yuan had already informed him of her absence. Such gatherings seemed somewhat awkward to her. However, Yin Xia had to attend. It was a necessary step on the path to becoming a celebrated artist. As Xiao Yuan prepared to return to the art center, she noticed a crowd gathering across the street, alongside 2 fire trucks. Firefighters were unfurling escape mats, and following the mats with her keen vision, enhanced since awakening her abilities, she spotted a girl sitting perilously at the edge of a rooftop. The girl's face bore an expression of despair, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. It was evidently a ploy for attention. A man, perched on an electric bike and observing the commotion, shouted up to the rooftop, Hey, if you want to die, just jump. Don't waste everyone's time. Haha. Indeed. It had been quite a while since she had shown any inclination to jump. Was this merely a game? Certainly, she must have been jilted. Seeking to threaten with the specter of suicide. I have been waiting here for 20 minutes. If I truly wished to end it all, I would have leapt long ago. A few foul men among the crowd laughed boisterously. The girl on the rooftop, hearing their derisive laughter, seemed to have made a resolute decision. Oh no. She intends to jump. Chapter 53. A precious rescue. Xiao Yuan twirled her ring, and everything around her slowed to a crawl. She made her way to the back of the crowd, spotting those men, their mouths spewing filth. With a swift motion of her arm, she struck several of them across the face. Xiao Yuan dashed down the fire escape, climbing 34 floors, taking over 10 minutes with her current stamina. As she pushed open the rooftop door, she found the girl halfway over the edge. Xiao Yuan sprang forward, leaping with one foot to catch the girl around her waist, pulling her back. The 2 of them rolled on the ground, coming to a stop after a couple of tumbles. just as the slow-motion effect ceased. Let go of me. Let go. The girl struggled fiercely, sinking her teeth into Qiao Yuan's hand. Ouch. Qiao Yuan winced at the pain. In the distance, firefighters and police officers, witnessing Qiao Yuan's rescue, rushed over. However, they were unprepared for the girl's desperate strength. She pried Qiao Yuan's fingers apart, forcefully climbing back onto the outer wall. Stay back. The girl's chest heaved violently as she weakly supported herself, teetering on the wall. Qiao Yuan contemplated using the slow-motion effect once more. Yet the crowd was too large. If word got out, it would be detrimental to her. Those repugnant men below reveled in the spectacle. Why should she grant them the satisfaction? Not daring to advance, Qiao Yuan sought to console her. Under the current circumstances, even her powers would be useless. If the girl fell asleep and leaned back, Qiao Yuan would inadvertently become the cause of her demise. Think of your parents. They have raised you with great effort. If you were to die, what would become of them? A nearby officer chimed in to support her. He glanced at Qiao Yuan. Do you know her? No. Then why are you complicating things? Get down. The officer retorted brusquely. I am Qiao Yuan, a psychological consultant for the criminal investigation team in the Shuangta district. You may contact Captain Li Zhengyu to verify my identity, Qiao Yuan quickly whispered. Furthermore, refrain from mentioning parents so casually, it might only drive her to jump more. Without waiting for the officer's reply, Qiao Yuan turned her gaze back to the girl on the wall. Can we talk for a moment? Not for your family, not for your friends, but for yourself. Your life has only just begun. Wouldn't it be a pity to end it now? The girl, clad in a flowing white dress that danced with the wind, hung her head. My life is already over. I have lost everything. Nonsense. You are still so young, with a bright future ahead. But today, if you jump, who will mourn and who will rejoice? To be reduced to a mere subject of gossip after death. Can one truly accept such a fate? The girl was momentarily taken aback as the prepared firefighter sprang to her side and swiftly brought her back to the rooftop. At that moment, Qiao Yuan locked eyes with her. The Dream Eater. The girl's eyelids grew heavy. Her thoughts seemed to be stripped away, and ultimately, she closed her eyes. Following the police and firefighters downstairs, Qiao Yuan's mind was consumed by another scene. The girl who attempted to leap from the building was Shun Yan, a prodigious student pursuing a combined master's and doctoral degree in biotechnology. She had entered Professor Wang Qingyun's laboratory at a remarkably young age. However, to her dismay, Wang Qingyun turned out to be a vile predator, appropriating Shun Yan's research findings and presenting them as his own in his papers. Fueled by indignation, she reported him to the school. But how could a mere student contend with a titan of academia? It was not long before Wang Qingyun accused her of stealing laboratory data, resulting in her expulsion, while he publicly declared that no biological laboratory would ever accept her. After witnessing Shun Yan's past unfold in her dream, Qiao Yuan felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon her chest. She could not bear the thought of such a remarkable girl succumbing to despair. Qiao Yuan accompanied the ambulance to the hospital. When Shun Yan gradually awakened, her eyes met the woman who had rescued her from the rooftop. Why did you save me? It would be better to let me die. Shun Yan's voice trembled and was hoarse. Do you wish for revenge? Shun Yan stiffly turned her neck, then forced a self-deprecating smile. I cannot. Since no laboratory will accept you, I shall help you establish your own. You will carve out your own path. In the future, let that despicable professor kneel before you and apologize. Tears welled in Shun Yan's eyes. How do you know? Qiao Yuan smiled faintly. As long as you no longer contemplate suicide, I will reveal the future to you. My name is Qiao Yuan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Shun Yan. As Shun Yan touched Qiao Yuan's hand, she felt an unprecedented strength and an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Just then, a middle-aged couple burst into the hospital room, pushing Qiao Yuan aside. Ian, how could you be so foolish? If you die, what will your father and I do? Is it worth taking your own life over such trivial matters? I always said you lacked emotional intelligence. Surely, the professor had his reasons for acting as he did. Why not just obey? Qiao Yuan shook her head in resignation. Encountering such parents was indeed Shun Yan's misfortune. Shun Yan, trust me, I will keep my promise. Qiao Yuan raised her phone, shaking it gently, and after receiving a confirming glance from Shun Yan, she departed. Upon returning to the Pear Orchard Art Center, Qiao Yuan found the gallery deserted. Those attending the exhibition had likely gone out for dinner. She decided to drive her SUV to the Qingfeng restaurant, where she planned to deliver the menu to Do Long. Qiao Yuan harbored a plan, rather than relying on pawning treasures for profit. It was far more prudent to invest money to generate wealth. The Qingfeng restaurant, established by Do Long, marks the inaugural step in her endeavor to construct her own commercial empire. The exhibition titled The Abyss of Secrets has burst onto the scene, witnessing an exponential rise in popularity. In a fleeting moment, discussions regarding the exhibition have proliferated across various social media and online platforms. At 7 p.m. in Lia City, Meidong Province, the Jiang family of 3 is gathered in their modest 40-square-meter room for dinner. At this moment, the cultural channel on television is broadcasting a report on the Abyss of Secrets exhibition from Nanyuan City. "Hey, Mom, look, that woman on TV resembles you so much," Jiang Chun exclaimed, holding his bowl of rice and pointing at the screen. Li Tsuerong and Jiang Maoxing turned their gazes upward, momentarily astonished by the sight of a young girl on the screen, adorned in exquisite attire and exhibiting graceful poise. As night fell, Jiang Maoxing and Li Tsuerong huddled together on the bed in the living room. After a prolonged silence, Li Tsuerong finally spoke. "Doesn't that woman on TV look like Tiandi?" Jiang Maoxing turned over and replied, "Absolutely. I noticed a red mole on her forehead. It can't be mistaken. She made it to television? That good-for-nothing must be earning quite a fortune now," Li Tsuerong remarked with a tinge of jealousy. "Look at us, struggling day by day, while she is relishing a lavish lifestyle in the big city." Chapter 54. The Eavesdropper. Recently, Do Long has been plagued by worries. Ever since Wang Qingchuan's downfall, he heeded Qiao Yuan's advice. Armed with the money she provided along with his savings, he and a group of associates took over the restaurant. Initially, he believed a new life was about to unfold, but he soon realized the challenges of running a business. When the restaurant first opened, friends and acquaintances from the streets came to support him, creating a lively atmosphere that attracted passers-by. However, as Qiao Yuan had warned, the chef's skills were merely mediocre. And with his band of associates stationed in the restaurant, many young women felt intimidated to enter. Sighing, Do Long reflected, "Perhaps I should hold on for another month. If it doesn't improve, I may need to transfer ownership." He gazed at the 2 tables of patrons in the dining area, feeling despondent. "Welcome." The entrance sensor suddenly chimed, prompting Do Long to don a welcoming smile. Turning around, he was taken aback to see his boss. "Scorpion, don't just stand there. Help me move the books." Qiao Yuan beckoned to Scorpion, who hurriedly scurried outside. After 2 trips, over 20 cookbooks were placed on Do Long's cash register. "What is all this, boss?" Do Long inquired cautiously, noticing that Qiao Yuan had removed the covers from the recipe books. "These are innovative recipes that haven't yet hit the market. Find a skilled chef to test them out. Additionally, I've arranged for a new designer to help renovate the restaurant," Qiao Yuan informed him. Flipping through a few pages of the cookbooks, Do Long realized he had never seen such dishes before. However, the prospect of redesigning the restaurant loomed large, and he was uncertain if he could afford it. Observing the bleak atmosphere, Qiao Yuan surmised that Do Long was likely running low on funds. "I will cover the renovation costs as my investment in the restaurant. What do you think?" Qiao Yuan proposed. Do Long was momentarily taken aback. Investing in shares? That would be splendid. Setting aside the remarkable nature of Qiao Yuan, her investment would undoubtedly transform the restaurant into her own enterprise, thus providing me with a solid foundation for future business endeavors. "Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Oh, my esteemed leader. Your willingness to assist me is beyond my wildest dreams." Do Long was overjoyed. Moreover, the Scorpions also require further training. Qiao Yuan turned her gaze towards the individuals clad in work uniforms. "Just look at them, with their little braids and tattoos. Who wouldn't be intimidated?" Do Long nodded vigorously in agreement. "I shall redesign the uniforms, ensuring they revert their hair to black, avoiding the garish colors that make them resemble a flock of parrots. Additionally, they must learn the art of service with a smile." After spending considerable time at Qingfeng Restaurant and finalizing the operational details with Do Long, she transferred an additional 3 million to him. Upon exiting the restaurant, Qiao Yuan cast a glance at the adjacent establishment. Next to Qingfeng Restaurant was a bar that was currently up for transfer. The nightlife in Nanyuan City has always been vibrant, with young people frequently visiting bars after dinner. Acquiring the bar could indeed be a promising venture. With this thought, Qiao Yuan noted the contact number posted outside. Dragging her weary body back to the villa, she promptly removed her cumbersome high-heeled sandals upon entering. After a refreshing shower, she settled on the sofa to watch television, only to be astonished to see herself featured in the news. What a peculiar sensation. Her phone vibrated with several notifications. It was a message from Shen Ian, as well as one from Yen Xiao. "Shen Ian, thank you for rescuing me today. If the opportunity arises to establish a biological laboratory, I assure you I will not disappoint. Xiao Yuan, I believe in you. Please gather your spirits, organize the list, and search for a suitable location to create your own laboratory. After addressing Shun Ian's message, she opened the dialogue with Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao, Sister Yuan. Today, several industry leaders wrote commendatory articles for me, declaring me a contemporary rising star. Xiao Yuan, that is because you truly deserve that title. Yin Xiao, Sister Yuan. May I visit you tomorrow morning? Xiao Yuan. Certainly. I will be at Lin Yuan Supermarket, number 22 Zhongxing Street, in the morning. Setting her phone down, Xiao Yuan retreated to her room for a restful slumber. While others may lead monotonous lives day by day, Xiao Yuan's existence was anything but dull. Upon waking and arriving at the supermarket in the morning, she unexpectedly encountered Ningju. Seeing Xiao Yuan safe and sound, his demeanor softened. I came to the supermarket yesterday afternoon and didn't see you. It frightened me. I thought something might have happened to you. You came in the afternoon? Was there anyone else in the supermarket when you arrived? Xiao Yuan inquired cautiously. No, there wasn't anyone. Why? Xiao Yuan shook her head, dismissing it as nothing. Out of curiosity, she deliberately brushed against Ningju's hand. Ding dong. Target recognized. Scanning complete. Ruler, ability, can control all zombies. Ningju's ability remains at level 1, yet why is Nan Rongcheng at level 2? May I take some fruit? Ningju approached the fruit section. Her gaze fixated on the assortment before her. Of course, you may collect as much as you desire. The supermarket system will replenish the stock automatically, came the reply. Ningju peeled an orange, her tongue savoring the sweet and tangy juice with greedy delight. Recently, refugees from other cities have arrived at the Eternal Fortress, bringing news that in the western city of Anqiu, a fissure has opened in the ground, from which strange creatures have emerged. Moreover, animals are undergoing continuous mutations, and even the zombies appear to have grown significantly stronger. As Ningju mentioned the Eternal Fortress, Xiao Yuan suddenly recalled her agreement with Nan Rongcheng and Ningju. Please wait for me in the store. Xiao Yuan secured the supermarket before heading to a specialized anime shop beside the school gate. She purchased 200 badges of the Survey Corps from Attack on Titan and 150 badges of the Garrison Regiment. Returning to the supermarket with the metallic pins in hand, Xiao Yuan presented the Garrison Regiment's Unicorn badge to Ningju. From now on, anyone from the Eternal Fortress who ventures outside must wear this. Ningju examined the poorly crafted badge, puzzled by Xiao Yuan's intentions. If you encounter an organization called the Qianling Tuan in Nanyuan City, and they bear this winged emblem, be sure not to engage them in conflict. They will not attack you if they see the unicorn badge. Ningju grasped the underlying message in Xiao Yuan's words. Have you conducted business with them as well? For some reason, this question made Xiao Yuan feel as though she were caught in an affair. No, I conduct my business openly. There is nothing wrong with that. Yes, the Qianling Tuan also purchases supplies from me. Hearing this, Ningju felt a pang of discomfort. Happy for Xiao Yuan's financial gain, yet disappointed to realize she was not Xiao Yuan's sole customer. Ningju set the orange aside. All right, I will certainly inform the people in the fortress to avoid conflict with the Qianling Tuan, so as not to jeopardize your business. Ignoring Ningju's somewhat sour tone, Xiao Yuan dismissed her words. The leader of the Qianling Tuan is Nan Rongcheng. Although he is also my customer, he cannot share the space with me as you do. Cannot share the space? Does that mean he must come to the supermarket every day? The frequency of his meetings with Xiao Yuan would naturally deepen their connection. Ningju resolved silently. No, starting tomorrow, I shall come to the supermarket every morning. Not long after Ningju departed, Yin Xiao arrived cautiously, glancing around as if to ensure no one was watching before gently placing a velvet bag on the counter. Sister Yuan, yesterday at dinner, President Wang and the others noticed the jewelry I was wearing and casually remarked on it. I just found out. This set of jewelry is worth several million. Last night, I struggled to find restful sleep, and upon waking today, I felt an urgency to return something to you. Xiao Yuan casually tucked the velvet bag into his pocket and remarked, do not be anxious. In the future, when your creations grace the auction, you will be able to afford any jewelry. The weather was warm today, prompting Xiao Yuan to open the supermarket's window, revealing two individuals lurking outside. Wang Guang had initially intended to intimidate Xiao Yuan, taking advantage of the supermarket's empty space, only to overhear this astonishing conversation. Jewelry worth millions. He managed the school cafeteria, earning only a modest sum of 30 to 50,000 each month after expenses and bribes. As Wang Guang's mind raced with schemes, he concocted a plan. Chapter 55. What happened? I was robbed. In the days that followed, Xiao Yuan was exceedingly busy. She enlisted Wang Xian's assistance and sought out a renowned designer to reimagine and renovate the Qingfeng restaurant. Additionally, she made a phone call to lease the bar adjacent to the restaurant. When Dou Long learned that the bar was now under his jurisdiction, he was grinning from ear to ear. Although neither the restaurant nor the bar could open immediately, Dou Long diligently oversaw the work each day, thoroughly enjoying himself. On another front, Shen Ian had been discharged from the hospital and quickly regained her composure, setting out to find suitable locations and like-minded friends. Before long, she had drafted a proposal. At this moment, Xiao Yuan sat in the tea room, staring at the dozens of pages filled with Chinese characters. However, she realized she could not comprehend it. She chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize. Expertise lies in specialization. And I must admit that I find most of the content in your proposal beyond my understanding." Shen Ian felt a bit embarrassed. Acknowledging that her writing had indeed been overly technical. "I can revise it," she offered. "No, I have faith in you." Xiao Yuan accepted the proposal, stating, "Once the contract is finalized, I shall transfer the initial funds to you, and I may require you to submit monthly reports thereafter." "Not at all, it's my duty," Shen Ian insisted, waving her hands dismissively. "A biological laboratory requires at least several million." In the days that followed, each morning, Shen Ian would awaken and glance at her phone, checking if Xiao Yuan still resided in her contacts, fearful that this was all merely a dream. In the morning, they would discuss business, and in the afternoons, Xiao Yuan would wait at the supermarket for Nan Rongcheng'an. He arrived punctually every afternoon at 2. Limited by space and forced to transport supplies in multiple trips. Over the past few days, he had dispatched his subordinates to scour all the markets near the Qinxing apartments. Xiao Yuan's current inventory included an entire box filled with gold bars, not to mention the other precious stones and jade artifacts. Ding. Task 9 has been issued. Please elevate your awakened abilities to level 2 within 3 days. Just as Xiao Yuan was assisting Nan Rongcheng and with packing meals, she halted her actions upon hearing the voice in her mind. Leveling up her abilities? A question arose. How does one achieve such an upgrade? She turned to Nan Rongcheng'an, who was busy moving goods, realizing that he was her only source of answers. "Nan Rongcheng'an, what is your awakened ability?" Xiao Yuan inquired with a hint of curiosity. Nan Rongcheng'an straightened his back, refraining from answering Xiao Yuan's question, instead posing one of his own. "What about you? Is your ability related to space?" "Yes, spatial storage." Even in the presence of Nan Rongcheng'an, Xiao Yuan chose to conceal her trump card. "Just space?" Nan Rongcheng'an's gaze was profound, as though he could see right through a person. He suddenly chuckled softly, revealing, "My ability is hypnosis, the control of dreams, and the capacity to kill within them." Xiao Yuan promptly asked, "Are you that powerful right after awakening?" Nan Rongcheng'an looked deeply into Xiao Yuan's eyes, implying, "You wish to inquire about how abilities can be upgraded, correct?" Caught off guard, Xiao Yuan's face flushed red. "I was merely asking casually. If it were for someone else, I am afraid I cannot assist. This man is so stingy." Seeing Xiao Yuan's flustered expression, Nan Rongcheng'an felt a surge of delight, serving her a taste of her own medicine. 2 hours later, Nan Rongcheng'an prepared to make the final trip for supplies. Xiao Yuan followed closely behind him to the warehouse entrance. "It is not for someone else. I truly need an upgrade," she whispered, with his back to her. Nan Rongcheng'an smirked, his eyes forming a delightful curve. "To upgrade one's ability, one must absorb a yuan now." "What is a yuan now?" Nan Rongcheng'an turned around, pointing to his temple, his voice low. "The brain of a mutated beast." Xiao Yuan immediately envisioned the creature's brain, her stomach churning violently. "I'm just kidding." Nan Rongcheng'an relished the success of his prank. "You deceiver." Nan Rongcheng'an's gaze softened unexpectedly, revealing that Yuan Naos indeed resided within the bodies of mutated beasts. However, not all beasts possess a yuan now, and it is a weakness highly concealed. To complete the 9th task, one must hunt these beasts. Yet Xiao Yuan was reluctant to venture into the apocalypse. Since the system did not prohibit assistance from external sources, could she possibly enlist Nan Rongcheng'an's help? "Can you bring me a yuan now? I need to upgrade," Xiao Yuan timidly asked, lacking confidence. "Certainly." Xiao Yuan was taken aback by his prompt agreement. "Wonderful. What can I offer you in exchange?" Nan Rongcheng'an pondered for a moment, his blue eyes reflecting seriousness. "I will inform you once I have decided." As she watched Nan Rongcheng'an depart, Xiao Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for his consent. As dusk fell, Xiao Yuan tidied the counter briefly before preparing to head home. She drove her off-road vehicle towards Dongchang Street. Due to the evening rush hour, Fengyang Avenue was perpetually congested. So Xiao Yuan took a shortcut home, saving herself 20 minutes. The road was devoid of streetlights, and Xiao Yuan focused intently on the path ahead. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the front of her vehicle. Xiao Yuan slammed on the brakes. With a screeching sound, she was propelled forward due to inertia, her ribs striking the steering wheel, causing her to gasp in pain. After a brief pause, Xiao Yuan opened the car door and stepped out. On either side of the narrow path were fields of wheat. Had she perhaps collided with a villager from the nearby area? Approaching the front of the car, she discovered a person lying on the ground. Oh no, she had indeed struck someone. Wake up, are you all right? Xiao Yuan gently nudged him twice but received no response. In a rush, she pulled out her phone to dial for emergency assistance. Just as she lifted the device, the person on the ground suddenly sprang to life. In an instant, Xiao Yuan felt an intense pain coursing through her body, followed by a wave of numbness. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the individual, who had previously been lying down, now holding an electric baton against her waist, crackling with blue arcs of electricity. Xiao Yuan convulsed uncontrollably a couple of times before collapsing onto the ground. Due to the unique nature of her awakened state, she did not lose consciousness. Instead, she saw a bald man emerging from the wheat field. Was it the owner of the school cafeteria? How could it be him? You little wench. I've had my eyes on you for days, and finally, I have you. A bitter realization washed over Xiao Yuan. She had let her guard down. Over the past few days, she had indeed noticed a vehicle trailing her along this route. But the darkness had led her to believe it was merely someone taking a shortcut, so she had thought little of it. In hindsight, it was clear he had been stalking her. I'll check the car. You keep an eye on her, the bald man commanded. All right, boss. Wang Guang jumped into Xiao Yuan's vehicle, rummaging through it, but finding nothing of value. After days of following her, he knew she resided at the luxurious villa on East Chang Street No. 8. If there was nothing in the car, surely there would be something at the villa. Let's bind her up and stuff her in the trunk. We'll drive her car to the villa. Wang Guang's accomplice produced prepared restraints, binding Xiao Yuan's hands and feet. Boss, what about her phone? Wang Guang snatched the phone from her and smashed it onto the ground, reducing it to a shattered mess. Chapter 56. The dramatic sister makes her entrance stuffed into the trunk. Xiao Yuan felt the vehicle roar to life once more. Within a week, she had been abducted twice, and this sensation was utterly unpleasant. Drawing a fruit knife from her spatial pocket, she began to cut through the restraints. Her primary concern was not merely escaping, but devising a plan to eliminate Wang Guang and his accomplice. With Chun Wei's disappearance, Li Jingyu had initially harbored suspicions about her. If Wang Guang and his associate also went missing, it would be an alarming coincidence. After much contemplation, Xiao Yuan concluded that the only viable option was to report the incident to the authorities. If memory served her right, the penalties for burglary were quite severe. With this thought in mind, she re-entered her spatial pocket and retrieved her backup phone. She grasped the device, meticulously recalling Li Jingyu's phone number before finally dialing a few digits. Hello? Who is this? Li Jingyu. It's Xiao Yuan. I've been kidnapped. What? Where are you? Are you injured? Li Jingyu's voice was laced with urgency and concern. I'm fine for now. They are driving my car, and it stopped. East Chang Street No. 8 Villa. Hurry. After speaking, Xiao Yuan hastily shoved his phone into his pocket, then turned his back, tightly gripping the strap. As the trunk opened, Wang Guang discovered Xiao Yuan staring at her with wide eyes, his expression calm and devoid of fear. How dare that wretched woman glare at me? After cursing, Wang Guang hoisted Xiao Yuan onto her shoulder and forcefully ushered her into the villa. Wow, this villa is truly magnificent and immensely spacious. The young lackey gaped at the crystal chandelier on the first floor, utterly astonished. Enough of your nonsense. Affluent households like theirs invariably possess a safe. Go search for it. Wang Guang flung Xiao Yuan onto the sofa and, along with the lackey, commenced the hunt for the safe. After a while, the two returned empty-handed. Speak. Where are the valuable items in this house? Wang Guang bellowed, the scar at the corner of his mouth appearing even more menacing. Haven't you already searched? Xiao Yuan raised her head and offered a slight smile. She was wholly confident in dealing with two ordinary men. What about your jewelry? The one worth several million. The lackey threatened, brandishing a knife. What jewelry? The one a woman gave you a few days ago at the supermarket, claiming it was worth millions. The lackey, lacking cunning, divulged everything with just a little coaxing from Xiao Yuan. It turned out that what Yin Xiao said on the day she sought her had been overheard by them. Indeed, wealth should not be flaunted. Li Jingyu would likely take some time to arrive, so she needed to keep these two men occupied. I incurred losses in my business. I sold the jewelry the day before yesterday. Currently, besides this villa, my most valuable possessions are the paintings on the wall, Xiao Yuan indicated, and the car at the entrance. For a man like Wang Guang, he would believe that gold and silver jewelry possess value. But if one claimed that a painting was worth something, he would surely doubt it. The paintings were purchased from Weichu Gallery, all masterpieces, worthy of auction. Xiao Yuan explained. Brother, just a few days ago, I saw news about Weichu Gallery while scrolling through videos. What she said might indeed be true. The lackey's words reassured Wang Guang considerably. Take down the paintings. Hey, when you take them down, be careful. It would be best to find some clothing to wrap them in. If they get scratched or damaged, they will lose their value. Xiao Yuan called out from behind. This way, the search for clothing and wrapping the paintings would consume additional time. Xiao Yuan patiently awaited Li Jingyu's arrival, but instead, Wang Xian showed up. Xiao Yuan, why is your door left ajar? And you haven't removed the car keys? I brought my cousin to introduce her to you. We're coming in. Upon seeing Wang Xian enter with a young girl, Xiao Yuan smiled wryly. Brother, your timing is truly unfortunate. Wang Xian run. Wang Xian, whose vision was poor and not wearing his glasses, only heard Xiao Yuan's command to flee without grasping the situation. Dongzi, electrocute them. Zzz. The lackey rushed from the side, thrusting the electric baton directly into Wang Xian's thigh. His body stiffened momentarily before collapsing to the ground, convulsing. As the girl brought by Wang Xian turned to flee, she was swiftly incapacitated by a sharp strike from Wang Guang. Brother, he seems to be the son of the boss of Qingshan Group mentioned in the news. Wang Guang frowned, exclaiming, damn it. If we capture one, why not capture two? We could complete this job and, with the help of my cousin in Yunnan province, make our way to Southeast Asia. Resolute, Wang Guang decided there was no turning back. Dongzi, lock the door. I'll sever his finger and send it to his family. We should demand 20 million. With a father that wealthy, they will surely pay the ransom. After Dongzi secured the door, he turned to see Xiao Yuan on the sofa. What about these two women? We'll kill them and bury them in the garden. Wang Xian, feeling the effects of the electric shock coursing through his body, remained conscious but immobilized. It dawned on him that Xiao Yuan had been kidnapped, unable to rescue her. He now felt he was a burden, a true failure. As he watched Wang Guang crouch beside him, poised to strike, Xiao Yuan sprang from the sofa. Using her left hand to brace against the coffee table while her right leg lashed out like a whip, aiming for Wang Guang's temple. He felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer, and his body uncontrollably flew away. The combat skills she had once mimicked from Li Jingyu had long been overshadowed by Nan Rongchungin's Dream Eater. Today, her attack lacked technique, relying solely on raw strength. Before Dongzi could react, she delivered another kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, his body sliding across the marble floor until colliding with the wall. Hearing the thud, Wang Xian finally opened his eyes, yet his mouth felt numb, rendering him unable to speak. On the road less than 2 kilometers from the villa, Li Jingyu pressed the accelerator to the floor, his heart racing with anxiety. On his way, he had already instructed his colleagues to review the surveillance footage, clearly identifying the face of the kidnapper, the owner of the school cafeteria. This is infuriating. Xiao Yuan, please be safe. I promised to protect you that day. It's all my fault. The villa district loomed ahead as Li Jingyu presented his police badge to the security guard, leading the police and ambulance into the compound. At Villa Number 8, Wang Guang and Dongzi had already lost their ability to move, while Xiao Yuan lifted Wang Xian onto the sofa. The stun baton was a bit too powerful. You may need a moment to recover. Yao, I called the police. Don't worry. Help, help. The screams echoed for several seconds before Xiao Yuan turned, meeting the terrified gaze of the girl. Hearing the cries for help, Li Jingyu's heart skipped a beat. With a resounding crash, he kicked the door open. Li Jingyu burst in, gun drawn. Xiao Yuan stood unharmed beside the sofa, while Wang Guang and the other man lay unconscious on the floor. Officers from the criminal police team flooded into the living room, securing the scene. Xiao Yuan approached the door, greeting Li Jingyu. You arrived just in time. Before Xiao Yuan could finish her words, Li Jingyu enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if fearing she might vanish into thin air. Ahem, Li Jingyu, I can't breathe. Xiao Yuan coughed lightly. Only then did Li Jingyu release her, his nose slightly reddened. Realizing his earlier indiscretion, are you all right? He asked, twirling her around gently. Xiao Yuan chuckled. I am perfectly unharmed. Jingyu, a delicate voice piped up from the side. Both Qiao Yuan and Li Jingyu turned to see a girl slumped on the ground, her face a picture of confusion. Cousin said he would bring me to meet this young lady, and then the girl broke down in tears. Li Jingyu hastily retrieved some tissues from the coffee table to dab at her tears. Just as he crouched down, her sobs ceased abruptly. She elegantly collapsed to the ground. Fainting. Taken aback, Li Jingyu, urged by Qiao Yuan, scooped her up and rushed toward the ambulance. Meanwhile, Qiao Yuan assisted Wang Xian, who was being supported by the police, and glanced at the girl cradled in Li Jingyu's arms. This girl is quite the actress. Chapter 57. The hostility of Wang Xian's cousin upon awakening. Her senses sharpened significantly. Just moments ago, she had heard the girl's rapid, uneven breathing. She had not fainted at all. She was merely pretending. Moreover, she was acquainted with Li Jingyu. Qiao Yuan arrived late at night at the Criminal Investigation Unit, now well-versed in the routine. Wang Guang and his accomplices were implicated in kidnapping and burglary, and a lengthy sentence awaited them. This time, a potential threat had been eliminated. After exchanging a few words with Qiao Yuan, Li Jingyu received a call and hurried to the hospital. The voice on the other end was sweet and innocent. Jingyu, I feel so dizzy and unwell. Raising an eyebrow, Qiao Yuan completed her report and returned home. Due to the recent kidnapping and robbery incident, security measures in the Dongchang Street Villa area were significantly strengthened. The security guard who had permitted Wang Guang's entrance was also reprimanded. Henceforth, residents would be required to verify their identities upon entering the villas. Wang Xian, delicate in constitution, was forcibly kept under observation for 3 days and underwent a thorough medical examination. Out of a sense of remorse, Qiao Yuan brought a bouquet of flowers to the hospital to visit him. Entering the intensive care unit, Qiao Yuan spotted 2 individuals beside Wang Xian's bed. She recognized only one of them, the girl named Zhao Zhao. The other was a middle-aged woman, adorned in luxurious attire, exuding elegance, and bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Xian. She was undoubtedly his mother. Hello, Auntie, Qiao Yuan greeted politely as she placed the flowers on the cabinet. Oh dear, why did you bring flowers? Quickly take them away. Su Zhao Zhao exclaimed, snatching the bouquet out of the room. Cousin is allergic to pollen. Didn't you know that? Qiao Yuan instantly understood that this person had come to provoke her. Didn't he mention it? How was I to know? As Qiao Yuan retorted. Su Zhao Zhao shot her a disdainful glance and then linked arms with the middle-aged woman. Auntie, I was utterly terrified yesterday. 2 men wielding knives. Fortunately, Brother Jingyu arrived just in time. Otherwise, you would not have seen me and my cousin today. Her narrative was filled with dramatic inflections, leaving Qiao Yuan with goosebumps. Wang Xian noticed Qiao Yuan's discomfort and said, Mom, allow me to introduce you. This is Qiao Yuan, my partner at the gallery. It was Qiao Yuan who had subdued those 2 men yesterday, thus saving me. Li Hua had heard Wang Xian speak of his partner before. Every time he mentioned Qiao Yuan, his eyes sparkled with admiration. She was well aware of her son's affections. The girl hailing from a modest background was quite extraordinary. Yet Li Hua couldn't help but question her intentions. If it weren't for her own insistence on intruding into others' affairs, she wouldn't have been kidnapped and nearly lost her life. Li Hua coldly remarked, then turned to Qiao Yuan and said, Miss Qiao, I am grateful for your assistance yesterday. I shall host a banquet in your honor at a later date. Although these were words of thanks, Qiao Yuan could sense Li Hua's condescending demeanor. It was normal for someone of her social standing to look down on Qiao Yuan. Unbothered by such disdain, Qiao Yuan simply wished her well and departed. Wang Xian, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but do you truly know her? Are you aware of her motives for getting close to you? And has she attracted any trouble? Why would the robbers target her? Li Hua's barrage of questions left Wang Xian speechless, forcing him into silence. Meanwhile, Su Zhao's thoughts drifted back to last night's events. Why did Brother Jingyu embrace her? What was their relationship? Qiao Yuan was too busy to dwell on such trivial matters. She sought out a renowned law firm and, with a substantial fee, engaged a consultant to assist in drafting an investment contract for a biological laboratory. Shinian reviewed the contract thoroughly before signing his name. These days, Ningju had been frequently visiting the supermarket without any apparent reason. Upon her return, Qiao Yuan found Ningju inside, munching on fruit. What brings you here today? Ningju paused for a moment before sheepishly stating, I wanted to ask you a question. The influx of refugees at Yongshi Fortress has been increasing. If they receive food without contributing, it will create problems eventually. Do you have any suggestions? Qiao Yuan sighed. He had already posed this question yesterday. Oh, did I ask that before? Ningju scratched his head, flustered. Think quickly. Here's another question. The temperature has been dropping rapidly, and I'm worried that after this heat wave, we might face extreme cold. Should we prepare in advance? This indeed was a pertinent issue. What is the current outdoor temperature? The thermometer indicates 31 degrees. While 31 degrees is indeed quite warm, just a week ago, the temperature in this apocalyptic world hovered around 50 degrees. Given this rate of decline, it is entirely possible that we may soon face extreme cold. Your concerns are valid. Here's what we shall do. Please tally the number of people and available rooms. I will prepare heating appliances and warm clothing. The thermal clothing is quite expensive, and I cannot guarantee that each person will have a piece. You may allocate the thermal garments to those who need to venture outside. Observing Qiao Yuan's serious expression, Ningju also restrained her smile. Very well. After conversing for a while, Ningju entered the warehouse. Qiao Yuan wished to inform her about the absorption of the yuan pouch for upgrades. However, since she had not yet conducted the experiment and feared the information might be inaccurate, she decided to wait until she succeeded before sharing it with him. Meanwhile, the yuan pouch that occupied Qiao Yuan's thoughts lay nestled in Nan Rongcheng's palm. On the desolate street, a spider, nearly the size of a sedan, crashed to the ground. Nan Rongcheng leaned against the wall, struggling to support his weight. Captain, are you all right? Huang Mao and a few others rushed over to assist him. I'm fine. Captain, fortunately, this spider had a yuan pouch. Otherwise, we would have had to continue toward the central district. Indeed, Captain, you were injured just yesterday. Why venture out today? Faced with their inquiries, Nan Rongcheng offered no response but glanced at the yuan pouch in his hand, relieved that he had finally fulfilled his promise. A metallic sweetness filled his mouth as he bent over, expelling a stream of dark blood. Captain, Captain, the surrounding voices gradually faded, and Nan Rongcheng closed his eyes. Qiao Yuan waited anxiously in the supermarket. 3 days had nearly elapsed since the system issued the task. Yet there was still no word from Nan Rongcheng. She paced back and forth at the warehouse entrance, thinking that she should have been able to enter the apocalypse by now and would have appeared in Nan Rongcheng's room. Should she inquire? No. Without obtaining the yuan pouch and completing the system task, she feared the consequences of any potential punishment. Gritting her teeth, Qiao Yuan pushed open the warehouse door and stepped inside. Chapter 58. Ability Upgrade. After the familiar sensation of dizziness subsided, Qiao Yuan was greeted by the smell of blood. There was no doubt that this was Nan Rongcheng's room. Only a small night light illuminated the space, and she vaguely discerned a figure on the bed. She cautiously approached in the dark. Nan Rongcheng, Qiao Yuan called softly. However, the figure lying in bed did not respond. As she reached the bedside, the stench of blood intensified. Could it be that Nan Rongcheng was injured? But he is an awakened one, a rare level 2 at that. Even if wounded, his recovery should be swift. As Qiao Yuan gazed upon Nan Rongcheng, the dim light revealed a frighteningly pale face. He tilted his head slightly, his brow occasionally furrowing, as if he were enduring immense pain. Long brown hair cascaded beside his ear, with a few strands clinging to his forehead, stained with a hint of blood, evoking a sense of solitude and fragility. Qiao Yuan reached out to touch his forehead. It was burning hot. At that moment, Nan Rongcheng suddenly began to utter nonsensical words. No, 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 don't come over. Don't. Kill, kill, kill. Was there something that Nan Rongcheng truly feared? If not for the slight disdain he felt, Qiao Yuan would have delved into his dreams to uncover the events that transpired. She pulled back the covers to reveal that the fabric over Nan Rongcheng's right chest was soaked in blood. Indeed, he was injured. Fortunately, after the previous incident, she had stocked her space with a variety of medications for external wounds. She carefully cut away his clothing, revealing a gaping wound on his chest. With deftness, she cleaned the wound, disinfected it, and applied a dressing in one fluid motion. During their last encounter in the RV, Qiao Yuan had been too anxious and overwhelmed by the blood-covering Nan Rongcheng to examine him closely. However, just moments ago, she noticed the myriad of scars crisscrossing his body, some resembling whip marks, others akin to burns. These injuries must have been sustained before his awakening, as awakened individuals do not bear scars after healing. What had he endured? Qiao Yuan placed 2 fever-reducing pills in his mouth and affixed a cooling patch to his forehead. After completing these tasks, she settled down against the edge of the bed. With Nan Rongcheng in such a state, she certainly could not leave him. He breathed erratically, occasionally mumbling incoherently, until the deep of night, when he gradually regained consciousness. You're awake? How do you feel? Are you still in discomfort? As Qiao Yuan was offering him water, she unexpectedly met his deep blue gaze. It's nothing now. Nan Rongcheng spoke, his voice raspy and harsh. Like shards of glass. Drink more water. A high fever dehydrates the body. You must stay hydrated. As she spoke, Qiao Yuan opened another bottle of mineral water. When did you arrive? Nan Rongcheng inquired. Around 5 o'clock. He struggled to sit up, and Qiao Yuan quickly supported him, tucking a pillow behind his back. Upon seeing the bandages on his body, a smile tugged at the corners of Nan Rongcheng's lips. You saved me again. You are my guest. Isn't it only right that I assist you? Qiao Yuan chuckled lightly. However, Nan Rongcheng's expression darkened as he reached for something at his bedside. Moments later, he grasped a colorful, jelly-like object in his hand. This is a yuan now. Yuan now? Qiao Yuan took it, examining and sniffing it. It felt bouncy. Its colors striking, yet it bore no odor. How am I supposed to absorb this? Qiao Yuan asked, her expression one of bewilderment. Nan Rongcheng was amused by her naivety. However, the laughter drew a pained expression across his face. Just eat it. Qiao Yuan pressed her lips together, hesitating for a few seconds before swallowing the yuan now whole. Why is my wound healing so slowly this time? Qiao Yuan waited for a while, noticing that her body felt quite normal, and consequently began conversing with Nan Rongcheng. I was injured by a mutated spider. Its stinger is venomous. Nan Rongcheng explained. Qiao Yuan couldn't help but think of the yuan nongs. Could it be that you got hurt while trying to find me a yuan nong? You're overthinking it. I'm not foolish enough to risk my life for your yuan nong. Nan Rongcheng replied with a hint of indifference. Qiao Yuan awkwardly shrugged, realizing she might have been reading too much into it. Before the apocalypse, Nan Rongcheng was likely a ruthless figure. Why would he endanger himself for someone like her? Since you're fine, I'll take my leave, Qiao Yuan said, retrieving several boxes of medicine and instructing him on how to take them. Ning Zhu suspects that extremely cold weather may arise in the future. Please tally the number of residents in the Qinxing apartment and try to have them congregate on the uppermost floors while I prepare supplies for you. All right, thank you. Qiao Yuan turned and, upon entering the living room, uttered the phrase open sesame, vanishing from sight. Nan Rongcheng exhaled deeply, leaning back against the pillow. Lost in thought. Why lie? It was for my promise to her that I fought fiercely against ferocious beasts, nearly losing my life. But what does it matter? A person like me doesn't deserve. Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket, only half an hour having passed. At that moment, she suddenly felt a wave of heat coursing through her body, as if every pore had opened. Simultaneously, her breathing began to become erratic. Picking up a small mirror from the counter, she gasped at her reflection. Her face was as red as a tomato, with bloodshot eyes. Supporting herself, Qiao Yuan began to take deep breaths to alleviate her discomfort. What is wrong with you? Li Jingyu entered the supermarket just in time to see Qiao Yuan's flushed face, contorted in pain. Whoa! Qiao Yuan waved her hand, signaling that she was fine. At that moment, Su Zhaozhao entered behind him, and, upon seeing Li Jingyu's expression, shot a furious glance at the instigator. What are you pretending for? Didn't you show off your bravado 2 days ago? Now you're acting like a delicate little woman? Shameless. Li Jingyu anxiously helped Qiao Yuan up. Let us go. I'll take you to the hospital. Oh, brother. I'm in the crucial moment of leveling up. Why are you meddling? Qiao Yuan felt a pang of distress, but couldn't voice her thoughts, only shaking her head. After 2 minutes of tension, the unbearable heat finally subsided. Ding. Task 9 has been completed. Reward, 1 mobile vending vehicle. Ding. Ability. Skill. Copy any individual's ability. Once copied, it can be utilized for 30 days. And the first ability will not be overwritten. Within 30 days, the host can possess 2 abilities simultaneously. Level 2. I've leveled up. My ability has truly advanced. Qiao Yuan, who now possessed Nan Rongcheng's Dream Devourer ability, felt Li Jingyu's hand resting on her shoulder. Please select the desired ability, Combat. Success. The power of Dream Eater has not faded. Qiao Yuan distinctly feels that he now possesses 2 abilities simultaneously. Qiao Yuan? Qiao Yuan? Li Jingyu waved his hand in front of Qiao Yuan's eyes. Qiao Yuan came to his senses, his expression returning to normal. I just choked on something while eating. Li Jingyu was speechless. Your expression just now hardly suggested that you were choking. Since Qiao Yuan had said it, he chose not to press the issue. What brings you both here? It was normal for Li Jingyu to visit, but with Su Zhaozhao present, things felt amiss. Aunt Li prepared dinner at home. She asked me to invite you. Aunt Li? Aunt Li was Wang Xian's mother and Su Zhaozhao's aunt. Li Jingyu was concerned that Xiao Yuan might misunderstand. Su Zhaozhao is my little sister whom I've watched grow up. She has to attend the dinner at Wang Xian's mother's place, as they will be collaborating in the future. However, good feasts rarely occur without complications. Chapter 59. A squeeze fruit is not sweet. Su Zhaozhao got into Li Jingyu's car, deliberately allowing Xiao Yuan to see her take the front seat. Yet, Xiao Yuan was entirely preoccupied with the recent upgrade of his powers, hardly paying her any attention. On the way back to the villa, Wang Xian called. Xiao Yuan, my mother wants to invite you and brother Jingyu for dinner. It's just a casual family gathering. Don't take it to heart. You know Li Jingyu? Xiao Yuan had always thought of Li Jingyu as an ordinary police officer, not realizing he had connections with the affluent. Brother Jingyu's father and Zhao Zhao's father are family friends. That's how we all know each other. After hanging up, the car arrived at the villa area. Xiao Yuan returned home to change into a simple outfit. As she approached Wang Xian's front door, she could hear laughter emanating from within. She pressed the doorbell, and someone immediately opened the door. The aunt, wearing an apron, paused momentarily upon seeing Xiao Yuan, then beamed. You must be Miss Xiao. Please come in. It was Xiao Yuan's first visit to Wang Xian's home, which, like her own, was a villa, but it was evident that they had renovated it themselves. The opulent hall resembled an European palace. At that moment, Li Hua and Su Zhaozhao were seated on the sofa, laughing and chatting. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan enter, Li Jingyu and Wang Xian promptly rose to greet her. Li Hua raised an eyebrow slightly, observing, Xiao Yuan, you've arrived. Please, sit down. Li Hua nodded, indicating for Xiao Yuan to take a seat. To avoid any awkwardness, she chose to sit on a single sofa, while Li Jingyu and Wang Xian sat across from her. Aunt, did you like the gift I brought you? Su Zhaozhao affectionately hugged Li Hua. Of course, I love the ring you gave me. How could I not? Brother Jingyu, didn't you bring a gift as well? Su Zhaozhao turned her attention to Li Jingyu, who was currently gazing at Xiao Yuan. Oh, right. Aunt Hua, I hope you like this silk scarf. Li Jingyu extracted a slender box from his briefcase, elegantly embossed with gold, unmistakably a product of the renowned donkey brand. Li Hua, upon unveiling a silk scarf, beamed with delight, remarking on Jingyu's thoughtfulness. Your mother is truly fortunate. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan sat on the sofa, her mind elsewhere, preoccupied with the procurement of winter supplies for the morrow. Jingyu always gives scarves. I find myself more curious about the present from Sister Xiao Yuan. Noticing Xiao Yuan's silence, Su Zhao zapped her with a gentle nudge. Sister Xiao Yuan? Huh? What did you just say? Xiao Yuan snapped back to attention. Su Zhao's momentary displeasure quickly faded. I was saying that I am particularly eager to see Sister Xiao Yuan's gift. A gift? Isn't today a banquet hosted by Li Hua to express gratitude for saving her son's life? Why should I prepare a gift? Is this a custom among affluent families? I am quite unfamiliar. Nevertheless, nestled within the metallic box lay a pair of emerald earrings, perfectly suited for Wang Xian's mother, and they even boasted exquisite packaging. Xiao Yuan pretended to rummage through her pockets. Su Zhao scoffed, not even a bag. How utterly impoverished. She wondered what her cousin saw in her. To have bestowed upon her the villa numbered 8. Producing a plush jewelry box, Xiao Yuan, out of courtesy, presented it to Li Hua with both hands. Auntie, I am unsure of your preferences. I hope you won't find it lacking. Li Hua accepted it with a cheerful smile, not even bothering to open it. Casually placing it on the coffee table, thank you. That is very thoughtful. Li Jingyu felt an inexplicable discomfort at this display. He was not a privileged heir and typically avoided interactions with the Wang family. Today was merely a matter of social obligation. Yet witnessing Li Hua's overt disdain ignited a flame of resentment within him. Su Zhao's eyes glinted with mischief. Surely, Xiao Yuan's gift was nothing of value. Likely mere trinkets from a street vendor. She lifted the jewelry box. Auntie, see what Sister Xiao Yuan has gifted you? Upon opening it, Su Zhao's expression shifted from amusement to shock. Li Hua raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling upon the contents, equally taken aback. Is this emerald? Having encountered numerous jewels, she instantly recognized the exceptional quality of the emeralds. Wang Xian leaned forward for a glance, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Xiao Yuan, this gift is far too extravagant. It cannot be accepted. Truly, it must not be accepted. This time, it was Xiao Yuan who found herself at a loss for words, as she had no inkling of the earrings' true value, believing them to be mere jade. Are these earrings really that expensive? Su Zhao was incredulous. If they were to be auctioned, they would fetch at least 1,000. Wang Xian's mention of 1,000 required an additional zero. Su Zhao's face turned to one of utter astonishment. Are you out of your mind? To present such a lavish gift on a first visit? Nanyuan City had never heard of Qiao Yuan, so where could such a precious item have come from? Was it possible another man had gifted it to her? At such a young age, was she being kept? Su Zhao found her thoughts increasingly plausible, her gaze towards Qiao Yuan growing ever more disdainful and contemptuous. Li Jingyu noticed Qiao Yuan's bewildered expression, clearly indicating that she was unaware of the earring's worth. Once a gift is bestowed, it cannot be retracted. Li Hua glanced at Wang Xian, who nodded slightly in agreement, prompting her to accept the gesture. However, her gaze towards Qiao Yuan became increasingly profound. During dinner, Qiao Yuan found the feast tasteless. Dishes of king crab, lobster, truffles, and caviar were presented, yet none delighted her palate. A brief moment of awkwardness enveloped the table, swiftly disrupted by Wang Xian, whose high emotional intelligence allowed him to navigate the sentiments of those present with ease. Although Li Jingyu did not engage in such conversation, he ensured the dialogue flowed without faltering. As for Su Zhao, she had long been immersed in the affluent circles, adeptly charming those around her. Qiao Yuan, in stark contrast, lacked a prestigious lineage or a remarkable professional background. Despite her wealth, she was merely a nouveau riche. Thus, she refrained from speaking, only contributing a few words when Wang Xian mentioned galleries and artists. She felt out of place and saw no reason to force her way into their world. Bored, Qiao Yuan listened to their conversation until Li Hua suddenly shifted the topic to Li Jingyu. Jingyu, your mother mentioned to me recently that she hopes you find a girlfriend soon. You should put in some effort, she remarked. Zhao has always been fond of you. You know each other well, and your mother. Li Jingyu instinctively glanced at Qiao Yuan. Aunt Hua, my work is quite demanding. I can go a week without returning home. Engaging in a relationship would only hurt Zhao. Besides, she feels like a sister to me, and our family adores her. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan realized that Li Jingyu had declined the notion, reflecting on the embrace from a couple of days prior. She wondered if he had feelings for her. Flustered by the thought, she lowered her head, pretending to focus on her meal. Soon after, Wang Xian steered the conversation away from romantic pursuits. Li Jingyu felt uneasy in the Wang residence. Qiao Yuan, I've heard your family possesses many paintings. Could you take me to see them? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Yuan looked up eagerly. Sure. She had lost all interest in the meal. And Hua, I'm finished. Thank you for the lovely dinner. Li Hua understood the underlying message in Li Jingyu's words. Initially puzzled, she then feigned elegance with a smile. It's getting late, Jingyu. After you view the paintings, you should return home to avoid tarnishing the girl's reputation. Li Jingyu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. After expressing his gratitude, he departed the Wang villa with Qiao Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Zhao clenched her fists beneath the table, her gaze towards Qiao Yuan brimming with jealousy and resentment. Phew, that meal was quite uncomfortable. As Qiao Yuan exited the villa, she stretched languidly. Are you full? She asked, looking up. Li Jingyu's eyes sparkled. How about we grab another bite? In that moment, they exchanged smiles. Li Jingyu opened the passenger door, and Qiao Yuan slipped in. Just then, Su Zhao, who had rushed out to present a scarf to Li Jingyu, witnessed this scene unfold. She forcefully threw the scarf she had painstakingly knitted onto the ground. What is she? How dare she contend with me? Her uncle remarked that her family background was lacking. If her lineage is indeed poor, how could she possess such extravagant jewelry? She must either be a kept mistress or engaging in illicit activities. Just wait. I shall eventually strip away your fade. Unbeknownst to Qiao Yuan, she had already garnered the ire of Su Zhao. At that moment, she was perusing a restaurant app. How about Hot Pot? Qiao Yuan suggested, raising her phone. Li Jingyu, glancing at the screen while waiting for the traffic light, noted that Sichuan Hot Pot was precisely to his liking. All right, you navigate while I drive. They embarked on their journey to Shan Weishan Old Hot Pot. After placing their orders, Qiao Yuan realized that the dishes they both favored were quite similar. Typically, I see you managing a supermarket. I never imagined it was so lucrative that you could casually gift earrings worth over $1 million. Li Jingyu casually inquired after tasting a piece of tender beef. Dining with a police officer has this drawback. One always feels as if they could be interrogated at any moment. Are you questioning me in your capacity as a police officer or as a friend? Li Jingyu paused for a moment, then replied in a low voice, as a friend. In truth, I am quite affluent. Managing the supermarket is merely a hobby. As for the money and jewelry I possess, rest assured, I engage in no unlawful activities. With this statement, Qiao Yuan sought to curtail Li Jingyu's line of questioning. Recognizing her intent, he deftly shifted the topic to a recent domestic violence case. After briefly outlining the situation, he lamented, "Thus, we have no alternative but to submit charges of intentional injury and abuse to the prosecution." The beef in Xiao Yuan's mouth suddenly turned bitter. She despised the term domestic violence, which seemed to elevate any situation with a grandiloquent veneer. That vile man intended to kill his wife. Why can it not be classified as attempted murder? Xiao Yuan exclaimed indignantly. "I was contemplating that you might attempt hypnosis on him. If you genuinely harbored murderous intent, recording his confession could serve as evidence for the prosecution." "All right. I shall go tomorrow morning," Xiao Yuan replied fiercely, biting down hard on the beef. The following morning, she arrived at the supermarket by 9 o'clock and headed straight to the police station. Li Jingyu escorted her to the interrogation room. A bespectacled man, exuding an air of gentility, sat in the chair. "Officer, you have questioned me numerous times. That is my wife. What harm is there in striking her a couple of times? I did not assault anyone else." Xiao Yuan examined the documents in her hand. Chu Sheng, male, 34 years old, an ordinary white-collar worker, universally recognized by neighbors as an honest man. An honest man, perhaps only a coward in public, but domineering within his own abode. "You cannot strike your wife. What you did was assault. You had every intention of killing her." The interrogating officer, Zheng Hao, had encountered Xiao Yuan on several occasions. "You must not wrongfully accuse me. After I stabbed her, I regretted it. I even purchased painkillers for her and called for an ambulance. I intended to save her." Zhang Hao's shoulders trembled slightly with indignation. Recently assisting the police with their investigations, Xiao Yuan had acquired a wealth of knowledge. Cases like that of Chu Xing, if prosecuted under charges of intentional harm and abuse, would likely result in a sentence of no more than 10 years. With good behavior, he might be released in 6 or 7 years. What would become of that unfortunate woman then? A person like Chu Sheng, driven by a vengeful spirit, could very well resort to murder. Xiao Yuan removed the frog whistle and resolved to take action. "Hey!" Chu Sheng instinctively glanced at Xiao Yuan. Dream devourer. Xiao Yuan unleashed her extraordinary ability, and Chu Sheng's consciousness began to wane. He felt as though he were being drawn into a vortex within her eyes, powerless to resist. Moments later, his expression became vacant and rigid, his head drooping slightly. Xiao Yuan sounded the frog whistle. "Chu Xing, on the night of September 28th, what was your purpose in meeting Lu Yun at the hotel?" "I swear I'm going to kill that wretched woman. In the years we've been married, I've only hit her a few times. How dare she run away?" Chu Xing's calm demeanor had vanished. "So you intended to kill Lu Yun with that knife?" "Yes. I stabbed her twice. Her intestines were spilling out." "Ha. Then she cowered and begged me to save her, to buy her painkillers, to call an ambulance." Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and asked, "So it was never about wanting to save your wife, was it?" "Save her? Pfft. I went downstairs for a smoke and bought the medicine on a whim. When I returned, she was barely breathing, so I called the ambulance, thinking she wouldn't survive. Yet that shameless woman proved to be quite resilient." Xiao Yuan was on the verge of losing her composure. Had this been the apocalypse, she would have shot him without hesitation. "Why did you want to kill Lu Yun? Who told her to disobey me, always wanting a divorce? After all those beatings, did the police ever intervene? She just doesn't learn. This time, I wanted her to understand that crushing her would be as effortless as squashing an ant." Xiao Yuan took a deep breath to regain her calm. 10 minutes passed in silence within the interrogation room. Zhang Hao fixed a fierce gaze upon Chu Xing. "You finally decided to speak the truth." Chu Sheng, resembling a mouse whose tail had been stepped on, exclaimed, "Did you use something on me? Were you torturing me?" With the confession secured, no one paid heed to such a beastly plea. After exiting the interrogation room, Xiao Yuan pulled aside Li Jingyu, asking, "Can this confession secure a conviction? Let fate take its course. Our duty as police is to solve cases and gather evidence. Ultimately, it depends on Li Jingyu's judgment." He replied, pointing toward the ceiling. Xiao Yuan understood immediately. If there remained a possibility for him to evade punishment, she would ensure he vanished completely. Throughout the day, Xiao Yuan felt a lingering dissatisfaction, her spirits low. Neither Ning Zhu nor Nin Rong Cheng'an, who had come to collect goods in the afternoon, dared to provoke her. Once Nin Rong Cheng'an departed, Xiao Yuan could no longer remain still. The Lu Yun incident had already garnered significant attention online, perhaps due to the influence of big data. After she thoroughly absorbed Lu Yun's ordeal, the platform inundated her with numerous reports on domestic violence. Xiao Yuan ultimately felt compelled to take action. Within these videos, She discovered an account belonging to the Rose Law Firm, an establishment composed entirely of female attorneys dedicated solely to serving women. After noting down the law firm's contact information and address, Xiao Yuan closed the supermarket's doors against the night. Meanwhile, in the detention center, Chu Sheng was consulting with his lawyer. I don't know what came over me today. I divulged the whole truth. Surely, I won't face a heavier sentence, will I? The lawyer, casually reclining, reassured him. Rest assured, we often handle cases of domestic violence. For the male perpetrators, it is always a matter of raising the hammer and gently placing it down. That's wonderful, he replied. After changing into her pajamas, Xiao Yuan lay on the sofa. With the ability to traverse dreams through mere eye contact, she entertained darker thoughts, murder. On that moonless, windy night, scoundrels must face their demise. Far away in the detention center, Chu Sheng took comfort in his lawyer's reassuring words, drifting into a peaceful slumber even upon the hard surface of his cot. Little did he know, it would be his final dream. In his dream, he found himself back at the hotel where he was to meet Lu Yun, bound in a starfish position upon the bed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chapter 61. The most dreaded system upgrade. The sound of a chainsaw reverberated through the room. Chu Sheng, however, dismissed it nonchalantly, thinking it merely a nightmare that he would soon awaken from. 10 minutes later, anguished cries echoed from the detention center. The news of Chu Sheng's death reached them by noon the following day. Li Jingyu brought her lunch, as usual, 2 dishes and a soup. The case against Lu Yun has concluded. Xiao Yuan feigned surprise. What does that mean? Chu Sheng is dead, he replied. He passed away last night in the detention center. The surveillance footage shows him asleep, then suddenly convulsing and vomiting blood. By the time they discovered him, it was too late. Xiao Yuan let out a hollow laugh. What a fitting retribution. Indeed, the coroner mentioned that his internal organs were shattered as if by a chainsaw, and he must have endured considerable suffering before succumbing. Li Jingyu walked over to the bar to prepare an iced Americano. Good and evil will ultimately be repaid. Perhaps even heaven itself did not wish to spare him. Li Jingyu remained silent, lacking any delusions of divine justice. The evidence indicated that Chu Sheng's death was suspicious but not a homicide. With the defendant deceased, the case would naturally be closed. After Li Jingyu left the supermarket, Xiao Yuan finally relaxed her taut nerves. After all, having taken a life, she felt a twinge of guilt in front of Li Jingyu. After a moment of contemplation, she began to gather warm supplies for Nan Rongqing and Ningju. When Ningju visited in the morning, she mentioned that temperatures had already plummeted to 20 degrees, making the arrival of frigid weather seem inevitable. Electric heaters, induction cookers, kettles, and electric blankets, these were essential items. Moreover, it is essential to procure warm clothing. Xiao Yuan initially contemplated purchasing down jackets and down pants in bulk online, but upon reflecting on recent news, she hesitated. It was absurd that a renowned brand offered down pants priced over 700 yuan with a mere 3 grams of filling. What a farce. After much consideration, she decided it would be more prudent to create them herself. Xiao Yuan promptly placed an order online for 1,000 windproof and wear-resistant fabric shells, alongside high-quality goose down. However, she realized that she could not undertake the filling process alone. So she hired 20 skilled seamstresses from the labor market to fill the down jackets and pants directly at a warehouse in the western suburbs. Following the standard of 300 grams for the jackets and 150 grams for the pants at 30 degrees, within a single day, the 1,000 down jackets were completed. Was this not warmer than the purchased alternatives? Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, Xiao Yuan visited an outdoor brand store and made a concentrated purchase of 1,000 sets of professional mountaineering attire. As for electrical appliances, the task was considerably simpler. Su Lian's family owned a large supermarket, which stocked everything Xiao Yuan needed. She decided to simply transfer items directly from the warehouse. With her winter supplies fully prepared, Xiao Yuan glanced at her bank card. There remained 50 million. The biotechnology laboratory indeed consumed vast amounts of capital, with initial funding reaching 38 million. It seemed she would soon find herself visiting the Qingshan pawn shop again. After completing her stockpiling, Xiao Yuan finally found time to visit the Rose Law Firm. Typically, law firms are situated in office buildings. Yet this particular firm occupied a rather humble location. Xiao Yuan circled the neighborhood twice before locating it. Sister Shiying, with no fee cases coming in. The firm can barely stay afloat, and we are all left to fend for ourselves, she lamented. Indeed, although their ideals were sound, reality was harsh. For women sat together in what had been converted from a living room into an office. Shering looked at them helplessly, fully aware of the arduous path chosen by the Rose law firm. Setting aside the issue of whether cases were readily available, even when they were, they often fell prey to male oppression, a form of oppression that disregarded right or wrong, focusing solely on gender. A series of knocks at the door startled Shering. Could it be someone seeking assistance? She immediately rose to open the door. Hello, is this the Rose law firm? Yes, please come in. How may we assist you? Tian, please bring a glass of water for this young lady. Xiao Yuan was led to the main office, which evidently served as their reception area. May I ask your surname? No need for formality. My surname is Qiao. Ms. Qiao, what requests do you have? We undertake cases related to divorce, domestic violence, sexual harassment, and various issues concerning women's safety. Xiao Yuan surveyed her surroundings and, upon glancing at Shering, felt a sense of admiration. I am not here for a consultation. I would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Shering momentarily paused, taken aback by the mention of collaboration. Xiao Yuan nodded and proceeded to mention Lu Yun's case, prompting Shering to express her regrets with a few heartfelt words. Fortune has favored us this time. Chu Sheng has met his demise, yet not all are so fortunate. My purpose in visiting is to discuss a collaboration. Upon observing Xiao Yuan's serious demeanor, Shering also adopted a more earnest tone, inquiring about the nature of this collaboration. Hearing her question, Xiao Yuan recognized that the deal was sealed. The two quickly aligned their thoughts, and Xiao Yuan elaborated on the specific division of responsibilities following their partnership. Prior to this meeting, she had already reached out to an agent to locate the most prestigious and luxurious office spaces in Nanyuan City. Let us drive together. Xiao Yuan left Shering with this remark. Their conversation lasted merely 3 hours, yet Shering felt as though she were in a dream. She entered the living room and gazed at her 3 juniors, exclaiming, "Our hopes have arrived." Xiao Yuan's actions were not impulsive. She currently supplied resources to 2 shelters. The funds flowed in abundantly, effortlessly obtained. Why not assist more individuals while ensuring her own expenses and resource provisions? Moreover, the aid required minimal effort. Upon returning to the supermarket, Xiao Yuan prepared food and water for Nan Rongcheng and Ding. The supermarket system has met the upgrade criteria. Is the host ready to upgrade? Yes, here it comes, once again. Upgrade tasks may be delayed, but they are never absent. Although Xiao Yuan harbored 1,000 reservations, she ultimately chose affirmation. At that moment, Nan Rongcheng and also arrived at the supermarket. With Xiao Yuan's assistance, the supplies in the basement of the Qinxing apartment had expanded to 8 rooms. Furthermore, Xiao Yuan had purchased a generator and diesel, ensuring a steady supply of water and electricity for the apartment. Everything was progressing favorably. That morning, Huang Xing had ventured to a private collection gallery, returning with numerous valuable items. Nan Rongcheng removed his backpack and began to empty its contents: antiques, paintings, gold, and jade artifacts, along with several peculiar items that resembled stones. The antiques and paintings were difficult for Xiao Yuan to sell due to the varying dynasties and the challenges of authentication. The dagger she had previously gifted to Wang Xian was deemed priceless solely because its design mirrored that of the Tang dynasty, leading the esteemed Mr. Fang Tianming to recognize its value. However, the gold and jade artifacts were still quite valuable. What is this clump? Xiao Yuan inquired, holding a rather dull-looking item. Ambergris. He replied, Huh, are you saying it's whale excrement? Xiao Yuan's mouth formed a perfect O in astonishment. Such large pieces of ambergris, several in fact, although not as precious as pigeon blood red or emerald, were still quite rare. After assisting Nan Rongcheng and with his vehicle, he resumed his diligent work. I need to visit you in the coming days. I will store the supplies in the space and bring you more this time. Nan Rongcheng froze for 3 seconds. You won't suddenly appear in my room, will you? Chapter 62. Li Jingyu misunderstood just after 2 instances. Had he already grasped the crux? Xiao Yuan nodded, affirming, indeed. Then please try not to appear at night. It can be rather inconvenient. Nan Rongcheng spoke subtly. Yet Xiao Yuan understood immediately. All right, I promise you. While at the supermarket, Xiao Yuan picked up 2 oranges and began to peel and eat them. With the temperature having dropped in this post-apocalyptic world, it indicated that vehicles could now be driven, thus facilitating their travels. Although Xiao Yuan was not well versed in automobiles, she researched online and discovered that in extreme cold conditions, one should opt for diesel vehicles. After comparing various models, she ultimately decided on the Ford Raptor. Despite its capacity of only 2 passengers, the The design featuring a truck bed would allow them to carry more supplies. However, the vehicle was quite expensive, costing over 200,000. The Qianling Group was large, allowing for the purchase of 4 vehicles, while the Yongshi Fortress, being smaller, would initially require only 2. Additionally, she planned to acquire some ordinary Dongfeng Warrior diesel vehicles. After calculating on her calculator, she determined the total would be at least 25 million. With determination, she picked up the phone to contact Wang Xian. I wish to visit the Qingshan auction house. There are some items I would like to pawn. Wang Xian, busy at the gallery, perked up upon hearing that Xiao Yuan intended to pawn treasures. Let us meet in 30 minutes. I'll return shortly. Xiao Yuan took out a metallic box from her space and carefully selected items that appeared to be quite valuable. Upon arriving at the Qingshan pawn shop, Wang Xian arrived just in time, and they proceeded to the second floor. What treasures do we have this time? Wang Xian rubbed his hands together eagerly. The jade bracelets Xiao Yuan had provided were a deep pigeon blood red and fetched a high price at the auction, bringing Wang Xian substantial profits. One by one, Xiao Yuan pulled items from her bag, each wrapped in velvet cloth. Wang Xian nodded in satisfaction, finally understanding the value of these possessions. How much do you think these are worth? Just give me your best estimate. Once finished, Xiao Yuan brought up another box. You can take this one as well. Wang Xian, seeing how effortlessly she placed the box on the table, assumed it contained precious jewelry. However, upon lifting it, he found it utterly immovable. So heavy? Opening it, he discovered several neatly stacked bars of gold inside. Xiao Yuan certainly possesses remarkable strength. Wang Xian mused, momentarily distracted, as he unveiled the velvet cloth on the table. Even with prior preparation, he was taken aback. Are you really looking to pawn this much at once? He inquired. Is it inconvenient? Xiao Yuan was uncertain of the exact value of the jewels, but judging by Wang Xian's expression, it was likely significant. This could cover an entire auction. I cannot estimate the value of these jewels alone. I will need to invite Uncle Fong to assist. Uncle Fong, referenced by Wang Xian, was the collector who appraised the golden Nanmo box and dagger at the birthday banquet. All right, but if he inquires about the origins of the jewels, could you keep it confidential? Of course. These jewels have never appeared on the market. I doubt even Uncle Fong has seen them, and I trust your character entirely. Their provenance is undoubtedly clean. Please let me know the time you arrange, and I will return to find you. I hope it can be soon, as I need to leave in a few days. As Xiao Yuan stepped out of the Qingshan pawn shop, Wang Xian promptly called Fong Tianming. He refrained from elaborating too much over the phone, merely indicating that someone wished to sell jewelry and that he was uncertain about the decision. Seated in her car, Xiao Yuan glanced at her bank card balance. It was sufficient for purchasing a vehicle, yet she felt ill-equipped for such an endeavor and decided to reach out to Su Lian instead. 6 Ford Raptors and 20 modified Dongfeng Warrior RVs? Moreover, snow tires must be added? The shrillness of the voice on the other end startled Xiao Yuan. I say, old classmate, has your business ventured all the way to Siberia? After a moment of astonishment, Su Lian regained composure and began calculating the expenses. I estimate around 30 million. You should be aware that this is no trifling sum. While 30 million was indeed substantial, the vehicle boasted exceptional performance. Regardless of how the apocalyptic weather or surface conditions may evolve, durability is paramount. Rest assured, the deposit will be transferred by tomorrow. As per usual, just prepare to have it stored at the Western Suburbs warehouse. The sooner, the better, as the buyer is rather anxious. The thought of the deposit being a commission spurred Su Lian into immediate action. The following day, while waiting for news from Wang Xian, Xiao Yuan received a call from a real estate agent who had located an office building as per her specifications. Xiao Yuan invited Shering, and after inspecting the office, they signed the lease on the spot. Shering also drafted a cooperation contract, marking Xiao Yuan as the new owner of the Rose Law Firm. Since it was a company, departments such as finance, human resources, administration, and marketing were indispensable. You may need to invest some effort in the initial recruitment. The first sum of money will be transferred to the company account shortly. Understood, General Manager Qiao. Shering was eager to embark on this venture. It was the closest she had ever been to her dream, and she was determined to seize the opportunity. Upon returning to the supermarket at noon, Li Jingyu arrived punctually with lunch. Recently, Xiao Yuan had sensed a subtle change in the way he looked at her. Could it be that he had uncovered something regarding Chu Sheng's demise? Impossible. Is there something on my face? Xiao Yuan inquired tentatively. Li Jingyu's face flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. No, nothing at all. How is today's meal? The oil-braised shrimp, Shiitake mushrooms with bok choy and winter melon meatball soup are simply exquisite. Delicious. The chef in your canteen should consider opening a restaurant, Xiao Yuan genuinely praised. Just as she finished her meal and began washing her lunchbox, her phone, resting on the counter, vibrated twice. Li Jingyu instinctively glanced at the screen, where Wang Xian's message appeared at the top. 3:30 p.m., the usual place. He could not see the rest, but what was this usual place? Were they that close? When he had learned of Xiao Yuan's kidnapping, he had been frantic. Upon arriving at the villa, he found Wang Xian and Su Zhaozhao present, and at the time, he had given it little thought. However, piecing together the events now, it became evident that they all resided in the Dongchang Street villa. The two were also collaborating on a gallery, and Wang Xian had the freedom to enter Xiao Yuan's home at will. No, the implications of this line of thinking were troubling. Li Jingyu had never felt affection for any woman, yet this did not imply he was devoid of emotion. From the moment of that instinctive embrace, he realized he had developed feelings for Xiao Yuan. But did Xiao Yuan reciprocate these feelings? After preparing her lunchbox, Xiao Yuan glanced at her phone as she sat down. Wang Xian informed her that Mr. Fang Tianming had been invited, so she would not need to be present in person that afternoon. She could simply wait next door. The police department had a team-building activity in a few days. Would he like to participate? Li Jingyu pondered for a moment, formulating a reason to invite Xiao Yuan. Team-building with the police? Perhaps not. As he was not an officer, it would seem rather odd for him to attend. Xiao Yuan declined the invitation. All right. But our team building isn't merely about dining, singing, or relaxing. It might not be enjoyable for you. Li Jingyu felt a tinge of disappointment. However, his words piqued Xiao Yuan's interest. Oh, what is your police team planning to do? We will be engaging in charitable activities in a poverty-stricken county in Gaotu province. Each year, we dedicate a few days to visit and support the children there. This charitable endeavor resonated with Xiao Yuan's values. Recently, the initial exhibition at the gallery had garnered significant attention, particularly for the artwork attributed to Mobai, which had made its way to a small auction. Although the proceeds were modest, amounting to hundreds of thousands, Xiao Yuan had contemplated using a portion of the earnings for charity. When are you going? Next Saturday. I will go. Upon hearing this, Li Jingyu's face lit up with joy. Really? I will head back to the station now and register your name. With that, he seized his lunchbox and dashed off. Xiao Yuan shook her head and began to wipe the soup stains that had dripped onto the counter. Suddenly, her phone rang. The caller ID displayed Yin Xiao. Hello? Yuan Jia. You must come to the gallery. Something has happened. Chapter 63. The unlikely reunion. What could possibly have gone wrong at the gallery? Yin Xiao's voice was drowned in chaos, rendering her words nearly inaudible. Wait. I am on my way. Xiao Yuan hung up and drove swiftly to the Li Yuan Art Center. Upon her arrival, she found a crowd gathered outside the gallery, where two middle-aged women were seated on the ground, wailing in despair. This is my daughter's place. How dare you prevent me from entering? This is outrageous. Recognizing the woman's features, Xiao Yuan's thoughts became clear. Auntie, it's not that I am preventing you from entering. The gallery has regulations. Let us wait for Yuan Jia to return, shall we? You are merely bullying us country folk. We traveled over 1,000 kilometers to find our daughter. And you still block us. The traffickers took my daughter away. We have been separated for over 20 years. Li Tsurong sat on the ground, frantically waving her arms. Her words heartfelt, yet not a tear fell from her eyes. Who are you? Xiao Yuan stepped through the crowd to the entrance of the gallery. As Jiang Maosheng and Li Tsurong caught sight of her, they immediately recognized her as Jiang Tiandi, the third daughter of the Jiang family. Tiandi, my Tiandi. Mother has searched for you so desperately. Li Tsurong stood up, moving as if to embrace her. Xiao Yuan took a step back, his body slightly turning, causing Li Tsurong to lunge at nothing but air. Her expression momentarily stiffened, only to be followed by a wide-mouthed wail. Over the years, I have cried all my tears dry. In my quest to find you, we have lost everything. My child, those vile human traffickers. Jiang Maosheng clenched his fists tightly, 2 tears escaping his eyes, and this display of emotion brought tears to the eyes of the onlookers gathered in the gallery. Yin Xiao pulled Xiao Yuan aside, saying, Sister Yuan, they rushed into the gallery as soon as they arrived, but I managed to stop them. Then this lady insisted that she is your mother. It's all right. I will handle this, Xiao Yuan replied, patting Yin Xiao's hand. Who are you? Speak clearly. Or will anyone who comes here and cries a little claim to be my parents? Seeing Xiao Yuan finally speak, Li Tsurong stood up and scrutinized him from head to toe. Though dressed simply, he bore the appearance of someone who had not endured hardship. Running such a large gallery and appearing on television, it was evident. Jiang Tiandi is affluent. Tiandi, you are 25 this year, with a red mole on your forehead. You are my daughter who was abducted. How old was your daughter when she was taken? Xiao Yuan asked earnestly. 2 years old, Jiang Maoxing began, only to be interrupted by Li Tsurong. 3 years old. That year you were 3. Xiao Yuan let out a cold laugh. Are you certain your daughter was abducted? Gazing into Xiao Yuan's dark eyes, Li Tsurong felt a twinge of guilt, yet she quickly resumed her wailing. Heavens! I despise those traffickers. It is they who have torn our family apart. My child, you claim I am your daughter, yet you cannot even recall how old she was when she was taken. And what did you just call me? Tiandi? How ludicrous. If you ask me, you must have deemed your daughter useless and sold her off. Li Tsurong and Jiang Maoxing were left dumbfounded, while Jiang Qin shrank back, blushing amid the crowd. My name is Xiao Yuan, not your child. If you do not leave, I will call the police. The onlookers at the entrance murmured among themselves about the family. At that moment, the security personnel from the park arrived. Glancing awkwardly at Xiao Yuan, I do not know them. Please remove them. Do not allow such beggars into the park again. With Xiao Yuan's response, several burly security guards forcibly escorted Jiang Maoxing and his family out. Today, Su Zhaozhao had brought friends to her cousin's gallery and, upon witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle before even entering, found an excuse to leave the park alone. At the entrance of the Liyuan Art Center, Jiang Maoxing spat a thick phlegm onto the ground and took a deep drag from a cigarette. What a heartless little bastard! Li Tsurong turned back to glance at the park. No matter how formidable they were, she was still the flesh of her flesh, the blood of her blood. I bore and raised her. To sever ties now? Bah! Mom and Dad, this is already embarrassing enough. Let us hurry and leave, Jiang Chun said helplessly. Greetings. I am Su Zhaozhao, the host from the Nanyuan City television station. Are you here in search of family? Su Zhaozhao greeted the trio, standing at the door. Host, you are the Su Zhaozhao from television? Jiang Chun exclaimed with delight, taking a step forward involuntarily. Su Zhaozhao maintained a polite smile, though a fleeting glance of disdain flickered in her eyes. Indeed, our station is currently producing a program titled Mother Misses You, which focuses on family reunions. Here is my business card. If convenient, you may visit the station tomorrow to discuss further. Jiang Chun accepted the card, committing the number to memory. While Li Chuirong and Jiang Maoxing bowed their heads in gratitude repeatedly. Once Su Zhaozhao entered the car, she quickly retrieved a disinfectant wipe to cleanse her hands, expressing her disgust. As she wiped, she couldn't help but chuckle. Realizing that Xiao Yuan truly had a pair of commendable parents, once on television, everyone would witness her true nature. What could possibly emerge from a heap of refuse? At the Yuchi Gallery, the crowd had long dispersed, leaving Yin Xiao in a state of shock. Sister Yuan, they truly are your parents, she struggled to voice, knowing that just the names they chose for their daughter revealed the family's eccentricity. Indeed, they are my biological parents. I still remember my name and that of my family. However, if they wish to identify with me, they have miscalculated. Yet Xiao Yuan was aware that they would not relinquish their claim to her. They would undoubtedly continue to cause a stir. But when trouble arrives, one must stand firm. Who fears whom? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yin Xiao, Xiao Yuan glanced at the time and drove directly to the Qingshan pawn shop. After placing the jewelry for sale in the back room, Xiao Yuan slipped into the adjacent area. Before long, Wang Xian entered the room accompanied by Fang Tianming. The soundproofing was superb, rendering Xiao Yuan unable to discern their conversation. At that moment, Fang Tianming's eyes lit up as the table sparkled with an array of luminous jewels, nearly blinding him. A 25-carat rectangular diamond ring, 4-carat oval-shaped pink-purple diamond earrings, a tourmaline gemstone necklace, and bracelet set, all genuine. Fang Tianming ultimately picked up a vividly colored blue diamond ring, a masterpiece rarely seen in this world. Featuring a 4-carat blue diamond paired with 14 small pink diamonds, exceedingly rare. Wang Xian, I am quite familiar with the major auction houses. Each of these items could easily headline a jewelry auction. Uncle Wang, could you provide an estimate? These were gifted by a friend. Fang Tianming calculated conservatively, estimating that if these dozen treasures were auctioned, they would fetch around 500 million. Upon placing down the diamond ring, he presented Wang Xian with this figure. Wang Xian was taken aback, having anticipated a high amount, but not this much. Wang Xian, these jewels are so precious, yet have never appeared in the market. Can you truly trust your friend? Fang Tianming offered a friendly reminder, as this was the son of his close companion. Uncle Wang, rest assured, I am well aware. After bidding farewell to Fang Tianming, Wang Xian promptly provided a quote of 1.3 billion and a 15 commission after the auction. After careful consideration, Xiao Yuan realized that this would ultimately lead to greater profits for herself, and thus she consented. Chapter 64. The challenging upgrade mission. After a day of waiting for a substantial transfer, Xiao Yuan remained industrious. When Ning Ju visited the supermarket in the morning, she informed him about the possibility of upgrading through consuming yuan nongs. Ning Ju was elated, understanding that in this post-apocalyptic world, strength was paramount. His current fortress, the Eternal Bastion, was modest in size, and if he was unable to enhance his capabilities, he would inevitably be consumed by others. Xiao Yuan also casually mentioned purchasing a vehicle, yet upon hearing that she had more substantial plans for the Qianling Group, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Recently, he sensed that Xiao Yuan was neglecting him, seemingly preoccupied solely with the Qianling Group, often mentioning Nanrong Cheng'an during their conversations. Ning Ju felt a strong sense of urgency. This situation was unsustainable. He needed to expand his territory and gather refugees to draw Xiao Yuan's attention back to him. After discussing the vehicle, he expressed his intention to visit them again, insisting that this time he would definitely see the Eternal Bastion. Whatever comes to mind, I shall bring it. I must tidy up before I return, he mused. Of course, I await your arrival, Xiao Yuan responded eagerly. Nowadays, 3 individuals almost seamlessly appeared at Xiao Yuan's supermarket throughout the day: Ning Ju, Li Zhengyu, and Nanrong Cheng'an. At noon, Li Zhengyu arrived, carrying a lunchbox. While students crowded at the entrance, teasing him about delivering a meal to his little wife. Initially, Li Zhengyu admonished them to refrain from such remarks, but eventually, he embraced the playful banter. I'll be stepping out for a few days, perhaps 1 or 2. Please refrain from bringing me meals for now, Xiao Yuan remarked while savoring her ribs. Li Zhengyu observed her, responding, understood. Doesn't your supermarket need an assistant? Why not hire a staff member? He inquired. Xiao Yuan wished to hire someone, but feared that the staff might mistake Ning Ju or Nanrong Cheng'an for ghosts haunting the supermarket. It's no concern. Running a supermarket isn't solely for profit. There's no need to take it so seriously, Xiao Yuan explained with a smile. Li Zhengyu considered this and agreed. Recognizing that Xiao Yuan was not lacking in funds, I heard from colleagues in the team that you invested in a law firm? Xiao Yuan looked at Li Zhengyu in surprise. How did this news spread so quickly? My colleague's sister is a lawyer and has just joined the Rose Law Firm. They mentioned it while chatting, and I heard they only take on female cases. Since we are all women, we should lend a helping hand. I hope that if there are any cases like Lu Yun's in the future, a strong legal team can provide her with support, Xiao Yuan articulated sincerely. Having handled numerous cases himself, Li Zhengyu was acutely aware of the severity of women's safety issues. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Li Zhengyu chuckled. Xiao Yuan initially intended to wait for Nanrong Cheng'an to arrive at the supermarket, but Su Lian had prepped the vehicle and diesel ahead of time. Leaving a note at the counter, Xiao Yuan drove off. At the western suburbs warehouse, the trailer had just unloaded the new vehicle. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan step out of the SUV, Su Lian waved at her. 6 Ford Raptors, 20 modified Dongfeng Warriors, 30 tons of diesel. Along with the coal stove and 30 tons of coal you mentioned. How come this happened so swiftly? I thought it would take 3 days, Zhou Yuan mused. Money can work wonders. These are trifling matters. How much? 32 million. Su Lian felt a surge of excitement. It will arrive tomorrow. Su Lian's eyes flickered. By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Speak. Actually, acquiring these items involve the assistance of a friend who wishes to meet you. Zhou Yuan's senses heightened. Can your friend be trusted? Absolutely. He is a scion of a high-ranking official from Jingbei City, and it was he who facilitated the procurement of the Raptors and diesel. Jingbei City, the capital of Xinghua, is home to the elite. Having such an ally could open doors for future endeavors, even acquiring firearms. Very well. Arrange a meeting time for me in 2 days. Upon Zhou Yuan's agreement, Su Lian nodded, leaving it to me. Su Lian departed with the workers. Zhou Yuan secured the warehouse. It was her first encounter with the Raptor trucks, towering nearly 3 meters, resembling ironclad beasts. The modified warriors appeared impressively muscular. Most importantly, both vehicles could traverse effortlessly in temperatures of 40 degrees. After relocating everything from the warehouse into the space, Zhou Yuan stood quietly, organizing her surroundings. The 1. 500 square meter space was nearly filled to capacity. Just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of a uniquely designed and charming bus tucked away in a corner. Oh, I almost forgot. This was the reward bestowed upon completing the 9th task. Zhou Yuan circled the bus, which was adorned with colorful stickers of donuts and lollipops, topped with a giant 3D hamburger. The side of the vehicle displayed vibrant, illuminated letters proclaiming Linyuan Mobile Convenience Store. The bus was indeed delightful. But what purpose would a mobile convenience store serve? Zhou Yuan drove back to the supermarket, discovering additional lines on the note at the counter. Nan Rongcheng and had already visited. After recounting the supplies in the space to ensure nothing was overlooked, Zhou Yuan approached the warehouse door. Sighing quietly to herself, she reluctantly pushed open the warehouse door. Zhou Yuan silently entered Nan Rongcheng's room, where he was changing his clothes by the bedside. Though she had seen his body several times, it was always in a state of disarray, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Viewing from below, she noted his abdominal muscles, pectorals, deltoids, biceps, and triceps, truly a perfect muscular specimen. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were proportionate, though the intertwining scars appeared rather grotesque. Sensing a disturbance behind him, Nan Rongcheng swiftly turned, his fists poised for action. It's me, Zhou Yuan proclaimed, raising her hands in surrender. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, Nan Rongcheng lowered his guard, expressing surprise at her early arrival. Better early than just on time, Xiao Yuan jested. Commander, Zhang Donglai from 701 was caught sneaking food from the warehouse. How should we deal with him? Huang Mao entered, only to be taken aback by the sight of Nan Rongcheng shirtless, with Xiao Yuan standing before him, hands raised. Goodness! Huang Mao quickly covered his eyes, exclaiming, Commander, I saw nothing. You may continue. With that, he discreetly stepped back, attempting to close the door. Stop right there. Nan Rongcheng's gaze shifted past Xiao Yuan to the doorway. Next time you enter my room, remember to knock. Yes. Huang Mao complied, closing the door behind him. Afterward, Nan Rongcheng donned his shirt while Huang Mao obediently stood by. In accordance with the regiment's regulations, he will receive 3 days of confinement and may only consume protein cakes. Should he offend again, he will be expelled from the Morning Star apartment. Understood. Huang Mao's curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Xiao Yuan. Her previous mysterious disappearance and the subsequent influx of resources to the Morning Star apartment had been astonishing. Today, she seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Was there perhaps a magical portal in the commander's quarters? Noticing Huang Mao's gaze, Xiao Yuan smiled and inquired, How are Lu Jie and the child? Huang Mao stammered in response, They're well, very well. Thanks to the milk powder you sent, the child is healthy and plump. Absolutely adorable. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to suggest visiting the child, the system's voice abruptly interrupted her. Ding. Supermarket system upgrade activated. Items required for upgrade. 5 days revenue from the Linyuan Mobile Convenience Store. Requirements. 1. Do not sell to individuals associated with system clients. 2. Currency for transactions is to be defined by the host. The system imposes no demands. Damn it. Xiao Yuan cursed under her breath, fully aware that the wretched system would never allow her a smooth upgrade. Chapter 65. A solitary journey to Shuanghe District. Xiao Yuan pushed Huang Mao out and turned to Nan Rongcheng. I wish to travel to Shuanghe District for business. There should be little danger along the way, correct? After deliberating, she concluded that Shuanghe District was her only viable option, especially since the reputation of the female officer there was commendable. Shaowei Mo's territory is relatively stable. Do you intend to mark her as a client for your supermarket? Xiao Yuan shook her head. Not quite. I merely need to fulfill a 5-day sales target, which is vital for my survival. Her statement was not exaggerated. If the supermarket did not upgrade, she risked losing everything to the system. I can accompany you, Nan Rongcheng replied without hesitation. There's no need. I can manage alone. Just help me chart the route. Nan Rongcheng's expression grew stern. What? Do you not trust me? It was not a matter of trust. It was fear. Xiao Yuan wished to conserve time, urging Nan Rongcheng to summon several trusted aides. They proceeded to the underground parking lot, where 4 modified Raptors and 14 armored vehicles awaited them. Wow. The young man with the yellow hair couldn't help but exclaim a curse. A brand new vehicle. My goodness. Commander, come quick. There's even a motorhome. Beside him, Lu Tan and Su Ning were left speechless in astonishment. All of them were diesel vehicles, capable of operating even in 40 degrees below zero. Xiao Yuan stepped onto the bridge and tapped the tires, which had been equipped with snow tires just in case. The admiration that Huang Mao felt for Qiao Yuan was beyond words. He circled the vehicle twice to confirm that this was no illusion. "Sister, are you a deity?" Lu Tan and Su Ning opened their mouths, but ultimately remained silent, their thoughts mirroring those of Huang Mao. "If I were a deity, I would simply restore the world to its former state," Qiao Yuan chuckled. Nan Rongcheng'an approached, his tone frigid. "Remember, regarding matters concerning Qiao Yuan, you are forbidden to speak to anyone. Should I discover that anyone has revealed her abilities, you should be aware of the consequences." Instantly, the expressions of Huang Mao and the others turned serious. "Yes, Commander." Qiao Yuan followed them to the basement level, which had originally been a family storage unit rented out by the apartment. Now, it served as a warehouse for the Qianling Group. To access the warehouse, they had to pass through 2 layers of checkpoints. Qiao Yuan retrieved the 20 tons of coal and 20 tons of diesel prepared for the Qianling Group, which quickly filled 15 rooms. The initial shock experienced by Huang Mao and the others gradually turned to numbness. They encountered electric heaters, induction cookers, coal stoves, and high-capacity diesel generators. Finally, they discovered several rooms stocked with self-heating meals, hot pot ingredients, instant noodles, marinated meat, canned goods, jerky, fruits, and water. While others in this apocalyptic world suffered from scant clothing and empty stomachs, they could enjoy hot pot and sing songs at night. Just 2 weeks ago, such a life seemed like a distant dream. Today, the temperature seems to be around 10 degrees. Please pay attention to your clothing and blankets while searching for supplies outside. Qiao Yuan kindly reminded them. Nan Rongcheng'an nodded, having already briefed them. Huang Mao opened another warehouse for Qiao Yuan, which instantly filled with down jackets, down pants, and windbreakers. That evening, Qiao Yuan stayed in Nan Rongcheng'an's room. She pulled out a map of Fengxiu City and marked the safest and quickest route to Shuanghe District. If you encounter mutated beasts on the road, do not think of attacking them for the essence. I have tried absorbing the essence again and found no upgrades. Qiao Yuan nodded repeatedly, stating that there would be no time to attack when they should be fleeing. Additionally, if you meet people, understand that no one can be trusted. When do we depart? Tomorrow. Nan Rongcheng'an lived alone on the 10th floor, and dinner was being served downstairs. Qiao Yuan rubbed her stomach. She too was hungry. However, she wasn't particularly keen on self-heating meals. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance. Approaching the dining table, she cleared the clutter and soon, steaming pizza, fries, fried chicken, burgers, and milk tea appeared on the table. Nan Rongcheng'an had not savored such delights for a long time. Merely inhaling their aroma set his stomach in motion. "Let us dine together," Qiao Yuan beckoned. As Nan Rongcheng'an gazed at the pizza on the table, he modestly took a small slice. "How will you get to Shuanghe District?" After tasting a piece of pizza, he withdrew his hands from the table. Qiao Yuan recalled the flashy bus and smirked. "You will find out tomorrow." As bedtime approached, Qiao Yuan stood uncertainly in the room, pondering, "Where shall I sleep tonight?" The other rooms had lain undisturbed for far too long, cloaked in dust. "If you don't mind, you may sleep here," Nan Rongcheng'an suggested. "What?" Qiao Yuan began to fidget, having never shared a room with a man in his lifetime. Moreover, he noticed there was only one bed. Sharing a bed? Absolutely not. Although Nan Rongcheng'an was strikingly handsome, possessed an admirable physique, and maintained impeccable cleanliness, he efficiently retrieved bedding from the cupboard and spread it on the floor. "You take the bed, I shall sleep on the ground." As night fell, Qiao Yuan nestled into the fragrant bed, lulled into a tranquil slumber by Nan Rongcheng'an's rhythmic breathing. The following morning, Nan Rongcheng'an drove her to the new Fudu Avenue heading towards Shuanghe District. With no one around, Qiao Yuan waved, summoning a bus adorned with vibrant lights, topped with a giant hamburger. Nan Rongcheng'an shook his head, a low chuckle escaping his throat. "The vehicle is rather unique. I knew I would be ridiculed," Qiao Yuan scoffed, conjuring a bag seemingly from thin air and tossing it to Nan Rongcheng'an. Upon opening it, his pupils dilated in shock. Inside lay a firearm. "With so many vehicles, others will surely envy you. Having a gun adds a measure of assurance." The 20 firearms had been meticulously illustrated by Qiao Yuan on a card from the Nothingness series. Now, only 4 cards remained, necessitating careful preservation for future use. "I am off. Until we meet again in a few days." As Qiao Yuan stepped onto the bus, she heard the system's voice. "Host detected. Mobile convenience store activated." No sooner had the words left the speaker than the bus emitted a soft sound. The engine roaring to life. As she grasped the steering wheel, the system began to elucidate the operational instructions for the mobile convenience store. Any item within the mobile convenience store can be automatically restocked. The host can ignore any attacks while in the mobile convenience store. Looking back, Xiao Yuan observed the bus was well stocked, featuring not only rice bowls and hamburgers, but also oden, corn, buns, and roasted sweet potatoes. It resembled the convenience store adjacent to the subway perfectly. She affixed the route map, drawn by Nan Rongqingen, to the glass and pressed the accelerator. Strangely, despite her lack of experience driving a minibus, upon sitting behind the wheel, her hands and feet moved as if guided by instinct. Her driving akin to that of a seasoned veteran with years of experience. Following the red line on the map, she headed southward. The streets lay in ruin, infested with the undead, and fleeting shadows of what seemed to be the few remaining survivors occasionally darted by. Moreover, amidst the dim alleys between several towering buildings, she caught sight of eyes with crimson vertical pupils, like the ferocious beasts of the shadowy realms, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Fortunately, they disregarded the presence of the bus. As Xiao Yuan traversed with trepidation, atop a distant high-rise, a pair of twins knelt, peculiarly barefoot. Chapter 66. The dashing female officer before them stood a figure, hands clasped behind his back on the rooftop. "Captain, we have been monitoring that vehicle for quite some time. Aside from its peculiar appearance, nothing unusual has been noted. The driver is a woman." The individual remained silent, clad in a somewhat adorable cartoon hoodie and athletic leggings, reminiscent of a student's attire. A black armband adorned his arm, inscribed with the red Arabic numeral 12. "The direction is towards the Shuanghe district. Continue the surveillance. As long as she does not interfere with our plans, refrain from acting. We wouldn't want to alarm her." She spoke. It was indeed a woman. "Understood, Captain." The twins rose, extending their palms, revealing a dense array of barbed spikes sprouting from their fingertips and palms. Upon closer inspection, similar spikes emerged from their feet. Subsequently, the duo leapt from the rooftop, scaling the building's wall towards the bus like two agile geckos. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Yuan boldly entered the Shuanghe district right under their noses. Upon crossing into the territory, she immediately sensed a stark contrast. Not only were the zombies scarce, but even the lurking beasts in the shadows were seldom seen. As she aimlessly sought refuge, a sudden gunshot rang out in the distance. Xiao Yuan slammed on the brakes. "Who are you?" Two soldiers, clad in combat uniforms and fully armed, approached the bus cautiously. Xiao Yuan lowered her window slightly, ensuring her voice could be heard. "I am heading to a shelter. Could you direct me to its location?" She refrained from revealing her true purpose of trade. The soldiers exchanged glances at the vividly decorated bus and scrutinized Xiao Yuan, confirming she was alone. "Are you an awakened?" The soldier aimed his weapon steadily at her head. I am an awakened of the spatial system." Xiao Yuan did not conceal her identity. Pretending to be an ordinary refugee would render her intention to sell food rather peculiar. A spatial awakened. How remarkable. The soldier's excitement surged. "Follow the military vehicle ahead. We will escort you." It appeared that spatial awakened individuals were indeed highly regarded. The first step seemed to unfold smoothly. Following the military vehicle, Xiao Yuan passed several checkpoints, and upon revealing her status as a spatial awakened, they promptly granted her passage. An hour later, she finally arrived at the Shuanghe district shelter. As he ventured into the final fortification, Xiao Yuan discovered an old residential complex, with the streets remarkably clean and tidy. People meandered along the road, yet they appeared remarkably listless, each person gaunt and emaciated. Following the soldier, Xiao Yuan arrived at the heart of the refuge, which had once served as a military outpost before the apocalypse. "Please follow me," the soldier instructed, saluting as he parked the vehicle. Within the mobile convenience store, she could disregard the threats, but stepping outside posed a significant risk. However, fortune favors the bold. Though she entertained this thought, Xiao Yuan still took a moment to check the position of her infinite handgun. Upon exiting the vehicle, the bus door closed automatically behind her. She was escorted by the soldier to the office of Xiao Weima. After a brief wait, a shadowy gray figure appeared before her, and upon lifting her gaze, she instantly comprehended the meaning behind the term slaying both men and women as referenced on television. "Hello." Xiao Weima extended her right hand. Xiao Yuan rubbed her palms against her clothing before reciprocating the handshake. Xiao Weima possessed a sharply defined visage, her countenance austere, with piercing eyes reminiscent of an eagle, seemingly capable of seeing through all pretense. Furthermore, her complexion was a healthy bronze, which Qiao Yuan found enviable. The more she observed, the more she perceived an androgynous beauty in Xiao Weima. Ding. Target recognized. Scanning complete. Blade spirit. Ability. Proficient in the use of any bladed weapon. Master of Swordsmanship. Level 2. Upon hearing the scan results, Qiao Yuan glanced at her side, realizing the reason behind the sheathed knife at her waist. Greetings. I am Qiao Yuan, and I wish to conduct business in the refuge. She stated her intentions forthrightly, in exchange for 5 days' worth of free food for the soldiers. She secured the right to open a shop within the refuge. Throughout the interaction, Xiao Weima did not inquire about the source of Qiao Yuan's provisions. In today's world, who did not possess a hidden card for survival. Rather than probing into her affairs, it was wiser to leave a favorable impression, as future collaboration might be possible. After delivering the food, Qiao Yuan, under the escort of the soldiers, successfully maneuvered the bus to the cultural square, the most populated area of the refuge. Once parked, she opened the side window, allowing the enticing aroma from inside the vehicle to waft out, immediately capturing the attention of passersby. Is that the scent of roasted sweet potatoes? Am I mistaken? It seemed there was also a hint of bread in the air. Perhaps she was merely hallucinating due to hunger. No, wait. Look at that vehicle. My goodness. Everyone, there is indeed food. Look, she is holding boiled corn, with boiled corn in her left hand and roasted sweet potatoes in her right. Qiao Yuan smiled from within the bus. People surged from all directions. She produced a loudspeaker from the vehicle, announcing, "The Liming Mobile Convenience Store is officially open. Peanut drinks, mineral water, corn, roasted sweet potatoes, and hamburgers. Please exchange with gold bars or jewelry for your meals. Come, form an orderly line," Qiao Yuan shouted, bewildering the refugees outside. Had they truly heard her correctly? Can gold bars and jewels be exchanged for food? Some were incredulous and looked up to ask, is that truly the case? Qiao Yuan leaned halfway out of the window, gazing into the fervent eyes of the crowd. It's all about the money. Indeed, we prioritize gold bars, jewels follow. But they must hold significant value. We do not accept worthless items. The announcement stirred a commotion, and the crowd dispersed like startled birds. Xiao Weima stood nearby, her gaze icy. A woman of unknown origin, driving such an ostentatious vehicle, brazenly entered the Double River district. Coupled with the intelligence from headquarters regarding the Ghost Society, Xiao Weima's eyes sharpened with scrutiny. Keep a close watch on her. Report any anomalies. Understood. Qiao Yuan lounged on the bus, patiently awaiting customers. Before long, a balding middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, hurried over, clutching a briefcase. "Boss, look at these. Can I buy 10 hamburgers with this?" Xiao Yuan accepted the heavy briefcase and opened it to discover it was filled with gold ingots, seemingly ancient. "This is sufficient." He placed the briefcase into the storage, promptly preparing food for the man. The middle-aged man extracted hamburgers from a plastic bag. Indeed, they were composed of bread, chicken, pickles, and mayonnaise. He took a hearty bite, and tears welled up in his eyes as he sobbed uncontrollably. Observing this, others surged forward to the bus. "Form a line. Queue properly. No service for those who cut in." Qiao Yuan shouted to the throng. Sha Xinping, tasked with monitoring Qiao Yuan, swallowed hard and dispatched his subordinates to maintain order. He licked his lips, resolving to hold off for now. By evening, he too would savor the taste of hamburgers. "Boss, this is my family's heirloom jade. Have a look." Xiao Yuan smiled as she took it, having developed a discerning eye from frequent exposure to jewelry. "The quality is decent. What would you like?" "I want dumplings, 20 dumplings. And 5 bottles of soda, chilled." Chapter 67. Some seek free meals. Qiao Yuan busied herself on the bus all afternoon, and by 6 o'clock, as the shelter's curfew approached, the last customers reluctantly departed. She drove the vehicle back to the military base, preparing to serve the soldiers. Xiao Weima had arranged to distribute food to the station soldiers every evening at 7. During the day at the cultural square, Xiao Yuan had noticed the soldiers tasked with maintaining order, visibly drooling with desire. Yet, they remained steadfast at their posts, refraining from requesting even a morsel of bread or sip of water from her throughout the day. Her admiration for Xiao Weima deepened. A female officer managing to restrain the baser instincts of humanity amidst such chaos was nothing short of miraculous. As the last soldier departed from the front of the bus, Xiao Weima and Sha Xinping finally appeared. Xiao Weima still donned her dark, gray military uniform. Qiao Yuan struggled to comprehend the military ranks of this world. Yet he could vaguely discern from their epaulets that Xiao Weima held the rank of colonel. She hastily set up a small table and brought forth hamburgers, fries, and fried chicken. Upon seeing the spread of food, Xiao Weima's gaze momentarily drifted, yet she remained still, refraining from eating. Please, take a seat, Xiao Yuan urged. Xiao Weima exhibited signs of hesitation, as if engaged in an inner turmoil. She did not eat, and he hesitated to do so either. Xiao Yuan took a bite of the hamburger. Xia Xinping stood behind Xiao Weima, his eyes already captivated by the food. He looked eagerly at his commander, noting that she had already consumed 2 protein cakes that day. At Xiao Weima's gesture, Xia Xinping promptly sat down and grabbed a bun, devouring it in 2 bites. Delicious. What filling is this? I couldn't quite tell, he exclaimed, reaching for another bun. Xiao Weima settled into a camping chair beside Xiao Yuan, who offered her a hamburger. Even someone as stoic as Xiao Weima displayed a look of rapture at the enticing aroma of the burger. How many soldiers do you have? A sudden, icy gaze from Xiao Weima pierced through the air, and Xiao Yuan sensed her latent hostility. No offense. I merely wish to inquire about the number of people so I can prepare food and water in advance. Please don't misunderstand, he hastily clarified, waving his hands in explanation. You are a space awakener. Even if you stockpile vast amounts of supplies, they are still consumables. Why not keep them for yourself? Furthermore, gold bars and jewels are of no use in these times. Xiao Yuan blinked nervously. What they deemed useless were to him mere currency. I have reasons I cannot disclose. I apologize. As Xiao Weima bit into the hamburger, the long-lost flavor overwhelmed her senses, leaving her momentarily speechless. It seemed hunger had taken its toll. She and Xia Xinping devoured 4 hamburgers and 10 buns between them. In that case, I shan't be courteous. Starting tomorrow, after curfew, I will allow the patrolling soldiers to come in batches to collect food. Thank you, Commander Xiao. Just call me Xiao Weima, she replied. As she rose, Xia Xinping quickly wiped his mouth and stood as well. After walking a few meters, Xiao Weima suddenly turned, her voice as cold as a blade. Are you familiar with the Ghost Society? Xiao Yuan's pupils contracted, and his breath hitched for 2 seconds. No, I don't know what that is. Xiao Weima's gaze deepened as she scrutinized Xiao Yuan's expression, ultimately shaking her head. It's nothing. You should get some rest. Watching Xiao Weima depart, Xiao Yuan leaned back in his camping chair, reflecting on the razor-sharp nature of the woman. The Ghost Society? This was the second time he had heard of this organization recently. What connection did these cannibals have with the Shuanghe District's refuge? Xiao Weima's earlier words were clearly a test. What was she probing for? Recalling the gruesome details Xia Xinping had shared about the Ghost Society, a chill ran down Xiao Yuan's spine. He swiftly packed up the small table and returned to the bus. The following day, before dawn, Xiao Yuan arrived at the cultural square in her car. By that time, a considerable crowd had already gathered. Xiao Yuan commenced her operations. Many individuals had brought forth their family's gold and silver jewelry the previous day, but today, there was a noticeable lack of valuable items. As the number of people increased, some began to harbor ulterior motives. Is this a sapphire? It is clearly just a low-grade tanzanite, Xiao Yuan remarked with dissatisfaction. Holding up a large ring, Wang Dong, gazing at the food through the window, felt his breath quicken, his eyes gleaming with avarice. You simply lack discernment. This is a sapphire, the renowned cornflower blue, Wang Dong shouted, his face flushed with excitement. Xiao Yuan casually tossed the ring back, saying, I'm afraid I won't be doing business with you. If you wish to purchase food, please bring something of value. Today, Xiao Yuan opened early, and the soldiers dispatched by Xia Xinping to maintain order had yet to arrive. Wang Dong glanced around, noticing the absence of patrolling soldiers. I must say, one should not be so selfish. Since you have so much food, what harm is there in sharing a bit with me? Xiao Yuan was taken aback by his audacity. Why should I give you anything? Who are you? I'm here to conduct business, not to engage in charity. If you wish to eat, bring something to trade. Next, Xiao Yuan firmly ushered him away. How dare you? You're so ungrateful. Wang Dong rallied his companions. Brothers, I see your car is filled with food. She refuses to accept even this sizable sapphire. She simply doesn't want to sell to us. Why not share when there is so much food? Let us smash her car. Food must be seized for oneself. With fervor, Wang Dong incited the crowd, and Xiao Yuan noticed many were swayed by his words. She rolled up the window, sitting calmly inside the bus, her composure stemming entirely from the confidence instilled by the system. As long as I remain in this bus, I can disregard any attacks. Go ahead if you dare. The previously orderly queue began to descend into chaos. While they had been able to present bags of jewelry the day before, it was evident that many had brought far less today. Moreover, they were plagued with doubt. How much food could possibly be inside that bus? What if, by the time they reached the front, there was nothing left? Rather than anxiously waiting for charity, it was better to seize what they could. Wang Dong's words stirred the crowd, leading them to search for tools on the street to pry open the bus doors. Open the door. Smash it open. Damn it. It won't budge. Brothers, put your backs into it. A few of you, break the windshield. Those surrounding the bus began to frantically smash the windows and doors, with some even attempting to pry open the sunroof with their bare hands. In that moment, Xiao Yuan found it hard to distinguish whether they were people or zombies. Not far from the bus, Xia Xinping and his soldiers lay concealed behind a wall. Captain, if we don't act soon, they will dismantle Xiao Yuan's vehicle, Xia Xinping exclaimed anxiously. As the vibrant buses in the cultural square appeared like solitary boats on the verge of being engulfed by the throngs of people, Xiao Weimao refrained from issuing orders. From her vantage point, she could discern Xiao Yuan's expression with utmost clarity, which was the very reason for her hesitation. For Xiao Yuan's demeanor was remarkably calm, and Xiao Weimao sought to seize this opportunity to gauge her resolve. How could a woman capable of traversing the apocalypse alone be intimidated by such a crowd? The bus swayed as if it were experiencing an earthquake, while the crowd, with their eyes ablaze, resembled frenzied leopards, determined to demolish the vehicle. Xiao Yuan shouted toward the exterior, I warn you one last time. Those who retreat now will be guaranteed food supply for the next 4 days. Otherwise, even if you present me with the most valuable items, I shall not part with a single grain of rice. Upon hearing her words, some individuals exhibited signs of hesitation and subsequently distanced themselves from the mob. Wang Dong, who had long succumbed to madness, urged, do not listen to her. Who knows how much food she truly has? Whether she can survive today is still uncertain. The retreating crowd wavered once more, caught in indecision. Those who refuse the wine shall drink the punishment instead. She rose and gazed out the window, where Wang Dong glared at her with fierce intensity. Suddenly, Wang Dong, who had been pounding on the glass at the front of the bus, swayed and collapsed to the ground. Wang Dong! Wang Dong! What has happened to you? In quick succession, Wang Dong began to convulse on the ground, blood spilling from her mouth. The man who had been trailing closely behind her looked at Xiao Yuan in terror, about to speak. Then, with a thunderous sound, another individual fell. This one did not convulse, but inexplicably stripped and began to perform a pole dance in the square. The frontmost individuals tumbled one after another, some crawling on the ground mimicking dogs, while others leaned against utility poles, dramatically exclaiming, Brother, love me once more. Some even exaggeratedly began to lick fresh bird droppings at the street corner. At this juncture, even the most oblivious among them recognized that something was amiss. She is an awakened. An awakened. Everyone, cease your attacks on the bus. Form an orderly line, quickly. No one dared to assault the bus any longer. And Xiao Yuan seized the moment to open the window. Brandishing an infinite pistol, the dark muzzle pointed toward the crowd outside. She smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. Come. Come. Form a neat line. Genuine gold for food. Fair to all. An awakened, and she possesses a firearm. Chapter 68, Misfortune. Discovery of the followed Xiao Weimao's gaze lowered slightly. Xiao Yuan was indeed far more than just a spatial awakened. Colonel, shall we proceed? Xia Xinping inquired awkwardly. Go ahead. Maintain order, and take those troublemakers away for confinement. Yes. Xia Xinping, accompanied by dozens of soldiers, rushed to the cultural square, swiftly restoring order. The individuals in front of the bus lined up in an orderly fashion as per protocol. Commander Xia, your arrival is quite timely. Xiao Yuan teased him. She had long noticed Xia Xinping lurking around the corner. Xia Xinping, with her tough exterior and unflinching demeanor, remarked, Ah, if you had arrived earlier, you would have missed Boss Qiao's splendid performance. There was no need for veiled insinuations. They remained poised, merely intent on gauging their respective strengths. It was advisable to reveal a modicum of their skills. If Xiao Weimao harbored intentions against her, she would need to weigh her own capabilities carefully. With Xiao Yuan's imposing presence coupled with Xia Xinping's assistance, their day of business unfolded seamlessly. In the ensuing days, Xia Xinping consistently led a convoy alongside the bus, and no one dared to stir up trouble. For days swiftly passed, during which Xiao Yuan meticulously organized the gold bars and jewels collected, storing them away. In the last 2 evenings, Xiao Yuan opted for a self-service feast within the military compound. By midnight, all station soldiers could indulge without limit. The atmosphere buzzed with exuberance, as the courtyard thrived with activity. Throughout these days, Xia Xinping frequently visited the bus to engage in conversation with her, often for hours on end. Their exchanges brimmed with laughter, yet both were acutely aware of the underlying currents in their dialogue. Xia Xinping sought to unearth Qiao Yuan's secrets, while Qiao Yuan yearned for information regarding Shuanghe district and the nation at large. Today was no exception. Xia Xinping arrived at the bus, settling into a camping chair for casual banter with Qiao Yuan. I overheard Colonel Xiao mention the Ghost Society. What exactly is it? Qiao Yuan opened a packet of chips for Xia Xinping. The enticing aroma proved irresistible, and she could not help but accept. Though one should refrain from accepting favors that might bind them, she reasoned that the Ghost Society was hardly a secret. Prior to the apocalypse, the organization had existed. Headquartered in the capital, Haichang City, and was known as the largest criminal syndicate in Yugua, infamous for its nefarious deeds. Moreover, as you might imagine, they had their protectors, which rendered them untouchable. Months ago, chaos erupted nationwide with the onset of the apocalypse, providing the Ghost Society an opportunity to expand its influence, taking in numerous criminals and wrongdoers. Subsequently, as food shortages ensued, they shockingly resorted to allowing their members to resort to cannibalism. The scenes were akin to hell itself. Xia Xinping shuddered at the thought. With the emergence of awakened ones, the Ghost Society's audacity escalated. Qiao Yuan, munching on sunflower seeds, wore an expression of detached curiosity. Are you suggesting that they would capture people to satiate their members' hunger? Xia Xinping nodded in affirmation. Yes, the Shuanghe district shelter is the most populous in Fengxiu City, making it nearly impossible for the Ghost Society to overlook. That is why the commander was suspicious of you upon your arrival. But rest assured, our Shuanghe shelter is quite secure. Furthermore, the Ghost Society is stationed in the capital from January to July, so they are unlikely to venture here. He grasped a handful of caramel-flavored seeds and chuckled. The remaining ones are no match for our commander. January to July? Qiao Yuan inquired, puzzled. The leader of the Ghost Society is called January, and the ranks below him are arranged by strength all the way down to December. Any entity named after a month serves as the leader of the Ghost Society. It is rumored that they are all awakened beings. Yet the nature of their powers remains a mystery to us. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuan found herself perplexed. If they were aware of the potential threat posed by the Ghost Society to the Shuanghe District Refuge, how could Xiao Weima allow herself to enter? Faced with the imminent danger of an attack on the Shuanghe District, how could you still permit my presence here? Xia Xinping abruptly choked, offering an awkward smile. Well, we have been keeping an eye on you, Haven Tiwi. You dare to consume the food I provided? Qiao Yuan asked with a hint of irritation. Oh, we have means to discern whether the food is poisoned. Xia Xinping gestured as if to seal his lips. I can't divulge specifics. Understood. A military secret, I presume. Qiao Yuan inquired further. So, all this information is coming from the capital? Xia Xinping seemed unfazed. Of course, even in the apocalypse, the nation has completely crumbled. It merely requires time to recuperate. However, their lack of reinforcements implies that the capital is either preoccupied or perhaps does not wish for the Shuanghe District Refuge to grow too formidable, correct? Xia Xinping paused mid-snack. Recognizing her astuteness, she had deftly pinpointed the crux of the matter. It seemed prudent to change the subject. If he continued, she might extract even his most private secrets. Xia Xinping swiftly redirected the conversation to Qiao Yuan's mobile convenience store. Enough about us. You, as a space-type awakened being, should be welcomed anywhere. Yet here you are in Fengxiaxi. Where did you acquire such an abundance of food? Qiao Yuan, understanding the implication, refrained from probing further. She had already prepared a response for Xia Xinping's inquiry. Thus, she recounted her tale. I awakened my spatial abilities after a remarkable dream prior to the apocalypse, then liquidated my assets and hoarded supplies. Regardless of whether Xia Xinping believed her, Qiao Yuan skillfully deflected the conversation. So, where are you headed next? Will you return? Xia Xinping chattered incessantly, consuming a considerable amount of snacks. By the end, Qiao Yuan was left uncertain as to whether he had come to extract information or simply to indulge in treats. As the clock struck 1 in the morning, Xia Xinping gazed longingly at the table laden with snacks, reluctantly departing the dormitory while glancing back multiple times. Qiao Yuan neatly stowed her small table, preparing to return to the bus for some rest, feeling fatigued from their conversation. Suddenly, a crow's caw startled her, causing her to jump. She looked up to see a crow perched atop a flickering street lamp. The crow's beady eyes darted around before settling on a figure emerging from the administrative building. Qiao Yuan recognized him as Wu Bing, an officer close to Xiao Weima. Closing shop, Qiao boss? Wu Bing greeted her as he passed by the bus. Qiao Yuan smiled and nodded, her gaze lingering on him. Wu Bing strode directly towards the gate, engaging in a brief exchange with the guard before stepping outside. Coincidentally, a crow that had been perched on a nearby utility pole flapped its wings and followed the direction in which Wu Ping had vanished. A shiver coursed through Qiao Yuan's heart, leaving her unable to articulate the reason. It simply felt peculiar. She donned a black windbreaker, a matching hat, and a mask, and made her way to the entrance. I left something in the cultural square. I shall retrieve it and return promptly. The guard frowned, replying, at such a late hour. You should either wait or allow me to seek permission to send someone to accompany you. There's no need. I am an awakened one. You needn't worry. With that, Qiao Yuan dashed out, leaving the guard scratching his head, pondering whether this truly was the route to the cultural square. Clad entirely in black, she blended seamlessly into the night after arming herself. She kept a cautious distance behind Wu Bing, wary of alarming him. Wu Bing navigated through the streets, turning left and right, ultimately arriving at a dead-end alley. The alley was dimly lit, reminiscent of a handheld lantern. Qiao Yuan lowered her hat's brim and peeked from behind a pile of debris. She observed Wu Bing seated across from an individual shrouded in a robe, their face obscured. The two were engaged in hushed conversation, the content of which remained elusive to her ears. Eager to eavesdrop, she crouched low and advanced a few steps. No anomalies for 2 days. The plan for the third day, murmured a voice from her left. The words were too faint for her to discern clearly, despite her straining to listen. As she inched forward, her foot brushed against something. The clattering sound of a glass bottle rolling on the ground echoed through the dead-end alley like thunder. Who is there? Wu Bing bellowed, hastily heading in Qiao Yuan's direction. How unfortunate, she thought, retracting her exposed skin into her black windbreaker and concealing herself amidst the clutter. Wu Bing's footsteps grew increasingly nearer, prompting Qiao Yuan to cover her mouth and nose, attempting to silence her breaths. Come out. I see you. Chapter 69. The primitive fragrance seemed exceedingly valuable. No way. Can he truly see me? Qiao Yuan clutched the ring on her hand tightly, bracing for her imminent exposure while preparing to activate her slow-motion performance. Meow. A sleek black cat elegantly licked its paw and leapt down from the pile of debris. Wu Bing exhaled sharply, cursing, Damn it, it's just a cat. You scared the life out of me. He chuckled at his own fright and turned back toward the end of the alley. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was diverted, Qiao Yuan cautiously crawled out. Not far away, the black cat perched on the wall, its golden eyes glimmering in the moonlight. It watched as Qiao Yuan exited the alley before vaulting down and disappearing into the shadows. Upon returning to the military encampment, Qiao Yuan leaned against the bus door, panting heavily. My first time tracking someone, and I lacked experience. It was truly terrifying. After calming her emotions, Qiao Yuan continued to tidy up the unfinished items. Shortly thereafter, Wu Bing returned. In a moment of impulsiveness, Qiao Yuan called out to him, Commander Wu, would you care for a midnight snack? Wu Bing paused, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma from the bus. All right, would you like some tofu buns as well? Qiao Yuan noticed the movement of his Adam's apple, but he did not respond. Just as she was amusing herself with her own paranoid thoughts, Wu Bing spoke. Yes, too. Qiao Yuan stood there in disbelief, nearly dropping the neatly packed shiitake mushroom and vegetable buns. Wu Bing had a severe allergy to soy products. Qiao Yuan smiled at Wu Bing, her hands trembling, causing one bun to fall. I'll get you 2 more, as she handed the buns to him. Qiao Yuan meticulously observed his expression, excitement, eagerness, even the incessant licking of his lips. It was common for soldiers to display such enthusiasm when food appeared, but today felt different. Over the past 4 days, she had distributed food freely, and the soldiers had only stopped eating once they were completely full. Yet now, less than 2 hours had passed since the last distribution, making Wu Bing's reaction to just 2 buns inexplicable. Unless the Wu Bing before her was not the real Wu Bing. He hastily walked into the administrative building with the buns. Back in the bus, Qiao Yuan tossed and turned in her thoughts. Was Wu Bing a cause for concern? Should she inform Xiao Weima? However, she lacked substantial evidence. And tomorrow marked the final day. After midnight tomorrow, she would drive to the Eternal Fortress, leaving behind everything related to the Shirlu district shelter. With this thought, Qiao Yuan felt a weight lift from her mind and fell into a deep sleep until dawn. Today was her last day selling food at the cultural square, and most people could hardly offer anything of value. Having learned from previous experiences, even the most envious dared not cause trouble. "Hello. What can this item be exchanged for in food?" a timid voice asked, lacking confidence. Xiao Yuan looked down to see a girl, about her age, holding a crystal bottle filled with a transparent liquid. "What is this?" Xiao Yuan inquired as she took the bottle, noticing it was tightly sealed. Leaning closer, she caught a faint, delightful fragrance. It was a peculiar scent, reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley, refreshing to the senses. "Is this perfume?" Xiao Yuan asked. "Yes. But this bottle is not for sale. It's our family's proprietary essence. All high-end perfumes from Fei and Fragrance are crafted from this base," Su Jia admitted, her tone growing increasingly hesitant. Xiao Yuan was unfamiliar with Fei and Fragrance, and just as she was about to ask more, a few women who had just acquired their food turned to stare at the crystal bottle in her hand. "The proprietary essence of Fei and Fragrance? My goodness. I remember hearing on the news that this essence is worth several hundred million. Regrettably, times have changed, and this item would be discarded on the street without a second glance." After they finished speaking, Su Jia lowered her head even further. "I'm so sorry. I won't buy it," she said, extending her hand to signal Xiao Yuan to return the crystal bottle to her. "I adore this fragrance. I shall keep it," Xiao Yuan replied, filling Su Jia's bag with 10 buns, 5 corn cobs, and 4 hamburgers. "Thank you. I truly appreciate it," Su Jia exclaimed, clutching the bag of food. Overwhelmed with gratitude and unsure of what to say. "Is Fei and Fragrance a well-known brand?" Xiao Yuan inquired, suddenly eager to engage Su Jia in conversation. Before Su Jia could respond, a woman nearby interjected, "You don't even know Fei and Fragrance? It is the largest perfume brand in our country, with stores in every nation across the globe. Indeed, back then, if one could procure their limited edition perfume each year, it would bring joy for months," Su Jia said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she nodded with a smile. "So that's how it is. It's a prominent brand. The original fragrance must be quite exceptional. If you still possess such original fragrance, you may retrieve it now to trade for food," Xiao Yuan suggested softly to Su Jia. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly turned and dashed away. The queue for food had significantly diminished that day. By around 5 p.m., only a few stragglers wandered towards the area. Xiao Yuan decided to set up a camping table and chairs, pulling out a canopy from the side of the bus, and settled down comfortably. During her days in the Shuanghe district, Xiao Yuan had come to understand the structure of the entire shelter. Xiao Weima did not provide unconditional support for everyone. Residents were required to report their identities and occupations prior to the apocalypse. If one's previous work could be of use to the shelter, they would be incorporated into the civilian workforce, earning corresponding compensation in the form of supplies. Those unable to assist the shelter could not simply live off others. They were tasked with essential duties, such as waste disposal and tool maintenance, with varying contribution values based on their assigned work. Each Monday, residents could exchange their contribution values for food and water at the station. Thus, the shelter formed a perfect closed loop, allowing those who lived there to coexist peacefully. As the sun began to set, Xiao Yuan opened a bottle of soda. In 6 hours, she would depart from this place, hoping to reach the Eternal Fortress smoothly by dawn. She did not wish to return to the supermarket using the sesame door, otherwise, if she were to find herself back at the shelter during her next visit to the apocalypse, she would be at a loss for words if Xiao Weima were to inquire about her situation. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Jia returned. "Hello. I'm so sorry to have arrived late," she panted, running to the front of the bus. Xiao Yuan looked up and noticed that Su Jia's left cheek was considerably swollen, as if she had been struck. "What happened to your face?" Su Jia, flustered, covered her left cheek and waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing, really. I managed to procure 2 more bottles of the original fragrance and hope to exchange them for a bit more food." As Su Jia spoke, she continuously glanced back, seemingly fearful of something. Xiao Yuan picked up the crystal bottles. One contained a pink liquid, while the other held an amber-colored substance. Leaning in to catch a whiff, she detected 2 distinctly different fragrances. "All right, wait for me a moment. I'll fetch you something to eat." Xiao Yuan got into the car, casually placing the fragrant liquid into her space, and then retrieved some buns and hamburgers for Su Jia, additionally packing a multitude of shelf-stable snacks. Finally, she emerged from the car carrying a large bag. Upon seeing the bag brimming with food, Su Jia's face flushed with excitement. Thank you. Just as she was about to embrace the bag and depart, a figure emerged in the orange-hued twilight, not far away. "Su Jia, I swear I'll beat you. You ungrateful daughter. Chapter 70. Sudden Attack. Upon hearing that voice, Su Jia's body trembled. Dad. The man, silhouetted against the light, was preparing to strike Su Jia across the face. Qiao Yuan stepped forward, gripping the man's wrist before his hand could land on Su Jia. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Su Jia opened her eyes to see Qiao Yuan standing protectively in front of her. Step aside. This is a family matter of the Su household. It's none of your business. The man, feeling the intense pain in his wrist, spoke with a fierce facade. Qiao Yuan tightened her grip, causing the man to bend over in agony. The strength of an awakened was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Boss, my dad. He didn't mean to upset you. Please let him go. Su Jia tugged at Qiao Yuan's shirt, pleading weakly. Qiao Yuan released her grip, and the man gasped. Drenched in cold sweat. Su Jia, where's the original fragrance? Where's the original fragrance of Fei Yun? He advanced, towering over her, shouting without dignity. Dad. What use is clinging to those 3 bottles of original fragrance? The world has changed. We need to focus on surviving first. Su Jia nearly begged. Those are the treasures of the Su family, the very roots of our lineage. You sold them for a mere bag of buns? The man snarled, knocking the plastic bag from Su Jia's hands. The buns and hamburgers fell to the ground, dirted by the soil, with tears streaming down her face. Su Jia crouched to pick up the food, her fingers trembling as she wiped the dirt from the buns. Dad, my sister is pregnant. She only eats protein cakes every day. She and the baby will starve. You want to lower yourself to work. Please think of her, will you? Su Jia cried on the ground, her sobs heart-wrenching. Qiao Yuan began to understand the intricacies of the situation. You do not consider how to care for your family, ensuring they are well-fed and clothed, but instead take out your frustrations on your daughter. What kind of man is that? A worthless one. Qiao Yuan helped Su Jia up, guiding her to sit in a camping chair. Su Jia has already sold those 3 bottles of original fragrance to me. I will not part with them under any circumstances. As for the food, I will prepare more for Su Jia, ensuring she does not go hungry until the day she gives birth. The man, filled with an uncontrollable rage, found no outlet for his fury. He could not overpower Qiao Yuan, and Su Jia hid behind her, unable to act. Su Jia, if you possess any courage, do not return. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. After uttering these words, the man shot Su Jia a venomous glance before turning away. Are you all right? Qiao Yuan crouched down, gently caressing Su Jia's back. What you said earlier, is it true? My sister has 2 months until her due date. Can she truly sustain herself for that long? Su Jia whimpered softly, her words barely coherent. Indeed, once spoken, a promise is like water spilled. It cannot be retrieved. With that, Qiao Yuan retrieved 2 large camping vehicles from her space and began frantically loading them with supplies. An hour later, the vehicles were piled high with provisions. Upon seeing the food, Su Jia's tears transformed into laughter. This is wonderful. Surely, this will be enough for my sister, to prevent any potential ambushes. Qiao Yuan resolved to escort Su Jia home. Along the way, Su Jia shared much about herself. It turned out that her grandfather was the creator of Fei Yun fragrance. After 3 generations of heritage, the brand had become world-renowned, and both Su Jia and her sister were celebrated perfumers in their homeland. The original fragrance, due to its mysterious formula and precious ingredients, was regarded as a treasure by the Su family, despite being priceless in the market. Su Jia now resided in a tenement building with her father, Su Guangjiang, and her sister, Su Qian, due to the limited number of generators at the shelter. There was no electricity in their building, and as the sun set, an eerie silence enveloped the entire structure. The already dim corridor was narrow and cluttered with refuse. Dad, please stop. I beg you, do not harm my child. Hearing this voice, Su Jia turned pale, her steps faltering. Following her, Qiao Yuan arrived at room number 109. Father, open the door. Don't hurt my sister. It's all my fault. Just don't hurt her. Su Jia cried, pounding on the door. But it was locked tight. Step aside. Qiao Yuan pulled Su Jia back. With a powerful kick, the door burst open. Su Guangjiang stood inside, holding a belt, while Su Qian cowered in a corner, shielding her belly. Father, have you lost your mind? My sister is pregnant. How can you strike her? Su Jia screamed, rushing into the room to assess her sister's injuries. What is wrong with me hitting you? I'm your father. In this world, I could kill you and no one would care. The Su family is doomed anyway. We might as well perish together. Su Guangjiang, in a fit of madness, began to smash everything in the room. Su Jia could only protect Su Qian, shielding her from harm. Coward! Qiao Yuan shouted. Su Guangzhong turned, glaring at her. Repeat that. And see what happens. Their eyes met as he spoke. Dream Eater. Su Guangzhong's eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the floor. Noisy. Xiao Yuan dragged the two camping vehicles into the room, which was now in disarray, as though a thief had ransacked it. Thank you, Su Jia said. Her face a mask of terror, yet she still found the presence of mind to express her gratitude to Xiao Yuan. Su Qian struggled to rise from the ground. Casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Yuan. Are you an awakener? Yes. My father. Su Qian's gaze flickered to the unconscious Su Guangzhong on the floor. It's nothing. Just let him sleep for a while. A complex expression crossed Su Qian's face as she looked at Su Jia. What should we do? He has gone mad. He truly might kill you. Sister, he has already struck you, and you're with child. If anything were to happen, it would mean 2 lives lost. Sister, shall we leave together? Su Jia's voice quivered with emotion. But where can we go? Even if we leave, we can't escape the shelter. The two embraced, helplessly weeping in each other's arms. Xiao Yuan could not bear to witness such a scene. She was set to depart for the Eternal Fortress the following day, where there would be ample seating on the bus. More importantly, she admired Su Jia's skill in incense making. If you both are truly determined to leave, you may accompany me. After midnight, I will be departing from Shuanghe District to the Eternal Fortress, a safe haven with abundant supplies where you can reside. Eternal Fortress? Su Jia hesitated to respond. Considering she and Xiao Yuan had only met twice, you may contemplate until midnight. If you decide to leave, wait for me at the entrance of the garrison compound. If I don't see anyone when I leave, I want you wait. Xiao Yuan left the camper behind, stealing a glance at Su Guangzhong, who was twitching on the ground. He want awakened before midnight. You have ample time to deliberate. Returning to the cultural square, Xiao Yuan drove into the military compound. Embarking on her final day of self-sufficiency, Sha Xinping appeared punctually, jesting, Boss Qiao, I'll truly miss you, were it not for his probing nature. Xiao Yuan genuinely enjoyed conversing with Sha Xinping, who possessed a charming humor and a knack for light-hearted banter, making him an amiable officer. Sha Xinping took a seat, engaging in casual conversation with Xiao Yuan. Hey, why hasn't Old Wu shown up today? He glanced around, muttering, Old Wu. Is he the officer named Wu Bing next to Commander Xiao? Indeed, he is not keen on meals and seems to have some ideological issues. I'll go fetch him. As Sha Xinping stood, Xiao Weima and Wu Bing approached from a distance. Ah, they must have been looking for the regiment commander. I wondered why he and T arrived. Xiao Yuan scrutinized Wu Bing, sensing something was amiss. He stood behind Xiao Weima, his right hand concealed within his sleeve, inching closer to her. Xiao Weima's vulnerability lies in an attack from her left side? A sudden realization struck Xiao Yuan, recalling Wu Bing's words from the dead end yesterday. In that fleeting moment, she witnessed a dagger slip from Wu Bing's sleeve. Xiao Weima, be cautious. Chapter 71. The adorable girl named December. Xiao Weima dodged swiftly, while Xiao Yuan's gun reacted even faster. In almost a single breath, Xiao Yuan retrieved her infinite pistol from thin air and raised her hand to shoot. In the span of less than 2 seconds, Xiao Weima sensed a cold, murderous intent emanating from her left. She slightly turned her head. The dagger of Wu Bing grazed her carotid artery, but due to her timely evasion, the tip of the blade was merely a few millimeters from her skin. A spray of blood cascaded through the air as she swiftly retreated several steps, and Wu Bing's body softened, slowly collapsing to the ground. A continuous stream of blood oozed from the gaping wound in the center of his forehead. Turning her head, Xiao Weima beheld Xiao Yuan, gun in hand. You saved me, she remarked. Even if I hadn't fired, you would not have been harmed. Xiao Yuan glanced at Xiao Weima's right hand, which had already grasped the hilt of a knife, suggesting she had been prepared to eliminate Wu Bing moments earlier. Colonel, how could old Wu betray us? Sha Xinping struggled to accept the reality of Wu Bing's treachery. Just as Xiao Weima was about to respond, her expression suddenly turned grave. Defend. We are under attack, she shouted, swiftly drawing the knife from her waist. Xiao Yuan approached her side, raising her firearm and scanning the surroundings, yet she found no one else. However, she had confirmed yesterday, while trailing Wu Bing, that he had accomplices. With a series of swift sounds, 5 figures emerged atop the walls of the military encampment. The individual in the center, with a mane of white hair, stood out strikingly in the night. Dressed in a whimsical cartoon hoodie and tapered athletic pants, she appeared deceptively youthful. Her black armband emblazoned with the crimson Arabic numeral 12. The other 4 figures, either standing or crouching, seemed somewhat languid. yet each had entered a state of readiness for combat. Ah, we failed? The white-haired girl remarked, pouting in dissatisfaction as she gazed at the fallen Wu Bing. Knowing her weakness, how could we still falter? The long-haired man beside her wore a look of trepidation. Captain, it is my fault. I failed to seize the opportunity. If it weren't for that woman with the gun, Xiao Weima would be dead by now. This is your first mistake of the month, and I can overlook it. Should there be a next time, you shall become food for my little gray, she warned. The muscles in the long-haired man's face contorted, and he eventually nodded heavily. Yes, Captain. At that moment, the white-haired girl also spotted the woman with the gun that her subordinate had mentioned. Oh, it's you? Had I known you would become a variable in my plans, I should have eliminated you on your way here. With an air of innocence, she lifted her head, allowing Qiao Yuan to discern her features. She was petite, her eyes perpetually crescent-shaped with mirth, and her slightly chubby cheeks bore 2 diminutive dimples. My name is December, and I am delighted to meet you all. The girl cheerfully greeted those in the courtyard. December from the Ghost Society? Xiao Weima held her knife across her chest. Qiao Yuan had heard Sha Xinping mention the name of the Ghost Society's leader, but did not anticipate that merely the presence of December could evoke such an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The abilities awakened in December remain a mystery to us. As the conflict approaches, I may not be able to watch over you. I am aware that you possess a hidden card. Do not conceal it, for they are not ordinary awakened beings. This is the first time Xiao Weima has spoken so extensively, and Xiao Yuan swiftly processes her words. This implies that even Xiao Weima, a level 2 blade spirit, lacks the confidence to confront the seemingly adorable girl. During this tense minute, the soldiers stationed have activated the defense mechanisms, and several awakened individuals, hastily donning their uniforms, rush out from the dormitory adjacent to the administrative building. Such a multitude presents quite a challenge. December leaps over the wall, hands clasped behind her back, and then whistles into the sky. Just as everyone is bewildered, a howling wind resonates from above. All eyes turn skyward, and hearts plummet. 3 monstrous birds, reminiscent of eagles yet akin to pterosaurs, descend from the heavens. Upon their landing, the ground trembles beneath them. Xiaolan, Xiaohei, Xiaohong, attack. December commands. The 3 colossal beasts roar, revealing countless sharp spines within their gaping maws. Sha Xinping, lead the charge against these ferocious creatures. Xiao Weima draws her blade and advances. With a wave of his left hand, Sha Xinping compresses the surrounding air into a blade-like force. Brothers, follow me. Other awakened beings unleash their powers, rallying behind Sha Xinping to assault the 3 gigantic avian monstrosities. Xiao Weima, with her peculiar gait, strides to December's side, intent on capturing the leader first. Chaos erupts in the courtyard. Xiao Yuan hides beside a bus, brandishing her firearm and firing repeatedly at the monstrous birds. Yet their tough hides render her bullets ineffective. She glances back at Xiao Weima, who holds her own against December and her 5 companions with formidable prowess. Wherever her blade strikes, it seems to cleave the heavens. However, as the onslaught from 5 assailants intensifies, Xiao Weima begins to struggle, her strikes growing heavier. This cannot continue. I must assist her. If Xiao Weima falls, the refuge will succumb to December, and I will face dire consequences. Xiao Yuan takes aim at the long-haired man from earlier. After a muted gunshot, he tilts backward, a spray of crimson erupting in space. Thankfully, lower-tier awakened beings are unable to withstand bullets, and Xiao Yuan breathes a sigh of relief, seizing the opportunity to eliminate another foe. Just as she prepares to take aim again, a chilling voice emerges from directly above her. Shooting in the shadows is rather dull. She looks up to find December, having approached the bus without her noticing. Just as Xiao Yuan intends to twist the ring on her hand, she realizes her limbs are moving uncontrollably. Her arms feel as if they are being pulled by an invisible force, ultimately pinning her like a crucifix against the side of the bus. What kind of ability is this? Xiao Yuan attempts to activate her Dream Devourer, yet December remains captivated by the bus, entirely oblivious to her gaze. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the 3-dimensional characters illuminated on the bus, Xiao Yuan beheld her arms and legs ensnared by crimson threads, the other end tethered to December. Could it be that she possessed 2 extraordinary abilities? The bus was utterly charming. She found herself enamored. December appeared to have spotted a cherished toy, her right index finger gently swaying. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan stifled a groan as the red threads began to constrict, and upon closer inspection, blood began to seep from her flesh. She intends to cleave me asunder. December, Xiao Yuan bellowed, desperately wishing for her to glance in her direction. Just one look would enable her to unleash Dream Devourer and alter the tide of battle. But despair enveloped Xiao Yuan as all of December's attention was captivated by the flamboyant bus. The pain is unbearable. It feels as though I am on the brink of death. The red threads had burrowed into her flesh, and each movement she made resulted in an unending agony. Blood trickled along the threads, and Xiao Yuan sensed her body growing cold. Am I cursed with a disaster-prone constitution? Gradually, she lowered her head, ceasing her struggles. With a soft crack, Xiao Yuan felt her arms regain their freedom. She lifted her gaze. Xiao Weimo wielded her long knife, severing the crimson threads that bound her to December. Are you all right? Xiao Weimo supported Xiao Yuan's body. Yes, I am far from death. Chapter 72. Xiao Weimo's prosthetic, how infuriating. December exclaimed, flinging her hand, causing the red threads to burst forth from her sleeve. The once supple threads coalesced and straightened in midair, resembling a scarlet ruler, hurtling towards Xiao Yuan's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Weimo positioned herself in front of Xiao Yuan, her left arm raised protectively above her head. Crack! The red thread sliced into Xiao Weimo's left arm. The entire sequence unfolded with alarming rapidity. Xiao Yuan, gritting her teeth, raised her hand and twisted her ring. December's mouth parted slightly, her eyes widening in astonishment. The movements of the three bizarre birds in the courtyard slowed to a crawl. Now's the moment. Strike swiftly, Xiao Yuan shouted towards Xia Xinping. Witnessing December nearly frozen in place, Xiao Weimo swung her knife with unwavering resolve, as if intent on severing December's head. Yet, just as the blade was about to descend upon December, a peculiar smile crept upon her lips. In the blink of an eye, a figure dashed past, whisking December away. And in the next instant, they vaulted over the wall, vanishing into the night. Xiao Yuan exhaled in relief, the pain flooding back to her as she slowly sank to the ground against the bus. The three bizarre birds, unable to retaliate, quickly succumbed to the onslaught of the awakened. At that moment, two of December's subordinates remained in the courtyard, identical twins. In her earlier activation of slow-motion performance, Xiao Yuan had overlooked them. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, the twins scurried up the wall like geckos, making their escape. Xia Xinping, notify Gao Yuan that the shelter has entered a state of emergency. All awakened individuals are to patrol around the clock. Without my command, no one is permitted to enter or exit the shelter. Liao Quan, take a squad and search the city for members of the Ghost Society. Understood. Xia Xinping and Liao Quan received the orders and immediately rushed out with their soldiers. Bring Xiao Yuan to the infirmary. From this angle, Xiao Yuan could see the side profile of Xiao Weimo. She remained unflinching in the face of danger, her commands resolute and unwavering, resembling a goddess of war. The steadfast anchor of the entire army. A soldier lifted Xiao Yuan and hurried towards the infirmary. Xiao Weimo, wait. Xiao Yuan called out to the departing Xiao Weimo. Your arm? Xiao Yuan inquired with concern. Moments ago, Xiao Weimo's left arm had been cut by the red silk thread in her defense of Xiao Yuan. Xiao Weimo smiled, a rare sight. She removed her white glove from her left hand and rolled up her sleeve, revealing a metallic prosthesis with a deep gouge. Go tend to your wounds. We shall speak later upon my return. With that, Xiao Weimo departed with her troops. The infirmary within the base was modest. Young soldiers placed Xiao Yuan onto the treatment bed. She appeared in a dire state, her body drenched in blood. Guan Shanxue furrowed her brow upon seeing the injured girl. Severely wounded, indeed. Once the soldiers exited, she swiftly cut open Xiao Yuan's clothing. The red silk thread had been severed by Xiao Weimo's blade, yet remnants remained embedded in Xiao Yuan's flesh. Take this. Guan Shanxue offered her a light blue capsule. What is this? Xiao Yuan asked, but obediently consumed it. A hemostatic capsule. Regardless of the severity of the hemorrhage, one capsule can keep a person alive for 30 minutes. Remarkable technology. I've never heard of such a thing. Bear with it. Guan Shanxue meticulously extracted the red silk thread with tweezers and scissors. Xiao Yuan, gripped by pain, broke into a cold sweat, yet remained silent, clenching her teeth. After 20 minutes, even Guan Shanxue had beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Finally, it is all removed. Guan Shanxue leaned back in her chair, wiping her brow. Xiao Yuan, now numbed by pain, felt the wounds slowly beginning to heal without the thread's obstruction. You're quite resilient, not at all delicate. Guan Shanxue removed her mask, her gaze towards Xiao Yuan filled with appreciation. Upon seeing Guan Shanxue's appearance, Xiao Yuan momentarily forgot her agony. She resembled a snow lotus blooming atop a mountain, her features cool and serene, with a delicate, petite face and flawless, pale skin. Guan Shanxue leaned back in her chair, lifting a cup of water, her glasses glinting as she assessed Xiao Yuan. Your wounds will heal swiftly. Take some time to rest. Commander, I never knew you were so beautiful. Xiao Yuan was momentarily entranced. Among the soldiers who came to collect food in recent days, there was a female officer wearing a white mask. Each time she arrived, Xiao Yuan paid special attention, never realizing she was a military doctor. Please call me Guan Shanxue. Guan Shanxue possesses an air of aloofness, yet she is quite conversant, engaging in fervent discussions during her respite in the infirmary. It turns out that Xiao Weima severed her own left arm. Truly a formidable individual. She was bitten by a zombie shortly after her awakening, and in a desperate bid for survival, she amputated her own limb. Upon hearing this, my admiration for her only deepens. Guan Shanxue took a sip of water, reflecting on how she only realized post-amputation that awakeners are immune to the zombie virus. How unfortunate, wouldn't you agree? Xiao Yuan, this is hardly amusing, my dear. Ahem. Guan Shanxue, perhaps you should reflect upon your past foolish actions while you mock me. Upon hearing this voice, Guan Shanxue immediately straightened her posture, donned her mask, and resumed her demeanor as the serene beauty. Well, her injuries have healed. Xiao Yuan turned to see a slightly weary Xiao Weima. Have December and the others escaped? Yes. They exited the shelter but were not pursued. Xiao Weimo removed her military jacket to reveal a short-sleeved shirt underneath. Her left arm shimmered with the unique sheen of metal from the forearm to her hand, and she expertly detached her prosthetic limb, tossing it to Guan Shanxue. Can you check if it's still functional? Guan Shanxue examined the damaged prosthetic and manipulated its metal fingers before ultimately shaking her head. It's beyond repair. Xiao Weima displayed no visible emotion, quietly retrieving the prosthetic and preparing to put it back on. Understood. Xiao Yuan intercepted Xiao Weima, as if having made a resolute decision. How about you let me try fixing the prosthetic? Do you have experience with repairs? Xiao Weima inquired, taken aback. I have a basic understanding. Xiao Yuan lacked confidence, but insisted that she give it a try. Perhaps it could be salvaged. Very well. Xiao Weima wasted no time, thrusting the prosthetic into Xiao Yuan's arms. She glanced at the wall clock. It was almost midnight. I remember you mentioning that after midnight, you would leave Shuanghe district. Given the current unrest outside, it would be prudent to wait until dawn. Xiao Yuan nodded repeatedly. Clutching the prosthetic, she returned to the bus. As she passed the entrance, she spotted Su Jia and Su Qian. The guard on duty was attempting to dissuade them. Xiao Yuan hurriedly informed Xiao Weima of her intention to take Su Jia and Su Qian with her. Approaching the entrance, she exchanged a few words with the guard, who then permitted their passage. Su Jia gasped upon seeing 3 enormous monstrous birds in the courtyard, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Su Qian's complexion paled as she clung tightly to Su Jia's arm. Colonel Xiao, could you kindly arrange accommodations for them? I plan to take them with me tomorrow. Xiao Weima glanced at Xia Xinping, who immediately understood. Follow me. Xiao Yuan noticed the anxious look in Su Jia's eyes and offered reassurance. You'll be fine. I'll call for you when it's time to leave tomorrow. After seeing the sisters off, Xiao Yuan boarded the bus, still holding the prosthetic. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has successfully upgraded to a level 4 supermarket system. Unlocking upgrade gift package. Store 1. Acquisition of the operating rights for the Lin Yuan supermarket branch, which may be located in a parallel world, allowing the host to alter the address at will. The Anywhere door. The Lin Yuan supermarket warehouse has been upgraded to an Anywhere door. The host may affix a note indicating the destination to the door before entering, allowing for instantaneous arrival. The upgrade task has finally been completed. Now she can depart from this tumultuous place at any moment. Chapter 73. The awkward sister Xiao Weima summoned all the officers for a meeting, ensuring a sleepless night. As she passed by the bus, she inadvertently glanced inside. Xiao Yuan was seated within, sketching on a prosthetic limb. With only 4 left of the creation from nothing, Xiao Yuan had hesitated for quite some time before deciding to attempt recreating Xiao Weima's prosthetic. She disassembled the prosthetic, meticulously memorizing its internal structure, then sketched its outline on a card with a pencil, finally tracing it with a fine liner pen. It was not until dawn broke that Xiao Yuan raised her head and stretched lazily. It is finished. On the table lay 2 metallic prosthetics, appearing almost identical, except the one on the right was intact, without any notches. Early in the morning, Xiao Yuan brought the prosthetic to Xiao Weima's office, where she coincidentally encountered Xia Xinping. Are you here to see the colonel? I have something for you, said Xiao Yuan, carrying a black bag. Following Sha Xinping into the office, Xiao Yuan closed the files on the desk. Take a look. When Xiao Weima saw Xiao Yuan retrieve the prosthetic from the black bag, her eyes lit up. You truly repaired it. Xiao Weima donned the prosthetic, noticing it felt slightly heavier than the original. There's a mechanism in the palm. Press it to see. Xiao Yuan pointed to her own palm. Confused, Xiao Weima discovered a protrusion in the center of the prosthetic's palm and pressed it. With a snap, a short blade sprang forth from the center of the palm. What is this? Xiao Weima exclaimed, drawing the blade, its dark body gleaming with a sharp light. I made a few modifications. If your long sword is lost, you'll still have this short blade for protection. Xiao Weima was quite taken with the short blade, which appeared to be an ancient design. She practiced a few swings, the blade whistling with a chilling sharpness. It's a fine weapon, she praised. Colonel Xiao, I must take my leave. Xiao Weima cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Yuan, expressing gratitude for the food provided over the past few days. She wished to inquire whether Xiao Yuan would return, but held her tongue. Had it been yesterday, Xiao Yuan would have replied that her visits would depend on fate. But with the anywhere door, she could come anytime, and now had an additional business partner. I will return with more supplies. If possible, I hope to collaborate with you. Xiao Yuan held great admiration for Xiao Weima. Her integrity and principles made her a rare and valuable partner. Certainly, the Shuanghe shelter welcomes you. Xiao Weima smiled for the second time. At 5:30 in the morning, Xiao Yuan, accompanied by Su Jia and Su Qian, departed the shelter in a bus, heading towards Xiushan. Perhaps owing to the completion of an upgrade task, Xiao Yuan astonishingly struck luck in a day's blind box lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the item Shattered Mirror Restoration. Usage. Have you ever felt heartache from breaking your most cherished possession? In such moments, place the item in the Shattered Mirror Restoration, and after 30 seconds, it shall be restored to its original state. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan nearly lost her composure. Had she drawn this item yesterday, she would not have wasted a card. On the way to Xiushan, Su Jia and Su Qian were astonished to find that zombies would avoid the bus. The mutated beast seemed oblivious to its presence, not attacking even when they brushed past. Thus, around 10 a.m., Xiao Yuan arrived at Xiushan. The bus drew too much attention, so she stored it away at the foot of the mountain and proceeded on foot with Su Jia and Su Qian to the entrance. Hello. Could you please help me find Ning Ju and let him know Xiao Yuan is here? At the entrance stood two men armed with submachine guns, who looked up in surprise upon hearing Xiao Yuan's name. You were Xiao Yuan? Yes. Please wait a moment. One of them remained on guard while the other went to report. Before long, Xiao Yuan saw Ning Ju approaching in a hurried manner. You finally arrived. Ning Ju was initially beaming, but his expression shifted to concern upon seeing the bloodstains on Xiao Yuan's clothing. Are you injured? He circled around her anxiously. Just a scratch. I'm fine now. Allow me to introduce these two, Su Jia and Su Qian. I hope you can provide them with shelter. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Ju replied, Of course, I will take good care of those you bring. Come inside. Ning Ju led the way, with Xiao Yuan and the others following closely. This was Xiao Yuan's first visit to the Eternal Fortress, and as she beheld the sanctuary she and Ning Ju had built together, an indescribable sense of pride swelled within her. Beyond the isolation wall lay the entirety of Xiushan, where the villas were now inhabited by people. With the influx of refugees steadily increasing, Ning Ju had resolved to expand their territory. This is my villa. You shall rest here today. Su Jia and Su Qian. My sister will arrange accommodations for you. The temperature in Xiushan was notably cooler than below, having dropped to 3 degrees over the past 5 days. As they entered the villa, a warm atmosphere greeted them, with a fire crackling in the living room. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan arrive with guests, 2 men and a woman in the living room immediately stood up. Su Qian is pregnant. Ensure she receives extra warm items and proper nutrition. Understood, Ning Ju affirmed. Then turned to the girl in the living room. Xiaolin, please arrange rooms for them, and take special care of the pregnant woman. Xiaolin. Xiao Yuan followed Ning Ju's gaze, and the girl clad in a woolen coat and a velvet skirt must be his sister, Ning Lin. However, on such a frigid day, during the apocalypse no less, wearing a skirt was one thing, but donning high heels seemed rather impractical. Ning Lin furrowed her brow as she looked at Xiao Yuan, questioning the identity of this woman. Why did her brother rush out at the mere mention of her name, eager to welcome the individual she brought? Although the supplies at the Eternal Fortress flowed endlessly, admitting a pregnant woman now would complicate matters considerably. Where would they procure items for a newborn? Ning Lin felt a surge of anger, her tone sharp as she spoke. Brother, shouldn't we have standards for accepting refugees? Are we to take in anyone and anything that others bring? And a pregnant woman at that. She can do nothing, and we would merely be supporting her. Upon hearing Ning Lin's words, Zhao Yuan's expression darkened immediately. Su Jia and Su Qian exchanged anxious glances. They were left with no alternatives. If they could not remain in the Eternal Fortress, a grim fate awaited them. Just as they were about to plead with Ning Lin, Ning Ju's voice cut through the tension. Shaolin, I have made my decision. Now go and execute it. Xiaoan and Qi Zheng gently restrained Ning Lin on either side, signaling her to remain silent, though they too felt uneasy about sheltering unknown individuals. With Ning Ju having spoken, further doubt seemed unnecessary. Brother, who is she? Why must you heed her wishes to take them in? Ning Lin was incensed, stamping her foot as she glared at Zhao Yuan, her eyes brimming with hostility. In Ning Ju's heart, he recognized that while his sister could be somewhat headstrong, she was fundamentally kind-hearted and innocent. Why, upon meeting Zhao Yuan, did she act like a prickly hedgehog, bristling defensively? You are speaking to Zhao Yuan, the owner of Lingyuan Supermarket. Do you have any objections? Ning Ju articulated slowly. Chapter 74. The blue capsule will surely become popular. Ning Ju had never mentioned Zhao Yuan's identity to them. Yet, upon hearing that she was the owner of Lingyuan Supermarket, expressions of disbelief washed over Ning Lin and her companions. The greatest asset of the Eternal Fortress was indeed Lingyuan Supermarket. Wasn't the proprietor from another world? How could she possibly be here? Ning Lin dismissed it, convinced that her brother was concocting excuses. Brother, are you joking? Is this your way of persuading us to accept her? Isn't that a bit childish? Zhao Yuan noted that Ning Lin appeared quite different from the gentle and lovely sister Ning Ju had described. Where was the gentleness? She was clearly confrontational. How could Ning Ju's own sister be embroiled in such rivalry? Just as Ning Ju prepared to clarify, Zhao Yuan interjected, If you wish to know who I am, it is quite simple. Come with me. Zhao Yuan stepped out of the villa and into the courtyard, with Ning Lin following closely in her high heels. When everyone arrived at the villa's backyard, Zhao Yuan stood still, motionless. Hey, you didn't bring us here just to breathe in the cold air, did you? Ning Lin said, a hint of annoyance in her voice. However, the next moment, an extravagant bus appeared in the courtyard. A space awakened. Xian was the first to react. As they beheld the mobile convenience store emblazoned on the bus, no one doubted Zhao Yuan's identity any longer. You truly are a supermarket owner? Qi Zheng stood on tiptoe to peer inside the bus, which was filled with food. Zhao Yuan turned to Ning Lin and inquired, May I arrange accommodations for these two friends? Regarding your concerns about the diet of the pregnant woman and the infant, rest assured. They shall not go hungry under my watch. Ning Lin, looking as if she were a firecracker extinguished, turned pale. You two follow me. The Su sisters exchanged glances at Zhao Yuan. Go ahead, they will not treat you harshly, Zhao Yuan assured them, and they followed Ning Lin out of the villa. I apologize, Xiao Lin is just overly concerned, Ning Ju quickly offered, noticing Zhao Yuan's displeasure. What can I say about your younger sister? Should I scold her for her narrow-mindedness? Zhao Yuan's first impression of Ning Lin was not favorable, yet even so, it could not hinder her business with Ning Ju. Stay for lunch. Did you not purchase a plethora of vegetables and meats to stock your space? We have been cooking for ourselves lately. Xiao Lin's cooking is quite good. You should sample her culinary skills. Ning Ju seemed eager to alleviate the tense atmosphere between Zhao Yuan and Ning Lin. Although Zhao Yuan was not swayed by such tactics, she did have some information she needed to relay to Ning Ju. At lunchtime, the dining room was occupied by 4 others besides Zhao Yuan, the Ning siblings, Xian and Qi Zheng. Despite not having awakened abilities, Xian and Qi Zheng were high-ranking officials within the Eternal Fortress. At the dining table, Zhao Yuan disregarded Ning Lin's aggrieved expression and shared what he had witnessed in the Shuanghe district. How many refugees has the Eternal Fortress taken in? Zhao Yuan inquired. 177, Xian replied. With the December attack on Shao Weima having failed, their attention is likely to shift elsewhere. So you must intensify your patrols and remain vigilant. Understood. We will be cautious, Ning Ju affirmed, then served Zhao Yuan a piece of meat. Witnessing this gesture, Ning Lin's lips twitched, and her expression grew increasingly grim. Once Zhao Yuan had detailed the appearance and abilities of December and her subordinates, he began to eat earnestly. Ning Lin's cooking was indeed decent, but it paled in comparison to that of the uncle in Li Jingyu's police station cafeteria. After hastily shoveling in a few bites, Xiao Yuan prepared to return to the supermarket. However, noticing Ning Lin's unfriendly gaze, he decided to exit the Eternal Fortress before using the command to return. Ning Ju, understanding her concerns, accompanied her down the mountain. Please analyze the professions they engaged in before the apocalypse. Perhaps some of them could be of use. After all, not all awakeners are multifaceted. As Ning Ju listened to Xiao Yuan's instructions, warmth filled her heart. When Xiao Yuan received intelligence from the Shuanghe district, her first thought was of the Eternal Fortress, which led Ning Ju to believe she held some significance in Xiao Yuan's mind. After bidding farewell to Ning Ju, Xiao Yuan softly uttered, "Open sesame." Upon seeing the familiar supermarket, Xiao Yuan felt as if she had stepped into another era. Each visit to the apocalypse felt akin to making a round in the halls of the underworld. Glancing at her watch, it was precisely 7 a.m. The supermarket was ready to open its doors. Children on their way to school eagerly rushed into the supermarket to buy breakfast, and after attending to a flurry of customers, Xiao Yuan took a moment to rest behind the counter. While it appeared she was merely resting, she was actually tallying the earnings from the past few days. In her space, 10 boxes lay stacked, 3 filled with gold bars, while the others contained various jewels. This haul was quite bountiful and would likely fetch a good price from Wang Xian. However, the most crucial item was not these treasures, but rather a light blue capsule that lay in the palm of her hand. This was a hemostatic capsule given to her by Guan Shanxue. She had casually taken one from the medicine box. For anyone experiencing severe hemorrhaging, consuming it could extend their life by 30 minutes. Such a drug was unheard of in Xinghua or even the entire world. Perhaps if given to Xin Yan, she could uncover its secrets. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yuan resolved to visit the newborn biotechnology laboratory. This was her first time in such a high-tech establishment. Upon hearing of her arrival, Xin Yan rushed to greet her, not even taking the time to remove her lab coat. "I have been researching trauma medications. This is the latest development." Xin Yan spoke a torrent of technical jargon, leaving Xiao Yuan somewhat bewildered. However, as she toured the laboratory, Xiao Yuan noticed that most of the staff were women, and it was evident that Xin Yan had made the lab her home, even setting up a folding bed in her office. "I am here to deliver this," Xiao Yuan said cautiously, holding out the capsule. "What kind of medicine is this?" Xin Yan adjusted her glasses for a closer examination. "I don't know its name, but it works wonders for patients with severe bleeding, stopping hemorrhaging swiftly and allowing for 30 minutes of rescue time." "This is impossible. I have never heard of such a miraculous drug, especially in capsule form." Xin Yan dismissed the notion of the blue capsule from a professional standpoint. Xiao Yuan reflected, "Sister, your experiences are still quite limited. In parallel worlds, with zombies and awakeners, what is so strange about a miraculous hemostatic capsule? You can analyze the capsule's composition and test its efficacy, if it proves to be as I described. Should you succeed in researching this type of capsule, the newborn biotechnology laboratory could gain worldwide recognition. Not just recognition, it could even win awards." Xin Yan accepted the capsule with a smile, though she remained skeptical of the capsule's extraordinary efficacy. Out of respect for Xiao Yuan, she decided to take it to the laboratory for testing. Upon arriving at the office, Xiao Yuan glanced over the reports. The laboratory was still in its nascent stage, and the acquisition of various equipment entailed a significant expenditure. She then transferred 50 million to Xin Yan before departing. Returning to the supermarket close to noon, Xiao Yuan frequently glanced towards the entrance, wondering when Li Zhengyu would arrive. She had been yearning for the meals he had been bringing over these past few days. Just as she was pondering, Li Zhengyu appeared at the supermarket entrance, carrying a lunchbox, precisely on time. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, one she had not encountered before. "Hello? Is this Miss Xiao Yuan?" "Yes, it is. May I ask who is calling?" "We are from the Nanyuan City television station. Recently, the Weichu Gallery has received high praise within the industry, and the social response has been quite favorable. We understand that you are the owner of the Weichu Gallery, and we would like to invite you to participate in an interview program." Having never been on television or taken part in an interview, Xiao Yuan instinctively thought to pass the opportunity to Wang Xian. "I lack experience in recording programs. You might consider interviewing Wang Xian from Qingshan Group instead, as he is also a gallery owner." "Miss Qiao, Mr. Wang will be present as a guest on the program, so we hope you will reconsider." With Wang Xian also attending, it would be rather inappropriate for her to decline. After contemplating for a few seconds, Xiao Yuan acquiesced. "All right. Please send me the details of the recording time and location, and I will be there, at the Nanyuan City television station." Producer Su Fong hung up the phone and turned to the person across from her. Zhao Zhao, do you think this is appropriate? Su Zhao Zhao tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Sister Su, isn't this meant to be a delightful surprise for her? Think about it. We will be live streaming. The daughter who was abducted will unknowingly meet her biological parents on the show. How shocking and moving that will be. The ratings will surely soar. Su Fong was persuaded by her words, given the current challenges in television programming, where viewership was increasingly encroached upon by online platforms. This idea of a reunion certainly held promise. Furthermore, with Qiao Yuan being a notable figure, the program's impact was likely to be substantial. Su Fong then sent the recording time and location details to Qiao Yuan. At the supermarket, Qiao Yuan sat across from Li Zhengyu, enjoying her meal when she noticed a text message on her phone and couldn't help but chuckle. What news has you smiling so broadly? Li Zhengyu inquired. Qiao Yuan lifted her phone to show him the message. Look, I'm scheduled to record a program at the television station tomorrow. My first time. I'm a bit excited. It seems your Weichu gallery is truly gaining traction. Indeed. Wang Xian told me today that 3 of Ning Zhu's paintings have been purchased by top collectors abroad. His work is likely to appreciate significantly in value. Additionally, the other 2 artists have also had their pieces featured in auctions. And the Painting Association awarded Yin Shao a Rising Star Award. Qiao Yuan felt a surge of joy, which enhanced her appetite. Today, she savored the braised beef and vermicelli with baby bok choy Li Zhengyu had brought. She finished her meal in just half an hour. Oh, how I have missed the food from our cafeteria's uncle these past few days. These past few days? Haven't you only been away for 1 day? Are you a bit muddled? Li Zhengyu retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the shelf and, upon opening it, handed it to Qiao Yuan. Qiao Yuan chuckled lightly, acknowledging that amidst the busyness, one could indeed become muddled. Let us gather at the police station at 7 a.m. this Saturday. We shall set off then. No problem. After washing his lunchbox, Li Zhengyu cheerfully took the bag and headed to work, since he was to represent the gallery in a recording the following day. Considerations regarding attire were paramount. Returning to the same mall as before, Qiao Yuan once again opted for the fragrant offerings of Granny Xiang. The attendant, recalling this amiable customer, selected 3 casual outfits suitable for everyday wear, alongside a discreet yet elegant professional ensemble, perfect for appearing on television. With 4 bags in hand, Qiao Yuan prepared to exit the mall when, upon stepping out of the counter, she was enveloped by a refreshing fragrance. Noticing her curiosity, the attendant approached and explained. Miss Qiao, today on the 5th floor, we are hosting a launch event for our high-end fragrances, featuring renowned perfumers from across the nation. If you are interested, you should take a look. A perfume launch? That was a novelty for her. However, if there were perfumers present, perhaps they could evaluate the true worth of the original fragrance Su Jia had crafted for her. Temporarily leaving her garments at the counter, Qiao Yuan ascended to the 5th floor. There, in the central area, a temporary exhibition stand had been erected for the fragrances. Armed with the invitation from the counter manager, Qiao Yuan smoothly entered the venue and took her seat. The so-called product launch was, in essence, an assembly of professional perfumers and journalists, with the host introducing the new fragrances, followed by perfumers offering their critiques. The event concluded with a sampling segment, during which Qiao Yuan also received a small test vial. The fragrance is rather mediocre, she murmured under her breath, only to have her comment overheard by a nearby individual. And what gives you the authority to deem this fragrance mediocre? How well versed are you in the world of perfumes? What do you know of the ingredients? In the past, she would have hesitated to respond. However, this fragrance paled in comparison to the original essence Su Jia had bestowed upon her. Upon glancing up, Qiao Yuan noticed that the speaker was a man clad in a vintage-style national robe, possessing a delicate appearance and wielding a folding fan. The host, observing the unfolding scene, promptly interjected with an amiable smile. The fragrance you crafted is undoubtedly of international caliber. It is simply a matter of personal taste. This particular scent may not suit this young lady. Ah, so this individual was the perfumer behind the fragrance. It was no wonder he seemed displeased. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Qiao Yuan was about to offer an apology when he haughtily retorted, "My fragrance is not meant for everyone." This statement incited Qiao Yuan's ire. While she may not be an expert in perfumes, she was certain she possessed scents far more exquisite. Reaching into her pocket, she casually retrieved the essence Su Jia had gifted her. "I may lack knowledge of perfume components, but I can discern quality. This bottle in my hand is far more delightful than yours," Qiao Yuan proclaimed, thrusting the essence into his hands. Observing the crystal bottle, he unscrewed the cap and brought it close to his nose. Humph. Without any labels, the originally fluid conversation abruptly halted, her mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with surprise. Her body remained motionless, resembling a stone statue. What do you think? Is it not more fragrant than your perfume? Qiao Yuan inquired with a hint of pride. Regaining her composure, she quickly tightened the cap, cradling the crystal bottle as if it were a precious treasure. Where did you acquire this fragrance? Would you consider selling it to me? I'm willing to pay any price. The host was taken aback by her reaction, glancing towards the crystal bottle, wondering if it truly was some rare perfume. Observing the expression on her face, Qiao Yuan was nearly certain of the fragrance's worth. Selling it was out of the question. She still wished to pursue the perfume business. I'm sorry, but this was a gift from a friend, and it's for my personal collection, not for sale. Qiao Yuan reclaimed the fragrance and turned to leave. Wait. He stepped in front of her. Such a fragrance in your possession is of no value. You might as well sell it to me. I'll offer you 2 million. He scrutinized Qiao Yuan. You may not earn 2 million in your entire life. Who do you think you're looking down on? Qiao Yuan retorted, I can make 2 million in a single day. With a scoff, she added, people like you from the lower classes must be making baseless boasts. How about 5 million? Although unfamiliar with many things, Qiao Yuan could tell he was a rich second-generation heir, exuding an innate superiority likely inherited from birth. I said I want to sell. She forcefully pushed him aside, attempting to exit the venue. Stumbling from the shove, he blocked her path. Are you really attempting to force a sale in broad daylight? Qiao Yuan scoffed. Their altercation attracted considerable attention, prompting the host to intervene quickly. Please, let us not cause a scene. This isn't Jingbei. His gaze burned with fury as he watched Qiao Yuan's retreating figure. No one had dared to confront him so boldly in all these years, even in Jingbei. Facing the 4 burly men, Qiao Yuan exhibited no signs of fear. They were merely a show of force. You may step aside. Upon receiving her command, the 4 bodyguards parted, allowing Qiao Yuan to exit the venue smoothly. She proceeded to the second-floor boutique, collected her clothing, and left the mall, entirely unaware of the powerful figure she had just crossed. Shaking off the host, she approached the bodyguard. Investigate that woman from earlier. I must acquire that fragrance. Understood. The host looked on, her eyes filled with concern. Why provoke anyone, let alone the infamous second-generation heir of Jingbei? I hope you managed to evade calamity. Chapter 76. You dare to criticize me? Qiao Yuan returned to the supermarket, elated with her new attire. For days, she had been like a little hamster, making small purchases, and her villa finally seemed to possess a semblance of liveliness. Upon entering the supermarket, she noticed a familiar figure. Nan Rongcheng? Qiao Yuan securely locked the door, just as Nan Rongcheng entered from behind the shelves. You're back, he remarked in a tone that seemed casual. Nearly a customary greeting. However, a closer look revealed the deep concern etched in his eyes. Qiao Yuan placed her clothes on the counter and replied, Indeed, I have returned. And I've even made a considerable profit, she said with an enigmatic air, quoting an old adage, Fortune favors the bold. Nan Rongcheng stepped forward, a hint of anxiety in his voice as he inquired, Did you encounter danger? Interpreting his concern as worry for her as a supplier and its potential impact on the Qianling Group, Qiao Yuan prepared a cappuccino for him and an iced Americano for herself. Seated at the counter, she recounted her recent experiences at the Sheer District shelter in detail. It appears that the Ghost Society truly operates under higher orders, Nan Rongcheng scoffed. You must exercise caution. Afterward, Qiao Yuan informed him of the abilities of December and his subordinates. I'll grab some rice bowls and head back, instructing them to be vigilant. Nodding like a chick pecking at grain, Qiao Yuan said, I'll help you pack. As evening fell and the supermarket closed, Qiao Yuan chose not to return home, but instead drove to the Qingfeng restaurant. Both the restaurant and the adjacent bar were undergoing renovations, with the construction team working efficiently. The establishment was beginning to take shape. Boss, at this pace, we should be ready to open in a week, Do Long said, rubbing his hands with excitement. Qiao Yuan pondered briefly. The chef needs to sign a confidentiality agreement. Our recipes must remain undisclosed. Additionally, we could offer the chef a share in the business. Understood. He replied eagerly. We should also set higher prices and not hesitate to spend initially to invite some influencers to review the restaurant, boosting its visibility. Do Long diligently noted everything Qiao Yuan said in his little notebook. This time, he intended to make a significant impact. On her way home, Xiao Yuan contemplated enlisting Wang Xian's assistance for the grand opening. She did not plan to adopt a populist approach for Qifeng restaurant. Rather, she aspired for a grand debut that would attract wealthy patrons eager to discover unique culinary offerings unavailable elsewhere. Upon returning to her villa, Xiao Yuan meticulously examined the rewards from the recent upgrade mission, including a mystery box. The so-called broken mirror reunited turned out to be an actual mirror. She casually tore some sticky notes from the table and placed the fragments onto the mirror. Remarkably, within seconds, the torn pieces began to shift and gradually reassemble until they formed a complete sticky note once more. Inspecting it closely, she found no trace of damage. She then experimented with a cup, clothing, and larger items, discovering that smaller objects could simply be placed on the mirror. If an item exceeded the mirror's dimensions, it would be absorbed, only to be ejected intact upon retrieval. As for the branch store, she had yet to decipher its workings. System? How does one establish a branch? The host must select a suitable geographical location and silently wish for the branch store to appear. Do I need to find a storefront? Not necessary. An open space will suffice. In the apocalypse, is it feasible to open a supermarket? Indeed. What if someone, envious, attempts to rob it? The system possesses an automatic protection mechanism. Awakened individuals entering the supermarket are unable to utilize their abilities, save for the owner. Well, Xiao Yuan joyfully swung her legs while lounging on the sofa. Is it not remarkable to operate a supermarket in such dire times, especially when I hold the reins? As Xiao Yuan reveled in her delight, not far away at Wang Xian's residence, Li Hua received a call from Su Zhao Zhao. What did you say? Xiao Yuan's background is so extraordinary. Very well, I shall certainly watch the live stream tomorrow afternoon. After hanging up, Wang Qing Yao, clad in a bathrobe, entered the bedroom. Xiao Yuan. You know Xiao Yuan as well. Li Hua shot an exasperated glance at her husband, chiding him for his indifference towards their son's affairs. He has taken a liking to that girl named Xiao Yuan. Wang Qingyao pondered briefly, so what? As long as Wang Xian is fond of her. Her family background is of no concern. Li Hua poked his forehead with her finger, exclaiming, You. Such a clueless father. The last time I invited her for dinner, she casually gifted me a pair of emerald earrings. Pray tell, where did she acquire such treasures? A girl who lacks self-respect and virtue cannot enter our Wang family's doors. Wang Qing Yao lay back down, asserting, Do not worry. Our children will have their own fortune. Leaning against the bedside, Li Hua's thoughts grew increasingly troubling. No, I must visit Xiao Yuan tomorrow to clarify matters. After a night of sweet dreams, Xiao Yuan awoke feeling particularly refreshed. It was Friday. Once she completed her tasks today, she could join Li Zhengyu and others for team building on Saturday. The television station required her presence for a program recording at 3 p.m., necessitating makeup and styling. While waiting for Li Zhengyu to bring lunch, Xiao Yuan idly contemplated how to utilize the remaining 3 cards. She began doodling on a scrap of paper. To her surprise, you can draw? Xiao Yuan looked up to see the elegant and affluent Li Hua. Auntie, what brings you here? A lady of her stature would not venture to her supermarket merely for shopping. Li Hua strolled through the supermarket, noting its orderly arrangement. Yet she was well aware of how much profit a supermarket could yield. Upon returning to the counter, Li Hua placed a jewelry box on the table. The gift you presented last time was far too extravagant for me to accept. Xiao Yuan responded with an "Oh" and promptly pocketed the jewelry box. Refusing it would be suitable. I could sell it to Wang Xian. How many supplies could a million purchase? How many lives could it save? Offering it to you would be a waste. Seeing Xiao Yuan's unceremonious demeanor, Li Hua's expression could no longer maintain its composure. Such dubious gifts should not be given. Who knows what they were exchanged for? If Xiao Yuan had not yet grasped Li Hua's insinuation, she must be quite naive. Once or twice, I might have tolerated you out of respect for our elders, but today you have overstepped your boundaries. What do you mean by that? Speak plainly, and do not waste my time. Li Hua lifted her chin defiantly, asserting, What I mean is that you should cease your pursuit of Wang Xian. You, a mere country bumpkin, are unworthy of him. Although you possess wealth, I wonder if it was truly earned through your own merit? We are all women here. There is no need for me to engage in this farcical banter with you. I have encountered many girls like you, who latch onto a few local tycoons, disguise themselves as affluent beauties, and then attempt to seduce young heirs, hoping for a meteoric rise. Dream on. You are tainted both inside and out. It is utterly repulsive. Chapter 77. Dealing with your mother. Xiao Yuan was bewildered. Was she out of her mind? Had she forgotten her medication? How dare you speak to me that way? She retorted. If it weren't for Wang Xian facilitating your gallery's operations, would you have amassed such wealth? Li Hua sneered. All I need to do is sever his ties with you, and we shall see how you maintain your facade. Are you certain you can prevent him from collaborating with me? Xiao Yuan responded, anger morphing into mockery. You would do well to call him right now and inquire about his intentions. Should he agree, I have no objections. Xiao Yuan was unaware of the profits Wang Xian had garnered through her, but merely from the jewelry auctioned, it was likely enough to sustain him for a lifetime. Li Hua smirked. My son is beyond my control. She retrieved her phone and dialed Wang Xian in front of Xiao Yuan. Hello, son. You must withdraw from the gallery today and sever all ties with Xiao Yuan. Yes, I am at the Ling Yuan supermarket. Whatever Wang Xian said seemed to elevate Li Hua's voice considerably. Come here now. It is imperative we clarify this matter. I disapprove of associating with such dubious characters. After hanging up, Li Hua glared at Xiao Yuan, out of breath. It is all your fault that Wang Xian has grown distant. You even dared to say I was meddling. It was unclear how fast Wang Xian had driven, but he arrived at the Ling Yuan supermarket in under half an hour. Upon spotting him parking outside, Li Hua felt an unexpected surge of confidence. Just wait and see, even if Wang Xian truly favors you. I will never allow you to join our family. Xiao Yuan shrugged her shoulders in disbelief. Am I so starved for attention that I would wish to marry your son? Wang Xian parked the car and rushed into the supermarket. Upon seeing his mother's furious expression and Xiao Yuan's indifferent demeanor, he was at a loss. He cautiously addressed his mother. Mom, why didn't you inform me that you were coming to Ling Yuan supermarket? What? Must I report my whereabouts to you? Li Hua retorted sharply. You arrived at a perfect time. Let us clarify matters here today. I do not wish for you to have any further dealings with this woman. Whether in life or in work, it is best you cut all contact. Wang Xian was taken aback, quickly apologizing to Xiao Yuan. I'm sorry. My mother may not fully grasp the situation. Please do not take offense. I will explain everything to her. Li Hua was infuriated, after only a couple of remarks. Wang Xian had the audacity to turn his back on her. Did he no longer regard her as his mother? Wang Xian, what is it that you see in her? Are you aware of her biological parents? Before Li Hua could finish her sentence, Wang Xian seized her and headed outside, turning back to Xiao Yuan as he walked, saying, I apologize. I will resolve this matter. Observing the young master ushering his wife into the car, Li Hua's driver decided to follow closely behind. As soon as the car door closed, Li Hua began her tirade. Wang Xian, what on earth are you thinking? She is nothing but an uncultured wild girl. What do you find appealing about her? You're even going through the trouble of opening a gallery for her. It seems you've lost your mind. Wang Xian was seething with anger. He was aware that Li Hua disapproved of Xiao Yuan, but he never imagined she would confront him. He had no idea how much effort it would take to shift her prejudice against him. Mother, you only know about me opening the gallery. But do you understand where the artworks come from? They are all from artists signed by Xiao Yuan, and collectors are clamoring to purchase those pieces. Just yesterday, Ningju Spring of the Mountain sold for over 3 million. Li Hua was momentarily speechless, realizing this was far from what she had anticipated. The more Wang Xian ruminated, the angrier he became. He disregarded driving and parked the car by the roadside. I was going to open a gallery anyway. Xiao Yuan possesses the resources of artists. We are partners. Let us set the gallery aside for now. Do you know how many jewels she has sold me in recent days? Just a few days ago, she brought me a box of jewels, and after Uncle Fong appraised them, he told me they could fetch at least 5 billion at auction. As the wife of the president of Qingshan Group, Li Hua had seen her fair share of wealth, but even she could not casually handle jewels worth billions. Where did she acquire so many jewels? Aren't they gifts from others? Wang Xian scoffed. How many people in the country could afford to bestow a woman jewels worth over 10 billion? Moreover, even Uncle Fong remarked that he had never encountered such jewels, which had not circulated through any auction houses or jewelers worldwide. Xiao Yuan never haggled over prices. She consistently sold at fair market value. In recent days, just from the low-priced jewels she sold me, Qishan Pawnshop earned 8 billion. Mother, if she were merely after my money, she could easily take these items to another auction house and be treated like royalty. Do you really think she is interested in my wealth? At this point, Wang Xian chuckled bitterly. Xiao Yuan is simply lazy. She has grown accustomed to collaborating with me. Now that you have meddled, I am at a loss for how to explain this to her. Li Hua could not fathom that Xiao Yuan possessed such influence. Had she indeed underestimated her? But how could someone with such a background possibly achieve this? Do you know her background? Perhaps she is merely a kept woman of some powerful figure, she scoffed. I mentioned this to your father, and he said I was creating trouble for myself. Seeing that Li Hua remained unyielding, intent on tarnishing Xiao Yuan's reputation, Wang Xin could no longer contain his frustration. Mother, if she were that kind of person, would she be running a small convenience store across from the school? If she were that kind of person, would Jingyu have any affection for her? Li Hua unexpectedly looked up. Does Li Jingyu like her? Wang Xin felt overwhelmed. Yes, Li Jingyu likes her, and so do I. Yet, it is evident that Xiao Yuan holds no interest in me. From now on, please refrain from meddling in our affairs. Wang Xin felt utterly drained, as though trying to communicate with his mother was akin to striking a fist into cotton, entirely futile. At that moment, Xiao Yuan was eating the meal Li Jingyu had delivered, but her mind was elsewhere. The two remarks Li Hua made earlier had sparked some doubts within her. The wild child from the countryside, biological parents. Her household registration was in Nanyuan City, not in the rural area. Coupled with Li Hua's mention of biological parents, she began to question her own origins. Did she know who her biological parents were? What secrets lay hidden from her? Moreover, since that day when Li Zerong and Jiang Maoshan caused a scene in the gallery, they had not reappeared, which seemed quite unreasonable. Xiao Yuan sensed that a conspiracy awaited her, yet she had yet to grasp its intricacies. What's the matter? Is the food unappetizing? Li Jingyu noticed her unusual demeanor. No, it's delicious. I'm just a bit nervous about recording the program at the television station later. Xiao Yuan chuckled lightly. When the topic of the program arose, Li Jingyu inquired curiously, I rushed out yesterday afternoon and didn't get to ask you, what program is it? It's an interview program about the gallery. Wang Xin is going too. It would be inappropriate for me not to attend, Xiao Yuan replied. At Nanyuan television station, perhaps you might run into Su Zhaozhao. She's a host there. An elusive thought flickered in Xiao Yuan's mind, but she failed to seize it. Chapter 78, a live face-slapping after lunch. Xiao Yuan changed her clothes and prepared to head to the television station. The warehouse door creaked open. Nan Rongchengyan arrived punctually, traversing through the shelves until his gaze met Xiao Yuan's, revealing a hint of surprise. Today, Xiao Yuan donned a blue gradient casual suit. Though she had yet to style her hair or apply makeup, her overall aura had risen significantly. You look quite different today, he complimented, which was a considerable praise from Nan Rongchengyan. Xiao Yuan brushed it off, stating, I'm heading to the television station to record a program. Feel free to take whatever you need from the shop. Recording a program? Nan Rongchengyan began to ponder Xiao Yuan's identity. Could it be that in this world, supermarket owners are all celebrities? Xiao Yuan locked up the supermarket, leaving Nan Rongchengyan behind. She arrived at the television station precisely at 3 p.m. An assistant came out to greet her, leading her to the makeup room. Am I the only one getting makeup done? Where's Wang Xin? Where's everyone? Xiao Yuan surveyed the empty makeup room. The young assistant smiled and explained, we all have individual rooms here. Xiao Yuan intended to ask more, but the makeup artist had already begun her work. The meticulous makeup artist from the television station took over 2 hours to perfect both the makeup and hairstyle, leaving Xiao Yuan almost sore from sitting. Finally, having completed the last step, she hurried to the restroom. Inside, she found it empty. But just as she finished and was about to open the door, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Don't worry, just follow my lead, and Xiao Yuan will undoubtedly acknowledge you. Xiao Yuan froze for a moment. In the next instant, she heard the obsequious voice of Li Chuirong. Thank you so much. Without your help, this endeavor to find my daughter would not have gone so smoothly. In front of so many viewers and netizens, she dared not refuse. Indeed. It is thanks to your suggestion. The voices gradually faded away, and after a while, Xiao Yuan emerged from the restroom. So that is how it is. No wonder Wang Xion's mother knew about my background, and no wonder the television station suddenly invited me to participate in the show. Su Zhaozhao, how cunning of you. If you insist on playing the fool, then do not blame me for being unkind. Xiao Yuan took out her phone and called Li Zhengyu. Make sure to watch the live broadcast on Nanyuan television. Something feels amiss. Li Zhengyu, perplexed by Xiao Yuan's words, responded, what is going on? Just watch the broadcast. I hope I'm overthinking this. After hanging up, Xiao Yuan nonchalantly returned to the makeup room to await the recording. At 6 in the evening, her assistant came to escort her. Miss Xiao, please follow me to the studio. We are about to begin recording. Xiao Yuan, clutching the frog whistle at her chest, smirked coldly, just wait. Following the assistant through a maze of corridors, they finally arrived at the studio. Before the assistant could open the door, Xiao Yuan heard a cacophony from within. She feigned confusion and asked, Isn't this a talk show? Why are there so many audience members? The assistant chuckled awkwardly and explained. That's the pre-recorded laughter of the audience. We were just testing the sound. Oh, Xiao Yuan nodded, her dark gaze making the assistant uneasy. You may go in now. The host is waiting for you. With that, the assistant turned and fled. Xiao Yuan pushed the door open and stepped into the studio, where she was surrounded by heavy curtains that obscured the outside. The most touching moment was about to unfold. How many 22 years does one have in life? Filled with regrets and tears of remorse? We hope that today, the uncles and aunts can have their wishes fulfilled. Su Xiaoxiao spoke passionately, her voice tinged with emotion. Suddenly, the gauzy curtain hanging in midair fell away, revealing Xiao Yuan before everyone. Only then did she realize that at least 100 audience members were seated in the studio, with several special guests at the front. On stage stood 3 individuals, Su Xiaoxiao, Jiang Maosheng, and Li Chuirong. Everyone, including the cameras, turned their attention toward her, holding the script. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a wave of unease. Xiao Yuan's reaction appeared rather peculiar. There was no sign of anger, shame, or fear. Her tranquil eyes seemed to possess a foreknowledge of the events about to unfold. Noticing Xiao Yuan's lack of response, Su Xiaoxiao quickly approached her. Miss Xiao, this surprise has been meticulously prepared by our production team, hence the absence of prior notice. For the past 22 years, your biological parents have eagerly awaited your return home. Jiang Maosheng, supporting Li Chuirong, approached Xiao Yuan step by step. Tiandi, mother has missed you dearly, and I am so sorry. Li Chuirong lamented, her dramatic flair on full display. For all these years since you were abducted, your mother has wept daily. Her tears now run dry. The deeply moving scene prompted the audience to lower their heads and wipe away their tears, while several guests were visibly moved, their eyes glistening. Meanwhile, far away in the Shuangta District's Criminal Investigation Unit, Li Zhongyu trembled while gazing at his phone. Su Xiaoxiao had orchestrated such an elaborate ruse for Xiao Yuan. We must understand, Xiao Yuan is undoubtedly overwhelmed with emotion and currently unable to process this revelation. Today, as she meets her biological parents, what words do you wish to share? Su Xiaoxiao handed the microphone to Xiao Yuan, her eyes gleaming with unrestrained satisfaction. All right, very well. Xiao Yuan's gaze drifted past Su Xiaoxiao, landing on Li Chuirong just a meter away. Before she concealed a frog whistle in her palm and gently blew into it, Li Chuirong suddenly found her mind blank, forgetting all she had intended to say. Was your daughter sold into human trafficking? Xiao Yuan finally spoke, her voice chillingly calm. Su Xiaoxiao caught a glimpse of Li Chuirong taking a step back. No, Li Chuirong's words were abruptly interrupted by Jiang Maosheng. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yuan took 2 steps forward, closing the distance to Li Chuirong. How did your daughter leave home? I sold Tiandi to a trafficker with her father. They gave us 2,000 yuan. They said a child of 3 is too old to sell. Had I known, I would have sold her right after she was born. Li Chuirong's confession sparked gasps from the audience, marking an unprecedented twist in the show. In truth, Su Xiaoxiao was equally flustered. This was not how the plan was meant to unfold. Why did you sell your daughter? Xiao Yuan had now positioned herself directly in front of Li Chuirong. Jiang Maosheng attempted to restrain Li Chuirong from speaking further, but after glancing at Xiao Yuan, he found himself powerless to intervene. Who told you to have a daughter? I've already given birth to 3 girls, and the villagers gossip incessantly. Every time I see her, I feel annoyed. I threw her into the river, only for the eldest to rescue her. Ugh, she is just a burden. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan nearly lost her composure. Filled with a desire to strike her, she had always known her parents were distant, but never had she imagined their detachment could be so profound. At this juncture, the show had spiraled out of control, and with Su Xiaoxiao having chosen to broadcast it live across the internet, hundreds of thousands were now witnessing the unfolding drama. Oh, why have you come to seek your family? Li Chuirong's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, and her speech grew increasingly slow. I saw her on television. She is wealthy. Our home is barely making ends meet. Shouldn't she help us? Her brother is about to enter a relationship. How can he do that without money? Xiao Yuan chuckled. Host, this is precisely what I wish to convey to them. Are you satisfied? At that moment, the broadcast room descended into chaos. Producer Su Fong, witnessing the barrage of comments across various platforms, became flustered. How shameless can this family be, attempting to find their biological daughter to exploit her? What a ridiculous show. Did they even obtain the girl's consent? This is an invasion of privacy. They sold their own child and still have the audacity to return seeking her. Can the production team please act with some decency? The show is nothing short of a human trafficking conspiracy. The host is utterly repulsive, presenting a so-called surprise that is merely a fright. Su Fong gritted her teeth. Cut the live broadcast. Quickly. Chapter 79, A Warning. Do not provoke me again. Su Zhao was taken aback when Xiao Yuan suddenly spoke to her, leaving her at a loss for words. Aye. After 10 minutes had passed, Li Chuirong's legs felt weak as she regained her senses, recalling the words she had just spoken. Her father, I don't know what has come over me. Jiang Maosheng instinctively raised his hand, but remembering they were filming, he forcibly restrained his arm. You worthless fool. Xiao Yuan turned the tables, stepping onto the stage and sitting on the sofa. Miss Host, may I inquire what comes next? Should I call the police? If I recall correctly, parents who sell their children face imprisonment. Su Zhao was now in a panic. She had never anticipated that Jiang Maosheng and Li Chuirong would sell their own daughter. She merely intended for Xiao Yuan to acknowledge her parents on the show, so that her cousin and Zheng Yu would understand the shortcomings of her family and thus lose interest in her. The invited guests exchanged glances, their previously prepared sentimental remarks now resembling a mere farce. The atmosphere in the studio fell into a deathly silence. Su Fong rushed from the broadcast room into the recording studio. Miss Qiao, I apologize. We failed to conduct a thorough investigation. It was a lapse in our work. Su Zhao. Apologize to Miss Qiao at once. Su Zhao, having never experienced such humiliation, pursed her lips, tears welling in her eyes. There is no need for an apology. When the police arrive, you can discuss it with them. Xiao Yuan raised her phone. I am a psychological consultant for the criminal investigation team of the Shuangda district. I have already notified my colleagues. Upon hearing that the police were coming, Li Chuirong and Jiang Maosheng trembled like leaves. Tiandi, how could you call the police? We are family. You cannot do this. Your mother has become confused. What she said earlier was not true. Do not take it seriously. Listening to their words made Xiao Yuan feel nauseated. Li Zhengyu, witnessing the live broadcast take an unexpected turn, just so happened to receive a distress message from Xiao Yuan. He drove his subordinates towards the television station, pondering repeatedly how helpless Xiao Yuan must have felt standing on that stage. If it weren't for his hypnotic abilities, he could scarcely imagine how that couple would have thoroughly consumed her. Fortunately, Xiao Yuan believed in me, and I had watched her live broadcast. Otherwise, the extent of her suffering would have been unimaginable. Upon arriving at the recording studio, he found the producer had already dismissed the audience and guests. In the now desolate studio, Xiao Yuan sat alone in a corner, her expression unreadable. Brother Jingyu, Su Zhao looked at Li Jingyu with a sense of grievance, ready to pour out her woes, only to notice he didn't even spare her a glance. She dashed straight to Xiao Yuan's side. Are you all right? Li Jingyu exchanged glances with Xiao Yuan and noticed her unusual calmness. Xiao Yuan shook her head, expressing her gratitude for his late-night duty. After the police colleagues briefly assessed the situation, they took Jiang Maosheng and Li Cuihong into custody. Are they truly your biological parents? Li Jingyu asked, struggling to articulate the question. More or less, Xiao Yuan replied candidly, unperturbed by the subject. As Li Jingyu had already investigated her background and was aware she had been adopted. Let us go. I'll take you home. As they passed Su Zhao out, Xiao Yuan cast a meaningful glance at her. Miss Su, it would be prudent to notify me in advance should such surprises arise again. How was I to know? Su Zhao retorted, silenced by Li Jingyu's glare. After returning Jiang Maosheng and Li Cuihong to the police station, Xiao Yuan had to recuse herself due to familial ties. However, Li Jingyu informed her that cases like this generally carried a minimum sentence of 5 years. 5 years, truly a lenient punishment for them. That night, Xiao Yuan returned to the supermarket, leaving a note on the warehouse door for Nan Rongqing and Ning Zhu to collect, and retrieved a mountaineering backpack along with some clothing from the outdoor rack. Tomorrow was Saturday, the day they had scheduled for team building with the police force. Ding. The 10th task has been released. Please gather 20 sincere thank yous within 3 days. Xiao Yuan momentarily lost focus. The system tasks were becoming increasingly arduous, 20 genuine expressions of gratitude in 3 days. As she drove back to her villa, she noticed someone standing at her doorstep from a distance. Judging by the figure, it was likely Wang Xian. Once the car came to a halt, Wang Xian hurried over. Visibly anxious, after several seconds of awkwardness, he bowed deeply to Xiao Yuan. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Xiao Yuan understood that Wang Xian was unaware of the circumstances, yet Su Zhao and Li Hua's schemes against her were inextricably linked to him. This isn't your fault. She replied, her heart still aflame. Anyone would be enraged in her situation. I never imagined Zhao Zhao would resort to such actions. She must have lost her mind. Wang Xian, do I appear to have a particularly good temper? Xiao Yuan suddenly posed this question. Yes, quite good, he stammered. Xiao Yuan beckoned him closer. Go back and tell Su Zhao Zhao and your mother, should they provoke me again, I will make them regret it for a lifetime. I am not jesting. Wang Xian was startled by Xiao Yuan's piercing gaze, which seemed capable of taking a life. Rest assured, they will not provoke you again. Our business will continue. He sighed in relief, realizing that the continuity of their business indicated she had not lost faith in him. A meeting always carries a semblance of affection. As long as they have opportunities to meet, he could potentially reshape his image in her eyes. But remember, we are merely business partners. I harbor no romantic feelings for you, and I am indifferent to the wealth of your family in Nanyuan City. Take care of your mother and sister. That is my bottom line. The light in Wang Xian's eyes dimmed instantly, and he nodded silently. After watching Xiao Yuan enter, he returned home in a daze. As soon as he stepped through the door, Wang Qingyao glanced behind him, his expression darkening. Did you not invite anyone home? Wang Xian forced a smile, replying. Invite them home. It would be a blessing if they didn't beat me up. Sitting on the sofa, Li Hua dismissed the matter lightly. Believing Zhao Zhao's intentions were innocent, unaware of the deeper context of past events, Wang Qingyao looked at his self-satisfied wife with skepticism. Do you think she is a fool? And you, why did you go to the supermarket to seek her out? Did Su Zhao Zhao not inform you about this? I find that hard to believe. Wang Xian recalled Xiao Yuan's warning, which seemed to involve his mother as well, indicating that she was likely informed. Mom, could you please refrain from causing trouble? Do you have any idea how angry Xiao Yuan is? Angry? I'm the one who is angry. I merely told her not to seduce you, Li Hua exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation. I just don't want that wild child entering our Wang family. What wrong have I done? Wang Xian's tightly clenched fists relaxed as he looked at his mother with a bitter smile. Mom, she doesn't even regard me. After speaking, he ascended the stairs, his dejected figure trailing behind. She doesn't regard my son? My son is exceptional, Li Hua protested vehemently. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyao reminisced about the poised girl from the birthday banquet, feeling a sense of regret. If such a girl could marry Wang Xian, it would be a tremendous advantage for their future. In Nanyuan City, at number 1 Wangjiang Pavilion, Su Zhao Zhao lay on her bed, tears soaking her pillow. Su Guangjuan sat beside her, gently stroking her hair. Zhao Zhao, please don't cry. Your tears are breaking my heart. Dad, I've been suspended by the television station. She sobbed uncontrollably. Beside Su Guangjuan stood a refined middle-aged woman, resembling Li Hua to some degree. Who has wronged you? Tell us, and we will stand up for you, Li Qing said, unable to bear seeing her precious daughter in distress. It's that Xiao Yuan. She schemed against me, Su Zhao Zhao gasped between sobs, recounting the incident in fragmented detail, albeit a polished version. What? At such a tender age, her thoughts are surprisingly devious. In her pursuit of Li Jingyu, she has devised such a considerable trap for you to fall into. Li Qing's eyes reddened with anger. Chapter 80. Visiting teachers at home. Xiao Yuan tossed and turned in bed until midnight before finally drifting into a restless slumber. Yet, before dawn, she awoke. With 2 hours remaining until the team-building event mentioned by Li Jingyu, Xiao Yuan found sleep elusive and decided to venture out for a run. The villa district featured dedicated running paths, where she encountered Wang Xian. Up this early? Wang Xian remarked, aware that Xiao Yuan was not accustomed to morning runs. I'm a bit sleepless, she replied, yawning as she ran. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a pang of guilt. Assuming Xiao Yuan was still upset about yesterday's incident. Just as he was about to apologize, Xiao Yuan said, I have some gold bars I intend to sell. I'll reach out to you after the team building. Ah, great. Thank you for still believing in me. Received sincere gratitude from Wang Xian. The system's voice abruptly chimed in, prompting Xiao Yuan to halt her pace. Well, it seems this task might not be as challenging as I thought. Wang Xian looked at her in surprise, noticing an odd glint in her eyes, reminiscent of a wildcat spotting its prey. Wang Xian, the jewelry I gave you, many of them have gone to auction. You must have profited quite a bit, haven't you? Yes, indeed. Xiao Yuan lifted her chin, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Then shouldn't you express your thanks? Ah? Wang Xian was befuddled, yet he felt compelled to acknowledge her. Thank you. Silence ensued. Still silent. Had Wang Xian's gratitude lacked sincerity? Xiao Yuan felt indignant. System, why didn't the gratitude count? You cannot repeatedly solicit sincere gratitude from one individual. Darn it. Qiao Yuan punched the air in frustration, startling Wang Xian, whose heart raced. After 2 more attempts, Wang Xian's gratitude remained unrecognized, and Qiao Yuan resigned herself to this reality. At 7 a.m., Qiao Yuan arrived punctually at the police station's entrance. 2 large buses were parked outside, and as Li Jingyu spotted her, he quickly approached and effortlessly removed the mountain pack from her back. Let us go. Board the bus. The vehicle was filled with people, and Li Jingyu stowed her pack in the luggage compartment, allowing Qiao Yuan to sit by the window. How long until we arrive? She leaned back in her seat, planning to catch up on sleep. We're heading to Fengcheng in Xianglin City. Although it's not far, the entire route is mountainous, which will likely take 4 to 5 hours. The thought of the winding roads made Qiao Yuan feel queasy, as she was prone to motion sickness. It seemed Li Jingyu had anticipated this, as he produced a bottle of motion sickness medication from his pocket. Take this 30 minutes beforehand. It's just right. Thank you. Qiao Yuan accepted it. Wait a moment. After helping Li Jingyu solve so many cases, isn't a simple thank you warranted? Haven't I been quite helpful to the police lately? Indeed, thanks to you, our case resolution rate has improved. Then, shouldn't you say something to me? Qiao Yuan looked at him with eager anticipation. Li Jingyu pondered carefully before slowly speaking. When we return, I will speak to the director about increasing your salary. Oh. Qiao Yuan sighed. No, there's no need for a raise. I merely require a verbal acknowledgement. Qiao Yuan believed she had conveyed her point clearly. Little did she expect Li Jingyu to slap his forehead and exclaim, right. I'll apply for a 3rd-class merit award for you. What a thick-headed fool. Qiao Yuan fumed, her frustration boiling over. No, I mean it. She fixed her gaze on Li Jingyu, emphasizing, when I say a verbal acknowledgement, out of courtesy, what should you say to me? Thank you? Receive Li Jingyu's sincere gratitude 1. There we go. Qiao Yuan's expression softened, while Li Jingyu, seated beside her, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that a girl's thoughts are indeed difficult to decipher. The 5-hour journey included rest stops. Qiao Yuan darted around like a spinning top, fetching water for the older police officers, handing tissues to female colleagues, purchasing water for the driver, and even insisting on picking up bottles for an elderly woman scavenging by the roadside. Chen Qi, hidden in the shade of the bus, observed her captain. Captain, what is up with Qiao Yuan today? She insisted on helping me unscrew a water bottle and even asked me to thank her. Who knows? Li Jingyu shrugged. As noon approached, the police team finally arrived at Jinshuke Town, a subordinate area of Fengcheng County. Surrounded by mountains, the scenery was stunning, with wisps of smoke rising from the scattered mountain villages. Since it was the weekend and students were on break, they stayed in the school dormitory, where the teachers had already prepared the rooms early in the morning. This was Qiao Yuan's first visit to a mountain village. She wandered around the school, which was quite small, with only 6 rudimentary classrooms, some of which had leaky windows. It was no wonder that Li Jingyu and his team came to such places for charity. The conditions were indeed challenging. Hey, you stepped on my paper airplane. A child's voice suddenly piped up, startling Qiao Yuan. Looking down, she saw a brightly colored paper airplane beneath her feet and not far away. A little girl timidly hid in the corner. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, Qiao Yuan said, picking up the paper airplane and hurriedly brushing off the dirt, attempting to restore it to its original state. Here you go. If you think this is dirty, I can help you fold a new one, all right? The little girl took the paper airplane and replied, Thank you, sister, but I don't want a new one. As soon as her innocent voice faded, a system notification appeared. Received with sincere gratitude 1. It turned out her name was Duo. Watching the little girl skip away, Qiao Yuan smiled. After a morning of tireless effort, she had garnered 18 expressions of gratitude. It seemed she could complete her task in a single day. Upon returning to the dormitory, she received a notification to head to the cafeteria for a meal. They would be dining on the same food as the local teachers and children. On the long cafeteria table, 2 large bowls were set out, one filled with stir-fried cabbage and vermicelli, and the other with a stew whose name she couldn't recall. As Qiao Yuan sat down after serving herself a meal, she noticed that the cafeteria was nearly empty, save for a little girl named Duo. Teacher, why isn't that girl going home for the holiday? Qiao Yuan inquired of the instructor beside her. The teacher glanced at Duo, who was engrossed in her meal, and sighed. Duo's father is adamantly insisting on her dropping out of school. I deliberately kept Duo here, hoping she could finish her lunch before I visit her home to see if I might persuade him. If she could accompany the teacher on this home visit, perhaps she would earn a heartfelt thank you in return. I'll go with you, teacher, Xiao Yuan replied. Turning around, she found Li Jingyu watching her intently. Can I join the home visit as well? Considering Xiao Yuan's commendable skills and her ability to hypnotize, he felt somewhat reassured, yet still harbored a hint of worry. I will accompany you both. After finishing their lunch, they, along with Teacher Feng, set off with Yu Duo towards Angshu village. Officer Qiao, thank you for coming all this way with me, Yu Duo expressed gratefully, harvesting Feng Chuanli's heartfelt gratitude. Hooray! Success! Xiao Yuan's face brightened with joy. This trip was not in vain. Angshu village was not far from the school. After traversing the mountainous path for over an hour, they finally glimpsed the village nestled amidst dense foliage. Sister, that's my home, Yu Duo said, tugging at Xiao Yuan's hand as she led the way. Following Yu Duo's gaze, Xiao Yuan noted that the girl's home was indeed rather dilapidated. A small earthen wall, barely taller than a person, enclosed a house made of crumbling bricks, devoid of windows. In the center of the yard sat a man smoking, who, upon hearing Yu Duo's voice, looked up and bellowed. You little brat, you finally remember to come back. Hurry up and cook. Do you want your father to starve? At the sound of his voice, Yu Duo immediately released Xiao Yuan's hand and hurried into the yard. Dad, I'll cook right away, I promise. Please don't be angry. Chapter 81. The mysterious note left by the madwoman. Watching Yu Duo's instinctive reaction, Xiao Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. It reminded her of her own childhood, when she too had to cook for her family. Although her grandfather had protected her, she lived in fear that if she did not contribute, even he might come to resent her. In that regard, she found herself strikingly similar to Yu Duo. As they stepped into the yard, Yu Duo was already preparing to light a fire for cooking. Teacher Feng approached Yu Donglai, saying, Donglai, Duo excels in her studies, and in a couple of years, she could surely gain admission to the county's top high school. Why insist on her dropping out? What use is education for a girl? In the end, she'll just marry someone else. Besides, if she goes to the county for junior high, who will take care of me? Yu Donglai's words were harsh, and Xiao Yuan endured her discomfort for quite some time. They were merely police officers engaging in a charitable endeavor and had no power to affect change. Moreover, intervening might make Duoduo's future even more challenging. Teacher Feng, with great patience, spent over 2 hours trying to persuade Yu Donglai, but he remained obstinate in refusing to allow Duo to continue her education. With no other recourse, they were left with no choice but to depart. Xiao Yuan experienced an indescribable sense of powerlessness, for even if she financially supported Yu Duo, her father would inevitably hinder her efforts. As she stepped out of the courtyard, a pained cry pierced the air. Turning back, she noticed a horrifying red mark appearing on Yu Duo's arm, while Yu Donglai, standing not far off, remained indifferent, lamenting, Alas, the girl has a scar. She won't fetch a good bride price in the future. Fury surged within Xiao Yuan, and she sprinted back into the courtyard, slipping on gloves unnoticed. She is your daughter. You don't even feel a twinge of compassion for her after this scalding? As she spoke, she struck Yu Donglai's shoulder forcefully. Hey, what business is it of yours concerning my daughter? Get lost. Yu Donglai stood up, posturing as if to strike her. In that moment, Li Jingyu rushed over, placing himself protectively in front of Xiao Yuan, brandishing his police badge. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? Instantly, Yu Donglai wilted, his tone shifting to one of obsequiousness. Oh, if I had known you were police, it would have been a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Xiao Yuan embraced Yu Duo, rolling up her sleeve to reveal blisters from the firewood burn. If left untreated, it could lead to severe repercussions. Without hesitation, she hoisted Yu Duo onto her back. Sister, if I go with you, I'll be beaten when I get home. The scalding tears cascaded down, seeping into Xiao Yuan's shoulder, burning with intensity. Do not fret. Leave it to me. You will never be harmed again. As they exited the courtyard, they encountered a disheveled woman, filthy and wild. She collided with Xiao Yuan and muttered incoherently before fleeing. Xiao Yuan's pupils constricted as she instinctively checked her pockets, remaining silent. Arriving at the clinic in Jinshuka town, Xiao Yuan treated Yu Duo's wounds, only then noticing the myriad of old scars adorning her body. Rather than escort her home, she brought her to her own room to rest. Alas, poor Duo. Her mother passed away early, and her father, an alcoholic, beats her when intoxicated. Sometimes, we feel an urge to eliminate that scoundrel of a father, lamented Teacher Feng, wiping tears from her eyes, suddenly aware of her own indiscretion. We were merely speaking out of anger. Officer, we would never knowingly break the law. Li Jingyu, fully aware of the situation, felt equally helpless. After ensuring Duo was settled, Qiao Yuan sought a secluded spot, reaching into her pocket to confirm her suspicions. Upon colliding with the madwoman at Yudonglai's doorstep, Qiao Yuan sensed something amiss. She pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, stained with crimson ink, upon which a hasty scrawl revealed itself. It appeared to be written impulsively after biting her finger. As she deciphered the words, her mind went blank, buzzing with disbelief, for the message was written in English. Please save me. How could a madwoman from a mountain village possibly know English? Li Jingyu, Qiao Yuan shouted across the playground. Immediately, Li Jingyu, who had been distributing public aid supplies, rushed over. Do you remember the madwoman we encountered at Yudonglai's door? This is the note she slipped into my pocket. Qiao Yuan pondered calmly for a few moments, ultimately arriving at a plausible explanation. He suspected she had been abducted. After gazing at the note for a while, Li Jingyu furrowed his brow, as years of experience as a detective suggested that Qiao Yuan's assertion was likely accurate. Today, it would be wise to refrain from any rash actions. Tomorrow, I shall accompany my colleagues to investigate. Very well. That evening, Qiao Yuan held Duo in her embrace as they drifted to sleep. Sister, I do not wish to return home. Is there any way for me to stay? Duo's voice emerged softly from within her arms. What does your father typically do? Qiao Yuan inquired. If he is not drinking, he goes into the mountains to forage for medicinal herbs. Those can be exchanged for money. Qiao Yuan lowered her gaze and asked, is foraging for herbs dangerous? It is indeed. Uncle Tian from next door went up the mountain once and never returned. He has yet to be found. Given this, it seemed rather normal for someone to occasionally disappear in the mountains. Contemplating this, Qiao Yuan tightened her embrace around Duo, reassuring her, do not worry. Sister will ensure you do not suffer. Holding Duo felt akin to cradling her younger self. The two drifted into slumber entwined in each other's warmth. The following morning, Qiao Yuan was awakened by the crowing of a rooster. Their agenda for the day included repairing desks and benches for the school, as well as organizing the extracurricular reading materials to create a reading corner. However, in the morning, Li Jingyu convened a meeting with the team, recounting the events surrounding the madwoman's note from the previous day. Leaving over 10 individuals at the school, Li Jingyu led the others towards Angshu village. Chenqi, how soon can our colleagues from the local police station arrive? Li Jingyu queried, glancing back. They said they would arrive within an hour, came the response over the phone. Once the officers arrive, we shall enter the village together. Everyone must remain vigilant and avoid escalating tensions. Such villages are typically very united against outsiders. Understood. After waiting for over half an hour atop the hill, the officers from the Jinshuku police station finally arrived, and they entered Angshu village alongside the criminal investigation team. The officers guided them to the madwoman's residence. Bang, bang, bang. Yang Fugui, open the door. After a moment, a man came to the door, grumbling. Knock, knock, knock. Damn it. I said knock. Yang Fugui opened the door and momentarily froze upon seeing the police officers in uniform. Police comrades, my apologies. I thought it was a neighbor from the village. His eyes darted around nervously. What brings you here, officers? Yang Fugui recognized a few of the officers from the town's police station, but the individuals standing behind them clearly exuded greater authority. Such figures were uncommon in the town. Is there a madwoman residing in your home? Li Jingyu stepped forward. At the mention of the madwoman, Yang Fugui's expression shifted before returning to normal. Ah, yes. My wife became mad at a young age. What about it? Did she run off and harm someone? Madwoman, come out here. Look what you've done. You've summoned the police. Yang Fugui shouted into the house. After a considerable time, the deranged woman finally emerged, trembling as she pressed herself against the wall, evidently filled with dread at the sight of Yang Fugui. Trailing behind her were two half-grown children. Chapter 82. Li Jingyu in peril upon hearing English. Yang Fugui was momentarily taken aback. He realized that Qiao Yuan was speaking to his wife, yet what she uttered was incomprehensible. He kidnapped me. I want to go home. To his astonishment, her voice bore a perfectly authentic London accent. Qiao Yuan's suspicions were indeed validated. She was not here of her own volition. The local police in Jingshuka town recognized that this was a foreign language but could not grasp its meaning. Li Jingyu's expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed, Yang Fugui, how did she end up in Angshu village? What do you mean? She is my wife, a part of our Angshu village community. Yet just moments ago, She claimed you abducted her to Angshu village. Yang Fugui, if you do not clarify this matter, we shall accompany you for further questioning. Yang Fugui was utterly terrified. Yet in the fleeting moment he glanced at the deranged woman, a menacing glint flickered in his eyes, laden with threat. Shall we? Speak well with the police. Who are you? Yang Fugui attempted to seize the madwoman, but Xiao Yuan interjected. Rest assured, we are criminal investigators from Nanyuan City. With us here, no one shall harm you. Suddenly, the deranged woman tightened her grip on Xiao Yuan's arm, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. I live at 227 Megaway Street, Lujing Garden, Nanyuan City. As she spoke, she broke down in tears. My name is Shui Jianing. I am not from here. 8 years ago, I went missing due to illness, and later ended up in Jingshuku, where Yang Fugui abducted me. How dare you speak such nonsense? I took you in. Otherwise, you would have perished out there. Yang Fugui, frantic, jumped in agitation, pointing an accusatory finger at Shui Jianing. Officer, she was lost. I took her in out of kindness, contrary to her claims. She is mad. One cannot trust the words of a madwoman. Li Jiangyu scoffed coldly. Shouldn't you have reported a missing person? Why did you not alert the authorities? Yang Fugui was left speechless. Look at me. Xiao Yuan sought to deny him any opportunity for defense. Dream Eater. Yang Fugui's gaze grew increasingly dazed. His body swayed before he collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Yuan blew a whistle. How did your wife come to be here? 8 years ago, I saw her wandering in tattered clothing around the town. At that time, I was troubled by the absence of a wife. So I deceived her into believing I would take her home, and thus brought her to Angshu village. Did she ever ask you to return her to Nanyuan City? When she first arrived, she constantly attempted to escape. I would beat her, burn her with hot tongs, whip her, and then force her into bed. Eventually, after having a child, she became obedient. At this point, Xiao Yuan could no longer contain her emotions. If murder were not a crime, she would have shot Yang Fugui on the spot. Li Jingyu and the others listened, their brows furrowed, their gazes toward Yang Fugui sharp as daggers. Beside them, Shui Jianing trembled uncontrollably upon hearing Yang Fugui's words, repeatedly pleading with Xiao Yuan, save me. I want to go home. I want to go home. Home. I will certainly take you home. Xiao Yuan grasped her hand gently, offering words of comfort. Qinqi, Zhenghao, take Yang Fugui away. The child should first be taken to her grandparents' house. Understood. Yang Fugui regained consciousness, his body slumped like a puddle of mud, utterly bewildered by his earlier outburst. At that moment, he was escorted by 2 police officers, dragged out of Angshu village under the watchful eyes of the villagers. Xiao Yuan supported Shui Jianing, offering solace along the way. Thank you so much. Receiving Shui Jianing's heartfelt gratitude. Ding. Task 10 has been completed. Reward. Meet area, teleportation. System. What is teleportation? The host can teleport to the supermarket at any location and time within the original world, limited to 1 hour. Wow. This teleportation reward is quite remarkable. As they approached the village entrance, Xiao Yuan glanced at Yudua's home, which stood empty. The bamboo basket and hoe in the courtyard had also vanished. Calculating the time, Xiao Yuan decided to wait another 2 hours before using, hand in hand, you walk together. The group traversed the narrow mountain path when, unexpectedly, a torrential downpour began. Captain, we're stuck here with no village ahead and no store behind. What should we do? Chen Qi inquired, shielding himself with a banana leaf. Li Jingyu, lacking experience, turned to the local police officer from Jinshuka town. Team Leader Li. There is a cave a few hundred meters ahead where people usually take refuge during rain or snow. Shall we head there? All right. Following the officer, they arrived at the cave, which contained scattered firewood and bedding, suggesting it was frequently used. While they were clearing the cave of clutter, Yang Fugui suddenly made a run for it. Before anyone could react, he vanished into the rain. Qinqi, Zhenghao, you follow me. The rest stay here. Li Jingyu dashed out of the cave. I'm coming with you. Xiao Yuan followed closely behind, feeling an unsettling intuition that today was different. Yang Fugui's figure flickered in and out of sight among the trees. Their unfamiliarity with the mountain path soon led them astray. Split up to pursue. Xiao Yuan, stick with me. She and Li Jingyu ran several hundred meters further, but the deeper they ventured, the more Xiao Yuan sensed something amiss. Yang Fugui was not descending the mountain. Why was he continually ascending? Just then, Li Jingyu suddenly stumbled, his footing giving way. Quick as a flash, Xiao Yuan lunged forward. Gripping his hand, he was about to fall into a deep pit, and upon glancing down, He saw sharpened bamboo stakes protruding from the bottom. How careless. This must be a trap set by hunters. Yang Fugui deliberately led us up the mountain to lure us into this pit. With her right hand clutching Li Jingyu's wrist, Xiao Yuan firmly gripped a small tree beside the deep pit with her left hand. Hold on. Xiao Yuan gritted her teeth, despite her strength having significantly increased. She was still struggling against Li Jingyu, who weighed over 160 pounds. After a few minutes of stalemate, Li Jingyu felt Xiao Yuan's grip on the tree loosening. This couldn't continue, or both would fall. Let go of me. Escape and seek help. Xiao Yuan noticed the bamboo at the bottom of the pit. If Li Jingyu fell in, he would either die or be gravely injured. She hesitated to release her hold. Hurry up and let go of me. Obey, Li Jingyu commanded. Yet his tone was soothing. She couldn't let go. It was absolutely imperative to hold on. Just as Xiao Yuan was attempting to pull Li Jingyu up, she realized he was prying her fingers loose. 1 joint, 2 joints, 3 joints. What are you doing? Xiao Yuan's voice was hoarse amidst the heavy rain. Li Jingyu glanced up at her. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to perish here too. With that, Xiao Yuan's grip weakened, and Li Jingyu plummeted to the bottom of the pit. With a sickening thud, a bamboo stalk pierced through Li Jingyu's chest. He coughed up blood, his hand weakly reaching toward the sky, giving a faint wave. Li Jingyu. The torrential rain relentlessly pounded against his body, blood trickling down his chest and pooling beneath him, creating a crimson puddle. Chapter 83. Miss Zhao's disguise falls away. Hold on. Wait for me. Xiao Yuan pulled on a small tree and flipped herself back to the surface. To the supermarket. In an instant, when she opened her eyes again, she found herself back at the Lingyuan supermarket. She tore off a piece of paper from the counter and quickly wrote down Shuanghe District Shelter Medical Room. Placing the note on the warehouse door, she pushed it open and strode inside. The next moment, her vision blurred, and she stood in the medical room of Guanshanxue. The temperature was frigid. Wrapping herself tightly in her thin windbreaker, she still shivered. At this rate, the post-apocalyptic temperature must be nearing 20 degrees. Xiao Yuan had no time to concern herself with the cold. She recalled the layout from that day and located the medicine cabinet, where blue capsules awaited her. However, the cabinet was locked. There was no time for explanation. She would deal with it later. Drawing the infinite handgun from her space, Xiao Yuan fired a shot at the door lock. Guan Shanxue, who was about to enter, was startled by the dull sound of the gunshot. Oh no, a thief. As she kicked the door open, her gaze met Xiao Yuan's, and in an instant, she saw Xiao Yuan dissipate like smoke within the medical room, holding the hemostatic capsule. Xiao Yuan flashed back to the supermarket. Leave the supermarket. The raindrops pelted down on her as she retrieved a rope from her space, securing one end to a nearby tree trunk. Swiftly, she descended to the bottom of the pit. At that moment, Li Jingyu's face was ashen, his lips devoid of color. Xiao Yuan dared not disturb the bamboo. Ultimately, she had to shorten the bamboo that pierced through his chest with her dagger, prizing open Li Jingyu's mouth. She inserted the hemostatic capsule, relieved that he still possessed the ability to swallow. In a mere 30 minutes, it was imperative to extricate Li Jingyu from the depths of the mountain. Xiao Yuan bound Li Jingyu securely to herself and, grasping the rope, ascended from the abyss. Although she was unfamiliar with the terrain, she was certain of the direction leading down the mountain. Xiao Yuan had to shield Li Jingyu on her back while sprinting down the slopes. Along the way, her arms and legs were grazed, blood streaming from the wounds. After 15 minutes, Xiao Yuan finally heard distant shouts. The search party had arrived. We are here. We are here, she called out, racing toward the source of the voices. It's Xiao Yuan. Li team? Li team. What has happened? Hurry to the hospital. Quick. Several individuals swiftly lifted Li Jingyu from Xiao Yuan's back. As they eased him down, Xiao Yuan crumpled to the ground. Noticing their worried expressions, she waved her hand. I am fine. Save him quickly. The group hastened down the mountain, and the officers from Jinshuke town drove them directly to the central hospital in Xianglin City. Outside the operating room, the corridor was filled with the sound of pacing footsteps. Xiao Yuan sat on the cold chair, her hands clasped in prayer. Li Jingyu, you must survive. As time ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yang Fugui. If the captain sacrifices himself, I will not let you off easily. Chen Qi pounded his fist against the wall, seething with rage. He will be fine. Xiao Yuan stated firmly, her gaze fixed on the operating room door. At that moment, the red light outside the surgery extinguished, and the door swung open. Everyone sprang to their feet, eyes fixated on the gurney being wheeled out of the operating room. The head was not covered with a white cloth, This was splendid news. Xiao Yuan felt a surge of relief. Doctor, how is our captain? He is all right, isn't he? The lead surgeon nodded gently, assuring them the operation was a success. You can rest easy. His physical condition is remarkably robust. However, it is quite extraordinary given his blood loss and the location of the wounds. It should have been impossible for him to reach the hospital. Perhaps it was his intense will to survive that sustained him. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. After Li Jiangyu was settled into his hospital room, the rest of the criminal investigation team returned to Nanyuan City, leaving only Xiao Yuan, Chen Qi, and Zheng Hao behind. Xiao Yuan sat quietly in a nearby chair, her mind drifting to another matter. The rain had been torrential today and showed no signs of abating, making Yu Donglai's disappearance all the more plausible. Let us go, she thought, her mind racing. Xiao Yuan had investigated and discovered that aside from Yu Donglai, Yu Duo had another uncle. With Yu Donglai missing, it was likely that Yu Duoduo's guardian would now be this uncle. She could seek them out to discuss matters and ensure Yu Duo could continue her studies in Nanyuan City. As dawn approached, the acrid scent of disinfectant filled the hospital air, and Xiao Yuan tilted her head, fighting off drowsiness. Xiao Yuan, you should take a break. I can cover for you, Chen Qi said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. He had witnessed her struggle to carry Li Jiangyu down the mountain and her tireless vigil in the hospital throughout the night. Even the strongest among us have their limits. Have they caught Yang Fuguwei? Xiao Yuan asked through gritted teeth. After a night of searching the mountains, he has been captured. Rest assured. Xiao Yuan yawned, clearly fatigued. I will take a short nap. Just as she stood up, a faint sound arose from the hospital bed. Looking down, she was surprised to see Li Jiangyu had opened his eyes. Li Jiangyu, you're awake? Xiao Yuan leaned closer. How do you feel? Are you in pain? Is there anything uncomfortable? Li Jiangyu shook his head, his eyes sparkling as they fixed upon Xiao Yuan. Do I have something on my face? Xiao Yuan hastily wiped her face. Chen Qi, upon noticing, turned to call for the doctor. You disappeared, Li Jiangyu managed to say, his voice strained. What? I saw you vanish. In that instant, Xiao Yuan's thoughts came to a complete halt, as if a colossal stone had pressed down upon her. She comprehended Li Jiangyu's words. He had witnessed her inexplicable disappearance. This is it. My cover is blown. What disappearance? Huh, you must have seen wrong. I've been by your side the whole time, Xiao Yuan explained awkwardly. When Chen Qi entered with the doctor, Li Jiangyu fell silent, merely gazing at her intently. Upon exiting the ward, Xiao Yuan's mind was a muddle. How could she explain her disappearance to Li Jiangyu? After all, he was a police officer. Would he report her? Would she be taken away, like in the movies, sent to a mysterious laboratory and subjected to dismemberment for research? The more she pondered, the more frightened she became. Yet she could not harm Li Jiangyu. By noon, Xiao Yuan returned to the ward, where Zheng Hao was present. Zheng Hao, you should go have lunch. I'm finished. All right. The room fell silent for a moment as Xiao Yuan clenched and then relaxed her fists. You. They both spoke simultaneously, then shared a smile. I'll go first. You're the patient, so try to speak less, Xiao Yuan said with a grin. Just as you saw. I possess some abilities beyond the ordinary. To save you, I returned to the supermarket to fetch hemostatic medicine and a rapid descent rope. My ability allows me to instantaneously return to Linyuan's supermarket from anywhere. That's all there is to it. Li Jiangyu turned his gaze to the ceiling. I believe everything you say. Xiao Yuan pouted. This statement could also be interpreted as, I know you're not being entirely truthful, but I choose to believe you. You chose to reveal your powers to save me, Li Jiangyu smiled, indicating that his significance in her heart was substantial enough, and that was sufficient. He chuckled again. Noticing his inexplicable grin, Xiao Yuan reached out to touch his forehead. You're not feverish. You must keep this a secret. No one else can know. You are the only one aware of my secret. Li Jiangyu extended his pinky. All right, this is our secret. Xiao Yuan internally scoffed. Childish. Yet, she entwined her pinky with his. Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Pinky swear, 100 years without change. Chapter 84. The terrifying fried thighs. Li Jiangyu had spent 2 days in the central hospital before arranging for a transfer to another facility. Zheng Hao and Chen Qi accompanied him back to Nanyuan City, while Xiao Yuan made her way alone to Jinshuka town. Upon returning to the elementary school, she sought out teacher Feng. Duoduo's father had gone missing for several days, and the villagers speculated that he might have fallen down the mountain during the recent heavy rains. Xiao Yuan feigned shock, exclaiming, Oh, what will happen to Duoduo? Teacher Feng sighed, explaining that the police suggested Duoduo's uncle become her guardian, but over time, he would likely become reluctant to take on that responsibility. I have a fondness for Duo, Teacher Feng. Perhaps you could speak to her uncle and let me take Duo with me, so I won't burden his family. Really? That might be a viable solution. You are a police officer. Having Duo with you will surely provide her with a promising future. Teacher Feng, a woman of decisive action, promptly set off for Engshu village. Before lunch, she returned to the school with Duo in tow. Her uncle agreed, allowing Duo to transfer her household registration to him. And Teacher Feng would assist in the transfer paperwork. Duo's expression was a mixture of fear and excitement, uncertain of what her future would hold. After expressing her gratitude to Teacher Feng, Xiao Yuan and Duo boarded the bus back to Nanyuan City. It was Duo's first time leaving Jinshiku town. Her small face pressed against the glass, her eyes wide with wonder. Upon arriving at the villa, Duo was taken aback by the cleanliness and order of the home. Feeling unsure of where to place her hands and feet, Duo, this will be your home from now on, and I will be your sister. Shall I take you shopping for clothes later? Duo nodded eagerly. Sister, I will be very obedient. As she stroked Duo's somewhat brittle hair, Xiao Yuan thought to herself that it was imperative to ensure Duo received adequate nutrition. Having been preoccupied with caring for Li Jingyu over the past few days, she had scarcely checked her phone. Today, when she finally did, she found a plethora of missed calls from Su Lian. He had mentioned introducing her to a high-ranking official's offspring from Jingbei City. How could she have forgotten such a matter? Hastily, she returned the call. Su Lian. I'm so sorry. I've been in the mountains for the past few days and missed your calls. Ha, a busy person indeed. Are you free tomorrow? Let us have dinner together. The person I mentioned will be there too. After confirming the time and restaurant, Xiao Yuan set an alarm on her phone. Duo's transfer paperwork would take a few days, and with a new little one in the household, life could not be too haphazard. Therefore, Xiao Yuan sought domestic services on a local website to hire a nanny responsible for Duo's meals and room cleaning. In the afternoon, Xiao Yuan took Duo to the mall. Noticing the holes in her shoes and patches on her clothes, Duo instinctively shrank back at the sight of the glamorous crowd. When they arrived at the boutique, Duo shook her head repeatedly at the prices displayed on the tags. Xiao Yuan sighed, realizing that many aspects of life would require Duo to gradually adapt. Ultimately, Xiao Yuan forcibly ushered her into the fitting room, where she tried on various outfits, eventually purchasing them all. By the afternoon, the rear of the SUV was filled with children's clothing and an assortment of daily necessities, including a collection of plush toys. In the evening, the housekeeper agency sent over candidates for an interview, and Xiao Yuan met 4 of them before finally deciding on Aunt Tian, who appeared tidy and efficient. Aunt Tian, I will rely on you from now on. Oh, it's no trouble at all, Aunt Tian replied, her heart brimming with joy. After all, her employer was young, wealthy, and had few family members, a situation many would envy. Xiao Yuan cleared out the room adjacent to her bedroom, allowing Duo to decorate it according to her preferences. Meanwhile, she purchased some wontons, which Li Jingyu adored, and drove to the hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, she overheard unfamiliar voices within. Remembering her previous experience with Wang Xin, Xiao Yuan refrained from entering impulsively and instead peered through the window. By the bedside stood an elderly couple, both remarkably upright, showing no signs of aging. Li Jingyu was conversing with his parents when he suddenly caught sight of Xiao Yuan's sneaky little head at the window. He chuckled and waved her in. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. I brought wontons for Li Jingyu. I'll just leave them here. Please continue your conversation. I won't disturb you. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Yuan attempted to leave, as encountering others' parents was her greatest fear. You must be Xiao Yuan, Inxiu said, pulling her hand and urging her to sit on the sofa. I've heard how you helped Jingyu out of a tough spot, even braving the rain to carry him along a long mountain path. As she spoke, her eyes grew misty. Thank you. It's thanks to you that our Jingyu has been given a second chance at life. Li Dongting nodded repeatedly, having heard Li Jingyu speak of this girl often, praising her determination and her assistance in solving cases. He thought to himself that it was evident what his son felt about her, especially upon seeing her today, neither servile nor arrogant, possessing an admirable demeanor and remarkable mental and physical resilience. Indeed, she was an excellent candidate for a criminal investigator. Li Dongting was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had fallen into his professional habit of assessing candidates. Little Xiao, regardless of anything, thank you this time. Rest assured in your work at the police force. With me, Li Dongting, around, no one will dare to bully you. not even that rascal Li Jingyu. The sincerity expressed by these two was a stark contrast to the lofty demeanor of Su Zhaozhao and Li Hua. Xiao Yuan instantly beamed. I will work hard and cooperate well with Captain Li. With that, she made a playful face at Li Jingyu. Before Li Dongting could say more, Yin Xiu pulled her away, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it's already 7 o'clock, let us head home." Huh? Li Dongting replied, puzzled, haven't we only just arrived? My show is updated today, let us hurry. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yuan, Yin Xiu dragged Li Dongting out of the ward. Your parents are quite amusing. Xiao Yuan opened the bowl containing the wontons and fed Li Jingyu. They treat you far better than they do me. When has my father ever spoken so kindly? Alas, I must rely on your goodwill. Li Jingyu chuckled as he savored the wontons, finding them particularly delectable today. After we leave, will you be heading back to school? Li Jingyu suddenly inquired. Yes, I visited the elementary school to discuss matters of sponsorship. I have decided to donate 500,000 each year to Jingshuka Primary School. That is a noble endeavor. However, it was during this visit that I learned of Yu Duoduo's father's disappearance. He was said to have fallen while foraging for herbs in the mountains during a downpour, leaving Duoduo to be fostered by her uncle. Thus, I brought Duoduo home and arranged for her transfer to a new school, as I intend to support her education. Li Jingyu's expression became serious. Indeed, it's better to bring her home than to leave her in someone else's care, as it is evident you have a fondness for her. The two conversed for a while longer until a nurse arrived to urge them along, prompting Xiao Yuan to take her leave. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Duoduo sat on the sofa, clutching a large stuffed toy, looking somewhat lost. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan, she rushed over to embrace her. Sister, you're back. Xiao Yuan understood her fear of abandonment. That night, she soothed Yu Duoduo into a peaceful slumber. Duoduo fell asleep smiling. Having never experienced such a soft bed or donned such new pajamas, there were no shouts or blows from her father. How blissful! Meanwhile, the man who had struck and scolded her, Yu Donglai, trembled in a bookstore, using the burning books for warmth. 3 days prior, he had been foraging for herbs on the mountain when a sudden storm struck. Just as he prepared to descend, the surrounding scenery vanished abruptly. He found himself in a strange place, where every breath felt like swallowing knives due to the cold. Monsters roamed freely, and zombies littered the ground. Armed only with a machete and his nimble agility, Yu Donglai narrowly escaped disaster. What the hell is this place? He thought, but once I return, I will be wealthy. Yu Donglai gazed at the heavy gold bars in his hand, dreaming of sudden riches. Huh, there is someone here. Randong, capture him. A slightly Na'vi girl's voice echoed from outside the door. Yu Donglai saw 4 figures and shouted in excitement, Help! Quickly save me! The door swung open, and a chilling gust rushed in. Yu Donglai curled up, staring blankly at the individuals before him. They wore little clothing but seemed unaffected by the cold. Please help me. I want to go home. The girl in the hoodie stuck out her tongue, disdainfully regarding the man on the ground. What a shame, he's just an old man. The meat doesn't look good. Oh well, I suppose we can make do. Randong, Ranming, set up the pot. I feel like having something fried today. Yes, Captain. Yu Donglai was utterly bewildered. What on earth are they talking about? Upon observing the pair of twins skillfully removing a large black pot from another individual's back and adeptly preparing a fire beneath it, Yu Donglai felt his legs begin to tremble. A nauseating odor of urine permeated the air, prompting December to cover her nose in disgust. Linjiao, quickly clean him up. The man known as Linjiao unsheathed an axe from his lower back and advanced towards Yu Donglai. No. It hurts. Please spare me. I beg you, let me go. The wails abruptly ceased as Lin Jiao cast a leg into the boiling oil. Chapter 85. Enemies encounter. Yu Duoduo experienced an extensive dream, not awakening until the sun had risen high in the sky. After changing her clothes, she hurried downstairs, where Aunt Tian had prepared breakfast. Duoduo, while your transfer paperwork is being processed, study at home by yourself. Your sister will work at the supermarket during the day and return at night to keep you company. Yu Duoduo obediently nodded in agreement. In the morning, Xiao Yuan arrived at Lin Yuan's supermarket, immediately inhaling the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Ningju was behind the bar making coffee. He handed Xiao Yuan a cup of iced Americano. Has your warehouse door been upgraded again? After saying this, Ningju gestured towards a note affixed to the warehouse door. In his haste to leave that day, Xiao Yuan had forgotten to remove the note. It seemed that not only Ningju was aware, but likely Nan Rongchungen was informed as well. Yes. Now all I need to do is write the destination and push the door to get through. You want to do business with Xiao Weima, didn't you? Xiao Yuan shook his head. My friend suffered severe injuries, so I went to her place to borrow a box of hemostatic capsules. Ningju's eyes widened in shock. You stole something from Xiao Weima? You're something else. He gave a thumbs up. Stealing is inherently wrong. You should explain the situation to Xiao Weima and bring her some supplies as a gesture of goodwill. By the way, didn't you mention last time about having me compile the original professions of the survivors in the fortress? Just as you said. There are indeed a few skilled technicians and repair workers among them, which we require. Additionally, there are researchers from cosmetics companies and toy designers. I currently have no use for them and plan to assign them some menial tasks. Researchers from cosmetics companies? Toy designers? That sounds quite promising. Recently, Xiao Yuan discovered that many technologies in this apocalyptic world exceed those in her own. Perhaps she should pay a visit to see if she could put these individuals to good use. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan locked the supermarket door and accompanied Ningju to the Eternal Fortress. Ningju led her to a villa. This marked the 6th day since MOU arrived at the Eternal Fortress, 2 days prior. The leader of this place had sent someone to survey their professions and skills prior to the apocalypse. After MOU filled in her occupation, she realized that she would undoubtedly be overlooked in this fortress. Once a brilliant researcher celebrated in the beauty industry, she was now reduced to scavenging the streets for food and water, a thought that was disheartening. Knock, knock, knock. MOU heard a knocking sound. Assuming it was the person delivering food for the day. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Ningju, the district head of the Eternal Fortress. Behind him stood a woman of delicate features and graceful demeanor. Excuse me, may I inquire what brings you here? MOU asked softly. Is it permissible to enter and converse? Ningju inquired politely. MOU promptly stepped aside. Of course, please do. The temperature within the villa hovered around 10 degrees Celsius. Although it was considerably warmer than outside, it still felt rather chilly compared to Ningju's residence. This villa housed 8 individuals, predominantly women. Your villa seems a bit cold. Is the electric heater insufficient? If so, please inform Ning Lin to allocate a few more for you. All right, thank you. MOU replied vaguely. Ning Lin? Each time she sought her, she would inevitably be met with some scornful remarks, which deterred her from visiting. Once seated, MOU's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Yuan. She had never encountered this woman within the fortress, and it appeared that her relationship with Ningju was quite intimate. Was Ning Lin truly allowing such a person to exist? The women in the fortress all understood that refraining from conversing with Ningju was essential for receiving adequate supplies. Hello, I am Xiao Yuan. Might we discuss the cosmetics you are researching? Upon mention of her specialty, a spark ignited in MOU's eyes. An hour passed, and Xiao Yuan's gaze grew blank. She struggled to comprehend most of what MOU articulated. However, through MOU's descriptions, she gleaned that the efficacy of cosmetics in this world was remarkably impressive, particularly in terms of hydration and whitening. The laboratory where MOU worked had developed globally patented high-purity moisturizing agents and whitening particles. How extraordinary! Xiao Yuan exclaimed. Have you never tried the Chunshang brand's masks and creams? MOU inquired with curiosity. Xiao Yuan shook her head. Chunshang is the largest skincare brand in our country. Shaolin used to rely on it as well. It is indeed exceptional, especially the whitening cream. One bottle is enough to achieve noticeable results. This seemed to unveil yet another avenue for prosperity. MOU, could you provide me with the formula? MOU glanced at Ningju, who nodded in approval. Very well, I shall write it down for you. She hesitated for a moment. Can the formula be exchanged for supplies? Certainly. Who knows? You may acquire even more unexpected treasures in the future. Xiao Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. Upon receiving the formula, Xiao Yuan accompanied Ningju to his villa. As they entered, a warm breeze enveloped them. At that moment, Ning Lin was seated on the sofa, munching on potato chips. Brother, you're back, she began, but her words trailed off upon seeing Xiao Yuan. Ning Lin's expression stiffened for 2 seconds, but she quickly replaced it with a smile. Sister Xiao Yuan, you've come too. To be candid, Xiao Yuan harbored a dislike for Ning Lin. She exuded an insincere aura that made her uncomfortable. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Xiao Yuan departed from the villa. Under Ningju's escort, she passed through the isolation barrier and returned to the supermarket. With no meal delivery from Li Jingyu that afternoon and not wishing to indulge in rice bowls, Xiao Yuan opted for a takeaway of steamed seafood. Just as she finished a crab, the warehouse door creaked open once more. It was evident who had entered, Nan Rongchungen. As he stepped out of the warehouse, The scent of seafood wafted through the air. Have you been to the refuge in Shuanghe district? Xiao Yuan sighed, preparing to explain yet again. Nan Rongcheng and settled down to hear the events of the past few days unfold. In that case, I suggest you collaborate with Xiao Weima. The temperatures have plummeted recently, and while we have your supplies, the refuge in Shuanghe district may not be as fortunate. I concur, he replied. Moreover, she has connections in the capital. Perhaps you could assist me in uncovering some valuable leads. Nan Rongcheng and laid bare his thoughts, entirely unconcerned whether Xiao Yuan perceived his intentions as exploitative. After speaking, he cast a glance at the crabs and shrimp on the counter before turning to gather provisions from the meat and vegetable sections. After several trips, he departed without a backward glance. Xiao Yuan had intended to invite him to dine together, but upon hearing him request her assistance in gathering information, her annoyance flared, and she refrained from speaking. To her surprise, he displayed remarkable composure, showing no signs of longing for food. That evening, they had arranged to meet Su Lian at 6 o'clock at Wapinja for dinner, and Xiao Yuan closed the shop early. When she arrived, a few minutes late due to traffic, she opened the door to the private room, immediately offering her apologies. I'm so sorry for being late. There was a traffic jam. No worries. No worries. Su Lian cheerfully greeted her, the room containing only 2 men. One of them, whose back was turned, wore a pale blue robe and held a folding fan. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's voice, he turned around. Their eyes met, and they both exclaimed in unison, "It's you? It's you?" Su Lian introduced the individuals, revealing that the man was the wealthy heir who had aggressively attempted to sell his perfume at the launch event. You know each other? That saves me the trouble of an introduction. Su Lian laughed heartily, entirely oblivious to the tension in the air. For Su Lian's sake, Xiao Yuan chose to stay, as she was unaware of the man's background and wished to avoid causing any trouble that could affect Su Lian's business. Xiao Yuan, this is my buddy who resides in Jingbei City. He has come to Nanyuan City for the launch of his new perfume, which is how I had the opportunity to introduce you. You have no idea. His perfume is quite renowned. Many affluent ladies are clamoring to purchase it, with each bottle priced in the tens of thousands. With a disdainful arch of his brow, he retorted, your friend hardly desires my humble perfume. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Su Lian finally sensed the discordant atmosphere in the room. It's not so much a misunderstanding. It's merely that this gentleman wished to purchase my fragrant elixir, and I declined. Su Lian was bewildered. When had Xiao Yuan ventured into the perfume business? Humph. I can't engage in aggressive sales tactics. It was merely your attitude at the time that left me feeling quite discomfort. Xiao Yuan scoffed. Do you think your words are any more pleasant to my ears? The two exchanged pointed remarks, neither willing to yield. Su Lian promptly inquired about the events that transpired between the two individuals. Upon hearing their account, he slapped his thigh in excitement. Ah. You wish to purchase the fragrance essence, and Xiao Yuan is keen on venturing into the perfume business. Why not invite her to invest? Xiao Yuan tilted her head, contemplating the suggestion. That is a splendid idea. I possess 3 bottles of the original fragrance essence, yet I am utterly unfamiliar with the perfume sector. Rather than stumbling around aimlessly, collaboration seems far more prudent. Upon hearing this, Su Lian's previously awkward expression softened, for he truly desired that bottle of essence. The perfume crafted from it would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Su Lian engaged in earnest persuasion until he had consumed a 3rd cup of water. Eventually, Xiao Yuan and Su Lian both nodded in agreement to the collaboration. As the evening wore on and the drinks flowed, the previously aloof atmosphere shattered. Chapter 86. Who dares to treat me harshly? Xiao Yuan. From this day forth, you shall be my sister. Head to Jingbei City. I shall protect you, he exclaimed. Once the fragrance essence is in my hands, I demand a 30% share in profits. He thumped his chest, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Xiao Yuan, equally forthright, responded. Brother, we are both straightforward individuals. I will gladly hand over all 3 bottles of essence to you, and we can sign the contract tomorrow. Su Lian, serving as a witness, declared, excellent. You two have formed an acquaintance through this arrangement. Tomorrow, I will secure a venue for us to finalize the contract. We shall be siblings. Oh no, brother and sister. The meal extended into the late hours, with Su Lian assisting the inebriated Xiao Yuan into a car while she summoned a designated driver. 3 bottles of essence traded for a 30% share in profits was indeed a lucrative deal. The following morning, Su Lian phoned Xiao Yuan, requesting her presence at his company. Despite a throbbing headache from the previous night's revelry, Xiao Yuan arrived at his office, where he awaited her. You're here. The contract is already prepared. We simply await your signature. He handed her the contract, his face alight with anticipation. After reviewing the document and finding nothing amiss, Qiao Yuan signed without hesitation. She then retrieved the 3 bottles of original fragrance essence from her bag, her eyes widening in astonishment. 3, and each with a different scent. Goodness! With a smile, Qiao Yuan produced 2 pale, hard lumps. Consider this a gift from me, wishing us a fruitful collaboration. Su Lian stared at the 2 grayish-white items, perplexed yet instantly recognizing them as ambergris. Ambergris, so substantial. Fearing that Qiao Yuan might have second thoughts, he quickly collected the essence and ambergris. All right, I have officially accepted you as a friend. He inquired, might there be more of this essence available? As long as you require it in the future, I can always supply, Qiao Yuan assured him, excitedly waving a folding fan, finding Qiao Yuan increasingly agreeable. Once the new perfume is formulated, I will hold a press conference in Jingbei. You must come to support me. Rest assured, I shall certainly attend. After discussing perfumes, Qiao Yuan broached the topic of procuring materials, intending to present a grand gift to Xiao Weima, realizing that Su Lian's capabilities alone might not suffice. Upon hearing the list she provided, even Su Lian was momentarily taken aback. No wonder you claim to earn 2 million in just one day. Indeed, I was blind to the greatness before me. After sharing a drink, Qiao Yuan's perception of him shifted significantly. Although he is a second-generation heir, he possesses a certain skill and his character is not lacking. His straightforward temperament aligns well with her preferences. How many days will it take to prepare? Qiao Yuan inquired. For days. This time, I want to seek profit. Consider it a gesture of goodwill, he replied cheerfully. Their business discussion was delightful, and the thought of a 30% share in future profits brightened Qiao Yuan's mood even further. She had no time to make down jackets this time. Instead, she procured 500 pieces of mountain gear capable of withstanding temperatures of -30 degrees from an outdoor store, intending to send them along with supplies to Xiao Weima. As Qiao Yuan hummed a cheerful tune in the supermarket, she gathered some feminine hygiene products and snacks she enjoyed before returning to the Eternal Fortress. She chose to appear at the main entrance, where the awakened guard recognized her and promptly opened the gate. Following the path etched in her memory, she planned to ascend the mountain in search of Ningzhu. However, just as she was about to do so, she overheard a quarrel emanating from a villa in the far corner. Curiosity led her closer. My sister is pregnant. Could you spare a little more food? 2 packs of biscuits a day is simply insufficient. You can give me less, but please don't make things difficult for my sister. A voice that sounded like Su Jia's pleaded. Qiao Yuan concealed herself at the villa's entrance, listening intently. A slightly hoarse male voice responded. The supplies in our fortress are rationed. Besides, it's Ning Lin who ordered us to distribute them this way. If you're unhappy, take it up with her. You know full well that Ning Lin dislikes us sisters. Then perhaps you should reflect on your own shortcomings? The derisive laughter that followed ignited a blaze of fury within Qiao Yuan. She forcefully kicked open the door, only to find the temperature inside scarcely warmer than outside. Repeat what you just said if you dare, she declared, setting down her bag and fixing her gaze on the man. With a brooding expression, her ink-black eyes brewed a tempest of extreme danger. Who are you to meddle in our affairs? Dream Eater. The man's mind went blank, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and struggling, shouting for mercy. Boss Qiao. Su Jia looked at her with a hint of grievance. My sister is malnourished and bedridden. Yet they enough. Come with me to Ningzhu's villa. Boss Qiao, we've been there before. And each time we were met with Ning Lin's cold mockery and sent away, never even catching a glimpse of the district chief. The district chief? Qiao Yuan had never heard that title before. Who is the district chief? The district chief is Ningzhu, the leader of the Eternal Fortress. Taking Su Jia's hand, Qiao Yuan reassured her, do not fear. As long as I am here, no one in the Eternal Fortress will dare to bully you, unless they are tired of living. With that, she retrieved a mountain jacket from her space and handed it to Su Jia. Now come with me. They ascended the steps together, finally stopping before Ningzhu's villa. Knock, knock, knock. Qiao Yuan's rapping on the door could hardly be described as merely knocking. It was more akin to a battering. Who is it? Have you lost your mind? The door was opened by Ning Lin, who was enveloped in a thick blanket, clutching a piece of chocolate in her hand. Upon seeing Qiao Yuan, she instinctively concealed the chocolate behind her back. When her gaze fell upon Su Jia, a sense of foreboding stirred within her. Where's Ningzhu? Coincidentally, Ningzhu, who had been out gathering supplies, was just returning in his car. As he parked, he caught sight of Qiao Yuan standing at the door. Qiao Yuan? What brings you here today? Qiao Yuan sneered. If I hadn't come, the people I brought would be on the brink of starvation thanks to your sister. Ning Ju's expression turned to one of alarm as he glanced at Ning Lin, noticing her disquiet. Let us talk inside. It's cold out here. Ning Ju's villa was warm, and one could comfortably wear a coral fleece pajama inside. I would like to inquire why the food for Su Jia and Su Qian is so scarce. Did you not promise me that you would take good care of them? Faced with Qiao Yuan's accusations, Ning Ju found himself momentarily speechless, for the allocation of supplies within the fortress was under Ning Lin's jurisdiction. Qiao Yuan, it's my fault. Please don't blame my brother. He is unaware. Ning Lin fidgeted with her hands, presenting herself as a delicate flower. Qiao Yuan stepped forward, towering over her as she pressed on. If he is unaware, surely you must be informed? Su Jia is pregnant and unable to work. So the two of them can only be counted as one labor force, resulting in insufficient contribution value. This was a manipulation of the rules to undermine them, allowing Ning Lin to defend her actions regardless of dissent. Qiao Yuan's fury transformed into a bitter laugh. Caring for a pregnant woman is the most fundamental moral obligation. The child within her is the hope for the future of this fortress. Not only do you fail to provide special care, but you also treat them cruelly. Their villa is as cold as an ice cellar, and they are given only 2 packs of biscuits a day. Ning Lin, are you human or beast? Ning Ju was taken aback. Is what Qiao Yuan says true? Ning Lin's voice dropped even lower. Brother, I did not mean to. Our supplies do not come easily. You risk your life each day to procure valuable items, and I must be frugal with what we have. I know precisely how much I have brought you. There is no need for your frugality. Qiao Yuan retorted coldly. Qiao Yuan, I understand your concern for them. But you and my brother are partners, not residents of the fortress. If I were to treat them differently due to your good relationship with Su Jia, it would create imbalance among others. The implication in Ning Lin's words was clear. This was an internal matter of our eternal fortress. And an outsider like you had no authority here. The 3 bottles of fragrant essence Su Jia provided me can yield billions each year. Do you have any idea how much that could purchase in supplies for your fortress? Are you really going to claim she has no contribution value? Qiao Yuan's words left everyone momentarily stunned as she pressed on relentlessly. In comparison to her, you are utterly insignificant. Ning Lin's face flushed crimson as she held back her emotions for a prolonged moment before finally uttering. However, without our assistance in locating treasures, you would not earn a penny. My partnerships extend beyond the eternal fortress. Severing the supply here would not hinder others from sending me funds. Qiao Yuan's smile bore a tinge of cruelty. Yet you find yourselves reliant upon me. Do you comprehend? Do not be angered. She is merely unaware of the circumstances. Ning Ju grasped Qiao Yuan's arm, recognizing that her fury had reached a nearly uncontrollable threshold today. Very well, since you are the district chief, let us speak plainly. Su Jia and Su Qian are in my employ. You must treat them as if they were your benefactors. Should a situation like today arise again, I shall transfer them to another refuge. As for the eternal fortress, I possess the power to construct it or to raise it entirely. Ning Lin's complexion turned ashen, for it was the first time she felt a profound sense of crisis. The eternal fortress must endure. Without it, she would become a refugee, enduring the bitter cold, starvation, and even resorting to consuming protein cakes made from cockroaches. Sister Qiao Yuan, I was wrong. I truly was. Please forgive me. I shall never act in such a manner again. Tears streamed down Ning Lin's face like rain on a pear blossom, and had Ning Ju not held her back, she would have fallen to her knees. Only this once. There shall be no next time, Qiao Yuan said softly. Very well. I shall immediately arrange for heating and provisions in their villa. With that, Ning Lin hurriedly exited the villa. Ah, my dear sister, being young and naive. A reprimand may serve her well to learn a lesson. Ning Ju awkwardly chuckled as she poured water for Qiao Yuan and Su Jia. Today, they had pressing matters to address, and Qiao Yuan wished not to squander time on Ning Lin. The 3 settled upon the sofa, and Qiao Yuan got straight to the point. Su Jia, I wish to inquire whether you and your sister can produce the original fragrance. Su Jia furrowed her brow upon hearing the question. We can indeed produce it, but we lack the raw materials and workspace. Hearing only the first part, Qiao Yuan felt a surge of joy. I shall assist you in procuring the rest. Do you still possess the formulas for all the perfumes from the Feiyun brand? Yes. All the formulas reside within my mind. Qiao Yuan waved her hand. Excellent. Please list the raw materials and tools required for crafting the original fragrance. I will help you obtain them. She then turned her gaze to Ningju. The villa where Su Jia and her sister reside will be transformed into a Feiyun perfume studio, and no one else is permitted to inhabit the villa. Very well. I have no objections. Ningju nodded in agreement. Lastly, I shall visit the fortress to see them whenever I wish. Rest assured, there will be no ifs. Ningju interjected eagerly. After observing the installation of electric heating, electric blankets, and a generator in Su Jia's villa, Xiao Yuan departed the Eternal Fortress. Holding the list prepared by Su Jia, she acknowledged that procuring tools would be relatively simple, yet the raw materials, though precious, could be acquired with sufficient expenditure. As she set down the list, Xiao Yuan's stomach began to rumble. The clock indicated it was exactly noon. Without Li Jingyu delivering meals, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. Thinking of Li Jingyu, it seemed that I had not visited him for 2 days. Xiao Yuan packed chicken porridge from the shop, along with several buns and some lighter dishes, and drove to the hospital. The ward was particularly lively today, with Qin Shi, Zheng Hao, and several colleagues present. It infuriates me. Yang Fugui has recanted his statement, claiming he merely sheltered Shui Jianing. But Shui Jianing has already returned home. She is a legitimate master's student from Nanyuan University. Does she need a sheltering? Captain, let us enlist Xiao Yuan's help. At the very least, we must solidify his testimony. As they spoke, Xiao Yuan quietly entered the ward, and of course, he felt it was his duty. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's voice, everyone was startled, followed by hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Speak of the devil." Setting up a small table and arranging the food, Xiao Yuan joined the discussion regarding the Shui Jianing case. Currently, the case had fallen into a deadlock. Yang Fugui denied his wrongdoing, and Shui Jianing's parents were seeking a lawyer for her. However, the case had garnered extensive media attention, deterring many law firms from taking it on. I can find her a lawyer. As for the testimony, you all arrange a time, and I will hypnotize him once more. After spending some time in the ward, Xiao Yuan stepped into the corridor to message Shiring, as this case was perfectly suited for the Rose Law Firm. If successful, the firm would gain instant fame and would be able to assist more women in the future. Li Jingyu's injuries had improved significantly, and he would be discharged in about a week. Xiao Yuan left the hospital and went directly to the police station with Qin Shi to interrogate Yang Fugui. Under the scrutiny of the frog whistle, no one could conceal the truth. Illegal detention, rape, intentional injury. The testimony was corroborated, and Yang Fugui had no chance of acquittal. Xiao Yuan found a company for the law firm, entrusting them with the management of their account. Once the Shui Jianing case was won, the account would become an overnight sensation online. Individuals seeking consultations at the law firm came in an endless stream. Shiring no longer had to worry about a lack of clients, and instead began planning how to expand her team. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and Su Lian called, confirming the delivery time for that evening. As usual, Xiao Yuan drove over. Given the numerous personnel at Xiao Weima's shelter, Xiao Yuan prepared supplies that were double that of Ningju and Nan Rongcheng this time. After storing all the supplies in the space, she was about to return to the villa when Do Long suddenly called, requesting her presence at the restaurant to inspect the goods with him. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Xiao Yuan was immediately struck by the value of the renovation just from its exterior. The 4-story building, adorned with vintage glazed tiles and brackets, was festooned with dozens of lanterns and uniquely designed light strips. At night, Qingfeng Restaurant resembled an ancient royal palace, grand and magnificent, resplendent with gold and brilliance. Do Long's smile nearly reached his ears as he exclaimed, "Boss, this is no mere restaurant. It's akin to an ancient palace. Just look at this coffered ceiling. Look at these murals. Look at these ornaments." Xiao Yuan shook her head, while Do Long felt a pang of unease. Could it be that the boss was not satisfied with the decoration? "Boss, what do you think is lacking?" Do Long inquired cautiously. "Everything is satisfactory, except the forgeries in the treasure pavilion," came the reply. Do Long raised an eyebrow, slightly embarrassed. "But the genuine articles are far too expensive. As for that item, I have plenty in my space." Xiao Yuan revealed a mysterious smile. "Remove all these forgeries. Tomorrow, I shall deliver some treasures to you. Remember to install surveillance cameras. We must not fall victim to thieves." Do Long pondered. Is it truly that extraordinary? Could it be that the boss is also an antique collector? Meanwhile, they arrived at the bar, which stood in stark contrast to the antiquity of the restaurant, embodying a cyberpunk aesthetic. Although the two establishments were adjacent, their styles diverged significantly. The designer had ingeniously created a soft glow at the transition point, and employed dry ice to conjure an ethereal mist, transporting patrons momentarily from the ancient to the modern. Upon entering the bar, Xiao Yuan was greeted by Scorpion, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, accompanied by a contingent of subordinates who bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, boss." To an outsider, it might have appeared as though she were a mafia leader. The bar was also 4 stories high. The first floor bore resemblance to a traditional pub, but the second floor unveiled a unique theme titled Seaside Front. Here, one could find genuine sand, artificial waves, and a naked-eye 3D dome that showcased changing landscapes. The third floor embraced the Future Vision theme, predominantly styled in cyberpunk, featuring visible robotic waitstaff and mechanical dogs, with even the bartenders being robots. Ascending to the 4th floor, Trail of the Secret Realm enveloped Xiao Yuan in an atmosphere reminiscent of a tropical rainforest, surrounded by a plethora of exotic plants and flowers. Within this simulated tropical ecosystem, tents and canopies were present, alongside flowing streams where vividly colored fish and small turtles frolicked. Large glass displays showcased various tropical chameleons and butterflies every few steps. Xiao Yuan was utterly astonished, thinking to herself that the expense was indeed justified. Observing her awestruck expression, Do Long reminisced about his own first visit, which had been far more exaggerated. "Tomorrow, I will bring you antiques, and we shall commence operations and promotions the day after." "Yes, boss." As Xiao Yuan contemplated the expansion of her enterprise, an undercurrent of anxiety stirred within her. Managing such a vast estate was no small feat, fortunately. Much of it required minimal involvement from her. With the new establishments opening necessitating vigorous promotion, she lay in bed pondering who among her acquaintances could assist. It seemed the only person capable of aiding her was Wang Xian. She sent him a message requesting a recommendation for a brand marketing company. To her surprise, Wang Xian was still awake at such a late hour. He promptly created a group chat to introduce her to the general manager of Songa Media, a subsidiary of Qingshan Group. Without hesitation, Xiao Yuan arranged to meet the manager at Qingfeng Restaurant, leaving the specifics to be discussed between him and Do Long. After exchanging a few words with Do Long, Xiao Yuan entered her space to begin selecting the antiques that would be displayed at Qingfeng Restaurant. The colorful glazed porcelain is exquisite, truly beautiful. The agate gilded vase is indeed of high quality. The jade rui symbolizes good fortune. After all, there is an entire museum of artifacts, and Xiao Yuan was dazzled by the selection. It wasn't until 3 in the morning that Xiao Yuan finalized the 43 antiques to be placed in the Qingfeng Restaurant. The following morning, the faint light filtering through the curtain seems disturbed Xiao Yuan's peaceful dreams. With a stretch, Xiao Yuan rose from bed. Today marked the day Duo would report to her new school. On her first day, Xiao Yuan was determined to accompany her. Aunt Tian, with her skilled hands, had braided Yuduo's hair and dressed her in a lovely frock. Duo was entering the 5th grade this year. She might struggle to keep up with the city's curriculum, so Xiao Yuan decided to let her adapt for a week. If she found it challenging, a private tutor would be arranged immediately. Upon arriving at Chunin Primary School, Duo hesitated at the entrance, timidly standing behind Xiao Yuan. "Sister, I'm a bit scared." I understood. Transferring schools for the first time, with unfamiliar classmates and teachers, can be daunting. However, looking at it from another perspective, you will have the opportunity to make new friends and acquire new knowledge, which is quite wonderful, isn't it? After contemplating, Duo nodded thoughtfully. The teacher guided Duo into the classroom, and from outside the window, Xiao Yuan observed her standing at the podium, introducing herself. Initially faltering, she gradually became more fluent. Applause erupted in the classroom, and Duo glanced at Xiao Yuan outside, flashing a charming smile. Besides accompanying Duo to school, Xiao Yuan had another significant task for the day, delivering supplies to Xiao Weima. She hoped that Xiao Weima wouldn't blame herself for the incident involving the stolen medicine. When Nanrong Cheng'an collected the supplies, Xiao Yuan also asked him to compile a list of the original professions of the survivors from the Qinxing apartments, as there might be someone whose skills could be of use. After Nanrong Cheng'an departed, Xiao Yuan affixed a notice regarding the medical room at the Shuanghe district shelter to the warehouse door. Standing at the entrance, she rubbed her hands together, feeling a bit anxious at the thought of Xiao Weima's aloof demeanor. It was merely 2 boards of medicine, nothing too serious. She reassured herself before pushing the door open and stepping inside. In an instant, the scenery shifted, and she found herself once more in Guanshan Shui's medical room. Guanshan Shui turned around to see Xiao Yuan standing behind her, causing the tray in her hands to clatter to the floor. "Why you scared me? You little thief!" Guanshan Shui exclaimed, hands on her hips, her brow furrowed. Xiao Yuan gauged the room's temperature, estimating it to be around 15 degrees Celsius. While awakened individuals can withstand extreme temperatures, ordinary people are susceptible to freezing in such conditions. "I apologize. My friend is gravely injured. And I had no choice but to come here for medicine," Xiao Yuan explained, retrieving 2 boards of hemostatic capsules from her pocket. "I've only taken 2. The rest are for you." Guanshan Shui snatched the capsules from her. "You can say that to Xiao Weimo." Xiao Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "I truly came to find her. Stealing is wrong, so I brought something as an apology." "Brought something?" As Guanshan Shui turned her gaze, she pondered whether food could be the answer. The frigid weather had arrived swiftly, claiming the lives of many within the refuge. Now, the only means of sustenance lay in the hands of the awakened, who ventured forth to hunt mutated cockroaches. The supply of food was insufficient, leading to a growing number of malnourished individuals. If Xiao Yuan could provide food, it would be most fortuitous. "I shall take you to find Xiao Weimo." Xiao Yuan obediently followed in Guanshan Shui's wake as they entered the once familiar office building. "Xiao. Boss Xiao? What brings you here?" Upon reaching the 4th floor, they encountered Sha Zimp Ing, whose eyes gleamed with hunger, resembling a ravenous wolf. "Are you here for business?" Xiao Yuan nodded, in a manner of speaking. Upon arriving at Xiao Weimo's office, Guanshan Shui did not knock, but rather pushed the door open directly. "Guanshan Shui, how many times must I tell you to knock before entering?" Xiao Weimo's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and upon noticing Xiao Yuan standing behind Guanshan Shui, her expression shifted. "Boss Xiao, you owe me an explanation regarding the stolen medicine." In the presence of Xiao Weimo, Xiao Yuan always felt somewhat diminished. "Colonel Xiao, I had no choice. It was to save a friend. I have come today to admit my wrongdoing." Xiao Yuan blinked innocently, his large eyes wide with sincerity. Xiao Weimo's lips curled slightly. "Oh? How do you intend to atone? Please, enlighten me. Could you procure an empty warehouse?" "The larger, the better," Xiao Yuan added. The mention of a warehouse caused even Xiao Weimo, usually composed, to furrow her brow. Recalling the recent incident where Xiao Yuan had distributed food like water over the course of 5 days, Xiao Weimo immediately associated the request with supplies. Without further ado, she led Xiao Yuan to the basement of the office building. "Is this space sufficient?" Xiao Weimo inquired, looking up. The entire basement housed 4 large tempered glass rooms, which had once served as an experimental facility. "Yes, this should suffice," Xiao Yuan responded, his mind racing. Within moments, barrels of diesel, high-powered generators, heating equipment, mountaineering gear, sturdy boots, and tons of food and water filled the 4 glass rooms to the brim. Xiao Weimo stood in a state of shock. If this was indeed Xiao Yuan's form of apology, it seemed to be excessively generous for merely stealing 2 hemostatic capsules. Before she could collect her thoughts, Sha Zimp Ing hurriedly descended the stairs, breathless. "Captain, General Xiao, something has happened." Chapter 89. The first helicopter ride. Xiao Weimo's expression faltered momentarily before she regained her composure. "What has occurred?" "General Xiao encountered an attack from mutated zombies on the way here. They are calling for help via radio. Location: Spring New City Library Building. Currently, everyone is holed up inside, and General Zhao's men reported that the situation is exceedingly dire. They hope for our swift rescue." "General Zhao's men?" Xiao Weimo asked hesitantly. "My father has been injured, hasn't he?" Sha Zimp Ing, calculating in his mind, hesitated to disclose this information to Xiao Weimo, fearing it would cause her to panic. However, he still underestimated Xiao Weimo's keen insight. "I apologize, Captain. Assemble 50 awakened ones. We shall depart for Chuanxin City at once." "Yes." Xiao Yuan followed closely behind Xiao Weimo, her mind racing with thoughts. Should she offer her assistance to Xiao Weimo? Currently, her abilities included Dream Devourer and Ning Ju's Dominion. The Dominion could control zombies, although she was uncertain of its efficacy against mutated ones. Should Xiao Weimo fail in her attempt to rescue her father and meet her demise, the refuge in Shuanghe district would undoubtedly collapse in an instant. That would severely hinder her business aspirations. She fixed her gaze on the back of Xiao Weimo's head, continuing to ponder. Unexpectedly, Xiao Weimo abruptly halted, leaving Xiao Yuan no time to break, and she collided directly with Xiao Weimo's back. "I am sorry," Xiao Weimo said, lowering her head with a serious expression. "Boss Xiao, I had intended to have a thorough discussion with you today, but I have urgent matters to attend to. I cannot guarantee my return." The supplies she offered as an apology were indeed excessively valuable. She understood Xiao Yuan's need for money. Thus, she permitted her to take whatever gold bars and treasures resided in the vault. Xiao Yuan narrowed her eyes, realizing that even Xiao Weima could not assure her survival. Rather than allow her to risk her life alone, it would be better to lend a hand. Especially since Xiao Weima was the second client she had once wished to select. I will accompany you. What? Xiao Weima thought she had misheard. I may be able to assist you, provided that you keep it confidential. Only Xiao Weima, Sha Xinpeng, and Guan Shanxue heard these words. Xiao Yuan was taking a significant risk. She was reluctant to let anyone discover her true capabilities. Not even Ningju was privy to her actual powers. Xiao Weima hesitated. Captain, Boss Qiao possesses remarkable abilities. Since she is willing to help, let us take her along, Sha Xinping urged eagerly from the side. Not only him, but Guan Shanxue also tugged at her sleeve, reminding her of her father, along with her mother and younger brother in Haichang City. Eventually, Xiao Weima acquiesced. Xiao Yuan believed they would be driving to Haichang City. However, she soon realized her naivety. 50 awakened ones donned uniform black combat attire, standing in perfect formation within the hangar. As she stood beside Guan Shanxue, witnessing this scene, she was left dumbfounded. She had assumed that with the advent of the apocalypse, the world's technology and military structure had disintegrated. Yet, the numerous helicopters in the hangar told her otherwise. The thunderous roar nearly shattered her eardrums as she was ushered onto a helicopter. She and Guan Shanxue sat in a row, while Sha Xinping handed them headsets for communication. Guan Shanxue, you are also an awakened one. Indeed. What is your awakened ability? Xiao Yuan shouted at her. Healing. I can expend mental energy to heal various wounds, although I cannot mend the gravest ones. Xiao Yuan recalled that fateful night. Why did you insist on pulling the threads from my wounds last time you healed me? Causing me so much pain? Guan Shanxue paused momentarily, then replied with a calm demeanor. At that time, I had just met you. I couldn't bear to expend my mental energy on you. Xiao Yuan mused. This elder sister possesses the visage of a cold beauty, yet her words cut like poisoned daggers, piercing straight to the heart. One might mistakenly believe her awakened abilities were designed to infuriate. The helicopter, undeterred by the frigid air, ascended vertically. Half an hour later, they arrived at Chuanxin City, where the biting cold rendered the streets devoid of any signs of life. Occasionally, flickers of fire could be seen, likely from survivor camps. Captain, ahead lies the library tower. Sha Xinping shouted toward Xiao Weima. Following his gaze, they beheld a 5-story structure. Through the third-floor windows, the glow of flames was visible. Looking down, Xiao Yuan gasped in shock. Surrounding the library tower were throngs of zombies, scaling the building's facade. Soldiers on the second floor leaned out of the windows, assault rifles in hand, firing continuously at the heads of the undead. Captain, we can land 3 helicopters on the roof of the library. Sha Xinping surveyed the top of the tower. Xiao Yuan observed him from the side and noticed his pupils suddenly constricting and turning a golden hue. It appeared that Sha Xinping's abilities were related to his vision, as the library tower appeared merely as a vague silhouette from her vantage point. Do not land on the tower. All soldiers, descend to the rooftop immediately. The helicopters must leave at once to find a safe landing spot, Xiao Weima commanded. The helicopters hovered in formation above the library tower, and Xiao Yuan watched as the trained soldiers descended swiftly and gracefully down the ropes to the rooftop. She nervously licked her lips, thinking, I cannot do this. Seeking help, Xiao Yuan glanced at Xiao Weima. When it was their turn, without hesitation, Xiao Weima wrapped her arms around Xiao Yuan's waist and grasped the rope with one hand. The howling wind filled her ears, and Xiao Yuan experienced firsthand the exhilarating rush of speed and adrenaline. How thrilling! Under Xiao Weima's protection, she landed safely on the ground. At that moment, several soldiers clad in desert camouflage approached the rooftop, their faces lighting up with surprise upon seeing Xiao Weima. Captain Xiao? Xiao Weima waved lightly, quickly. Take me to see the commander. Yes. They descended the stairs to the 3rd floor, where the temperature was noticeably warmer than on the other levels. Xiao Yuan observed soldiers busily transporting books, tearing them apart, and tossing them into the fire. Groups of individuals sat by the flames, cradling their weapons, resting their heads down. Captain, please follow me. A soldier guided them to an independent study room. As they stepped inside, a potent scent of blood assailed their senses. Father? A rare look of disarray crossed Xiao Weima's icy face. In the study room, a man was encircled, his eyes tightly shut as if he were enduring immense agony. with bandages at his chest overflowing with crimson blood. Guan Shangyue, quickly tend to his wounds. The crowd parted for Guan Shangyue, clad in a white coat, as she knelt beside the man, her hands hovering about 10 centimeters above the wound. Gradually, a soft, pale green light emanated from her palms, resembling the roots of a sapling gently penetrating the injury. As seconds ticked by, Guan Shangyue gritted her teeth, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead. With a sigh, she relaxed her hands and collapsed onto the ground. The man has been saved. He should avoid water and strenuous activity for the next few days. She directed weakly to Xiao Weima. The rest is in your hands. I need to rest. With that, she closed her eyes and fell into Xiao Weima's embrace. Chapter 90. The upgrade of abilities. Xiao Weima placed Guan Shangyue in a warm spot and covered her with a blanket. Once she had completed these tasks, she turned to face her father. Captain, they are treating us unfairly, Chang Yuan said, tears welling in his eyes. Xiao Weimo remained silent. The bitter cold had just begun when the general sought assistance from the commander, wishing to support Fengxiu City, but the commander had been evasive. Only when the temperature plummeted to 30 degrees did he concede to the general's request. However, upon reaching Shimen City for a respite, they discovered that their rations had been tampered with, containing sand and dirt, rendering them inedible. Chang Yuan's lips twitched as he stifled his tears. Ultimately, he had no choice but to open the aid supplies. To their dismay, the relief rations were all expired and spoiled, and even the winter clothing was merely a thin layer of inferior cotton. The general had heard that Shuanxin City was not severely affected, so he had brought them here to seek supplies. Unexpectedly, they faced an assault from mutated zombies, resulting in the general being injured, forcing them to take refuge here. Xiao Yuan listened quietly, extracting 2 pieces of information from the soldier's account. The commander wished for the general not to return alive, and perhaps even desired Xiao Weima to meet the same fate. The intricacies of this tangled web of interests were beyond Xiao Yuan's understanding. Boss Xiao, there is something I wish to discuss, Xiao Weima spoke softly. Xiao Yuan smiled. I understand. The soldiers must have been starving for several days. Let us prepare a hearty meal for them today. Xiao Weima exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Xinping, who promptly took Xiao Yuan by the arm and led her outside. Xia Xinping brought Chang Yuan to another independent study room, cleared it out, and after counting the number of soldiers in General Zhao's unit, Xiao Yuan retrieved meals from her spatial storage: rice dishes, steamed buns, hamburgers, and water. Chang Yuan had never witnessed such a miraculous event. He stood there dumbfounded, his mouth agape for so long that his lips began to ache before he finally closed it. Tell the brothers to line up here to receive food. All right, Chang Yuan exclaimed, dashing off. Is the injured General Captain Zhao's father? Xiao Yuan inquired, organizing the food. Indeed, General Xiao Qi commands the 38th Army, which is under the jurisdiction of the Haichang Military District. The commander mentioned earlier by Chang Yuan is none other than Fan Tao, the leader of the Haichang Military District. As they conversed, soldiers outside had already formed a line, while Xiao Yuan and Xia Xinping commenced the distribution of food. It appears your commander harbors a certain disdain for the father-daughter duo, Xiao Yuan remarked casually. Xia Xinping nodded, acknowledging the truth in the statement. It is challenging not to be targeted by one's superiors who surpass them in competence. When General Xiao set out, he was accompanied by 150 personal guards. By the time they reached Shuanxin City, only half remained. Once the food was distributed, Xiao Weima entered the room, taking a bun and settling in the corner. Boss Qiao, we have only 5 helicopters, each capable of carrying 10 individuals. Once my father awakens, I will send Xia Xinping to escort you back. What about you? Xiao Yuan inquired. Xiao Weima offered a faint smile, tinged with bitterness. The fuel reserves for the helicopters are limited, sufficient for a single round trip. You and Xia Xinping must take the injured back. I will remain here to break through with my brothers and find a way back to Fengxiu City. I would appreciate it if you could spare some compact biscuits and water. What? Xiao Weimo intends to stay here. Xiao Yuan leaned toward the window, peering down to see the zombies desperately climbing upward. Upon closer inspection, he noticed several uniquely mutated zombies lurking behind the horde. They possessed scaly, grayish-blue tails and sharp claws, their decayed mouths drooping with long tongues, and the saliva pooling beneath them emitted wisps of green smoke. Goodness, their saliva is corrosive. It has a distinctly alien-like odor. What type of fuel do you require? Diesel or gasoline? I will find a way. Xiao Yuan was determined to ensure her survival. Aviation fuel, Xiao Weimo replied, shaking his head. Aviation fuel. I have never even heard of such a thing. It is likely military-controlled and cannot be procured by civilians. Captain, the general has awakened, Chang Yuan announced. Xiao Weima and Xia Xinping immediately rose. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yuan slipped from the third floor to the rooftop. The last time he replicated Ning Zhu's ability, he was at level 1, as he had primarily focused on controlling zombies and had not timely copied his level 2 capability. He was uncertain whether the ruler ability would be effective against the mutated zombies. Xiao Yuan tilted his head back, his chest resonating through his nasal cavity as he emitted an unusual shriek. He could feel his mental energy gradually depleting. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The distinctive frequency of his cry swiftly reached the ears of the zombies, which seemed to respond as if receiving a signal, pausing for a few seconds. They then retreated like a receding tide, leaving only a dozen or so of the mutated creatures behind. Captain, the zombie horde has retreated. A soldier responsible for shooting on the second floor rushed upstairs to report. Xiao Weima followed him to the window, where the densely packed and chaotic mass of zombies had vanished without a trace. Chang Yuan pointed at the half-human, half-lizard monsters below. Captain, look. Only those 12 mutated zombies remain. Awaken once. Follow me. Let us eradicate them and break through. Yes. Xiao Weima drew her long knife from her waist and led the group downstairs. As they passed the study room, she cast a glance inside. Xiao Yuan was nowhere to be seen. She looked around but could not find any trace of him. Could it be that those zombies? Xiao Weima shook her head. Now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. On the rooftop, Xiao Yuan swayed slightly before collapsing to her knees. She pressed her hands firmly against her temples, stifling the throbbing veins within her head. The pain was excruciating. It felt as though a bomb was poised to explode within her skull at any moment. Gasping for breath, Xiao Yuan took several deep inhalations, her body gradually ceasing to tremble. At that moment, sounds of combat erupted from below, and she struggled to move towards the edge of the railing. Downstairs, Xiao Weima and the mutated zombies were entangled in fierce battle. Yellowish-green pus sprayed through the air, and under the onslaught of dozens of awakened ones, the mutated zombies were swiftly vanquished. Xiao Yuan leaned against the wall, slowly making her way back to the third floor, where she rested against the wall to regain her strength. Ha, what luck! I actually found 3 elemental capsules. Xia Xinping's cheerful laughter approached, and Xiao Yuan noticed he held 3 colorful capsules in his hand. However, these items were of little use to awakened ones who had already reached level 2. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your ability has leveled up. Ability. Level 3. Power. Can replicate anyone's ability. Usable for 60 days after replication, with the option to permanently retain one ability. The host can possess 3 abilities simultaneously within the 60-day period. A buzzing sound filled Xiao Yuan's mind. She had leveled up at such a moment? Could it be that the secret to advancing from level 2 to level 3 lay in overextending one's abilities? As she pondered this, Xiao Weima approached her. Where did you go just now? I went to take care of something. Xiao Yuan's mind raced. Xiao Weima's dark eyes revealed no emotion, and Xiao Yuan, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. After a brief rest, Xiao Weima began assigning tasks. Non-awakened individuals and the injured would return to the Shuanghe district shelter by helicopter, while the rest would traverse through Chuanxin City on foot. Boss Xiao, do you have any warm clothing? Many of my father's